Chapter 1, Inheriting the Trillion Ghost Coins from Our Ancestors. Countdown, 1 hour.
The horror game instance is about to begin, please players get ready. This game instance, Blood Red Train number 404.
Instance level, horror level.
As night fell, in the dimly lit room, Chen Sun was lying down playing with his phone.
Suddenly, translucent blood red text appeared before his eyes, followed by a blood red skull. Damn!
Chen Sun nearly jumped off the bed. The horror game had already gone viral across major forums. No one knew where this game came from. But every so often, a player would be chosen and then transported to a terrifying horror game instance. The most important thing was, there were really ghosts in the horror game. Once a player died in the game, they would also die in real life. And the average death rate in the game instances was above 50%. Some instances even had a terrifying 90% death rate.
Was I selected? Chen Sun murmured as he held his phone. Chen Sun was currently a high school student.
He thought he would take the college entrance exam, go to a university, and then live a life without anything special. He never expected he would become a player.
This was so unlucky. Chen Sun took out his phone and opened the horror games forum.
The horror game had been around for almost a year now, and the official forum had been set up. Players could exchange experiences on the forum. At this moment, various posts were flying everywhere on the forum.
Shocking.
The ghost from the horror game mysteriously appeared in a restaurant in M City. Level 1 Ghost Master, Ghost Tool, only 3.98 million.
Expert answer, will the ghosts from the horror game descend into the real world? Latest news, the island nation is now shrouded in mysterious fog.
Skipping over these pieces of information, Chen Sun directly searched for the 404 Blood Red Train instance. Soon, a post with red text appeared at the top of Chen Sun's phone.
This was official information.
The information was reliable enough.
Clicking on the post, Chen Sun saw 2 lines of blood red text.
If you are the player selected for this instance, we regret to inform you that even we have not obtained all the rules of this instance.
The death rate in this instance has reached 90%. Seeing these lines of big text, Chen Sun's heart immediately tightened. His gaze stayed on the second line.
The death rate reached 90%.
What kind of concept was this? This meant that out of 10 people entering the instance, at most only 1 would survive. Chen Sun's heart started to beat faster. He didn't think he would be the lucky one. So, this time, he had a 90% chance of dying?
The red light from the screen reflected on Chen Sun's serious face. His fingers swiped the screen, continuing to scroll down the post. If you become a player of this instance, please do not lose heart.
Although there are ghosts in this instance, the ghosts cannot kill people freely. Unless you break the rules of the instance.
Some rules of the instance are usually quite obvious, and the ghosts themselves may even tell you. But every instance also has some strange hidden rules.
Ghosts can directly kill players who touch these rules.
Below are the 2 rules we have collected for the 404 Blood Red Train instance. 1. Jumping without a ticket will get you killed by the ticket inspector.
2. No instant noodles allowed on the train.
Unfortunately, we have only collected these 2 rules, the rest please explore on your own. Of course, if you are a powerful ghost master, you may be able to ignore the rules.
Finally, we wish you good luck. Seeing these 2 rules, Chen Sun's heart tightened. This represents the disappearance of at least 2 lives.
The post slid to the bottom, and Chen Sun glanced at the time of the post.
It was exactly 1 week ago. In other words, the 404th Blood Train instance is a new instance, so the rules are still being explored?
Ding host detected as a horror game player, host identity being verified.
Host, Chen Sun. DNA verification complete, iris verification complete, appearance verification complete. Host identity confirmed. Congratulations on inheriting your ancestors' asset of 9,999,999,999,999 yuan of ghost coins.
System rule, for every 100 yuan of ghost coin spent, you gain 1 point of ghost energy.
Warning, ghost coins cannot be transferred, misused, or gifted to others.
They can only be used by ghosts, and 99 plus other restrictions.
Ghost coins.
Hearing the system's notification, Chen Sun froze for a moment.
This was a hanging sound. But, these coins can't be used in the real world, right?
Otherwise, he could buy some ghost equipment in the forum, which might improve his chances of survival. Ghost equipment is specially designed for ghosts, but there are also varying levels of strength. Chen Sun felt a lot of confusion rising in his heart, vaguely sensing that this might be related to the horror game.
Could it be that in the horror game, ghosts also need to spend money? What if those ghosts only eat humans? Also, how is the exchange rate for these ghost coins calculated? Is 1 yuan equal to 10 billion or something?
Just as Chen Sun was thinking, the system's voice sounded in his mind again.
Host, rest assured.
The purchasing power of these ghost coins is far greater than you imagine, and your ancestors' background in the horror game is extremely terrifying.
Please rest assured and play the game. Background? Terrifying?
These two words instantly flooded his mind. More than a year ago, his parents mysteriously disappeared, and even the authorities had not found any trace of them after a whole year.
Could their disappearance also be related to this mysterious horror game?
With what the system had just said, Chen-sun suddenly felt a glimmer of hope.
Chen-sun asked. System, can you tell me where my parents are?
Then the system's voice sounded. According to the system's settings, the location of your parents cannot be disclosed.
Please search for the answer in the game. Ding, the first system task is now issued. Task content, spend 10,000 yuan in the horror game.
Task progress, 0/10,000.
Task completion reward, rule notebook, can reveal 2 hidden rules of instances. Hearing the system's voice, Chen-sun's face became serious.
Although the system did not answer his question, it revealed an important piece of information. In the horror game, there might indeed be news about his parents. Chen-sun glanced at the blood-red subtitle in front of him.
Countdown, 44 minutes and 23 seconds.
That means, in a little more than 40 minutes, he would enter the horror game. This time, entering the horror game was a matter of life and death. Even though he had so many ghost coins, he would die if he violated the rules.
What if he couldn't come back?
He was only 18 years old this year, and he didn't want to die young. So, taking advantage of the last bit of time, Chen-sun went downstairs and ate his favorite fried chicken, then sent a few messages to his best friend, and finally lay quietly on his bed.
The countdown reached 0.
Chen-sun's vision went black, and he felt a sense of weightlessness.
Welcome to the world of the horror game.
This instance is the 404th blood train. The game time is 5 hours, the train is about to arrive, please prepare, players. Main task, survive for 5 hours in the game.
Warning, various unexpected terrifying events may occur on the train, please players protect your safety. Chapter 2, the 404th blood train has arrived.
Chen-sun's vision returned, and everything in front of him came into focus. The blood-stained walls, the rusty iron doors, all constantly reminded Chen-sun that the environment he was in was not very good.
A strong smell of decay hit him in the face.
Just like standing next to a pile of garbage. Besides that, there was only a long, broken wooden bench. Chen-sun and a few other players were sitting on the bench.
Around Chen-sun, the other players looked around curiously. This time everyone else is a new player except for me.
At this moment, a voice came. Chen-sun turned his head and saw the person who had spoken.
It was a burly man. A faint black aura rose from the man's body.
But there was a terrifying scar on his face. Everyone's eyes turned to the big man at the same time.
How do you know we are new players?
In the room, a young man in a baseball jacket suddenly spoke.
The big man grinned proudly and said, There's no ghost aura on you at all. One look and I know you're all new.
If you were veteran players, just surviving one dungeon would give you at least 100 ghost aura points. With 100 ghost aura points, you become a level 1 ghost master.
As soon as a ghost master enters a dungeon, ghost aura will rise from their body.
Ghost masters are divided into several levels, from level 1 to level 9.
The higher the level, the stronger they are.
Ghost masters are the only ones who can fight ghosts in the horror game. In the horror game, there is also one universal rule. That is, the strong make the rules. Suppose the strongest ghost in the dungeon is level 5, and you are a level 9 ghost master, then basically no rules apply to you. Because no ghost can kill you. So after the big man finished speaking, everyone looked at him with envy. Wow, uncle, you are actually a ghost master.
What level are you now?
The big man smiled and said.
Level 3.
Level 3. Everyone's eyes widened upon hearing this.
Does that mean if we follow you, uncle, we can safely get out of this dungeon?
Didn't expect we'd be this lucky, first time in the game and we met a veteran player. Hearing this conversation, even Chen-sun felt happy inside.
If they met a veteran player, the chance of surviving should be higher, right?
But the big man shook his head and said. In the horror game, even veteran players have a high chance of dying.
And this is a terror level dungeon. The ghosts inside are at least level 5.
Even for me, if I touch the rules, I'll still die.
The big man gave everyone a warning shot. Everyone's smiles faded, replaced by serious looks. Newbies, don't think you can get lucky.
In the horror game, there's only one rule for staying alive.
Never touch the rules. Never.
After saying this, the big man pointed at the terrifying scar on his face.
This is the lesson I got from my first time entering the horror game. This is already considered lucky.
The players who touched the rules like me are basically all dead. Seeing that long scar, everyone's throat moved with fear.
Ding, the train has arrived, all passengers please enter the train within 30 seconds. Suddenly, a cold and strange voice came, and everyone froze. The veteran player was the first to react. The moment he heard the voice, he froze for a second. Then he yanked open the iron door and ran out. Chen Sun was the second to react, and followed quickly. After that, the others also froze, then ran out one after another. Everyone realized one thing. Entering the train in 30 seconds was a rule. If you didn't get on the train in 30 seconds, then probably. After running out of the room, Chen Sun's eyes locked onto a red train. The surface of this train seemed to be dyed with blood, and blood was still dripping down from it. Train door closing countdown, 20, 19. The strange voice came again, and the time until the door closed was getting shorter. Chen Sun frowned, then started running hard, and quickly rushed into the train. After entering the train, Chen Sun was breathing heavily. He had always lacked exercise, and this time forced out all the potential in his body. Luckily, the room was not far from the train, and time was just enough. After the first veteran player entered the instance, it was Chen Sun who went in next. Then the third, the fourth, all the way to the ninth one. Ding, the train door is now closed. Passengers who did not board, please take the next train. Of course, transferring to the next one requires a certain fee. If you don't have it, then you will pay a terrible price. The train doors closed. Through the filthy window, Chen Sun saw two players still outside the train. Very soon, two ghosts in uniforms with pale faces walked over. These two ghosts had their eyeballs hanging out, their uniforms were tattered, and covered with many bloodstains. The train started, and quickly left the station. No one knew what happened next. Just a few seconds later, a line of bloody words appeared in front of them. Number of surviving players, 9. Exactly 9 people had entered the train. Which meant that the two players just now were already dead. Seeing this, Chen Sun's face turned pale as snow. The other players were the same. This was their first real taste of the horror of a terrifying game. Once the rules were broken, you die. The big man sighed and said. In terrifying games, every time you enter the same instance, the rules might have small changes. These rules are often told to you by the instance itself. As players, you must pay attention. After hearing this, everyone swallowed hard, and their faces instantly turned tense, with no trace of the earlier ease. Dear passengers, hello. Ticket inspection is starting now. Please show your tickets. At this moment, a slim train attendant walked over. She was also wearing a uniform full of blood, but her face was gray-black. On this attendant's body, there were several heads hanging. Some of those heads had eyeballs hanging out, some were dripping blood. Some were already rotting, and maggots were crawling in and out of the skulls. Seeing this, Chen Sun felt his whole stomach turning upside down. He remembered a rule from the forum. Those who dodge tickets will be killed. So, the heads hanging on that attendant were all from passengers who didn't have tickets? Seeing this attendant, all the players' faces turned ghostly pale. Some even wanted to scream, but quickly covered their mouths. Even though they had prepared themselves, truly facing a ghost brought a wave of fear and panic that wrapped around them. Then they started searching through their clothes. Soon, some players took out their tickets and handed them over. But of course, a few players had ugly looks on their faces. It seemed that not everyone here had tickets. Chen Sun reached into his pocket and soon touched a piece of paper. He pulled his hand out holding a ticket. Luckily, he had a ticket. But just as he took out the ticket, a big hand suddenly grabbed it from him. Chen Sun was stunned and looked at the one who snatched it. It was the big man. At that moment, the big man had a look on his face like he had just survived a disaster. Quickly, he handed the ticket to the conductor. After taking the ticket, the conductor had no reaction. It was as if the whole ticket snatching scene had never happened. At last, her cold gaze turned to Chen Sun. Passenger, please show your ticket. If you don't have a ticket, please pay for one immediately. People who ride without a ticket will be punished very severely. Chapter 3, He really has ghost money? The conductor's cold gaze fell on Chen Sun, and the air around seemed to grow even colder. The man who had stolen Chen Sun's ticket had a wicked smile on his face and said, Newbie, let me tell you another rule of the game. In a horror game, always be wary of your own kind, because they might kill you just to survive. Chen Sun's face darkened. He never expected that the man who had just been kindly explaining the rules would snatch his ticket at such a critical moment. And the conductor seemed to ignore it completely. Riders without tickets would be killed, so that man had no ticket and he just took his? As long as the ticket is handed to the conductor, you are considered a passenger with a ticket. Chen Sun's face grew colder. That man wanted him to die in his place. Passenger, please show your ticket. If you don't have a ticket, please pay for one immediately. The conductor's gloomy eyes stared at Chen Sun, thick ghost aura rising from her body.
One hand was already reaching for Chen Sun's head. Chen Sun felt a chill in his heart and said,
I want to buy a ticket.
After hearing Chen Sun's words, the ghost aura from the conductor eased a little.
This train is headed to Cannibal City.
The ticket costs 100 yuan.
Please make your payment. If you don't have the money. After speaking, the conductor's face turned full of resentment.
She even stretched out her rotting right hand. She hated fare dodgers the most. If anyone dared to ride without a ticket, she would twist their head off with that hand. That man looked at Chen Sun with a wicked smile. In this horror game, money was already very hard to get.
And he was just a newbie.
There was no way he had money. This newbie was dead for sure. And for ghosts, ghost money was a very important thing. Because the ghost aura on ghost money could be absorbed by them, to raise their ghost level. If you had enough money, even level 9 ghosts would follow your orders. That showed how important money was in the horror world. He didn't really want to kill Chen Sun, but this was the rule of the horror game. To survive, you could use any means. System, give me 50,000 ghost money, Chen Sun said in his heart. Even though he didn't know if ghost money would really work in the horror world. This was the only way he could think of. Then, a thick stack of grey ghost money appeared in his hand. It had the words Heaven and Earth Bank printed on it. Holding the ghost money, Chen Sun felt like his hand was touching a block of ice.
Who said I have no money? Chen Sun said.
Chen Sun picked up the stack of ghost money, then took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the conductor. When the conductor saw that Chen Sun had somehow taken out a thick stack of ghost bills, her ghost aura immediately pulled back. She even looked at Chen Sun with a bit of fear in her eyes. To be able to casually take out so much ghost money, this must be an important passenger. And the ghost money was brand new, full of strong ghost aura. Much stronger than the ghost money they usually received. If she didn't serve this kind of important passenger well, the train captain would be very angry. And she would suffer terrible punishment. If she made this passenger angry, she had no doubt. He could use the ghost money to summon powerful ghost creatures in the carriage. Then they had to buy their own lives. Those powerful ghosts were more than happy to do such things. Taking the ghost money from Chen Sun, the conductor pulled out a black wooden box. Then the wooden box suddenly opened its mouth wide, swallowed the ghost money, and finally spat out a ticket.
Hello passenger, this is your ticket. Please keep it safe.
The conductor's attitude suddenly became polite. The other players were all stunned when they saw this scene.
The conductor who looked scary before suddenly became so friendly? Just because this guy in front of them had money?
Taking the ticket, Chen Sun finally let out a breath of relief. He didn't expect that ghost money could actually be used in the horror world.
Didn't that mean he was now a rich man in this horror world? He had 90 trillion ghost money.
And it seemed that the purchasing power of this ghost money was pretty good too. Looks like after finishing this game round, he should kowtow to his ancestors a few more times to thank them for their blessings.
Just then, the system's voice sounded.
Ding, congratulations, host, you spent 100 yuan and gained 1 point of ghost energy.
System task, spend 10,000 yuan. Current task progress, 100/10,000. Please keep up the good work.
Then a warm current suddenly flowed through all of Chen Sun's limbs and bones, making him feel much more energetic.
So this is ghost energy?
Chen Sun didn't expect it to be so easy to gain 1 point of ghost energy. Although he hadn't tested it clearly, he could feel his strength had really increased. 100 points of ghost energy could make someone a level 1 ghost controller. Chen Sun was still a bit short for that. At that moment, the big man saw the ghost money in Chen Sun's hand and widened his eyes. In the horror game, ghost money was extremely important. As long as you had enough money, you could walk sideways through the game.
Because being rich meant you could hire strong ghosts to be your bodyguards.
And this ghost money was very hard to get in the horror game, sometimes you couldn't even make 100 in one game. Especially on the bloody train like 404, basically all you could do was spend money. If you had no money, it was very hard to survive.
Damn it, he's a newbie, how can he have so much ghost money?
The ghost money in his hand looks like tens of thousands at least, right? There was heat in the big man's eyes. Even after several game rounds, he only made a few hundred ghost money. And he had already spent it all. Looking at the money in Chen Sun's hand, greed flashed in his eyes, but he quickly held it back.
Then he stopped lingering and walked into the train, found a seat, and sat down.
At the same time, the conductor's eyes left Chen Sun and turned to a few players who still hadn't shown their tickets. She first looked at a girl wearing a JK school uniform, her eyes cold as she said, "Passenger, please show your ticket." The girl's face turned pale, and she stammered without being able to say anything.
It seemed she also didn't have a ticket. "Passenger, please show your ticket."
The conductor said again, her rotten right hand already raised, as if she would twist the girl's head off in the next second. The fear of death hung over the JK girl's head.
In a panic, the JK girl looked toward Chen Sun, her eyes full of pleading. Can you help me?
She had no ghost money. Right now, only Chen Sun could save her. The other players without tickets also looked at Chen Sun with begging eyes. Without tickets, the terrifying conductor in front of them would twist off their heads with her rotten hands. Chen Sun, though rich with ghost money, was not a saint. He wouldn't just give it away for no reason.
He looked at these people and said, "Do you have anything valuable on you that can be exchanged?"
Hearing this, the players felt hope and quickly took out their valuable possessions. There were lychee phones, watches, and even gold bracelets. These were all valuable items. At the very least, they were phones. In the real world, they could be sold for over 1,000 yuan. Especially when seeing a man dressed in wealth holding a large gold bracelet, their mood brightened instantly.
"Brother, how about we exchange these things for a ticket? What do you think?" They had taken out everything they owned that was valuable. If it couldn't be exchanged for a ticket, then they would be waiting for death.
Chen Sun held the phone, the watches, and the gold bracelet in his hands, weighing them. Each of these could be sold for over 1,000 yuan in the real world. Especially the gold bracelet, which was clearly worth a lot. Of course, Chen Sun also knew how important the ghost coins were in this horror world. He wasn't a saint, and besides, these people had no connection to him. But as a fellow human, Chen Sun wasn't going to just watch them die. So, he said, each one is worth 200 ghost coins.
200 ghost coins?
When the players heard this, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it's 200 ghost coins, after deducting the cost of the ticket, they'd still have 100 ghost coins left. For them, this was the best option. Although the things they gave Chen Sun could all be sold for over 1,000 yuan in the real world. No matter how valuable those things were, nothing was more important than their own lives. Besides, they often browsed forums, and many rich people were willing to buy 100 ghost coins for over 10,000 yuan. This showed how precious the ghost coins were. In other words, it seemed like Chen Sun had only given them 200 ghost coins. But in fact, they were still profiting. However, as they eagerly waited for the ghostly aura to arrive, they found nothing happened.
What's going on?
Chen Sun was completely confused.
"System, where's my ghostly aura?" Chen Sun asked.
Then the system's voice sounded. Ding, because the player conducted a transfer, which is considered an improper consumption behavior and violates the first rule of the system, no rewards will be given for this transaction. Upon hearing this system message, Chen Sun was completely dumbfounded.
This doesn't count?
Forget it, I'll be more careful next time. The remaining players without tickets quickly completed their ticket purchase. Then the conductor looked at them with a serious expression and said, "Attention passengers, the train has departed.
Please sit in the seat assigned on your ticket.
Be careful, the other passengers on the train have bad tempers. If you anger them, it will cause a lot of trouble." After finishing, the conductor glanced at Chen Sun once more and then left the carriage. The others, upon hearing this, dared not linger and quickly looked at their tickets, hurrying to find their assigned seats. Chen Sun glanced at the blood-red ticket in his hand, which had large characters written on it, "Seat 26 on car 03. This carriage was car 02, so Chen Sun still had to move further ahead. As he entered the carriage, the flickering lights cast shadows that danced erratically. On the seats in the train were ghosts sitting. At this moment, a ghost with its body covered in stitches, as if it were made of chunks of meat sewn together, stared at Chen Sun with wide eyes.
"Damn rat, get out of here."
Besides the stitched-up ghost, the other passengers in the carriage also shot him malicious looks. It seemed that in this horror game, these ghosts held a deep hatred for humans.
They even compared humans to rats.
In their eyes, humans were incredibly weak and could be slaughtered at will. Chen Sun had no doubt that once they touched the rules, these ghosts would swarm in and tear them to pieces. Ignoring these ghosts, Chen Sun left car number 2 and then moved to car number 3, eventually finding his seat.
The seats on the train were arranged in rows of 3. Chen Sun's seat was in the middle.
Beside him, there was a young boy in a school uniform, holding a bloody head and playing with it. Upon seeing Chen Sun arrive, the boy immediately showed a malicious look.
"Rat, stay away from me."
Chen Sun ignored this ghost and sat directly on his seat. Anyway, he had not broken any rules, so the ghost couldn't do anything to him. Finally, the ghost stared at Chen Sun with a hoarse grin, then turned its head away, continuing to play with the head in its hands.
"Damn rat, move your stinking ass."
Just as Chen Sun sat down, a voice came. Chen Sun was stunned, then raised his butt, just in time to see a seat staring at him with wide eyes. It turned out that this seat was also a ghost. Luckily, this seat ghost had no teeth. Chen Sun ignored the seat ghost and sat down again.
"Little ghost, I will kill you," the seat ghost said fiercely.
But Chen Sun didn't care. As long as he didn't break the rules, he knew that no ghost would harm him. After that, after Chen Sun sat down, the JK girl looked around and then sat next to him. When she saw a player sitting next to her, the JK girl finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Hello, my name is Su Weiwei. Thank you for saving me earlier. Su Weiwei said.
Chen Sun smiled and said, no problem, we're all players, we should support each other.
By the way, my name is Chen Sun.
Upon hearing this, Su Weiwei chatted with Chen Sun a few more times, then lay down on the seat. Chen Sun looked around and discovered that there were 4 players in this car.
Besides Chen Sun and Su Weiwei, there was a tall man who looked somewhat lecherous. In addition, there was the big guy.
That big guy was the one who had stolen Chen Sun's train ticket earlier. Chen Sun stared at him, thinking in his heart, I will kill you sooner or later.
Chen Sun was not someone who could be bullied.
The big guy had tried to kill him earlier, so Chen Sun would not let him go easily. Chen Sun didn't even know how many players had died at the hands of this big guy. The big guy also noticed Chen Sun's gaze, and the ghostly aura around him began to rise.
It seemed to have a sense of provocation and warning. Chen Sun ignored it.
He wasn't a ghost master yet, and the big guy was already level 3. His experience in the horror game was much greater than Chen Sun's.
It wasn't time for revenge yet. Stay calm, don't act rashly. Wait for the chance to kill him.
Ding hello, passengers, this train has prepared delicious food for you, and we will now begin distribution. At this moment, the train's announcement sounded.
Everyone was stunned. Even many ghosts started drooling.
Then, a short-statured train attendant, with a kitchen knife embedded in his head, pushed a food cart with steaming food on top. A strange smell immediately filled the carriage. Chen Sun saw that the ghosts were all drooling.
This passenger, here is your lunch, please enjoy it.
In the front of the train, the attendant took a bowl, scooped a large spoonful of food into it, and then handed it to a passenger. That passenger started devouring the food eagerly.
Chen Sun even saw half a finger in the food.
His face immediately turned pale. These foods were even made with human meat as the ingredients. Just then, the food cart was pushed to the side of that sleazy man's seat, and the train attendant's eyes instantly showed a sinister expression.
Dear passenger, this is your lunch. Please enjoy it to the fullest.
As he spoke, the train attendant immediately scooped half of a human head into a bowl, then handed it to the sleazy man.
The sleazy man's face instantly turned pale when he saw the human brain. What's the matter? Passenger, are you looking down on the food from our train? This food was personally chosen by our conductor. If you don't like it, he'll be very angry. Chapter 5, The Ghost Started Becoming Polite? The sleazy man looked at the food, his face pale as paper. He really couldn't bring himself to eat it. But the ghost pushing the food cart was still looking at him with bad intentions. Dear passenger, do you not like this food? The ghost continued speaking. Right at that moment, a bloody red screen popped up again in front of Chen Sun and the other's eyes. Number of surviving players, 8. Someone had died again. Someone had broken the rules. And now, it was mealtime. Which meant, during this mealtime, there was also a rule. Looking at the ghost pushing the food cart, the rule was very likely about the food. If you don't eat the food, you die? The sleazy man also seemed to realize this, then his face turned pale. He picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of soup, and finally put it into his mouth. The ghost pushing the food cart saw that, and continued pushing the cart forward. The next second, the sleazy man started vomiting. Luckily, he hadn't eaten dinner today, so he didn't throw up anything solid. Dear guest, this is your food. The ghost with a kitchen knife stuck in his head handed a bowl of food to a well-dressed ghost passenger. That passenger looked at the food, showing dissatisfaction. What kind of ghost food is this? Is this even edible? It was the first time Chen Sun noticed a ghost dressed so fancy. A full suit, and even a tie. Hearing this well-dressed passenger's words, the kitchen knife ghost instantly showed a disgusted look. This meal was chosen by our conductor. If you're not satisfied, our conductor will be very angry. Ghostly energy started leaking from the kitchen knife ghost's body. But the well-dressed ghost didn't panic at all. I request to change the food. I want to go to the dining car. Hearing about going to the dining car, the ghostly energy on the kitchen knife ghost instantly shrank back, and he even showed a smile. Of course, my honored guest. If you're willing to go to the dining car, I think our conductor will be very happy. After all, the food being handed out now was free. Going to the dining car required extra spending. This was very helpful to the conductor's performance. Humph. Saying that, the well-dressed ghost stood up and walked toward the front car. The place where the dining car was car number 1. Chen Sun fixed his eyes on the well-dressed ghost. When he looked back, he found that the food cart had already been pushed in front of him.
Chen Sun instinctively glanced at the big man and found that guy was actually eating the delivered food like it was nothing. "Dear guest, this is your food." Chen Sun came back to his senses, and the kitchen knife ghost had already handed a bowl of food to him. And there was even a malicious smile on his face. Chen Sun looked at the food in the bowl, and his stomach started churning. Inside the food were not only human fingers, but also black hair and a human eyeball. Chen Sun thought of the words of that well-dressed ghost, then looked at the kitchen knife ghost and said coldly, "This is the food your train provides?" The kitchen knife ghost obviously looked at Chen Sun with a bit of surprise. Even the other ghosts in the car stopped what they were doing and looked over with curious eyes. And on every one of their faces, there was a cold smile. "A mouse, dare to speak like this? He, kill him, I want his beautiful eyes." As if sensing that Chen Sun was seeking death, the ghosts maliciously looked at some parts of Chen Sun's body. It seemed like they were thinking about tearing off that part to keep as a treasure. Even the big man looked over, a cold smile on his lips. This newcomer is done for. This is a rule, can't he see it? Then, the ghost with a cleaver released a strong ghostly aura. This is the meal chosen by our conductor. If you're not satisfied, our conductor will get really angry. Perhaps, only by leaving a part of you behind can we calm his anger. Chen Sun looked at the cleaver-wielding ghost, and it was impossible to say he wasn't nervous. But on the surface, he still acted exceptionally calm. "I request a change of meal. I want to go to the dining car." But what surprised Chen Sun was that the ghost's aura didn't diminish, instead, it grew even stronger. "Mouse, going to the dining car requires extra payment. If you don't have money, your head will be twisted off," the cleaver-wielding ghost said, showing its yellowed teeth. After hearing this, Chen Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. In other words, as long as he had money, he wouldn't have to eat these terrifying foods. Then, Chen Sun coldly looked at the cleaver-wielding ghost and handed him a banknote. "This is your tip. Please move your dirty, stinky foot. I'm going to the dining car now." Seeing the 100 worth ghost banknote, the cleaver-wielding ghost froze instantly. Even the ghostly aura quickly retracted. The other ghosts around, seeing the ghost banknote, also revealed greed in their eyes. This mouse actually has ghost money. It seemed that the temptation of this ghost money was huge for these ghosts. Chen Sun's rapidly beating heart began to calm down. He had also taken a gamble. From the earlier scrutinizing ghost, he was certain that going to the dining car wouldn't break any rules. Also, judging from the attitude of the conductor when he took out the ghost money, he guessed that this ghost money might change the ghost's attitude towards him. Or perhaps, this was a rule. For example, ghosts couldn't harm passengers who took out money. The cleaver-wielding ghost, after receiving the ghost money and sensing the intense ghostly aura, suddenly became polite to Chen Sun. "Honorable guest, please forgive my previous rudeness. Now you can go to the dining car, it's in car 1. After saying that, the cleaver-wielding ghost moved his dining cart aside, giving Chen Sun enough space to walk. On the other side, Su Weiwei pinched the 100 worth ghost banknote in her hand and said, "I also want to go to the dining car." She didn't want to eat those strange, horrible foods. The sleazy man and the big man were both stunned. They both looked terrified of the ghosts, yet the ghosts were being polite to Chen Sun. Could it really be that money could make ghosts do things? How much ghost money does this guy have? It shouldn't be, he's a new player, where did he get all this ghost money? The big man thought, and the greed in his eyes grew even more. On the other side, Chen Sun took Su Weiwei and left car 3, quickly arriving at car 2. The ghosts in car 2 immediately cast malicious looks at Chen Sun and them. If looks could kill, Chen Sun had no doubt that he would already have been torn into pieces by now. "How did you know that using money would let us avoid eating those terrible foods?" Su Weiwei, following behind Chen Sun, looked nervously at the surrounding ghosts. Since Chen Sun was going to the dining car, she didn't dare stay behind alone. Also, she didn't want to eat those horrifying foods. Chen Sun glanced at her and said, "Nothing, just a guess." After all, ghosts also need money. As long as there is money, everything can be handled. Hearing Chen Sun's words, Su Weiwei had a sudden realization. It was only now that she realized the importance of ghost money. No wonder someone would spend tens of thousands to buy ghost money with a face value of only 100. At this moment, she felt even more grateful to Chen Sun. Not long after, Chen Sun and the others arrived at carriage number 1. Carriage number 1 was separated from the other carriages by a glass door, with several blood-red characters on it. If you enter this carriage without spending money, a part of your body will be left behind. Chapter 6, Cheap things are not wanted, expensive ones are. Looking at the slogan on the glass door, Chen Sun didn't pay much attention, but directly walked into the dining carriage. Su Weiwei pinched the ghost money on her body and walked in as well. If they didn't enter the dining carriage, they would have to go back and eat that terrifying food, right? Once they entered the dining carriage, the environment seemed much better than the carriage they had been in. At least the lights were not flickering. In the dining carriage, the lights were in the shape of human heads, and these heads even made strange expressions. In addition, there were dining tables set up in the carriage. Although they looked a bit worn, they were clearly much better than the seats outside for the other passengers. At first glance, Chen Sun noticed that the ghost he had seen earlier, the one with a refined taste, was now eating his food with great enjoyment. However, to Chen Sun, this food looked even more disgusting than the food outside. There was even a bowl of wriggling maggots. Seeing that Chen Sun and the others had entered, the ghosts in the dining carriage immediately cast malicious looks at them. However, they only glanced at them for a moment before lowering their heads and continuing to eat their food. When they reached the cashier, Chen Sun looked at the waiter behind the counter. The waiter was drinking a blood-red beverage that resembled blood. Half of his face had already been corroded, and the drink went into his mouth before falling to the ground. "Hello, I'd like to order," Chen Sun said. This time, he planned to spend a little more money in the dining carriage. "A rat." Sensing the strong human scent on Chen Sun, the half-faced ghost immediately looked at him with ill intentions, sizing him up. "Here's your tip." Chen Sun handed over a ghost money note of 100 yuan. The half-faced ghost was stunned for a moment, then immediately became very polite. This 100 yuan ghost money was more than his entire day's salary. "Esteemed guest, what would you like to eat?" The half-faced ghost brought a menu to Chen Sun, who glanced at it. For food that humans could eat, the cheapest dish cost 300 ghost coins. For food that ghosts ate, the price started at 20 ghost coins. The difference was just too much. Instant noodles, 400 ghost coins. Cabbage noodles, 1,500 ghost coins. Sweet and sour ribs, 3,500 ghost coins. Su Weiwei also saw the prices and was shocked. She only had 100 ghost coins left and couldn't even afford a bowl of instant noodles. Chen Sun started selecting dishes from the menu, and he specifically chose the most expensive ones. This one, this one, this one, and this one. Don't want any of the cheap ones. Bring me all the expensive ones. Chen Sun pointed at each dish one by one, leaving Su Weiwei stunned. How much money does this guy have? They couldn't possibly finish all these dishes, could they? Chen Sun was about to order more, but suddenly, the system's warning sounded. Warning, the host is engaging in excessive consumption, which is considered improper consumption. The excessive part will not receive any rewards. Hearing the system's warning, Chen Sun stopped ordering. The total cost of the dishes he had selected exceeded 22,000 yuan. Upon seeing this, even the half-faced ghost was stunned. Esteemed guest, the total for the dishes you've ordered is 22,100 yuan. Chen Sun extracted the ghost coins from the system. Then he handed the money to this half-faced ghost. This half-faced ghost's mouth was wide open in a zero shape, but with only half a face, he looked somewhat out of place. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully spending 22,100 yuan. After deducting improper expenses, you gain 200 ghost energy points. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the system's task, successfully spending 10,000 yuan, and receiving the task reward, Rule Notebook. The Rule Notebook allows you to know the rules of 2 dungeons. Ding's system space opened, the Rule Notebook will be placed in the system space. The host can freely store items obtained in the horror game into the system space. A series of sounds rang out, and Chen Sun's heart was filled with joy. Then a warm current spread through his body, his strength seemed to have greatly increased. Moreover, there was a faint ghostly energy surrounding him. This ghostly energy seemed to also harm ghosts. Level 1 Ghost Tamer. Chen Sun thought to himself. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully becoming a level 1 ghost tamer, able to contract a ghost to enhance your power. New system task, successfully contract a ghost. Task progress, 0/1. Task reward, mysterious tissue box, invest 100 hell coins to draw a tissue, which may contain a clue for a dungeon task, usable once per day. Seeing the new task issued by the system, Chen Sun was stunned. He knew a little about the ghost contracting thing, but it was said that a ghost contract was needed. He didn't have that right now. Dear guest, please take a seat in the dining car compartment. Once the food is ready, we will bring it to your seat. While speaking, this half-faced ghost also became polite. It was the first time he had encountered a customer who ordered food worth 20,000 hell coins. The train conductor had been worried about the month's performance, but after hearing this news, he would definitely be very happy. Of course, if he offended such a distinguished guest and the conductor found out, his fate would be very tragic. The conductor really cared about the evaluation of these distinguished guests on the train. Last time, a clueless guy offended a distinguished guest, and the guest complained to the conductor. The conductor directly threw that person onto the tracks, crushing him into a pile of minced meat. So all the attendants dared not offend such distinguished guests. Chen Sun walked toward the dining car's front, finally finding a seat closer to the front. At this position, if he walked a bit further, it would be the conductor's office. There, the office was still separated by a glass door. Inside that glass door, Chen Sun could even see rolling ghostly energy. A bad feeling surged in his heart. It felt like there was some terrifying existence inside. Su Weiwei didn't order food either, and followed him. She tried to make it look like they were together, since if no food was ordered. Recalling the words on the glass door, Su Weiwei shivered. But Chen Sun didn't pay attention. After all, they were now players on the same boat. Once sitting down at his seat, the surrounding ghosts immediately gave Chen Sun and them unkind smiles.
"Stinky rat, get out of here, don't disturb us while we eat."
These ghosts were grinning and seemed like they were about to rip Chen Sun and them into pieces. Su Weiwei, seeing this, shrunk slightly, looking a bit afraid. After consulting the system, Chen Sun stood up and then looked at these ghosts, saying, "I'm very sorry to disturb your meal. So, as long as you finish eating, feel free to order anything from the dining car, the costs will be on me."
Chapter 7, Spending 100,000, Level 2 Ghost Tamer.
Just now, Chen Sun communicated with the system and made good relations with these ghosts.
Treating them to food also counts as legitimate spending. But only if they can actually eat it. When those ghosts heard Chen Sun's words, a dull expression appeared on their terrifying faces. "Little brat, are you serious?
If you're lying to us, you know what will happen."
Chen Sun nodded and said, "Go ahead and spend as much as you want.
Don't worry, I've got plenty of money." Based on current prices, the money in Chen Sun's account was more than enough to treat these people to a meal. He could even buy the entire train without issue.
"Give me a braised human brain and saucy human feet." As they spoke, the ghosts drooled and quickly rushed to the cashier to start ordering food. One ghost could even order dozens of dishes. And they were all ordering the most expensive items. Can they really finish all that? Su Weiwei stood there stunned. Then she looked at Chen Sun and said, "Is your wallet going to be okay?" Chen Sun nodded and said, "Don't worry, they can't eat me into bankruptcy." He actually hoped they could bankrupt him. After all, he had 9 trillion. If he spent it all and converted it into ghost energy through the system, wouldn't he become invincible in this terrifying world? Seeing how calm and relaxed Chen Sun was, Su Weiwei decided not to ask anymore. Even though seeing this much money spent made her heart ache, Chen Sun didn't seem to care at all. The half-faced ghost at the cashier was overwhelmed with work and soon said, "That's it. The ingredients for this train ride are used up. How about you order from these below?" The half-faced ghost pointed at the ingredients below. Those were items meant for humans to eat, and the ghosts clearly looked down on them. "Forget it, we'll take these." Such a letdown. The half-faced ghost was a bit helpless too. If he had known earlier, he would have asked the kitchen to prepare more food, then he could have earned a bigger commission. After all, guests like this were ones he might not see again in 100 years. After speaking, the ghosts left the cashier, a bit uninterested, and looked toward Chen Sun, saying, "Little brat, come pay up." Chen Sun stood up and walked to the cashier. The half-faced ghost looked at him with noticeably more respect. "How much is it?" Chen Sun asked. "Dear honored guest, it's a total of 98,900 yuan, the half-faced ghost said. "Not even 100,000. Chen Sun felt a little disappointed. Then he took out 100,000 ghost coins from the system shop and handed them to the half-faced ghost. "Here are 100,000 ghost coins. Keep the extra as a tip." The half-faced ghost's eyes popped out. That's not a metaphor, they literally popped out. He stuffed them back into his eye sockets and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." At this moment, he had already considered Chen Sun the most honored guest on this train ride. Even though he was a human. But the money from this meal alone earned him more ghost coins than he usually made in a whole month. Right, such an honored guest on this train definitely had to be reported to the conductor. Even if he was human, the conductor would surely be happy to meet someone like him. After speaking, the half-faced ghost put away the ghost coins and walked to the front of the dining car. That was where the conductor's office was. And even if the money was left on the counter, no one would dare touch it. After all, the conductor was someone all passengers feared. After spending those 100,000 coins, the ghost energy around Chen Sun grew even stronger. He had successfully become a level 2 ghost master. A level 2 ghost master required 1,000 points of ghost energy, while level 3 required 10,000, and so on. After a while, the food they ordered finally arrived. Though the taste wasn't great. But Chen Sun and Su Weiwei still tried to eat a little more. In this terrifying game, no one knows what will happen next, so keeping one's stamina up is the most important thing. Not long after Chen Sun finished his meal, a large-headed ghost walked over. "Rat, although I have received your kindness, I don't like owing a favor to rats. This thing, give it to you." After saying this, the large-headed ghost spat out a black stone from its mouth and slammed it heavily onto Chen Sun's table. The stone even emitted a faint ghostly aura.
Ding, a black stone tainted with human blood, it is covered with the strong resentment of the deceased, necessary material to upgrade a level 1 ghost weapon. After Chen Sun received the stone, the system's voice also sounded at the same time.
Chen Sun froze for a moment.
He didn't expect to get an unexpected reward from spending money on these ghosts. Chen Sun wasn't pretentious and simply took the stone, then placed it into the system space.
Then, the second ghost also walked up. Rat, we also don't want to owe you a favor. Since you treated us to food, then these things are our way of returning the favor.
Saying this, one ghost after another walked up, taking out strange things from various parts of their bodies. Expired girl's perfume, spray it on your body to briefly mask the human scent, lasting for 1 hour. A steamed bun that once killed someone, it is covered with the intense negative emotions of the deceased, necessary material to upgrade a level 1 ghost weapon.
Quinn's birdcage, a level 7 ghost weapon, can trap a ghost inside the birdcage. Unless the ghost's level exceeds 7, it can never escape, but the ghostly aura on it seems to have disappeared. Perhaps feeding it some hell currency might restore its function.
A bloodstained brick, level 1 ghost weapon. A serial killer once used this brick to kill 118 young girls. It is covered with the blood of 118 young girls and has great lethality against low-level ghosts. Seeing these dazzling ghost items, Chen Sun was stunned.
This is a little too satisfying, right? He looked at the balance of hell currency in the system. Thank you to the ancestors for the gift.
At this moment, inside the dining car, almost all the ghosts, except for the well-dressed one, had given Chen Sun some ghostly items. But Chen Sun also noticed that the well-dressed ghost seemed to have not used his money to order food just now. Then, the well-dressed ghost stood up, its gaze lingered on Chen Sun for a moment, and then it walked out of the dining car.
Ding, an urgent announcement is now being broadcast. A passenger has lost their belongings on the train. A damned thief must have snuck in. All passengers, please return to your seats according to the information on your ticket. We will check every passenger. If we find that you are wandering around the train, you will face terrible punishment. The voice inside the train echoed. At the same time, several lines of blood-red subtitles also appeared in front of Chen Sun. Side quest, a thief has appeared on the train. Catch the thief and help the passengers retrieve their lost items.
Complete the side quest and you will receive extra rewards after this dungeon ends.
Chapter 8, 2 additional rules.
Seeing the blood-red text in front of him, Chen Sun was stunned. This was the first time he had received a system side quest.
He didn't know what this reward would be. After hearing the broadcast in the train, Chen Sun stood up and, together with Su Weiwei, walked toward compartment 3.
As they passed through compartment 2, the ghosts inside still looked at him with disdain. Su Weiwei nervously tugged at Chen Sun's clothes, and Chen Sun paid no attention.
As long as he didn't break any rules, these ghosts wouldn't dare to touch him.
Back in carriage number 3, Chen Sun saw an old woman with white hair arguing with a conductor. One of her eyes was constantly rolling, while the other was hollow and oozing thick black blood.
You must help me catch that damn thief. If not, I'm going to complain about this train once I get off. That was the eyeball my husband gave me before he died, and it's my favorite.
The conductor's face was rotten, making it hard to tell what expression he had, but his tone was particularly serious.
I told you, sit back in your seat, old lady. We will find your eyeball. If you dare to run around, I'll dig out the other eyeball too.
The old woman clearly was not happy and said,
Humph. If my eyeball gets lost on this train, I will definitely complain about your negligence, absolutely.
After saying this, the old woman sat back down in her seat. It seemed that this thief was indeed skilled, he even managed to steal an eyeball.
Chen Sun was somewhat surprised and then returned to his own seat.
The little boy beside him was still playing with a head, but he had been tearing off pieces of the scalp.
Hey, little brat. Don't sit on me with your dirty butt.
Chen Sun was not ready to sit down yet when the seat ghost viciously scolded him. Chen Sun stared in surprise, then pulled out the bloodied red brick and coldly looked at the seat ghost, slamming it down.
Bang! What are you doing, little brat?
The part hit by the brick let out white smoke. This brick was indeed effective against the ghost.
Chen Sun looked at the seat ghost and sneered. I like quiet, so you better shut your stinky mouth. He raised the bloody brick, and the seat ghost seemed a bit wary, daring not to say more. Su Weiwei beside them was stunned at the sight. This seat could actually talk? Su Weiwei's seat didn't seem to be a ghost.
Then Chen Sun sat down heavily, and the seat ghost snarled.
Little brat, this time you're dead for sure. Bang!
Another brick hit, and this time the seat ghost was really obedient. Finally, Chen Sun opened the rules notebook. The cover seemed to be made of sheepskin and felt very nice. Chen Sun opened the notebook, which would present 2 rules for this scenario. On the first page, there were 2 lines written. Rule 1, do not casually refuse food brought by the conductor. Rule 2. Do not argue with passengers on the train. If the other party is truly unreasonable, you might give them a taste of their own medicine. The first rule had already been verified during meal delivery. As long as you casually refuse food brought by the conductor, you will violate the rule. But if you refuse for a valid reason that complies with the rules? So saying that the food tastes bad and then going to the dining car does not count as breaking the rule. As for the second rule, it was also quite interesting. No arguing with passengers, but if the other side is unreasonable, you can directly take action to teach them a lesson. It's a standard case of handling things physically rather than verbally. Chen Sun closed the notebook and put it back into the system space. In this scenario, only 2 rules could be provided. Then his body slowly leaned back against the seat. At this point, he noticed something was wrong with the seat. It seemed like something hard was poking at his back. When Chen Sun looked back, he saw a slightly bulging spot under the seat cover. Someone must have pulled a prank and put something in his seat cover. Or perhaps that seat ghost was messing with him. Lifting the chair cover, Chen Sun wanted to take that thing out, but as soon as he touched it, his hand quickly retracted. It was a slimy thing. However, just at the moment Chen Sun pulled back his hand, that thing fell out of the chair cover. It was actually an eyeball. Moreover, the eyeball was still turning constantly. It looked very eerie. In the distance, the big man saw the scene and suddenly showed a cold smile, then shouted loudly. "I want to report, I caught a thief." This shout immediately drew the attention of many ghosts. The train attendant with a rotten face, who was about to get off this carriage, also stopped and turned to look at the big man. "Mouse, do you know what you are saying? If you are playing tricks on us, do you know what will be the outcome?" The big man showed no signs of nervousness, then pointed at Chen Sun and said, "He is the thief. I saw the old lady's eyeball falling onto the chair." Upon hearing this, both the attendant and the old lady looked at Chen Sun. Chen Sun was taken aback, then his expression darkened. He turned his gaze towards the big man, who looked at Chen Sun with a cold smile. "Ha, little ghost, this eyeball is what that guy put in. I didn't expect that you lowly mice would harm each other." Hearing the words of the chair ghost, Chen Sun's face became even darker. He hadn't gotten back at him for the last offense, and now this big man wanted his life again. Chen Sun believed he hadn't offended him, yet he twice wanted his life. While Chen Sun was thinking, the old lady and the rotten-faced attendant also walked over, looking menacingly at Chen Sun. The old lady even pushed Chen Sun, took the eyeball from the chair, and stuffed it into her hollow eye. "This is my eyeball. Damn mouse, cursed thief, you deserve to die. I will make you pay the price." Seeing the attendant, Chen Sun explained. "This thing isn't stolen by me. I was just eating in the dining car. I don't know who put the eyeball in the back of my chair." "You can ask this chair ghost." Chen Sun pointed at the chair ghost. However, the chair ghost kept its mouth shut and showed no intention of helping Chen Sun. But at that moment, Su Weiwei stepped up. "I can testify, we were eating in the dining car, we didn't have time to steal this eyeball. Besides, we wouldn't be able to do it." However, the old lady had a wicked smile on her face. "Do you think I will believe your words, mouse? You will pay the price for this matter, at least one part of your body must be left behind." The old lady began to size up Chen Sun, as if pondering which part to leave behind. Even the rotten-faced attendant, exuding thick ghostly energy, also showed no intention of helping Chen Sun. Even though it was impossible for this to happen. Chen Sun's face darkened. According to the rules, he could not argue with this old lady. Then he could only proceed like this. Chen Sun's face turned grim as he took out a black birdcage from the system space. Quinn's birdcage, a level 7 ghost tool, could trap ghosts inside, unless the level exceeded 7, otherwise, there was no way to escape the cage. However, the current problem was that the birdcage seemed to have run out of ghost energy. According to the system prompt, it needed to be fed with ghost coins. Saying this, Chen Sun took out 100,000 ghost coins from the system. At the moment they saw the ghost coins, all the ghosts showed greedy expressions. That was 100,000 ghost coins. But what surprised them was that they saw the mouse actually putting these ghost coins into the cage, one pile after another. And surprisingly, the birdcage opened its big mouth. He swallowed the ghost coins. Until he had eaten 70 or 80,000 ghost coins, the birdcage finally stopped consuming the coins. At the same time, a thick ghostly aura suddenly emanated from the birdcage. All the ghosts began to feel afraid. Damn it, it's actually a terrifying ghost artifact, its level is something even I can't detect. How could this guy, just entering the instance, possess a ghost artifact? The big man looked utterly astonished. On the other side, the old lady looked at the remaining ghost coins in Chen Sun's hand, her eyes revealing greed. She didn't even notice the terrifying changes of the ghost artifact in Chen Sun's hand. "Little ghost, leave your eyeballs as compensation. Or, you could use the money in your hand to buy your eyeballs back." Chapter 9, Beat Up, Then Pay Money. Hearing the old lady's words, Chen Sun was taken aback, and the hand that was originally going to attack her also stopped. If it were about paying money, he wouldn't mind so much. However, at that moment, the system's voice sounded. Friendly reminder, the money spent by the host due to slander is considered unnecessary consumption and will not earn system rewards. However, if you beat up this ghost in front of you and then pay some fees, it counts as normal consumption. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun was visibly surprised. This works too. He is now a level 2 ghost master, and he possesses a level 7 ghost artifact. The old lady in front of him, who looked weak, didn't seem to be his opponent. Seeing the look in Chen Sun's eyes, the old lady continued speaking. So, little mouse, have you decided whether to use your eyes or the money in your hand to compensate me? I've thought it through. Chen Sun said, then suddenly opened the small door of the birdcage towards the old lady. Instantly, the bird door transformed into a massive black hole, and then countless black hands reached out from the birdcage, pulling the old lady inside. Damn it, little mouse, do you think? The old lady's words were cut off as she sensed the terrifying ghostly aura coming from the birdcage. Her eyes widened, and both of her eyeballs dropped out, falling to the ground. No, little ghost, spare me, I can overlook this. The old lady's words echoed in the train, but her figure had already disappeared from Chen Sun's sight. Inside the birdcage, a black crow appeared. The scruffy-faced conductor instinctively took 2 steps back. This birdcage gave him a very terrifying feeling. I absolutely hate rude and unreasonable old ladies, Chen Sun said. Then, ghostly energy covered his fingers. He flicked towards the crow in the birdcage, and it immediately shrieked. Its wings flapped wildly inside the birdcage, and feathers fell all over the ground. After a while, Chen Sun finally let the crow out from the birdcage. Black mist spread. The old lady reappeared in front of Chen Sun. However, she was now oozing black blood, and her 2 empty eye sockets were filled with fear as they looked at Chen Sun. The old lady hurriedly picked up her eyeballs from the ground and stuffed them back into her eye sockets. Gone was the earlier arrogance, as she prepared to return to her seat. Wait! Chen Sun called out. The old lady paused, then looked at Chen Sun, especially filled with dread upon seeing the birdcage. Young man, can't I just forget about the compensation? Chen Sun threw 2 stacks of money to the old lady, saying, This is your compensation money, go find a good doctor to bandage your wounds. Though Chen Sun had no idea if these ghosts needed to bandage wounds. The old lady was taken aback, then hesitated after receiving the money, but still tucked it into her clothes. Then returned to his own seat. Next, a warm current continued to flow from Chen Sun's body. He gained another 200 points of ghost energy. It's a pity, he wanted to lose more money, but the system wouldn't allow it. At this moment, Chen Sun's gaze swept through the carriage, and those ghosts who met his eyes quickly dodged. They seemed to fear Chen Sun a little. Su Weiwei and the sleazy man not far away were shocked by this sight. Why were they terrified of these ghosts, while Chen Sun could even beat them and make them so wary? Also, how did he have so many ghost coins? This isn't fair. The big man felt even worse at this moment, that eyeball had inexplicably appeared in his pocket. He had offended Chen Sun before, and they already had a grudge. He initially wanted to frame Chen Sun, then find an excuse to swindle some money from him. Then teach this newcomer that showing wealth in a horror game is a bad habit. He didn't expect it to be resolved by him instead. The big man bit his teeth and sat back down. Just then, the temperature in the entire carriage suddenly dropped. The lights, which had been flickering, began to flash quickly. Those ghosts seemed to sense something terrifying and sat properly in their seats. At that moment, a ghost suddenly appeared in carriage number 3, to be exact, it was a completely gray ghost. Apart from its gray skin, this ghost seemed to have no other disharmonious features. There was no rotten face, nor half a face left, it only had a serious expression. Even the uniform it wore was very clean and tidy. However, when it appeared in carriage number 3, the air here became much colder. The noisy sounds in the train vanished, and each passenger sat still in their seats like obedient babies, silent. Even the sleeping passengers sat up straight. The carriage was quiet to an unbelievable level. Tap. 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 The sound of leather shoes on the floor of the carriage echoed as the man walked to the rotten-faced attendant. It seems something happened here just now. The man spoke. The rotten-faced attendant seemed a little flustered and replied, Train director, a few passengers had a small conflict, but it has been resolved now. The train director nodded and said, make sure to guarantee the passenger experience. Especially for those esteemed passengers. If I find out you've been negligent, I will definitely eliminate you. The train director emphasized those esteemed passengers. Upon hearing the word eliminate, the rotten-faced attendant immediately panicked and nodded, rest assured, train director, I will serve diligently. The train director nodded and added, by the way, you are responsible for checking this carriage, make sure to catch that damn little thief. Yes.
This conversation was simply too normal.
If it weren't for their terrifying gray skin and the rotten-faced attendant, Chen Sun would have thought he was still riding the train in his hometown.
After speaking, the train director's gaze suddenly turned to Chen Sun.
Chen Sun felt as if breathing had become much harder. A sense of life and death crisis washed over him.
The ghost energy on this train director seemed very strong. Strong to a terrifying extent. This birdcage is nice, but on the train, you'd better keep it safe, or it might hurt other passengers.
After saying this, the train director walked toward the back of the train.
Chen Sun let out a sigh of relief.
Chen Sun looked at the time. There were still more than 2 hours left. This meant that only half of the game time had passed so far. Then would be some simple checks, and finally, the passengers in carriage number 3 would regain their freedom.
Chen Sun stood up and walked towards the dining car.
As he passed by the big man's seat, he glanced at the big man's seat number.
Car 3, seat 17.
This big man had tried to harm him twice. If it weren't for his ability, he might have already been torn to shreds by these ghosts, with his head hanging on that ticket collector. Who knows what other tricks this big man might pull next? This grudge, Chen Sun could never let go.
Chapter 10, Killing by Rules.
When he reached the dining car, the half-faced ghost was still at the counter, sipping a strange drink. The drink nearly leaked out of the other half of his mouth. However, today the half-faced ghost seemed particularly happy. After all, he had received so many tips and commissions. This was enough for him to be carefree for a long time. It was at this moment that Chen Sun approached. The half-faced ghost was taken aback, his half-face suddenly turning respectful.
"Dear guest, what can I do for you this time?"
Although the food for ghosts was all gone, there were still some foods for humans.
Chen Sun glanced at the menu, then pointed at the instant noodles and said, "Is this food still available?" Seeing Chen Sun's finger lingering on the instant noodles, the half-faced ghost was obviously surprised. Seemingly knowing that eating instant noodles was a rule, he said, "Esteemed guest, this food is available, but I believe other foods would suit you better." Even though he didn't have much fondness for humans, he didn't want such a distinguished guest to disappear from the train so soon. Moreover, the train attendant had seemingly mentioned wanting to meet this distinguished guest. But that damned thief had delayed that. "No need, just this one. Can you have it sent to car 3, seat 17? Chen Sun said. Seeing that the distinguished guest insisted on ordering this instant noodle, the half-faced ghost sighed and said, "We have a rule on this train, for such food to be delivered to your seat, it requires an additional fee." "Of course." Chen Sun nodded, then pulled out $100 ghost money and handed it to the half-faced ghost. Seeing the money, the half-faced ghost's eyes widened again. The price for the instant noodles was 400 ghost coins. The remaining 600 ghost coins was his tip. As for having someone deliver the meal, he could very well let the knife ghost do it. No need to pay. "Alright, esteemed guest, once the instant noodles are ready, we will deliver them to your designated seat. Enjoy your meal." After the half-faced ghost said this, Chen Sun had no intention of staying there any longer. He turned and returned to car 3. As he passed by car 3, the big man shot him a fierce glare and said, "Little ghost, don't be arrogant, in this horror game world, I have much more experience than you. Even if you have money, it isn't all-powerful." Chen Sun glanced at the big man and said nothing more. Then he reached his seat, took out a bloodied brick, and slammed it down heavily on the chair. Crackle! A cloud of smoke rose up. "Little ghost, what are you doing? If you hit again, I'm going to get angry." Bang! Chen Sun slammed down another brick. "Hit again, and you will face my wrath, you damn rat." Chen Sun ignored him and slammed another brick down on the chair ghost. No reason, just finding the chair ghost unpleasant. Puffs of smoke kept rising up. Beside him, Su Weiwei was dumbfounded. Okay, big brother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything at that time." The chair ghost begged for mercy. Bang! However, Chen Sun showed no sign of stopping. The sound of the brick hitting the chair and the chair ghost's cries echoed, attracting the attention of the ghosts in the carriage, their eyes filled with displeasure. This had already disturbed their rest. Before that seat, Chen Sun kept waving the brick, thick smoke continuously rising up. But when they saw that the person at the seat was Chen Sun, the displeasure in their eyes was hidden. It seemed that they were somewhat wary of Chen Sun. After a while, Chen Sun also got tired from clapping. The big man at the seat looked listless. It was then that Chen Sun put the brick away into the system space, then sat down heavily on the seat, staring at the big man. It is said that criminals will return to their crime scene, reminiscing about their criminal process. Just like an artist, after finishing a satisfying painting, would slowly savor and appreciate it. Chen Sun now had such a mindset. Soon, at the door of carriage 3, the knife-wielding ghost stormed in holding a bowl of instant noodles. His mood didn't seem very good. To be precise, it was at an extreme low. After entering carriage 3, his gaze fixed on seat 17. Seeing a player at the seat, the knife-wielding ghost immediately revealed a gloomy smile, gritting his teeth and said, "Damn rat, this is the food you ordered." The instant noodles were placed in front of the big man. The big man was stunned for a moment after seeing the noodles. I didn't order instant noodles." Suddenly, the big man remembered something and turned to look at Chen Sun. He just happened to catch Chen Sun's mocking gaze. This look was just like when he identified Chen Sun as the thief earlier. "Didn't order? Are you saying I got it wrong? I went through so much trouble to bring these noodles, and you say you didn't order?" The knife-wielding ghost's face instantly twisted with rage. After delivering the meal, he was already dead tired. He could have rested well in the break room, but that damn half-faced ghost called him to deliver the noodles to this seat. Overtime had already made him extremely unhappy, and now he found out that the one who made him work overtime was a stinking rat. His mood grew even worse. At this moment, a thick ghostly aura filled the air. The big man's face turned pale. Though he was a level 3 ghost master, he could clearly feel that the knife-wielding ghost in front of him was much stronger than him. The big man's mind went blank. He had no doubt that if he didn't eat, he would die. Then he picked up the bowl of instant noodles and started eating. The aroma of the noodles wafted up. As he ate, he was still mocking Chen Sun. Even if someone wanted to prank him, they would have to order something he couldn't eat. Ordering instant noodles. He. However, just after taking a bite of the noodles, he suddenly remembered something, his eyes widening. That official post. There was a rule that said you could not eat instant noodles on the train. Thinking of this, his face turned iron black. He had just been scared by that knife-wielding ghost and actually forgot this rule. But the malicious gazes from the surrounding passengers had already turned to him. He had broken the rule. Damn rat, daring to eat instant noodles on the train. What a foul smell. You'll pay for that with your life. The ghosts in the carriage surrounded the big man. The big man showed a look of terror on his face, and then the ghostly aura around him surged. But in front of so many terrifying ghosts, he was quickly surrounded. Red blood burst out from the seat. Su Weiwei watched the scene, her little face turned pale with fright, and her body involuntarily shrank back into the seat. Then she looked at Chen Sun and said, "You said, why did that knife-wielding ghost deliver a bowl of instant noodles to him?" Chen Sun waved his hand. "Who knows, maybe someone ordered it and said the wrong seat. If you want to blame, just blame him for being unlucky." Chapter 11, Is this train for sale? Player survival count, 7. The bloody subtitle appeared, indicating that the big man was now dead beyond recovery. At this moment, the genius who rushed to the seat of the big man began to stop. One by one, they held some body parts in their hands, seemingly wanting to cherish them. Then a cleaning attendant came into the carriage, sweeping away the bloodstains on the floor. The train continued on, as if nothing had happened. Chen Sun looked at the task list, and that task of catching the thief was still there. This indicated that the thief had not been caught. And now there were still a full 2 hours left until the game ended. What would happen next was completely unpredictable. Chen Sun couldn't imagine what terrible things might still happen on this train. It was at this moment that an icy feeling spread through the train again. Everyone glanced back, their eyes filled with fear, before quickly looking away. Chen Sun also looked back. It was the train conductor. He seemed to have patrolled the train, then prepared to return to his office. However, as he passed by Chen Sun's seat, the conductor stopped. His gaze fixed on Chen Sun. A chill instantly shot down Chen Sun's back. "You must be the esteemed guest that Highle spoke of, right? Can you come to my office for a moment?" "Highle, is that the half-faced ghost?" At this moment, Chen Sun could see no other emotions on the conductor's face. Except for seriousness, there was only seriousness. Then the conductor continued to stare at Chen Sun, seeming to wait for his reply. "Okay." Ultimately, Chen Sun nodded. After all, he did not know if refusing the conductor's invitation would also touch the rules. Having received a response, the conductor turned around and walked toward carriage number 1. Chen Sun also stood up and followed behind. As they passed carriage number 2 again, the passengers inside seemed much quieter than the previous 2 times. Everyone was obediently sitting in their seats. Under the flickering lights, not a single passenger dared to cast a strange look at Chen Sun. Except for a few players. At this moment, there were still 4 players in carriage number 1, their eyes wide with shock as they saw Chen Sun following the conductor. From the series of events that had happened earlier, they sensed the conductor's terrifying nature. The conductor was very strict about discipline on the train. It was just like being in a classroom. You couldn't sleep, snore and disturb other passengers, walk around recklessly, or even speak loudly. Even the passengers here didn't dare to breathe loudly when the conductor approached. How could Chen Sun still boldly walk here? However, contrary to what they imagined, Chen Sun was not torn to pieces by the conductor. Chen Sun entered carriage number 1, which was the dining carriage. That half-faced ghost was still chewing on some strange food, with food leaking from the other half of his face. It seemed that this half-faced ghost was always eating. The conductor stopped in front of the cash register. "Bring 3 drinks over." Saying this, the conductor walked toward his office. "Yes, conductor," the half-faced ghost said tremulously. At the end of carriage number 1, there was still a glass door for isolation. The conductor opened the glass door and looked at Chen Sun. "My office is a bit messy, please don't mind." Chen Sun paused for a moment. It seemed that after entering through the glass door, the conductor's attitude became polite. It was not as serious as before. However, upon hearing that the office was a bit messy, Chen Sun instinctively felt that the environment inside might not be good. It might even be piled with various human heads. Black blood flowed from those heads. Splash! The conductor pushed open a wooden door, revealing the situation inside for Chen Sun to see. To Chen Sun's surprise, the conductor's office was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Even the mess didn't qualify as a mess. Inside, various items were neatly arranged. A pink zombie girl, a teddy bear covered in stitches. Overall, it had a strong girlish feel. It was simply too normal to be true. "Come in and sit down," the train conductor said, and then Chen Sun walked in and sat down in front of a sofa. "Brother, your eyes are so beautiful, leave them to me as a gift." It was at that moment that a shadow appeared from nowhere and hopped onto Chen Sun's neck. Those little hands seemed ready to dig into Chen Sun's eyes. Chen Sun's back went cold, and a brick suddenly appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to smack the thing on his neck with the brick, a voice suddenly shouted to stop him. "Xiao Han, get off your brother's neck right now." However, the thing on Chen Sun's neck seemed not to intend to relent. "Dad, his eyes are so beautiful, prettier than all my previous collections, Xiao Han wants them." I said, "Get off your brother's neck." The train conductor's voice got louder, and a thick black ghostly aura surrounded him. Then the thing on Chen Sun's neck seemed to sense some kind of threat and jumped down, sitting obediently on the nearby sofa. It was at this moment that Chen Sun finally saw the true appearance of the thing. It was a little girl. But this little girl had exceptionally pale skin, and pus and blood continuously oozed from her body. She wore a cartoon bear t-shirt, but it was stained with red blood. Her hollow, somewhat rotten eyes stared intently at Chen Sun. It seemed she was a bit unwilling to not get Chen Sun's eyes. Indeed, in this horrifying world, there were no absolutely normal things. However, after 2 hours of cleansing the soul, Chen Sun had become somewhat accustomed to it. In the end, the train conductor said nothing more, taking out a small box from a cabinet. "Xiaoli told me that your spending on this train has exceeded 100,000 ghost coins. According to our train's rules, you can become a gold member of our horror train group. This is your membership badge. With this thing, as long as you're on the train, you will be a very distinguished person. Even the staff outside, including me, must treat you politely. And there's also a discount for riding the train." Saying this, a serious expression on the train conductor's face suddenly revealed a frightening smile. The conductor handed over the box, which contained a golden train badge imprinted with a skull. "Of course, this thing is not free," the train conductor said again. A pair of hollow eyes stared at Chen Sun. Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free gift in the world. But spending, Chen Sun liked. "So, how much does this cost?" Chen Sun asked. The train conductor hesitated for a moment and then said, 30,000 ghost coins. 30,000? Chen Sun was taken aback. This might be a lot for others, but for Chen Sun, it felt a bit low. Seeing Chen Sun's expression, the train conductor added, "Of course, there are some discounts available." Chen Sun immediately shook his head and said, "No need for discounts. A badge like this can only reflect its value if it's sold at that high price. By the way, do you have higher tier memberships here?" Upon hearing Chen Sun's words, the train conductor was stunned again and said, "Of course we do. However, our highest membership requires spending 500,000 ghost coins." Hearing the conductor's words, Chen Sun immediately took out 400,000 ghost coins. "Then give me the highest membership." Upon seeing this stack of ghost coins, the train conductor was instantly stunned. He even felt his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. "That's 400,000 ghost coins. This esteemed guest in front of me actually took it out so casually?" The train conductor swallowed hard. This was the most distinguished guest he had ever seen. "Esteemed guest, this is our platinum membership badge. The 400,000 will be credited to your platinum membership badge." Then, the conductor took out a badge from the cabinet, which was adorned with a ruby skull. In addition, there was a faint ghostly aura surrounding this badge.
It seems to be a ghostly artifact after all. Esteemed guest, possessing this platinum badge means that all train staff, including the conductor, must serve you unconditionally.
Even some unreasonable requests can be fulfilled by the staff.
After receiving the platinum membership badge, Chen Sun looked visibly surprised. He didn't expect the badge to be so powerful.
Chen Sun asked, "Conductor, is this train for sale?"
If he could buy this train, it might yield a significant amount of ghostly energy. The conductor stared blankly at Chen Sun and then awkwardly laughed. Esteemed guest, you really know how to joke. Chen Sun sighed inwardly. It seemed that his wish to purchase the train for a big expenditure would not be realized. However, it turned out that these ghost coins were indeed effective for all ghosts. Even an existence like the conductor was no exception. At that moment, the conductor seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Esteemed guest, I have some items left by previous humans.
See if you can use them. The price is negotiable." Upon hearing the phrase "left behind," Chen Sun looked visibly taken aback.
It seemed that this was not as simple as it sounded.
Those items were left by players who died in the horror games? Chapter 12, is this your service attitude?
If the people the conductor mentioned are players, perhaps the items they left would indeed be useful to him.
There might even be ghostly artifacts among them.
Chen Sun looked at the conductor and said, "Of course, please take out those items so I can have a look." Hearing this, the conductor began rummaging through a cabinet. Soon, he brought over a wooden box. Inside were various items, a blood-stained gold watch, a broken smartphone.
There was even a ring, resting on a decayed finger.
Seeing this, Chen Sun's mind went blank.
These must be the belongings of the last batch of players who entered here.
He had little interest in dead people's things. However, he soon discovered a yellowed piece of parchment in the wooden box.
Ghost contract.
Chen Sun's eyes were fixated on this yellowed parchment. He had seen this item mentioned on a forum. It was said that a single ghost contract could sell for over $1 million. This ghost contract was the most important thing for a human to sign a deal with a ghost. After all, in the horror world, ghosts are usually stronger than humans, and many ghosts have volatile personalities. Only a ghost contract can make them obedient.
Chen Sun's gaze lingered on the ghost contract for a moment and then said, "Conductor, can this be sold to me?"
With this ghost contract, perhaps the task in his system could be completed.
Chen Sun had read many novels in his past life. When a protagonist needed to buy something, they would always ask for the prices of other items first to prevent price hikes. However, for Chen Sun, there was no need for that at all.
Upon hearing this, the conductor took out the ghost contract.
"Ghost contract, it's quite suitable for a human like you."
Then, the conductor fell silent for a moment. It seemed he was considering what kind of price to open.
After a while, he finally said,
"How about this, 10,000 underworld coins?" Hearing this, Chen Sun obviously felt somewhat disappointed.
"So you thought for a long time, only to give such a low price?"
Chen Sun thought the other party would at least offer 100,000 to cheat him. After asking the system, this price indeed could not be raised, and Chen Sun reluctantly took out a stack of underworld coins to hand to the train manager.
"You are really straightforward." The train manager burst into laughter after receiving the money.
Actually, his heart had already begun to thump loudly at this moment.
This is 10,000 underworld coins.
Adding to the 400,000 from earlier for registering members, he could earn several thousand underworld coins. This was even more than his current savings.
He looked at Chen Sun and said, "By the way, although I don't know your name yet, from today on, you are my good brother Wang Li."
Wang Li changed from his serious appearance outside the office and gently patted Chen Sun's shoulder. "If you encounter any trouble on this train, remember to call me, I'll take care of it for you." After speaking, Wang Li looked towards the outside of the office and said,
"Why is Xiao Li so slow?"
Then he turned to Chen Sun and said,
"Good brother, sit here for a while, I'll go out and take a look."
Immediately, his face became serious as he walked towards the office exit.
Now in the office, only Chen Sun and the little girl remained. Seeing Wang Li leave, the little girl's somewhat decayed face instantly turned gloomy.
"Brother, now it's just the two of us left here.
On our first meeting, what gift will you give to Xiao Han?"
After speaking, the little girl began to size up Chen Sun, then stared directly into his eyes. It seemed she really liked those eyes. Seeing this, Chen Sun quickly took out the birdcage and a brick from the system space and said,
"Little ghost, you better behave."
Upon seeing the birdcage and brick, the little girl seemed to become somewhat wary.
Not fun."
After saying this, she crawled on all fours up the wall and then into the deeper part of the office. Only then did Chen Sun put away those two ghostly items. It seems that as long as your strength is strong enough, even the ghosts will fear you.
Finally, Chen Sun's gaze scanned around the office. This office, aside from being somewhat girlish, was actually no special place.
Only the walls had several large characters written in red paint.
If you encounter any problems, feel free to call the train manager's office phone. Phone number 444-4044. The train manager is sincerely at your service. On the desk, Chen-sun also saw an old telephone. It was uncertain whether this phone could be dialed. Not long after, Wang Li returned, holding 3 teacups. Wang Li placed 1 cup in front of Chen-sun. Here brother, have some water. Chen-sun looked into the cup. There were no wriggling worms, nor was there a rotting corpse inside. It seemed to be just a simple cup of soda water. Thank goodness. After chatting with Wang Li for a while, Chen-sun left the office. This time, he really gained quite a few good things. A badge representing noble status on the train. And a ghost contract that allows signing with ghosts. Of course, he also became brothers with the train manager. Now on this train, as long as he doesn't touch the rules, he seems to be able to walk sideways. Even if he touches the rules, with Wang Li backing him up, he probably wouldn't die. Having money is really good. Glancing at the game time, there was still over an hour left. As soon as this time passes, he could leave this dungeon. The next hour should be uneventful, right? Chen-sun left the first carriage, and as he walked to the second carriage, he walked towards him, a crew member who seemed to be in a particularly bad mood. This crew member Chen-sun had never seen before. He must have come from the back few carriages. His work uniform was full of stains, and his skin looked somewhat dark and rotting. At this moment, this crew member was holding a bloody severed arm in his hand. Beside him, a player was moaning in agony. Upon seeing Chen-sun, the crew member's expression changed, like a hungry person spotting a delicious meal. Damn rat, who told you to wander around this carriage? Why don't you hurry back to your seat? The crew member came closer, his decaying head leaning in, glaring angrily at Chen-sun. It's over, this guy is finished. The other players in the carriage felt a knot in their stomachs upon witnessing this scene. Being targeted by the crew member was definitely not a good sign. The player whose arm had been torn off screamed in terror because he startled a ghost in the train. They looked at Chen-sun. Now he could only obediently admit his mistake and return to his seat to avoid trouble, right? However, looking at the crew member's imposing demeanor, even if he survived, it was likely he would leave part of his body behind. Yet, to their surprise, there was not a trace of panic on Chen-sun's face. In fact, there was not the slightest hint that he wanted to return to his seat. He looked at the crew member and said, "Is this your service attitude? Is this your service attitude? Crew member, I think you should try lowering your posture a bit. Your dirty saliva has already sprayed on my clothes." Chen-sun patted his clothes and said. The players in carriage 2 widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. This guy, is he looking for death? Rat, who are you talking to? Do you know what the consequences of wandering around in the carriage are? At that moment, the ghostly aura around the crew member began to spread. This ghostly aura was significantly stronger than that of the kitchen knife ghost earlier. Calmly, Chen-sun took out a wooden box from his pocket and then pulled out the platinum membership badge with a skull emblem, putting it on his chest. Is this how you speak to your platinum members? Can I file a complaint with your train manager? Chen-sun said coldly. He did this to see if the badge truly had the value the train manager claimed. Sure enough, the moment the crew member saw the badge, his ghostly aura quickly dissipated. His face even showed signs of fear. My esteemed guest, I apologize for my earlier disrespect. Please, I beg you, do not inform the train manager. Chen-sun felt a thrill of joy in his heart. It seemed the badge was indeed useful. From then on, he should be able to walk proudly on this train. This game level would have no significant difficulty left. Then, Chen-sun coldly looked at the crew member and said, "Since that's the case, why don't you quickly move your ugly and filthy body aside? I want to return to my seat." The crew member instantly stepped aside, giving Chen-sun a wide path to walk. Of course, it was my mistake, esteemed guest. Chen-sun walked towards carriage 3. Several players in carriage 2 were left with their mouths agape, struggling to believe what they saw. This game can be played like this? They wanted to do the same, but they were too scared. Moreover, they didn't have that badge. As Chen-sun passed by a player, that player grabbed his hand and asked, "Brother, how did you do that? Can you teach me?" The one gripping Chen-sun was a big fat man. He seemed to be quite the couch potato. Chen-sun said, "It's very simple. You just need to have money." The fat man looked utterly dazed. Rich. He was deep in thought. He knew that the currency circulating in the game world was ghost money. He just didn't know if it would work to burn some for himself when he got back. While the chubby guy was in a daze, Chen-sun arrived at the junction of carriage 2 and 3. Chen-sun looked at his right hand. This hand had just touched the old lady's eyeball, and that sticky feeling seemed to still have some strange residue. Not good, I need to wash my hands. Chen-sun said, then opened the big door of the restroom. The sound of whoosh rang out. It wasn't the sound of the door opening but rather the sound of a pile of items falling to the ground. There were eyeballs, a half-broken cane, torn stockings, and even bloody sanitary pads. Whatever you can think of was there. The restroom door opened, and inside was a ghost. This ghost was translucent, with a pile of strange things in its belly. The translucent ghost looked panicked at Chen Sun. When it realized Chen Sun was human, its panicked face instantly turned angry. Damn rat, can't you knock before coming in? Chen Sun was also stunned. He had no idea there was a ghost in this restroom. And the door wasn't even locked. Chen Sun originally wanted to apologize. But at this moment, a line of bloody red text suddenly appeared in front of him. Side mission target found. Catch this little thief and help the passengers on the train recover their lost items to receive extra game rewards. Rewards will be distributed after the mission ends. At the same time, a voice echoed in Chen Sun's mind. A level 7 ghost can be contracted. Chen Sun was stunned, then he flashed a wicked smile at the little thief ghost. Oh buddy, so you are the little thief ghost. Upon hearing this, panic instantly crossed the thief ghost's translucent face, its eyes darting from side to side. Shoo! Don't say anything careless. The little thief ghost said. Chen Sun grinned. Whether it's careless or not, I'll know when I call the attendant over. This sentence clearly touched the little thief ghost's nerves, and its translucent face abruptly turned pitch black. Thick ghostly energy filled the air. The intensity of this ghostly energy was just a bit weaker than that of the train conductor. You little ghost, don't blame others, blame yourself for knowing things you shouldn't. The thick ghostly energy made Chen Sun feel a hint of death's danger. Then he immediately took out Quinn's birdcage. Opening the birdcage, a pair of black hands reached out and trapped the little thief ghost inside. A few breaths later, a black crow suddenly appeared in the birdcage. However, the items from the thief ghost's body fell out immediately. Half a bottle of mineral water, foul-smelling socks, nearly finished toothpaste. Whatever you can imagine was there, except for anything of real value. Chen Sun was taken aback, looking at the crow in the birdcage, and said, Wait, big brother, why do you steal everything? However, the crow, upon seeing those items, let out a loud cry. It seemed to be in pain. Little ghost, what have you done to me? Damn, if this broken birdcage was during my peak era, I could have smashed it with one punch. I advise you to let me go now. Chen Sun remained indifferent. After all, this little thief ghost was only level 7 and had no way to escape from the birdcage. However, from this little thief ghost's words, it seemed he used to be even stronger. After all, he couldn't contract another ghost right now, why not this one? Chen Sun shook his head, feeling that contracting a ghost of such character was a bit strange. Forget it, after all, it's just to earn the mission reward. I can always release it later. Chen Sun said, taking out the ghost contract, looking at the little thief ghost in the birdcage, and said, Come, sign a ghost contract with me. Sign the ghost contract, and I will let you go. The thief ghost in the birdcage stared at Chen Sun with its dark, shining eyes and said, Don't even think about it. Lowly rat. Chen Sun chuckled. Fine, I originally planned to give you a chance to change, but it seems it's better to let the train chief handle this. Hearing train chief, the thief ghost clearly panicked a bit. No. Brother, as long as you don't hand me over to the train chief, everything can be discussed. Chen Sun raised an eyebrow. Then this ghost contract. Sign it, I will sign it. In the end, Chen Sun bit his finger and wrote the contract's content on the ghost contract. This thief ghost must protect his safety when Chen Sun is in danger. The contract lasts for 1 year. After a year, the thief ghost gains freedom. Finally, Chen Sun dripped a drop of his own blood onto the ghost contract before handing it to the thief ghost in the birdcage. I don't need to teach you how to do this, right? Poof. The thief ghost snorted coldly and also dripped a drop of black blood on the ghost contract. Finally, the contract was formed, and the ghost contract turned into 2 balls of black light, sinking into Chen Sun and the thief ghost. Unless both parties simultaneously terminate the contract or the contract expires, the party unilaterally breaking the contract will pay a terrible price. Now can you let me out? Asked the thief ghost. In the end, Chen Sun opened the birdcage. Black mist filled the air, the thief ghost reappeared in front of Chen Sun, then transformed into a ball of black light and drilled into Chen Sun's body. Hee, naive little fool, this contract only says I'll act when you're in danger, don't even think about seeing me at other times. When the year is up, I will be a free man again. Chen Sun ignored him. Then he turned his gaze to the train attendant he had a conflict with earlier, saying, Hey, is this your train's bathroom? How could anyone possibly use this? The attendant, upon hearing this, hurriedly walked over, and upon seeing the pile of items in the bathroom, his face turned pale with shock. Chen Sun didn't pay him any mind and walked back to his seat.
At the same time, 2 lines of bloody text appeared before him.
Congratulations player, you have completed the dungeon task. Task rewards will be distributed after the dungeon ends.
The system voice rang in Chen Sun's mind as well. Congratulations host on successfully contracting a ghost, completing system task.
Reward obtained, mysterious tissue box.
Ding, new task released, please use ghost money to purchase a set of fixed assets in the horror game.
Upon completion of the task, you will obtain the devouring ring.
Devouring ring can instantly devour ghosts below level 9. After each use, you must absorb ghost energy from the heavens and earth for 15 days before using it again. In the end, Chen Sun returned to his seat.
The seat ghost didn't dare to utter a single word. On the other hand, Su Weiwei looked at Chen Sun with some concern. Are you okay just now? Chen Sun nodded and said. Not a big problem, just made a good brother. Glancing at the time, there was only 1 hour left.
When this hour passed, this dungeon would end. The train stopped, and many ghosts got off. Of course, some ghosts also got on.
A few minutes later, the train continued its journey. Then, the system announcement sound suddenly rang out. Ding, it is with great regret that we inform all players that a very terrifying presence has infiltrated the train. The game is now changed to a survival mode.
Formidable ghosts are hunting players and are ignoring any rules. Please use all methods to survive.
Ghost level 8. Game main storyline changed, survive for 10 minutes.
At the same time, a bloody countdown appeared in front of everyone.
9 minutes and 59 seconds. Chapter 14, Survival Mode. Survival Mode?
At this moment, all players were stunned. Then they noticed that a thick ghost energy began to spread in the train, as if the air temperature had dropped significantly. Even the windows of the train were covered with a layer of black mist.
At this moment, the train's lights began to flicker violently, and finally with a pop sound. It seemed to be completely broken. The train fell into complete darkness.
On the roof of the train, it seemed that something was wriggling, and pairs of bloody hands reached out from the roof, as if wanting to pull them in.
Terrified screams rang out. Number of surviving players, 6. Soon, a line of blood-red subtitles appeared before Chen Sun and Su Weiwei.
1 player has been killed.
The faces of Chen Sun and Su Weiwei turned pale. Is this the Battle Royale mode? With the faint light outside the window, Chen Sun looked toward the seat of the lewd man. The lewd man sat there with a confused expression. In other words, that terrifying thing is currently in the second compartment. If all the players in the second compartment are killed, it will come over. Number of surviving players, 5.
Just as Chen Sun was in a daze, another player died.
Run.
At this moment, only one thought was in Chen Sun's mind. That ghost's level has already surpassed level 7, even the birdcage in Chen Sun's hand would be ineffective against it. Then he looked at Su Weiwei and said. We must escape now, that terrifying thing will soon come to the third compartment.
Su Weiwei finally came back to her senses. Where to escape? Chen Sun said. To the back compartments.
Now it is the Battle Royale mode, and that terrifying ghost is not limited by the rules when killing. Only by running to the back compartments can they have a chance to buy more time.
After 10 minutes, they can end this damn game.
Although there is a ghost in Chen Sun's body. That ghost only acts when he is in great danger. Moreover, given the nature of that thief, it might not be able to defeat the opponent.
Useless.
This is a ghost of the ghost domain, even if you escape to the back, you will soon be caught. The voice of the thief ghost echoed in Chen Sun's mind. Chen Sun had previously seen a post about the ghost domain on the forum. It is said that a ghost in its own domain is basically invincible. He did not think much, escaping was now the most reliable choice with his abilities. Chen Sun's gaze turned toward the second compartment. There seemed to be a pair of red eyes, staring intently at him.
Number of surviving players, 4. Time is running out. Chen Sun glanced at Su Weiwei and said. Run.
As Chen Sun ran, he pulled out his phone. He turned on the flashlight, and the light illuminated the compartment a bit more. However, when they reached the end of the third compartment, they found there was no way out. The junction between the third and fourth compartments was blocked by a solid iron plate.
The iron plate seemed to be using a thick liquid. How could this happen?
Chen Sun remembered that there were still several compartments behind the third.
His back chilled. Is this also due to the ghost domain? Chen Sun felt a bit panicked. If there was truly no way to escape, the remaining time would be enough for that ghost to come. Seeing that iron plate, Su Weiwei's face turned even paler. What do we do? Su Weiwei looked at Chen Sun. In a moment of desperation, Chen Sun suddenly remembered he had one item left. The mysterious tissue box. As long as he fed this tissue box with 100 ghost coins, it could possibly draw a clue related to the main storyline from the tissues. However, it can only be used once a day.
This was a system reward Chen Sun received after contracting with the ghost. He took the mysterious tissue box out of the system space. It was an ordinary-looking wooden box, but half a white paper was exposed on top, seemingly waiting for someone to draw it. He took out 100 ghost coins and handed it over. The wooden box suddenly opened wide, then swallowed the 100 ghost coins. The air around was getting colder, and the carriage was becoming darker. It seemed even the light from the phone could barely illuminate it anymore. Chen Sun pulled out a tissue from the box and shined his phone's flashlight on it. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Wherever his gaze can see is his ghost domain, and the eyes are also his most vulnerable spot. Try to hide in a place where he can't see. Fortunately, there was a clue among the pulled tissues. So, as long as we hide in a place that the terrifying ghost can't see, we can be safe? Now, what place inside these two carriages could he not see? Chen Sun thought for a moment and then looked at the restroom nearby. He probably couldn't see the space inside this restroom. Chen Sun opened the restroom door. The light inside was dim, but there was indeed some. It seemed that no so-called ghost domain had formed here. Get in here, Chen Sun said as he pulled Su Weiwei into the restroom. Just when Chen Sun wanted to close the restroom door, a pair of big hands suddenly grasped the large door. A sleazy face appeared. It was the sleazy man from carriage number 3. Bro, save me. Let me hide in there too. I saw him coming, and he was holding several heads. At this moment, Chen Sun realized that only 3 players were still alive. Without time to think, Chen Sun pulled the sleazy man into the restroom, forcefully closed the door, and locked it. There were only 8 minutes left in the game. In just 2 minutes, all the players in carriage number 2 had died. It seemed that this horror game was far from as simple as they imagined. The restroom was very cramped, with 3 people hiding inside. There was almost no extra space to stand. Su Weiwei was tightly pressed against Chen Sun, her chest giving him a soft feeling. The sleazy man stared at Chen Sun with moving eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Chen Sun scanned the restroom with his gaze. What puzzled him was that there was even a phone in this restroom, although it looked very old. At this moment, Chen Sun recalled the blood-red words from the train conductor's office. The conductor should be able to handle this ghost, right? He didn't know if it would work, but he wouldn't miss any chance for survival. Finally, Chen Sun picked up the phone, recalled the conductor's office number, and quickly dialed it. In the next second, he actually got through. Hello, this is the conductor's office. A serious voice with static came from the other end of the phone. Listening to this voice, it was indeed Wang Li. Bro, a terrifying ghost is chasing us on the train. He should be in carriage number 3 now, Chen Sun said. A puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. Who are you? Chen Sun replied. Okay, buddy, wait for me. I'll come to save you. Wang Li's tone suddenly changed, and then he hung up. It seemed he was going to rush over. Bang bang bang. At that moment, a loud pulling sound came from the door. The restroom door began to shake violently. Streams of black gas seeped in from the bottom of the door. The ghost is coming. Chapter 15, This hell money I can't spend enough. Bang bang bang. The ghost kept pulling at the restroom door handle, and the handle began to shake violently up and down. It seemed like it would be yanked off by the ghost in the next second. Fortunately, the restroom door handle was of decent quality, and the ghost failed to pull it off. Then, the sounds of pulling the door stopped. The ghost seemed to have given up. Unfortunately, Chen Sun and the others still didn't have the courage to open the door. Now, staying in the bathroom is the safest. Who knows if that ghost has really gone far? Or maybe it is squatting right at the bathroom door, waiting for them to come out. A brief silence filled the bathroom. He glanced at the remaining game time. There are still a full 7 minutes left. Not even half the time is gone. The ghost knows what will happen next. There seems to be no ventilation in the bathroom. The 3 of them are crammed in here, suffocating. Various smells of vomit and decay waft in. They even feel a sense of impending suffocation. If it weren't for the terrifying ghost possibly lurking outside for them, they wouldn't want to stay any longer in this filthy bathroom. The chilling atmosphere instantly enveloped their hearts. The creepy guy thought for a moment and then looked at Chen Sun with a worried face. Brother, you called the conductor before. Will he come? Humans, in front of these ghosts, are just mice. And the ghosts are cats. How could a cat possibly save a mouse? I don't know. Although Wang Li treated him like a distinguished passenger in the office. And he said on the phone that he would come to save Chen Sun. But in a horror world, nothing can be understood through human logic. Especially the ghost's mind. In the end, Chen Sun took out the birdcage of Suyin, then took out a stack of ghost money. He wanted to feed the birdcage more ghost money, maybe it would buy him some time. At this moment, Chen Sun wouldn't miss any chance to enhance his survival. The creepy guy looked at the birdcage and the ghost money, his eyes showing obvious excitement. He had seen Chen Sun catch a ghost with that birdcage with his own eyes. But this excitement only lasted a second in his eyes before it faded away. After all, this was not something he could possess. Chen Sun held the money and moved it toward the birdcage, but the birdcage showed no reaction at all. It seemed to be full already. Finally, Chen Sun put the money away. At this moment, the thief ghost inside him suddenly spoke. How do you have so much ghost money? There was a hint of disbelief in that voice. The ghost money that Chen Sun just took out was worth several 10,000. Hearing the thief ghost's words, Chen Sun was stunned, remembering the enthusiasm of other ghosts when they looked at his ghost money. Just how much temptation does this ghost money have for these ghosts? So he said to the thief ghost in his heart. This is nothing, I have plenty of ghost money, and I can't even spend it all. I have as much as you want. Chen Sun had already signed a contract with the thief ghost, so the thief ghost could hear this voice. However, after Chen Sun finished speaking, the thief ghost fell silent again. No one knows how long it took before the thief ghost's voice came again. I can help you deal with that ghost, or rather, I can ensure it can't kill you. However, as part of the deal, you need to give me some money? Chen Sun felt delighted and said. Okay, how much do you want? The thief ghost fell silent again, seemingly contemplating the price. Finally, his voice came. 1,000 ghost money. Chen Sun's face turned dark. Useless guy. In the end, the deal was still reached. Knock, knock, knock. Then, a knocking sound echoed in the bathroom. Who is it? I am the conductor, the monsters outside have been dealt with. You can come out now. It was indeed Wang Li's voice. Hearing this voice, the creepy guy and Su Weiwei in the bathroom both breathed a sigh of relief. Although the conductor is also a ghost, at least he follows the rules. As long as they haven't violated the rules, they won't die. But Chen Sun frowned. If that terrifying ghost is dead, then why has there been no announcement in the game? Finally resolved, I don't want to stay in this stinky place for another second. Saying this, the creepy guy pulled open the bathroom door with one hand. Wait! Chen Sun shouted immediately. But it was too late, the bathroom door had already been opened by the lewd man. Chen Sun's eyes widened. Mice, you are safe now. Outside the bathroom door, the train conductor stood there, still wearing a serious expression. The lewd man looked at the conductor, then at Chen Sun. Brother, what are you saying? But the next moment, Chen Sun quickly closed the bathroom door and locked it. The lewd man's face was filled with confusion. Brother, what are you doing? We can go out now, why are you staying in this stinky place? Chen Sun looked seriously at the lewd man and said. The person outside is not the train conductor. Although the conductor was also a ghost, he wouldn't call people mice when he saw them. After all, he paid great attention to the passenger experience. Moreover, judging by the conductor's gaze, he seemed not to recognize Chen Sun at all. It was completely different from the conductor who had been calling him brother on the phone just now. The lewd man, upon hearing this, appeared even more confused. Ding ding ding. It was at this moment that the old phone in the bathroom suddenly rang. Chen Sun answered the phone, and on the other end was Wang Li's voice. Brother, where are you? I went to carriage 3, but I couldn't find you. And I had people search all the carriages for half an hour with no sight of you. Where did you go? Hearing Wang Li's voice, Chen Sun's breathing became rapid, his throat rolling up and down. The person outside was indeed not Wang Li. And the conductor said they had been looking for them for half an hour? Was the flow of time here different from outside? Hey, brother? Seeing Chen Sun not speaking for a long time, Wang Li called out again. Chen Sun was stunned for a moment and then said. Brother, we might have encountered some trouble. I am indeed in the bathroom of carriage 3, but it seems this is that guy's ghost domain. Chen Sun wanted to say more, but the zzzz sound of electrical currents came from the phone. The call was dropped. Hee, what a drag. I was hoping to play with you guys a bit longer, but now it seems the game is about to end. The one speaking was none other than the lewd man. At this moment, the lewd man looked at Chen Sun and Su Weiwei with a wicked grin, black lines spreading across his neck, looking very terrifying. Chen Sun was stunned, but with the thief ghost assuring his safety, much of the tension in him disappeared. You are a ghost? No, when did you possess him? The lewd man's mouth cracked open, seemingly splitting half his face apart with this grin. I've been here from the very beginning. Chapter 16, the end of the copy, the whereabouts of the parents? From the very beginning? That means, when they were hiding in the bathroom, this ghost had always been by their side. Thinking of this, Chen Sun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He remembered the words on the tissue box. The place he could see was his ghost domain.
So, they had been within this ghost's ghost domain all along? I originally wanted to play with you a bit, after all, seeing your prey die in utmost fear is a delight for me. Unfortunately, it seems something outside is trying to break this ghost domain. As the lewd man spoke, the entire bathroom began to change. It was no longer as narrow as before, but now extremely spacious. Su Weiwei had disappeared. In the whole space, there was only Chen Sun and a monster with red eyes in front of him. To be precise, it was a small ghost. This ghost had 3 faces, one laughing, one sorrowful, and the one in the middle had a mouth that seemed ready to split the face apart, full of wickedness. The red-eyed face shone with a light, staring intensely at Chen Sun. Let's start with you. The red-eyed ghost said, a powerful ghostly energy spreading out. This ghost opened its blood-red mouth and directly pounced towards Chen Sun. Chen Sun's heart tightened, then the ghostly energy directly gathered on his 2 fingers, and he lunged towards the red-eyed ghost's eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Wherever his gaze can see, it is his ghostly domain, and the eyes are also his weakest point. Based on this clue, Chen Sun speculated that the ghost's eyes were indeed his most vulnerable spot. If he could poke those eyes blind, perhaps he could break this ghostly domain. The red-eyed ghost seemed to realize Chen Sun's intentions, but it showed no sign of wanting to dodge. Instead, it sneered. It's useless, rodent. Your ghostly energy is too weak for me now. Even if my eyes are my weakest point, they are still not something you can destroy. Sure enough, Chen Sun's hand stopped just before reaching the red-eyed ghost, as if it had hit an iron plate. I told you, it's useless. However, in the next second, the pupils in its red eyes quickly shrank. A stream of black ghostly energy erupted from Chen Sun's fingers, transforming into 2 needles piercing toward the red-eyed ghost. At this moment, it was too late for the red-eyed ghost to evade. The red eyes were pierced by the ghostly energy, instantly losing their brilliance. No, impossible. The red-eyed ghost's palms and eyes began to emit a tearing wail, as the entire space began to fracture and dissipate. In the end, the red-eyed ghost transformed into a mass of black mist and then vanished. Was this truly the end? Chen Sun frowned. At the same time, a translucent figure appeared in mid-air, staring at Chen Sun. We agreed on 10,000 soul coins, you cannot go back on your word. When the red-eyed ghost appeared, Chen Sun had communicated with the thief ghost. Only after that did the previous scene unfold. Although the thief ghost couldn't defeat the red-eyed ghost, it was not a problem to stab its eyes in a sneak attack. Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged. As Chen Sun spoke, he threw a pile of money to the thief ghost. The thief ghost's eyes widened in disbelief as it placed the money into its translucent belly. This was the best thing it had received since its power declined. Much better than those tattered stockings. Then, the soul coins began to slowly emit ghostly energy inside the thief ghost's belly, which it gradually absorbed. Whether it was an illusion or not, Chen Sun felt the thief ghost's body seemed to become more substantial. It seemed this was the function of soul coins for ghosts. Feeling the benefits in its body, the thief ghost looked at Chen Sun with fervor. Its entire face turned into one of greed, and it asked, how much money do you really have? Chen Sun glanced at the thief ghost and said, my money is beyond your imagination. Just giving 1,000 soul coins made the thief ghost this excited. Chen Sun worried that revealing his actual balance might cause the thief ghost to faint. After thinking for a moment, Chen Sun said, don't worry, as long as you obediently follow my orders, money will not be a problem for you in the future. Even though a contract was signed, getting the thief ghost to act wasn't that easy. With the thief ghost's greedy trait, Chen Sun could ensure it would willingly work for him. But unfortunately, only a portion of the money given to the thief ghost could be deemed legitimate expenses by the system every day. Otherwise, he could have the thief ghost constantly brushing ghostly energy for him. All right. The thief ghost replied. By the way, I still don't know your name. Chen Sun looked at the thief ghost. Shadow. The thief ghost said. And you? Chen Sun smiled and said. From now on, just call me boss. Shadow seemed to ponder but did not refute. A ghost is coming, Shadow said, then burrowed into Chen Sun's body. Not far away, Wang Li looked at Chen Sun with amazement. There were a few crew members beside him. Then, he showed a serious expression. Dear passengers, thankfully, you are still alive. This expression was completely different from the relaxed demeanor in the office. Chen Sun looked around at the ghostly attendants and understood something. Yeah, I took care of that guy, Chen Sun said. Finally, Wang Li sniffed the air, then his face showed disgust. Huntsman, disgusting scent. Huntsman? Chen Sun asked. It was the first time he had heard this word. But Wang Li seemed unwilling to explain anything to him, still wearing a serious face, said. Since it's safe now, let's head back to the train. The train will arrive shortly. After saying this, Wang Li turned around and walked towards car 1. Chen Sun glanced at the game timer. After he dealt with the red-eyed ghost, the game was still counting down. And the number of surviving players was 3. What's going on?
However, Chen Sun did not notice that a wisp of black air had entered the sleazy man's body. Opening the restroom, both Su Weiwei and the sleazy man had already passed out inside.
He woke them up and then returned to his seat.
For the remaining time, nothing happened. When the train arrived at the station, Chen Sun and the others got off.
The game's announcement voice also came.
Congratulations to all players for successfully completing this instance.
Players will automatically exit the game in 30 seconds. Hearing the game's announcement, Chen Sun and the others let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Thank you, Chen Sun.
At this moment, Su Weiwei also walked over, her eyes revealing a strange expression. She had fainted when the red-eyed ghost appeared and did not know what had happened afterward. But she understood that Chen Sun must have saved her.
Chen Sun nodded, saying nothing more.
In the game, they were just fleeting teammates. Perhaps they would never have any connections in the future. Chen Sun's gaze relaxed as he scanned this terrifying game world. In the station, scary ghosts looked at them with malice, but none approached. The station was still chaotic, littered with all kinds of garbage, and a foul odor lingered.
A gust of wind blew, lifting a newspaper. Chen Sun instinctively looked over.
Then he froze in place.
On that newspaper, he saw a photo. In the photo, there were 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman, dressed elegantly. This photo of the 2 people, Chen Sun also had. However, that photo was displayed at his home in the real world. Dad? Mom?
Chen Sun was stunned and reached out, wanting to pick up the newspaper for a closer look, but his body began to rapidly fade. Game time was up, he was forcibly ejected from the game world. And he did not notice that at the last moment of being teleported out of the horror world, the sleazy man suddenly fixed him with a gloomy stare. Then those eyes instantly turned blood red.
Chapter 17, Mysterious Fog, Official. Congratulations, player, on completing the main quest.
Based on the player's performance in the game, the player receives instance rewards, 1000 ghost points, 200 underworld coins, skill cards *3.
The game ended, and a mechanical voice announced. Chen Sun opened his eyes. Familiar room, familiar air.
Chen Sun had never felt the real world so dear before.
However, at this moment, he didn't think much, instead turning on the light in the room and picking up a photo from the bedside table. In the photo was a family of 3. His parents and himself. This is a childhood photo of Chen Sun, taken on a beach. Chen Sun was playing with sand while his parents stood behind him. But at that time, his parents were dressed plainly, their faces beaming with happiness. The 2 people on the newspaper. Could it be you? Chen Sun fell silent.
The newspaper he saw at the last moment shocked his soul deeply. His parents had mysteriously disappeared over a year ago, and even the police had found nothing. Then came the horror game's emergence. Until Chen Sun activated the system, he vaguely felt that his parents' disappearance might be related to the horror game.
So what is the truth of the horror game, and what does it have to do with his parents' disappearance? Also, what does the system mean by inheriting his ancestors' ghost money? What kind of existence did his ancestors have in the horror game? Everything is a mystery. It seems I can only find the answers in the horror world.
Although he said that, Chen Sun still hesitated. The horror game world is filled with ghosts that are full of malice towards humans.
It is extremely difficult to survive in there. It was at this moment that 2 lines of blood-red text appeared before Chen Sun. Countdown, 2 days.
The horror game instance will open in 2 days, please prepare yourself, player.
This game instance, Bloody Kindergarten. Instance level, horror level. Another instance? Chen Sun was stunned. He had heard that players only had 1 chance to be forcibly selected. Once they participated in 1 game, the horror game couldn't forcibly enter players who had already played again. Unless they wanted to enter the game themselves. Is he being treated specially?
Finally, Chen Sun took out his phone and opened the official forum of the horror game.
He searched for information about forcibly entering the game a second time.
Unfortunately, he found no relevant posts.
That means he really is a special existence?
In the end, Chen Sun also searched for Bloody Kindergarten. Still, he found no related information.
It seems this should be a new instance.
Chen Sun's mood grew heavy. This means he has to explore all the rules of this instance by himself. The chance of death would also greatly increase. He wonders if his ghost money will still have any effect in the new instance. If it can be used, how can he spend more money? Buying fixed assets in the horror game? Feeling the benefits brought by the system, Chen Sun also planned to spend more money in the next instance. Only in this way can he quickly enhance his strength. As for how to spend it, Chen Sun had some ideas. He just didn't know if real estate in the horror world is expensive. He could buy more fixed assets, which would also count as legitimate spending.
And the speed of spending money would definitely be faster.
In the end, Chen Sun browsed the forum. To increase his chances of survival in the horror game world, it is wise to learn more about the horror world's materials. Soon, Chen Sun flipped through post after post, absorbing some important information from them. Among this information, Chen Sun learned about the butcher mentioned by the train conductor. The butcher is a special organization in the horror world. Their biggest feature is that they are not bound by any rules and can directly hunt humans.
Even their main job is to hunt humans.
This means that, in the horror world, even if you haven't violated the rules, you could still die if you encounter a butcher. However, this information was very limited, it only explained what the butcher is.
Finally, there were some new posts.
The island nation is wrapped in a mysterious fog, and information cannot escape from within. All detection equipment in the country has malfunctioned.
Is this fog also related to the horror game?
Next, there was another post. The mysterious mist began to envelop our country's border, and dozens of level 9 ghost tamers went to investigate, but only half returned, and the other half were seriously injured. This post has very little information, but when combined with these two posts, everyone understood one point. Within the mist, there must be something incredibly terrifying. Even level 9 ghost tamers cannot fight against it.
Is there a ghost in that mist that is more powerful than level 9 ghost tamers?
This mysterious mist started appearing over a year ago, and it is probably related to a horror game. In the forum, there are many posts about the mysterious mist. Some even managed to capture images of the ghostly beings within the mist from a distance. Those ghosts seem unable to leave the mist. However, the images are quite blurry, and it's hard to tell whether they are real or not.
Scrolling down further,
Chen Sun saw the official post about the 404 blood train.
He instinctively clicked on the post to take a look.
There were quite a few players replying below the post.
Which expert who has entered this instance can share some experience? What are the rules of this instance? I'm begging you, I will also enter this instance tomorrow. The death rate in this instance is simply too high, I am a bit scared.
The number of replies under this post reached over 100.
It seems that more and more people want to enter this instance.
In response, Chen Sun also simply replied with a few rules about the train.
The rest is up to these people's luck now.
After browsing the forum for a while longer, Chen Sun received a private message on his account.
Horror Game National Office.
When he opened the other party's profile, he found that they were a Blue V certified user.
This means they are official? Opening the chat box, the messages were as follows. Are you a first-time player in the horror game? About the 404 blood train, may we inquire some information from you? Chen Sun actually didn't reject the official.
After all, the officials had put in so much effort for players to survive better in the game.
I am a first-time player. Regarding the 404 train, the rules I know have already been posted below. Chen Sun replied. Is it convenient to chat face-to-face?
Since you are a first-time player, we'd like to bring the game login device to you, the other party replied.
What is a login device? Chen Sun asked, puzzled. You will know tomorrow.
After chatting briefly, Chen Sun confirmed a meeting time with the officials from the Horror Game National Office.
After all, this is the official.
Chen Sun might even learn more information about the horror game from them.
This is very important for Chen Sun. Chapter 18, Interest in Hundreds of Millions Daily.
Storing his phone away, Chen Sun took out his gains from the horror world. Besides those ghostly tools, Chen Sun also obtained quite a few valuable items from players.
When sold in the second-hand market tomorrow, it would be a nice sum of money.
Especially that golden bracelet, which could probably sell for over 10,000.
Since Chen Sun's parents went missing, the family income has completely stopped.
Chen Sun, still a high school student, has been living off the little savings left by his parents. Now that the horror game has appeared, he has solved a significant problem. Not to mention, the items he has obtained from the horror world, once sold on the forum, will definitely attract a lot of desperate buyers.
And the prices will be very high as well.
Ghostly tools can greatly increase survival chances in the horror world.
So even a level 1 ghostly tool can sell for hundreds of thousands.
And Chen Sun still possesses a level 7 ghostly tool.
However, he certainly will not sell the birdcage of Quinn. This is the thing that will save his life. As night fell, it was desolate. Chen Sun didn't know when he fell asleep. Ding-ling-ling. The next day, the alarm clock rang. Chen Sun groggily got out of bed. It was at this moment that the system voice in his mind sounded. Ding, because the host's ghost currency exists in the Heaven and Earth Bank, the interest received yesterday was 423 million. Then, Chen Sun looked at his system balance, which directly exceeded 100 trillion ghost coins. Chen Sun was completely dumbfounded. The interest alone couldn't be spent in a day, not even with money from a copy. At this rate, wouldn't he have more money the more he spent in the future?
This time, Chen Sun truly felt the joy of being rich. Finally, Chen Sun didn't think too much and glanced at the time. Today was Wednesday. As a qualified high school student, he still had to go to class. He got up, washed up, and eventually waited for the bus.
After Chen Sun became a ghost master, his reactions and strength seemed to have become much lighter. Is this the benefit of being a ghost master?
Finally, he returned to the classroom.
Many students in the classroom were lowering their heads, doing their homework.
Perhaps due to academic pressure, most students in the class wore heavy glasses. Chen Sun sat in his seat, and immediately, many girls glanced over, some clearly, some vaguely. Chen Sun had excellent grades at school and also looked like the campus heartthrob. However, he rarely communicated with others.
Thus, he often gave off an aloof godlike image. Old Chen.
When he entered the classroom, a boy with a buzz cut came over from the back row. He was Chen Sun's only close friend in this school, named Qin Shang. However, this close friend didn't seem to do well in academics and was always at the bottom of the class. So he was arranged to sit in the last row.
Old Chen, you didn't run into any trouble when you entered that horror game last night, did you?
I called you later, but you were out of service. It almost drove me crazy.
Qin Shang said.
Chen Sun had only told Qin Shang about entering the horror game. Chen Sun nodded and said, there was a little accident, but it was all good in the end. Seeing Chen Sun say this, Qin Shang let out a sigh of relief and then continued to ask.
By the way, in car 404 of the blood train, did you meet someone named Su Weiwei?
Hearing this, Chen Sun was stunned.
Wasn't Su Weiwei the JK girl who had sat next to him before? What? Do you know her?
Chen Sun was a little surprised. When Qin Shang heard Chen Sun's response, he showed an excited expression and then said,
I don't know her. But didn't you browse the forum?
Right now, Su Weiwei's post has gone crazy on the forum.
You must have seen that mysterious god, right?
Hearing Qin Shang's words, Chen Sun was completely confused. Seeing Chen Sun's expression, Qin Shang immediately took out his phone and handed it to Chen Sun.
Here, it's this post. Chen Sun took the phone and glanced. This person named Su Weiwei had written out the entire experience in car 404 of the blood train in detail.
The whole article was thousands of words long, depicting the entire copy's process and experiences. Of course, in her writing, she described a mysterious god considerably more. This god casually took out stacks of ghost coins, making those ghosts treat him politely.
Moreover, this god even successfully subdued the troublemaking ghosts.
Fortunately, Su Weiwei did not write her real name, instead using the words, mysterious god.
Chen Sun didn't want people to know he had so many ghost coins. Chen Sun looked at when the post was made, it was a few hours ago. At that time, he should have been asleep. Looks like I have to be a bit more low-key when spending money in the future. Chen Sun silently thought.
He certainly didn't want to expose his ownership of so many paper money. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable.
Who knows what kind of trouble that might bring? How about it, old Chen, you have seen this mysterious god too, right? Qin Shang asked.
Chen Sun nodded, I have seen him, and thanks to him, we managed to survive from the dungeon this time. Finally, Qin Shang enviously looked at Chen Sun and said.
It's good to have a god around.
Qin Shang finally took back his phone, then returned to his seat, clicked on Su Weiwei's sweet and cute avatar, showing a silly smile, and sent Su Weiwei a private message. Hello, beautiful. Half an hour later, without receiving a reply from Su Weiwei, Qin Shang sent a few more messages, saying,
Hello, my classmate was the player who entered the game with you yesterday. Can we be friends? Soon, Su Weiwei replied to him. Who is your friend?
Seeing a chance, Qin Shang immediately replied.
Chen Sun.
Then, Su Weiwei quickly replied to his message.
Where are you now? Which school are you attending?
When Qin Shang saw this message, his heart started racing.
So direct?
Then he clicked on his avatar, saw his handsome look, and felt immensely confident inside.
Could it be that Su Weiwei is attracted by my handsomeness?
In the end, Qin Shang sent his information, including height, weight, that he plays basketball well, and that he is studying there, etc. However, after sending this message, he found that Su Weiwei no longer replied to him.
Ding ding ding. The school bell rang, marking the end of the day's classes. Finally, Chen Sun left the school and went to a restaurant called Shu Wei Guan. He glanced at his phone. 3rd floor, box 12.
Chen Sun walked over and knocked on the door.
Come in.
An enchanting voice came from inside. Then Chen Sun pushed the door open and was surprised. Before him was a woman with an attractive figure and long legs clad in black stockings. The upper part of her body was wrapped in a tight leather jacket, perfectly outlining her curves.
Chen Sun was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed on his face. Is this the national office of the horror game?
Chen Sun had arranged a meeting time with someone from the official account last night and initially thought he would meet a formally dressed, stern-looking office worker.
This was too different from what he had in mind. The woman looked at Chen Sun and then scanned his school uniform.
They even lied to me, saying this time it would be a charming handsome guy. He is indeed handsome, but still a greenhorn.
However, he can make do. Chapter 19, set a small goal, make him $1 billion.
The woman raised her eyebrows, then formed a charming smile and said, "Little brother, how old are you this year?"
Chen Sun frowned and said, "I think I came here to discuss serious matters, right?"
Hearing Chen Sun's words, the woman's charming smile faded slightly.
What a clueless little brat.
Saying this, the woman took out a tin box from under the table.
My name is Zhao Shan, and this thing is the login device.
Chen Sun replied. Then, Zhao Shan opened the tin box, which contained only a small watch. It didn't look much different from an ordinary watch.
Zhao Shan said, "This is the login device. With this, you can enter the horror game anytime.
Moreover, using the login device to play will have a corresponding protection mechanism. Entering the game through the device will give you 2 lives and allow you to exit the game freely. However, this login device is currently still in the testing phase, so there might be some unstable bugs."
Chen Sun was still wondering. How can others continually enter the horror game?
It turns out there is such a login device. Chen Sun stared at the login device, feeling thrilled inside. Last night, he already thought this login device was a good thing.
He didn't expect it to be that powerful.
It could grant 2 lives and allow him to exit the game at any time.
For Chen Sun, no,
For all horror game players, this was great news. This meant that with the login device, horror games weren't so scary anymore. At least if one didn't seek death, one wouldn't die.
Simply put, having the login device was like having a cheat code. He just didn't know how the National Administration Research Office developed this thing.
Seeing the fiery expression on Chen Sun's face, Zhao Shan closed the tin box again. Of course, you need to tell us about your experiences in the dungeon yesterday along with some key information. And you must enter the dungeon at least once a month to provide us with at least one dungeon rule.
Only then can you qualify to have the login device. Sure enough, good things are not easily obtained.
However, having the login device meant that Chen Sun could safely enter the horror game world in the future.
This would greatly help him in searching for his parents' whereabouts.
Of course.
Chen Sun nodded. Entering a dungeon once a month and providing a dungeon rule was not difficult for Chen Sun.
Then Zhao Shan took out a notebook from her bag and said, "Currently, more than 100 game dungeons in horror games have been identified. Moreover, new game dungeons are constantly being developed, and even in North America, they have their own region-specific limited dungeons."
Zhao Shan, holding the notebook, explained the knowledge of horror games to Chen Sun.
Most of it was from forums, while some were things Chen Sun heard for the first time. For example, investigations revealed that there really are terrifying strange creatures in the fog. And only ghost masters could be a match for those creatures.
Some experts even estimated that the fog might soon shroud China.
At that time, China would also face a terrifying strange invasion. The only solution would be to utilize horror games and become a powerful ghost master. Only in this way could one survive during the fog invasion. However, she only read 2 pages of the booklet before stopping her explanation. Although there was a premonition that there really were ghosts in the fog, Chen Sun was still surprised when it was officially confirmed. It seemed that the emergence of horror games was not a bad thing. Although many people died in the game, it also allowed some to gain the ability to resist those terrifying creatures in the fog.
The rest is our organization's internal information. These materials can only be viewed by joining our organization. Now, it's your turn. Tell us some details about what you experienced in the last game dungeon.
Zhao Shan closed the notebook and put it back in her bag. Then, Chen Sun shared some of the events that happened in the blood train number 404. Of course, he concealed and beautified many aspects. For instance, the big man's death was due to the train attendant giving the wrong meal, and he kept quiet about spending money.
So, in the end, the monster in the last Battle Royale mode was killed by the train conductor? Zhao Shan asked.
At the same time, her eyes fixed intently on Chen Sun, as if trying to find a trace of lying in his expression.
However, Chen Sun remained very calm. He said, "Yes, if it weren't for the train conductor killing that hunter at the last moment, I might have been done for. Now it seems, it was really fortunate."
Zhao Shan thought for a moment, then handed the metal box to Chen Sun.
"I have a rough understanding of the situation. This login device is for you, it has the instructions inside. I hope you can provide us with more clues and rules for the copies later."
Chen Sun took the login device. This was his biggest game this time.
"If there's nothing else, I'll head home first," Chen Sun said. Zhao Shan raised an eyebrow. "The spicy hot pot here is good, won't you stay for a bit?" "No, I can't handle spicy food."
Chen Sun held the box and walked out of the private room. He didn't want to stay in that closed room with this woman for too long. It was only after Chen Sun left that a cloud of black mist suddenly appeared behind Zhao Shan in the room, followed by a fierce-looking ghost. The fierce ghost looked in the direction Chen Sun had left and said,
"He is hiding some things.
and he has a kind from his kind inside him. Matters are definitely not as simple as he says. By the way, the ghost inside him also stole the notebook from your bag and your favorite lipstick." Zhao Shan was stunned upon hearing this, then immediately checked her bag.
"Why didn't you say that earlier?"
The fierce ghost replied seriously. "The ghost inside him gives me a very bad feeling. Although his strength has fallen, the quality of that ghostly energy still shocks me."
"Zhao Shan, I'm asking why you didn't tell me when that guy was here just now?" "Fierce ghost, that's not important." Leaving the Sichuan restaurant, Chen Sun walked along the brightly lit street. "Boss, it seems like you are being followed."
At that moment, Shadow's voice came through.
Chen Sun was taken aback. "Is it Zhao Shan?"
Shadow said.
"No, it's someone else."
Upon hearing this, Chen Sun looked back.
But he didn't see any suspicious characters. "Boss, that guy has already left."
Hearing this, Chen Sun also breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe that was also someone from the Horror Game Bureau. Not paying attention to this, Chen Sun boarded the bus and returned home.
At that moment, Shadow finally emerged from Chen Sun's body.
In his hand, he was holding a booklet. "Boss, I saw you were quite interested in this, so I stole it out." Seeing the booklet, Chen Sun was somewhat surprised.
He never expected that Shadow could steal this booklet. How did he accomplish this without anyone noticing?
Then, Chen Sun glanced at Shadow's transparent belly, which contained a lipstick.
"Did you only steal this booklet?" Chen Sun asked.
"Of course, after all, this is what the boss needs," Shadow's eyes hinted crazily. Chen Sun smiled without exposing him. "In the future, do not take other people's things without my permission, that's a bad habit. If I catch you doing this again, those ghost money bills might just disappear."
Shadow looked glum upon hearing this.
"But you did well this time, here's your reward." Chen Sun threw 10 100 yuan ghost money bills to Shadow, who immediately became delighted and swallowed the ghost money. He opened the booklet and took a quick glance. In addition to the content on the first 2 pages, the back of the booklet was filled with large stickers of various celebrities and handsome guys.
"Is this what she calls internal secrets?"
Chen Sun's forehead immediately broke out in a few black lines.
"What era is this?
Who still likes big head stickers?"
Countdown, 24 hours.
On the last day, nothing happened. Chen Sun rushed home right after school. But when he reached the entrance of the community, Shadow's voice came.
"Boss, that guy started following you again yesterday?"
Chen Sun was puzzled upon hearing this.
"Did he follow from school to here?" "No, it seems he is waiting for you in this community." Chen Sun frowned. Was the Horror Game Administration monitoring so closely? "It's just a login device."
Chen Sun felt that this person must be from the Horror Game Administration.
If he did not use the login device as required, they could easily track him down. Forget it, just ignore it. Get ready, the game is about to start.
Chen Sun glanced at the blood-red subtitles. In 2 hours he would be forced to enter the horror game. After a quick meal, Chen Sun took the login device and entered his information.
After the last game instance, Chen Sun had more thoughts on how to spend money.
This time, his goal was at least 100 million. Now he not only needed to enter the horror game to find his parents but also to become a powerful ghost master. Only then could he have the ability to resist during the invasion of the fog.
Finally, the countdown reached 0.
Chen Sun disappeared from his room. At that moment, it seemed that the lock on the front door of his home was being tampered with. Creak. The door to the living room opened, and the streetlight outside cast a long shadow into the living room.
Chapter 20, Bloody Kindergarten.
Welcome, players, to the world of horror games.
This game instance is Bloody Kindergarten.
Instance duration, 15 days.
Bloody Kindergarten is a closed kindergarten that has always aimed to cultivate the best children.
In this place, players will act as temporary workers to complete their duties in the kindergarten, earning rewards for completing tasks.
Of course, if you perform too poorly, you may face a little punishment and even be eliminated.
Main task: find the murderous maniac hiding in the kindergarten. In Bloody Kindergarten, terrifying screams can be heard late at night at regular intervals, as one by one, those staying in the kindergarten are killed. The murderer hides within the kindergarten. Players, please try to identify this maniac.
Of course, the murderer might target you too.
After completing the main task, the game can end early. This instance has a time dilation of 20:1 compared to the real world. Finally, I wish all players an enjoyable game.
As the game's announcement ended, Chen Sun regained his focus.
At that moment, he was in a sealed space.
Inside the space, all 4 walls were reflective mirrors.
Chen Sun noticed a significant change in his reflection compared to the real world.
He now looked like an older man. So, this was one of the functions of the login device? To protect the player's privacy. Surviving players, 20. Shinsun looked around. Indeed, there were quite a few players here. However, unlike the lively chats on the 404 train, these players all had cold expressions, appearing very cautious of each other. Moreover, these players exuded ghostly energy, indicating they were likely seasoned players. Creak. At that moment, the sound of a door opening shattered the silence in the space. A man in a shirt, with a gloomy face, walked in. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, but his entire skin had a grayish-black hue. He was a ghost. Temporary workers, because the principal is out seeking investment for the kindergarten today, I will arrange your work. I am the vice principal of this kindergarten. Now, please line up according to the sequence on your work ID. Shinsun looked at his clothes, and indeed, there was a work ID on it that read, 2103. This meant he should be in sequence 3. Finally, all players formed a line. 2101, go to the office on the 3rd floor of the restroom to sort materials for the teachers. 2102, go teach dance classes to the kindergarten's youngest students. 2103, 10 minutes later, go to the back of the kindergarten to do manual work, the supervisor will assign you tasks. 2104. Soon, the vice principal arranged all the players' characters. The easiest job belongs to those assigned to be teachers. After all, how troublesome can it be to teach some kindergarten students? Alright, this is your work for today, the reward will be based on your performance. Of course, if you perform poorly, your internship may end early. When he said the last sentence, the principal's face suddenly darkened, looking at the players with malice. Everyone knew what an early end to their internship meant. After speaking, the vice principal turned and left the space. As he stepped out of the confined space, a large, shabby kindergarten appeared before Shinsun's eyes. The kindergarten had 4 stories, but it looked worn down. It seemed to be long overdue for repairs, with cracks all over the walls. Even the wall paint had bubbled up, seemingly ready to fall off at any moment. On the top floor, a few red characters hang crookedly, bloody kindergarten. It seemed this kindergarten really needed some money for repairs. Looking at the kindergarten, Shinsun fell into thought. Finally shaking his head, he walked towards the back of the kindergarten. The urgent task now was to complete his job. Together with him doing manual work was a woman who looked to be in her 20s, wearing super short denim shorts. Her snow-white long legs were exposed. However, who knows if she was actually a foot-stomping thug in reality. The two walked in silence, arriving at the back of the kindergarten building. At this moment, a short, very fat woman was looking at a large area of weeds behind the kindergarten, muttering to herself. How could this happen? Why has it grown so long again? It was just cut down yesterday. That damn temp must have been slacking off, I should have had his arm pledged here. Shinsun was puzzled for a moment, then walked over. Hello, we are today's temporary workers, the vice principal asked us to find you. As Shinsun greeted her, the fat woman immediately fixed her gaze on him with her pudgy, pockmarked face. Mouse, another annoying mouse. Although her gaze towards Shinsun was somewhat disgusted, the fat woman did not do anything. She glanced at Shinsun and said, You are responsible for cutting all the weeds in the backyard. Don't think about slacking off. If I find the weeds here have not been cleared by 4 o'clock this afternoon, I will immediately end your internship. The fat woman's expression was grim, then she tossed 2 coins to Shinsun. Take this money, go to the Ingui supermarket across from the kindergarten to buy some weeding tools. Shinsun caught the coins, each worth 10. A total of 20 ghost coins. Finally, the fat woman looked at the other player and said, Come with me. Saying this, the fat woman took the other player away from the kindergarten's backyard. Shinsun looked up at the sky. In the dim sky, a red sun was hanging high. It was probably around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking again at the dense grass in front of him. With the time spent on buying tools, he should barely be able to clear the grass. However, Shinsun noticed that after standing here for just a few minutes, the grass had already grown much taller. Instinctively, Shinsun pulled out one of the grasses, and in the next second, a new one quickly grew on the ground. This. Shinsun was stunned. Is the grass in this terrifying world like this, or are the grasses in front of him somewhat special? According to the fat woman's words, there are tools for weeding on sale in the market across the street. Leaving the teaching building, Shinsun walked toward the gate. At this moment, the kindergarten's gate was tied with a thick iron chain, and the gate was somewhat decayed and rusty. Next to the gate, there was a security booth. A middle-aged uncle sat inside, showing off a greasy big belly. Even his hairstyle was of the Mediterranean type. At this moment, this uncle was reading a magazine with great interest. However, there were a few horrible wounds on his body. These wounds were still oozing blood continuously. But this uncle seemed to not care at all.
Beside the security booth, there were also a few players.
Uncle, we just want to go out and buy some things and come back, can you make an exception?
However, the security uncle put down the magazine and glared at him fiercely.
No way, get lost.
Anyone who makes noise here, I'll twist their head off. Saying this, the security uncle suddenly threw a kitchen knife at the players. The players were severely frightened and immediately left the security booth. As these players exited the security booth, they glanced at Chen Sun and said,
"Are you going out too? It's useless, this security guard won't budge, no matter what you say. Let's just see if there's anything we need in the teaching building."
After saying this, the players turned and left. Chen Sun paused. If he couldn't go out to buy the weeding tools, he might be eliminated on the first day. In the end, Chen Sun gathered his courage and decided to try it himself.
"Uncle, I'm a temp worker here, can you open the door and let me go out to buy some tools?" Chen Sun said.
The uncle had no response, as if he hadn't heard, still focused on the magazine in his hands. Chen Sun did want to pull open the rusty iron gate. But he was afraid of breaking the rules.
"Uncle, could you please open the door?"
Seeing that the uncle hadn't replied for a long time, Chen Sun asked again. Then, this uncle became impatient, showing a terrifying look as he stared at Chen Sun.
"What are you rushing for, you damned rat? Are you waiting to run outside and get yourself killed?
Out there are no rules to protect you.
Chapter 21, do you sell this at your supermarket?
The current game instance is inside the bloody kindergarten, so the rules only apply within the kindergarten.
Don't worry, uncle, I know what I'm doing, Chen Sun said. But that uncle still had no intention of opening the door. There are rules in the school, during class time, no one is allowed to go outside.
After saying this, the uncle picked up the magazine again.
"Boss, do you want me to help you deal with him?" came the voice of Jing. Chen Sun thought. No need, violence doesn't solve problems.
Chen Sun glanced at the magazine in the uncle's hand, which was called Thriller Girl.
However, this magazine seemed very old. Chen Sun said,
"Uncle, if you open the door for me, I can bring you some of the latest magazines when I come back, how about that?"
To get on good terms with the security uncle, one must understand what the other likes.
Hearing Chen Sun's words, the security uncle seemed to have a slight reaction, then looked at Chen Sun and said,
"I said, the school has less."
However, just as the uncle was speaking halfway, he saw Chen Sun handing him a 100 yuan ghost coin.
"Uncle, just a small token of goodwill, can you make an exception?" Chen Sun said.
The uncle's gaze fixed on the ghost coin, then he leaned his head out of the security booth and looked around. Seeing there were no other teachers around, he then took the 100 yuan ghost coin. However, he still had a serious expression on his face.
"Kid, don't think that having money means you can do whatever you want, money isn't omnipotent in this world. This is your own choice to go out, if you get eaten by other ghosts out there. I'm not responsible," the security uncle said. "Don't worry, uncle, I have my own way once I'm outside," Chen Sun replied.
Then, the security uncle walked out of the security booth. On his waist, there was a big bunch of keys. He took one key out and opened the iron gate. The uncle's gaze sharpened as he stared at Chen Sun and said, "Kid, come back within an hour at most."
"Thank you, uncle," Chen Sun replied. "Remember my magazine."
"Rest assured." Chen Sun finished speaking, then walked out of the bloody kindergarten. He glanced at the desolate street outside, with leaves and garbage swirling in the wind.
Even the lights on the street signs flickered on and off. This was Chen Sun's first time seeing the appearance of the terrifying world outside.
Jing detected that the player has exited the game instance's range and will not be protected by the instance rules. Attention, outside the instance, there are many very dangerous places, please players stay safe and don't be reckless. At the same time, the game's announcement echoed in Chen Sun's mind. Finally, Chen Sun took out a bottle of pink perfume from the system space. Expired girl's perfume, after use can temporarily hide the scent of humans, but has a time limit. Of course, if facing some very powerful ghosts, it may also be detected. This was something Chen Sun obtained in the last instance.
"Boss, you don't need this at all, I will protect you."
Just as Chen Sun took out the expired girl's perfume, Shadow suddenly spoke.
Are you strong?" Chen Sun asked.
Outside the instance, there are indeed very powerful ghosts, and he didn't feel Shadow's temper could defeat those terrifying ghosts.
Shadow replied. "Boss, it seems you have a big misunderstanding about me.
Looking back to the days of my peak strength, I could basically walk through this world.
Stealing is just a small hobby of mine," Chen Sun said.
"You also said that was when you were at your peak."
Shadow replied. "Boss, my strength now is not bad either.
As long as you are willing to give me some ghost coins, even the ghosts encountered in that previous instance, I can handle them clearly for you." Though the words were said, Chen Sun still sprayed the perfume on himself.
It's so dangerous outside, every layer of protection counts.
Then, Chen Sun crossed the road and walked into the ghost market across the street. In the ghost market, there were whispers of ghosts coming and going. These ghosts glanced at Chen Sun, and malice instantly appeared on their faces.
Mouse.
They approached, but soon their eyes fell into confusion.
Ha? Why is there no scent of a mouse?
After saying that, these ghosts looked at Chen Sun warily, then walked away. This indeed saved a lot of trouble. Finally, Chen Sun found the Shadow Ghost supermarket, where, according to the fat woman, weed removal items could be bought. However, at this moment, there seemed to be no one in this supermarket. It was much quieter than the market outside. Entering the supermarket, it was messy and filthy. The smell of blood and stench came wafting through. He could even see a few rats bigger than cats, dragging pieces of rotten meat in the middle of the supermarket. And the shelf staff in the supermarket seemed not to see it at all. Walking into the supermarket, a woman resembling a sales clerk approached. This woman was wearing a greasy work outfit that looked like it hadn't been washed for half a year.
Hello, customer, what do you need?
Chen Sun paused and said.
Do you have any weed removal tools?
Of course, this way please. Finally, following the sales clerk, Chen Sun found the shelf selling weed removal tools. The cheapest here was a rusty sickle, which was being sold for 30 ghost coins.
Chen Sun even doubted if the sickle could actually cut grass. However, the supervisor only gave Chen Sun 20 ghost coins.
This was clearly making things difficult for him. Guest, you seem to like this sickle, it is the most affordable product we have here.
The salesperson's eyes showed clear disdain at Chen Sun's gaze on the sickle.
It seemed like another poor soul without money. But Chen Sun didn't mind the salesperson, his eyes were looking up at the shelves. Naturally, he wouldn't buy the cheapest weeding tool. If he was going to buy, he would buy the most expensive one. And on the shelves, the most expensive were the bottles and jars of spray. One can was actually selling for over 1,000 nether coins.
Chen Sun picked one up and then looked at the instructions for use.
Ghostly weeding spray, just spray it on the plants you want to remove, and those plants will be corroded in an instant, and the area where the spray lands will not grow new plants for 3 months. The potency is very strong, please use with caution. Upon seeing the description of this weeding spray, Chen Sun confirmed that this was the right choice.
Though a bit expensive, that was not a flaw for Chen Sun.
This product is good, Chen Sun nodded. The salesperson next to him widened her eyes in surprise. This thing was the most expensive weeding spray in their supermarket, and aside from some wealthy nobles, hardly anyone would buy it.
Was this person a servant from a noble family? If so, she couldn't neglect him.
She immediately forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Dear guest, this herbicide works exceptionally well, especially for noble families. Furthermore, there is currently a discount, you can get 20% off when you buy more than 2 bottles.
Of course, the receipt will show you the normal price. The salesperson had some experience dealing with servants from nobility, usually, they asked for discounts.
In this way, they could also earn some kickbacks. However, Chen Sun shook his head and said. No need for a discount, just pack me 30 bottles.
30 bottles?
The salesperson's eyes widened, appearing somewhat incredulous. Normally, wealthy families bought at most 2 or 3 bottles to deal with some weeds. She had never seen someone buy 30 bottles at once. A noble guest, definitely a noble guest. If I could keep such a guest, it would usually bring significant profits to the supermarket. I must not offend him, otherwise, the store manager would definitely kill me. The salesperson thought to herself. Then, cheerfully, she helped Chen Sun pack the herbicide. Honorable guest, would you like someone to help carry these goods to your home? The salesperson asked. No need, Chen Sun replied. He was someone with a system space, he didn't need to bother with that.
Finally, Chen Sun asked. Does your supermarket sell it?
Upon hearing this, the salesperson looked puzzled, not understanding why Chen Sun would ask this question. I don't have the authority, but perhaps I can ask our store manager for you. Chen Sun sighed in his heart and then turned to leave.
Just like that, 30,000 nether coins were spent easily.
A warm flow spread from within Chen Sun. Now, he already had several thousand points of ghost energy, but he was still a ways off from being a level 3 ghost master.
The speed of spending money was much slower than in the train.
Chen Sun sighed in his heart. In the end, he walked out of the supermarket and came to a newsstand outside the market, casually buying 10 issues of Thrilling Girls magazine.
Back at the bloody kindergarten, the big door was still open.
Chen Sun walked in and looked towards the security uncle. At this moment, the uncle was lying on the bed in the security booth, with the old Thrilling Girls covering his face. Security uncle, here's the Thrilling Girls magazine, I put it on the table for you.
Chen Sun placed 5 copies of the Thrilling Girls magazine on the table.
The security uncle did not respond to him. Finally, Chen Sun helped him close the door, then walked towards the back of the teaching building. Just as he passed by the teaching building, a player suddenly ran out of a classroom. His eyes were filled with unimaginable terror, as if he had seen something horrifying. He saw Chen Sun and seemed to have found a target in the empty school, running towards him. Run, run fast. Chapter 22, perfectly completing the task. Run, run fast. It's too terrifying. Those students are really too scary. This player was someone Chen Sun recognized, assigned by the vice president to teach dance classes to a small group of students. 2102. However, this player was now covered in bloody wounds. Red blood kept dripping down. What happened inside? Chen Sun asked. It's awful, too awful. The player kept mumbling, showing no intention of explaining, and in the next second, he disappeared from in front of Chen Sun. It seemed he had exited the game. At the same time, a line of blood-red big words popped up in front of Chen Sun. Number of surviving players, 17. It seemed that during the time he spent buying weeding tools, several players had already been eliminated. Sure enough, this horrifying world cannot be understood with common sense. Even teaching kindergarten students might be very dangerous. Arriving at the back of the teaching building, Chen Sun took out the purchased weeding spray and started to use it. Black mist sprayed out from the weeding spray. Those weeds reacted to the spray as if cotton candy had met water, quickly melting away and disappearing. In just half an hour, Chen Sun cleared the weeds behind completely. He could even see the black soil on the ground. As time passed slowly, no weeds were growing back in that soil anymore. Indeed, expensive means good. With 20 bottles of spray left, Chen Sun also stored them in the system space. Maybe he could use them again later. Finally, Chen Sun took out the rule notebook. During this time, he decided to see what untouchable rules were in this bloody kindergarten. Opening the leather notebook, 2 lines of text appeared on the first page. 1. There are very terrifying beings in the kindergarten at midnight. They will not be restricted by any rules, so try not to go out after dark. 2. Teaching students well is the teacher's duty. If one fails to fulfill their responsibilities as a teacher, they will be punished. Closing the notebook, Chen Sun took a deep breath. It seemed this chapter truly was not that simple. As for what might be in the kindergarten at midnight? Could it be related to the main task's serial killer? Should he go out at night to have a look? Chen Sun fell silent for a while, then finally dismissed the thought. The game emphasizes staying calm and not being reckless. Though it seems the coin had great allure for these ghosts. But who knows if it would be useful against those terrifying beings at midnight? As for the second rule, it seemed to be validated by the player he encountered earlier. Had the other party failed to fulfill their teaching duties? So they encountered something terrifying? Chen Sun noted this down. There were still 15 days left in the game, and perhaps one day he would be assigned to a teaching position. 4 o'clock in the afternoon quickly arrived. The fat woman from noon came storming towards the back of the kindergarten, her face bearing a cold smile. Let me see if that mouse today has cleared the troublesome weeds. Hee, those weeds must be suppressed with special potions. If they aren't cleared away, maybe I'll have him leave his head behind. Saying this, the fat woman wiggled her backside and walked towards the back of the kindergarten. She wore a pair of blood-stained ultra-short jeans. But these jeans looked a bit tight, squeezing the fat on her thighs. Damn rat, let me see how your work turned out. If I'm not satisfied, maybe I can add another piece to my collection. The laughter of the fat woman echoed. She had intentionally only given Chen Sun 20 ghost coins, a price that could not even buy the most ordinary weeding knife. In her eyes, Chen Sun was already a dead man. Chen Sun, who was dozing on the ground behind the hospital, stood up upon hearing the laughter. Supervisor? As Chen Sun was thinking, he saw the fat woman approaching. But when the woman saw the ground, already cleared of weeds, her face showed surprise. She coldly stared at Chen Sun, finally looking at the cans of weeding spray on the ground. A look of astonishment appeared on her face. She knew these cans of weeding spray sold for over 1,000 yuan each. How did this guy in front of her get them? The supervisor did not think about Chen Sun being wealthy. After all, who would want to do temp work if they had money? Not thinking much, since Chen Sun had completed the task, she could not do anything to him now. Finally, she took out a small notebook, scribbled a few notes, and then looked at Chen Sun, saying viciously, "Rat, you won't be so lucky tomorrow. At 6 in the afternoon, gather in front of the teaching building on time, don't be late." The fat woman said and then wiggled away. In her view, Chen Sun must have found these cans in the teaching building due to luck. Tomorrow, he would not be so lucky. With 2 hours remaining until the gathering, Chen Sun wandered around the kindergarten. This kindergarten was large, and the teaching building was divided into 4 floors. The first and second floors were classrooms for kindergarten students, the third floor was the office area, and the fourth floor was for accommodations. But Chen Sun noticed that many of the classrooms and office areas were locked up with thick chains. Even the windows were covered with a layer of white paper from the inside. What could be inside these mysterious places? At 6 in the afternoon, a clear bell rang, and the players began to gather in front of the teaching building. Chen Sun noticed the expressions of the players. Most had pale faces, as if they were quite frightened. Some were even covered in wounds, with one player having lost an arm. It seemed their work was not as easy as Chen Sun had imagined. Now, only 15 players remained alive in the instance. In just one day, a quarter of the players had already been eliminated. This elimination rate could be considered very high. After all, they had to stay here for 15 days. At that moment, the vice president wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked over. Very good, now based on your performance at work, I will settle your pay for today. After speaking, the vice president looked at a player next to Chen Sun. 2101, your work evaluation is average, here is your pay. After saying this, the vice president handed a 50 yuan ghost coin to player 2101. Player 2102 had already exited the game, so the next vice president came to Chen Sun. 2103, your work evaluation is excellent, here is your reward. Then, a 100 yuan ghost coin was handed to Chen Sun. Thank you, Vice President. Chen Sun accepted the ghost coin. Next came the work evaluations for the remaining players. Among them, only 2 players received an excellent evaluation like Chen Sun. The remaining work for 3 players was rated poorly. Those players who were rated poorly received not a single penny of ghost money. Finally, the vice president turned his gaze towards them and said, "All right, gather here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will arrange a new day's work for you. By the way, there will be terrifying things lurking in the school at night, you better not run around. Of course, our school can also provide accommodation, but it costs 50 ghost coins per night, you can pay on the 4th floor to check in." When hearing the last 2 sentences, all players were stunned. According to the vice president's meaning, if they had no ghost coins, they would have to sleep outside the teaching building. And outside the teaching building at midnight, there were terrifying things. This also meant that without ghost coins, they might be eliminated. It seemed that the work each day was exceptionally important. Without a savings of ghost coins, they had no choice but to complete their tasks seriously, at least to achieve an ordinary evaluation, to survive in the game. At this moment, the players with the worst expressions were those who were rated poorly. Because they had earned no reward today at all. Chapter 23, The Greedy Dark Ghost. The 4th floor of the kindergarten is where the teachers and staff stay. At this moment, at the stairway from the 3rd to the 4th floor, a pitch-black ghost was moving a broken chair, sitting at the corner of the stairs. A foul, damp odor was coming from the stairwell. Even the walls had a long crack on them. It was clearly an old and poorly maintained place. Little mice, now hand over your accommodation fees. Otherwise, you might encounter something terrifying tonight. The pitch-black ghost chuckled, with black liquid continuously flowing down its body. If you do not have enough money, you can also pledge part of your body here. 1 arm for 50 ghost coins, a heart for 100 ghost coins, and a brain for 150 ghost coins. I am quite reasonable. At the pitch-black ghost's place, parts of a person's body were also clearly priced. Then, a player with golden hair walked up and handed over a 100 value ghost coin. I want to stay one night, the player with golden hair said. The pitch-black ghost took the ghost coin and immediately stuffed it into its own body. When the hand was pulled out again, it produced a key and 3 coins. However, the key and the coins were also smeared with what looked like disgusting black liquid. The golden-haired player took them with a face of disgust. Counting the coins again and looking at their denominations. The player frowned and said, "That's not right, doesn't staying one night cost 50 ghost coins? Why did you only give me back 30 ghost coins?" The pitch-black ghost's face instantly became grim. "Heh, Stinky Mouse dares to bargain with me? You can stay or leave, if you don't want to stay, then get lost." The player frowned and coldly looked at the pitch-black ghost, but still said nothing more and walked towards the 4th floor with the key. The key had the room number engraved on it. Other players looked on, also stunned. Then another player stepped forward, but he only handed the pitch-black ghost a 50 value ghost coin. The pitch-black ghost took the ghost coin and swallowed it into its belly. "You can leave now, mouse," the pitch-black ghost shouted. This player was left in a daze. Then, the key? The pitch-black ghost chuckled. "Stinky Mouse, thinking you can fool a ghost with 50 ghost coins? Want to stay? Go outside." This player's face immediately turned ashen. Finally, with no choice, he took out another 100 value ghost coin and handed it over. At this moment, the pitch-black ghost finally spit out a key and 3 coins. "You're smart to know your place. You have to understand, here, I am in charge. If you want a place to stay, you better pay up." The players behind him also looked helpless, and could only obediently pull out their money to hand over to this dark-skinned ghost.
Each person was charged 20 yin coins extra. Boss, do you want me to teach this guy a lesson and make him behave? Shadow suddenly said.
Chen Sun shook his head.
No need. Violence cannot solve the problem.
When it was Chen Sun's turn, he also handed over a 100 yin coin note.
The dark-skinned ghost took the money, then swallowed it. Finally, the ghost looked Chen Sun up and down and said, "You can get lost." Chen Sun frowned. The key? Whether he got the money back or not did not matter to Chen Sun. But he needed that key. After all, staying in a room at night was essential for safety. The dark-skinned ghost glanced at Chen Sun and said, I think someone like you is better off staying outside."
At that moment, Chen Sun's face darkened. In his heart, he said,
"Shadow, 1,000 yin coins, teach him a lesson for me."
Though he wasn't short on money, he didn't want to be messed with by a ghost.
"Alright, boss, I'm transmitting power to you directly, you can hit him now." Shadow's excited voice came.
Then, Chen Sun felt a warm sensation in his body. Even the ghostly energy became much denser. Finally, Chen Sun took out a bloodstained brick and smashed it hard on the dark-skinned ghost's head.
Useless. With your ability, you're just asking for death."
The dark-skinned ghost sneered, but in the next second, he realized that all his ghostly energy had been suppressed by Chen Sun.
Even his body couldn't move. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the brick hit the dark-skinned ghost's head. A black bump immediately appeared on the ghost's head. Bang! In the next second, another brick came crashing down, and the dark-skinned ghost's eyes widened. Thick black liquid was splattering everywhere. Damn rat, are you seeking death?" The piercing cries of agony rang out. The players remaining there stared wide-eyed at this scene, looking incredulous. Is this guy really that fierce? He didn't talk much, just took out a brick and went for it? But they also noticed that the brick was a ghostly weapon. "Big brother, spare me, big brother, spare me, I was wrong." Soon after, the dark-skinned ghost kept pleading for mercy. Finally, Chen Sun wiped the sweat from his brow. He looked at the now much thinner dark-skinned ghost and said, "Where's the key?" Here it is." The dark-skinned ghost hurriedly handed a key to Chen Sun. Now, he just wanted Chen Sun to leave quickly. "And what about the extra money?" Chen Sun continued. Next, the dark-skinned ghost handed over 50 yin coins to Chen Sun. Finally, Chen Sun looked coldly at the dark-skinned ghost and said, "I just gave you 1,000 yin coins, right?" Chen Sun wasn't short on money, he just felt displeased with the dark-skinned ghost. The dark-skinned ghost was stunned, then saw Chen Sun lifting the brick again, and his heart trembled. Yes, I remembered wrong." After saying that, the dark-skinned ghost spat out 900 yin coins and handed them to Chen Sun. After receiving the money, Chen Sun walked up the stairs. Seeing this scene, the players behind Chen Sun were greatly startled. Soon it was their turn. They also wanted to imitate Chen Sun and give the dark-skinned ghost a beating, but they had no courage at all. Moreover, they seemed to lack the ability. The dark-skinned ghost's level was at least 5. They couldn't fight him. The dark-skinned ghost resumed his seat, acting as if nothing had happened, looking at the remaining players. Money. Those players could only obediently step forward and hand over 100 yin coins. 404. Chen Sun glanced at the number on the key, then found room 404, opened the door, and walked in. It was at that moment that Chen Sun noticed the door to room 405 next door was open. The room seemed very dark, and a pair of eyes was staring at Chen Sun, looking down on his face. Not a player. Could it be a teacher here? "Hello?" Chen Sun greeted. Bang! The next second, the door of room 405 slammed shut with a loud thud. Chapter 24, the sound of a door being picked in the middle of the night. What a strange person. Chen Sun shook his head and walked into his own room. What surprised Chen Sun was that this room was very clean, without dampness or unpleasant smells, and there was no old, decayed furniture. It was as if someone was living here every day to clean it. Chen Sun lay down on the bed. According to what the vice principal had said, the principal was out seeking investments. It seemed like they were going to renovate this kindergarten. He thought this might be a money-making opportunity. If possible, buying it wouldn't be a bad idea. As night fell, Chen Sun lay quietly in bed. The lights in the room still flickered on and off. In the room, it was incredibly quiet. It was at that moment that a sound of a key opening the door suddenly came from his door. Chen Sun's heart tightened. Could there be other people living in this room? Through the flickering light, Chen Sun stared intently at the door lock. But fortunately, it seemed that the key from the person outside couldn't unlock this door. It seemed another player had entered the wrong room. Chen Sun breathed a sigh of relief. But who would come out in the middle of the night? Bang bang bang. Then, in the next second, it seemed the person outside was violently pulling the doorknob. It didn't seem like a player. Were those terrifying things in the middle of the night? Chen Sun's heart jumped. He didn't know how long it took, but the commotion outside disappeared. Fortunately, the person outside seemed unable to pull the door open and left. Ha! Chen Sun let out a sigh of relief. That night, Chen Sun couldn't say he slept well. Dong dong. Just as Chen Sun was hazily falling asleep, the clock on the wall rang out. 5:40 a.m. That meant there were still 20 minutes until the assembly time. Chen Sun went to the washroom at the back of the room to wash his face. Just at that moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. Because he found out next door, in room 405. A head was sticking out of the window, eyes staring directly at Chen Sun. It was a face that looked severely burned, the features already distorted, hard to tell if it was a male or female. Even those big eyes looked extremely terrifying. Hello, Chen Sun greeted awkwardly. However, the person's gaze remained fixed on Chen Sun. This is the place that woman lives. After saying that, the person shrank their head back into the window. What is this person talking about? Could it be that the person who picked the lock last night was him? Chen Sun looked puzzled, but there was no time for him to think more about it. There were only a few minutes left until assembly, and he didn't want to stir up any trouble by being late. He went downstairs, and the dark figure was already sitting at the junction of the third and fourth floors. Hand over the key to me, and you can go down. When seeing someone come, the dark figure instinctively spoke. But once they clearly saw who it was, they trembled all over. The gaze towards Chen Sun was filled with deep caution. In the end, Chen Sun tossed the key to room 404 to the dark figure. Hoping he wouldn't have to stay in room 404 tonight. He didn't want to be neighbors with that strange person. Going downstairs, it seemed the sky had just brightened. Chen Sun arrived in front of the kindergarten teaching building. At this moment, quite a few players had gathered here. Different from the first day, these players seemed to have opened their hearts, chatting about yesterday's tasks. Finally, the vice dean arrived, and all the players quieted down before lining up. Chen Sun scanned the players and realized that 2 players were missing. Did something terrifying happen last night? Today, I am here to announce your work for today. 2101, go to the 3rd floor to organize materials for the teacher. 2103, you will teach art class to the kindergarten small class today. 2104, you will teach art class to the middle class today. Soon, all the tasks for today were assigned. Chen Sun's task today was to teach art class to the small class students. However, it seemed that yesterday's 2102 went to teach a dance class to this small class and then went crazy. Chen Sun still remembered the terrified look on that person's face at the time. This small class shouldn't be too hard to handle, right? Ding! Congratulations, player, you have triggered a side quest. Bloody Kindergarten, which has always aimed to cultivate excellent children, task content, achieve a superior rating in today's art class with the small class students. Upon completion, a clue to a main quest will be awarded, as well as extra rewards. A side quest? Hearing the game's announcement in his mind, Chen Sun was momentarily stunned. He actually didn't have much thought about the main quest of the instance. Right now, he was mainly pondering the whereabouts of his parents and how to spend the money in his system. Currently, the money he spent in a day didn't even match the interest from the system. Time passed quickly, and with the ringing of a bell, Chen Sun stepped toward the small class's classroom. In the classroom, the students were sitting obediently, each in front of a worn-out drawing board. However, those drawing boards were a bit old, and even the paper was yellowed. Even the paints on their palettes had dried up. Chen Sun scanned these students with his eyes. Looking at these obedient students, they didn't seem as terrifying as the 2102 from yesterday had described. However, in a horror game, the more normal it seemed, the more abnormal it was. Chen Sun walked into the crowd of children and said, "Dear children, I am your art teacher today. In this class, I will teach you how to paint." Although Chen Sun's painting skill was not high, teaching these kindergarten students should not be a problem. At that moment, a student suddenly stood up and said, "Teacher, if you want to teach us how to paint, please show us your work. We are not just letting anyone teach us." Upon hearing this child's words, Chen Sun finally sighed in relief. So the trouble was here. Yesterday, the 2102 had faced terror because their dance was not good enough, making these children scary, right? Thinking of this, Chen Sun prepared to show these kids a thing or two. He looked around but found no extra drawing boards. Then, the students' gloomy gazes turned toward him. Does the teacher not have his own drawing board? Not bringing a drawing board is a serious neglect of duty. Yesterday's dance teacher also forgot his dance shoes, and ended up receiving a small punishment. One by one, these students stood up, their bodies covered in black marks.
Even the air in the classroom turned significantly colder. Chen Sun was instantly stunned by what he heard. According to the rules in yesterday's notebook, if one did not fulfill the teacher's duties, it would mean breaking the rules.
Who knows what bad things could happen? Chapter 25, Poor quality painting tools are a defilement to art. The ghostly aura in the classroom gradually thickened. Even those obedient students from just now wore exceptionally fierce expressions. Each one lowered their heads, casting cold glances at Chen Sun. It seemed they were just waiting for Chen Sun to say he didn't bring a drawing board. They would come to tear Chen Sun to pieces. Chen Sun took a deep breath, and then a spark of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Now he could only take a gamble. At worst, he would let the shadow teach them a good lesson and then exit this copy. He looked at a student in front of him and picked up that student's sketchpad, breaking it violently. He even took the drawing paper and tore it into shreds. Seeing this, the student's gaze grew even colder. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Chen Sun coldly swept his gaze over the students in the classroom. "Defiling these tools you use for painting is simply a desecration of art. The reason I didn't bring a sketchpad is that I wanted to see what your painting tools were really like. The result disappointed me greatly. How can tools like yours perfectly present a picture? Even a good painting, drawn on such yellowed paper, is a defilement of the artwork. I am very disappointed in you." In the classroom, Chen Sun seemed like a madman dedicated to art. However, the eerie atmosphere in the classroom did not diminish at all. "Does that mean the teacher has better sketchpads and paints? But the teacher shouldn't break our sketchpads." Chen Sun looked at these students and said, "Of course, the teacher's sketchpad is much better than yours. The reason I broke your sketchpads is that I didn't want you to continue using such inferior tools to defile the noble art in my heart. So, the teacher has decided to give each of you a set of the best painting tools." After Chen Sun said this, the entire classroom fell silent. Those students stared blankly at Chen Sun, seemingly trying to find a crack in his expression. But Chen Sun maintained a serious face, looking at these students, and said, "Now, break all the sketchpads in your hands, tear up all the drawing paper, and dump out all the paint." Chen Sun seemed like a madman. In the end, those students seemed to confirm that Chen Sun was not pretending. He was indeed a teacher crazy for art. Then, these students immediately revealed their sharp teeth, their lips curling into a long arc. One by one, they broke their sketchpads in front of them, the scraps of paper shredded by their sharp little hands, fluttering in the air, and paint splattered everywhere in the classroom. Finally, they looked at Chen Sun and said, "Teacher, we don't have any painting tools left. If you don't give us new ones, it could be very serious." Chen Sun wore a serious expression and said, "Of course, you all wait here in the classroom for a moment, I will go get these tools for you." As Chen Sun said this, he was about to leave the classroom, but a little boy blocked his way. "Teacher, I want to go with you. If the teacher lies, then let's make a sketchpad out of the teacher's bones." "Sure. What's your name?" "Little Tuesday." "Okay, Little Two, you come with the teacher to get those painting tools. After all, as long as they pass this hurdle, the rest of buying sketchpads and paint would be far too simple. It would only take a little money." Exiting the door of the small class, Chen Sun arrived outside the main entrance of the teaching building. Just at that moment, a scream came from the next classroom. It was from the neighboring class. Then suddenly, a figure dashed out of the classroom door. "No, don't." Chen Sun looked over and recognized the person coming out. 2104. His task today was the same as Chen Sun's, which was to teach kindergarten kids art. The only difference was that Chen Sun taught the small class while he taught the middle class. At this moment, 2104's face was covered in red stains, unsure if it was blood or paint. A child was sitting on 2104's neck. Soon, with a twist to 2104's neck. Blood, bright red, splattered out and even got on the child's face. The child wore an excited expression. The teacher's blood is very red, just perfect for painting. Little Two also looked over, her eyes full of excitement. "Is the teacher's blood like that other teacher's?" Chen Sun did not answer. At that moment, he felt a bit more sympathy for 2104. What exactly happened, Chen Sun could guess. Because 2104 did not have a drawing board ready, he must have touched the rules. They arrived at the bloody kindergarten's gate. Strangely, Chen Sun did not see the uncle in the security room. But fortunately, the gate was open. Chen Sun stepped outside and sprayed some perfume. Little Two reached out her hand to Chen Sun. "The teacher needs to hold Little Two's hand to cross the street," Little Two said. Chen Sun was taken aback, this was also a duty of a teacher. Holding Little Two's hand, a cold sensation came from her hand. Then Chen Sun walked into the market across the street. The market was somewhat deserted, and few ghosts could be seen. This time, Chen Sun didn't plan to go to yesterday's end supermarket for shopping but found a stationery store instead.
At that moment, the owner of the stationery store had one eye hollow and the other staring at a magazine. The magazine illustrated what seemed to be some insides of a creature. The owner stared intently, with a fiery expression at the corner of his mouth. Chen Sun and the others walked in without him noticing. "Boss, do you have art supplies here?" Chen Sun asked. At that moment, the owner lifted his head, looking at Chen Sun with disdain. "At the back of the store." After speaking, he lowered his head to look at the magazine again. What a service attitude! But Chen Sun ignored it and headed to the back of the store. There were indeed many dazzling art supplies inside. Brushes, paints. Prices ranged from high to low. "Teacher, you said you would give us the best tools." At this moment, Little Two reminded again. "Of course." Chen Sun smiled and then picked up the most expensive paint on the shelf. Ash powder paint. The price was as high as 200 ghost coins per bottle. And that's for just one color. To paint perfectly, at least 9 colors needed to be bought. Chen Sun also glanced at the drawing board. The most expensive was marked at 2,000 coins. However, brushes and paper were a bit cheaper. But adding it all up, it would still be about 5,000 ghost coins. In the end, Chen Sun selected a set and went to the front of the shop, saying, "Boss, how much for this entire set?" The owner first glanced casually, then his eyes widened. He stood up and looked at Chen Sun. "Dear customer, are you sure you want to buy this set? This whole set is probably around 5,000 ghost coins." The owner could hardly believe his eyes at the items Chen Sun selected. These were the most expensive art supplies in their store. Usually, they just collected dust on the shelf, and hardly anyone bought them. Did he encounter a noble customer? 5,000 ghost coins was already the income of this store for 2 months. At that moment, he didn't dare to be negligent and became thoroughly polite. Chen Sun said, "I want 50 sets of these tools." 50 sets? Hearing Chen Sun's words, the stationery store owner stared wide-eyed, his already rotten brain feeling a bit dizzy. 50 sets, that is 250,000 ghost coins. He had never even seen such a sum of ghost coins. Could this seemingly ordinary young man really afford it? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Chen Sun asked again. The owner finally came back to his senses. "Of course, there is no problem, dear customer. But our store does not have that much stock right now, you'll need to wait a bit." Chen Sun's gaze focused. How long will it take? He was still in class, and the students in the classroom were still waiting for his drawing board. The boss thought for a moment and said, "Half an hour, no, 15 minutes. As long as you pay now, it can be delivered in 15 minutes. Chen Sun's gaze focused again, then he took out 250,000 ghost coins from the system and threw them on the stationery store's table. Seeing those ghost coins, the boss's breath quickened, and he stared wide-eyed at the stack of coins, then slapped himself hard. Is this not a dream? Then the boss used the store's landline to make a call. "Esteemed customer, please wait a moment in the store. The goods will be delivered in 15 minutes. As the boss spoke, he kindly poured a drink for Chen Sun. "Customer, please have some tea." Chen Sun glanced at the so-called tea, which was filled with the corpses of black bugs. "No, thank you," Chen Sun said. Although the boss said it would take 15 minutes, only 10 minutes later, a rusty truck pulled up to the stationery store's door. "Old Wu, is there a big deal?" The truck driver got out. He looked at the stationery store's boss with his hollow, eyeless gaze. Chen Sun was also surprised. How could something without eyes drive a car? The stationery store's boss ignored him and pulled Chen Sun over to the truck. He opened the truck door, and inside it, drawing boards and tools were neatly stacked. No one knew how the supplier loaded the truck so quickly and delivered it. "Customer, do you want your goods delivered?" "No need." Chen Sun pointed at the goods, and all of them were received into the system space. The driver and the boss widened their eyes in shock and then showed signs of fear. They did not know Chen Sun had a system space. And those who had such abilities were usually very frightening ghosts. Finally, Chen Sun left the stationery store. When he passed by the supermarket, yesterday's clerk rushed out with a smile, looking at Chen Sun and said, "Esteemed customer, about what you said yesterday about buying our supermarket, I talked to our manager. The manager said, if the price you offer is appropriate, this supermarket can be sold to you." Chen Sun raised his eyebrows. He had only casually mentioned it yesterday, and he did not expect it to be for sale for real? Then wouldn't his money be spent quickly? Thinking about rapidly improving his power, Chen Sun became excited inside. But on the surface, he kept calm. "Of course, but I don't have time right now. How about discussing it further after 4 o'clock? After 4 o'clock, the kindergarten would be dismissed. As a teacher, he had only that time available. The clerk smiled and said, "Of course, our manager will wait for you."
Chen Sun nodded and then asked.
I just wonder if there are other merchants in this market who want to sell their shops, I can buy together. The clerk's eyes widened. She was sure this must be a great noble.
I can help you ask. All right, see you at 4 in the afternoon.
After speaking, Chen Sun pulled little two towards the kindergarten. At the entrance, the security guard was still not around, so Chen Sun took little two back to the small class. At this moment, the students in the small class were playing with the spilled paint and scrap paper in the classroom. Their bodies were covered in various colors. They looked innocent and playful. As Chen Sun entered, all the students immediately stopped their movements, as if frozen. They stared hard at Chen Sun's empty hands, expression darkening.
Teacher, where is the drawing board you promised to give us? Teacher won't deceive us, will he?
A deceitful teacher is not a good teacher. Suddenly, ghostly energy poured out from these students. They looked at the small figure beside them and said,
Little two, why didn't you twist the teacher's head off? So weak. Looks like we should handle this.
As they spoke, the ghostly energy from the students became intense, revealing small, sharp hands that lunged toward Chen Sun. Little two's face changed instantly, and he hurriedly shouted. Everyone wait, you've misunderstood the teacher. After Little two spoke, the students finally stopped and stared at him, saying, Little two, why are you still speaking up for this teacher? He destroyed our drawing boards and deceived us, he isn't worthy of being a teacher.
Little two said. No, the teacher really bought us the drawing boards.
After saying this, Little two looked towards Chen Sun. He personally witnessed the scene where Chen Sun bought those drawing boards. And indeed, as the teacher said, he bought the best art supplies from the stationery store.
He didn't deceive anyone. Chen Sun smiled and said. You all are being a bit naughty.
Then, Chen Sun took out a drawing board from the system space.
Brand new and exquisite.
The students immediately widened their eyes. Next, Chen Sun took out several bottles of paint, and the students instantly showed excited expressions. This is bone ash paint, it's the best paint. It's said that it's made from the finest human skulls ground into powder, and a jar sells for 200 ghost coins. I once wanted to ask my mom to buy me a jar, but she gave me a harsh beating instead. Seeing these art supplies, the students instantly became enthusiastic. Finally, Chen Sun took out high-quality drawing paper and brushes and handed a set to Little Tuesday.
Here, you are the best, this set is for you. Little two received the drawing board and paint, his eyes wide. Although he already knew, he still found it hard to believe. Is this really for me? Thank you, teacher. Good boy. Chen Sun nodded. The other students in the classroom immediately looked at Little two with envy and excitedly turned to Chen Sun. Teacher, what about us? We want drawing boards like that too.
However, Chen Sun didn't hurry to take out those drawing boards but instead looked around the messy classroom. You all are naughty, look at how you've made the classroom. If the vice principal finds out, he will surely punish me. The students were dumbfounded.
Didn't the teacher tell us to break the drawing boards, spill the paint, and tear the paper? Chen Sun said.
Now, clean up the classroom and wash off all the stains on you.
Then, the teacher will give you the drawing boards and paint. Chapter 27, He is a rich painting maniac.
Upon hearing this, the students in the classroom immediately wilted. But they didn't refute Chen Sun's words, they began to pick up brooms to clean the classroom, and soon the classroom was neat and tidy.
Of course, excluding the weirdly stained walls.
The walls splattered with odd colors seemed to already be a norm in this bizarre world. In the end, after each of them ran to the bathroom to wash their bodies and clothes clean, they returned to the classroom with innocent faces looking at Chen Sun.
Teacher, we're done, can you give us the drawing boards now?
If it weren't for seeing their previously terrifying expressions, Chen Sun would truly think these students were simply pure-hearted. Chen Sun kept his word and took out the drawing boards and paints from the system store.
The students clapped their hands happily. Finally, they looked at Chen Sun. Teacher, can you show us your painting skills?
Chen Sun's heart tightened, judging from the earlier situation, he felt these students were not as simple as they seemed.
Perhaps painting was also one of the rules among them. Otherwise, these students wouldn't bring it up twice. Chen Sun smiled and said. Not yet. The teacher also wants to see how well you draw first.
Chen Sun finished speaking, and these students immediately tilted their heads to look at him. But perhaps because they had received new drawing boards, or felt that Chen Sun was treating them well, they did not continue to make things difficult.
Alright, then the teacher will take a look at how we draw. But first, I must say, if the teacher's drawing isn't as good as ours, there will be a small punishment, okay?
As he said this, a student cautiously opened his paint jar and then spread a white drawing paper on the drawing board.
Before long, a painting was completed. Teacher, how do you think my drawing is? Chen Sun leaned over to take a look. The little boy painted a yellow field, with a foggy sky and a red sun.
In the field, there were ghosts with several heads, urging some people to work in the field. However, in the field, there were also white bones hanging, which looked like scarecrows meant to scare away birds.
In addition, there were many humans dripping with red blood.
The whole picture exuded a strange aura. However, aside from the content, this student did draw quite well. It was not something you would expect from kindergartners, who would only draw pink hairdryers. At the very least, it was at the level of a middle schooler. It was definitely much better than my own level. It seemed this job was clearly not simple.
Teacher, I'm done. Now it's your turn. Surely the teacher won't just fool us with a painting that has no skill, right?
As he said this, the students' expressions grew dark again. Several students also showed excitement.
We are really looking forward to the teacher's work. Shinsun knew that if his painting wasn't better than these students, they would instantly turn into terrifying ghosts.
Use skill card. Shinsun thought, this was the reward he obtained in the 404 Blood Red Train Dungeon.
It could elevate any skill to a master level.
Please choose the skill to be improved. At the same time, the game's voice announcement also came.
Painting. Shinsun replied.
Okay, successfully improved painting skills for the player. The game announcement sounded, and suddenly a strange feeling flooded Shinsun's mind. This feeling was not just knowledge, it was as if he had become an old painter with years of experience. Both the theoretical knowledge and the reactions of his body felt like those of a seasoned master painter.
Moreover, he felt like a very powerful old painter.
Seeing that Shinsun had not started painting for a while, the student looked at him darkly and said,
"Why hasn't the teacher started painting yet? Can't you draw?" Shinsun snapped back to reality and smiled. "Of course not. I just saw some of your paintings that left me a bit disappointed. I thought your skill level would be high."
Hearing Shinsun's words, the students' expressions froze, and the coldness in their eyes increased.
So then, does that mean the teacher's painting must be really good? Give the teacher a piece of paper.
If it doesn't satisfy us, then the teacher will stay here. Shinsun didn't say much, took out a drawing board, and placed it in the center of the classroom. Then he spread a sheet of white paper, skillfully placed paint into the palette, and began mixing colors. He hadn't even started painting when a picture already emerged in Shinsun's mind. It was a pitch-black starry sky, but the moon and stars, through Shinsun's artistic transformation, seemed to warp the very fabric of the night sky.
A red moon hung high.
Beneath the red moon was a narrow valley. On both sides of the valley were grotesque statues of ghost kings. And at the feet of these statues were several tiny-looking ghosts walking in the narrow valley. However, their eyes appeared extremely fearful of this place. As if they had entered a place that terrified them greatly. A strong sense of oppression immediately came upon them. Finally, Shinsun painted a thin layer of white paint on that valley as mist.
A vague and mysterious feeling was instantly supported. Not long after, the painting was completed. All the students behind Shinsun were dumbfounded.
Their eyes were fixed on Shinsun's painting, seeing the statues of the ghost kings, as if they were in that narrow valley themselves. And they were the ghosts on the statues of the ghost kings. Looking at this painting, a wave of fear immediately enveloped their hearts.
Is this the teacher's painting? This is really amazing. Teacher, can you give this painting to me?
The students in the classroom all spoke up, and at this moment, their earlier gloomy expressions had vanished.
Instead, what was present was respect and awe. Shinsun took the painting off the drawing board and then tore it into pieces.
The one who said he wanted the painting immediately widened his eyes and reached out to catch the torn pieces.
Too bad, the painting is really too bad. It's simply a piece of inferior artwork.
Shinsun murmured softly. At this moment, in the eyes of those students, he was a madman who was crazy for art. Such a perfect painting, in the teacher's eyes, was only inferior artwork.
So, what would a painting that truly satisfied the teacher look like? These students swallowed hard.
At this moment, Shinsun had already gained their recognition. This was not a teacher hired to fill in at a kindergarten. He was a true painting fanatic.
And also a wealthy painting fanatic. Alright, now I will teach you how to paint. You all sit properly.
Shinsun did not draw another painting, but looked at the students in the classroom.
Yes, teacher.
At this moment, the students in the small class each set up their drawing boards, sitting neatly in their own places, then looked at Shinsun with eager eyes. They hoped that Shinsun could teach them how to create even more perfect works of art.
Chapter 28, Buying the Supermarket. The morning classes quickly passed, and after a break, the afternoon classes began. However, in the afternoon, the students in the small class were obviously much more obedient, each sitting seriously in their positions drawing.
Even when they saw Shinsun for the first time that afternoon, they all bowed respectfully and greeted him.
The entire afternoon went by without any interruptions.
Finally, 4 o'clock came, and kindergarten was over. These students lived in the school, but as the art teacher, Shin-sun had already completed his tasks. Next, Shin-sun went to the entrance of the bloody kindergarten. Next, it was time to discuss the acquisition of the supermarket. As long as the other party was willing to sell, the price would not be an issue. Thinking about being able to spend money lavishly soon, Shin-sun's mood instantly became excited. At this moment, the large gate of the kindergarten was tightly locked, and several players who wanted to go out were still thwarted by a kitchen knife.
Damn security guard! One day, we will kill you. The players glared fiercely at the security room before reluctantly leaving.
Shin-sun arrived at the security room door and saw that the security uncle was reading the latest horror magazine.
Before Shin-sun could even enter, an angry shout came.
I already said the school has rules, you cannot go out.
If you annoy me again, I will cut off your tongues. Uncle, it's me, Shin-sun said. Hearing Shin-sun's voice, the uncle put down the magazine that was hiding his face. Ha, it's little brother you who has come. Are you going out to shop again today? The uncle began to be polite. No, I have something to discuss, Shin-sun said.
The uncle's expression suddenly changed. Little brother, this school has rules.
You can't just come and go as you please.
Then, Shin-sun took out the remaining 5 horror magazines from the system space and stuffed a $100 ghost coin into one of the magazines.
Uncle, I've read these books already. I'll just give them to you. Shin-sun said.
The uncle glanced around and, seeing no one else, smiled and accepted them.
Hee, we don't engage in this. Come back early this time. It's dangerous outside.
The uncle said as he opened the door for Shin-sun. Once outside the school, Shin-sun sprayed some perfume and finally headed toward the supermarket.
Once again, the whispering ghosts wandered around.
It seemed that the business in this market was not doing well. On the other side, inside the Ghost supermarket, a large group of ghosts gathered. There were salespeople, stationery store owners, and dozens of unknown ghosts. However, they looked particularly fierce, with one ghost having a knife embedded in its shoulder. Some had 3 arms growing from their bodies. There were even ghosts with 4 eyes.
Highle, do you really think that guy wants to buy our stores? Is that guy's brain fried? This market location is bad, and there aren't many people.
Many shop owners have moved away, leaving only us with the rental contracts, still struggling to hold on.
Besides, does that guy really have that much money?
This Highle was the attendant who received Shin-sun.
He looks like a noble. As for whether he has that much money, I don't know. But he does seem to spend quite generously. Hearing this, the other ghosts were also taken aback.
Sigh, now that we want to sell these stores, the management might cause trouble for us. But if he is a noble, he might really have ways to deal with those management people.
At worst, we could offer him a discount. With the money we get, we could open a store somewhere else, wouldn't that be better?
This mess, whoever wants it can have it.
Thinking of this, another ghost sighed. Sigh, there's nothing we can do.
After all, the management has connections and power. I hope this noble can offer a reasonable price.
As they chatted, their gazes fell on a middle-aged woman in a red dress. By the way, Director Jing, as a kindergarten principal, what are you doing here? That guy didn't say he wanted your lousy kindergarten.
The woman in the red dress had a serious expression and said.
It's just that we haven't raised enough investment.
This guy has money, perhaps he could invest some in our kindergarten. A large group of ghosts fell silent, then looked at the time.
Why isn't he here yet? It's driving me crazy.
Just then, Highle spotted Shin-sun slowly walking toward them and smiled.
He's here.
The ghosts also followed Highley's gaze.
A human?
Who cares if he is human or not, as long as he can pay? This distinguished sir, over here.
Highle waved at Shin-sun.
Shin-sun looked over and was stunned by the large group of ghosts.
He quickly understood something. Were these all here to sell their shops?
He casually mentioned it to the attendant in the morning, and she really went and told all those store owners.
And those people really wanted to sell?
Shin-sun stopped in his tracks, feeling uncertain with so many ghosts before him.
Shadow, with so many ghosts, can you ensure my safety? Rest assured, boss, they are just some low-level ghosts.
I can handle them 7 or 8 times all by myself.
The voice of Jing came through.
At this moment, Shin-sun let out a sigh of relief.
As he walked over, those ghosts immediately surrounded Shin-sun. Sir, do you really want to buy our store? This location is great. If you buy it, you will definitely make a lot of money.
Shin-sun's gaze swept over the faces of these ghosts. These ghosts, with their fierce faces, also revealed smug grins.
Shin-sun nodded and said, Of course, each of you give me a price, starting with this supermarket.
Then, a man in a filthy suit came over. Sir, I am the manager of this Ingu supermarket. This supermarket belongs to our boss, but he said it can be sold if the price is right. I have brought the land deed, and it can be transferred to you today.
Chen Sun asked. How much do you plan to sell this supermarket, including the goods inside?
This supermarket is quite large. Chen Sun estimated it would need at least 10 million.
The manager then bit his teeth imperceptibly and said,
Sir, 3 million Ming coins, this is the price in our boss's mind. Upon hearing this price, Chen Sun was momentarily stunned.
This is too cheap. Do Ming coins have such strong purchasing power in this world?
In the real world, forget about supermarkets, in some places, not even houses could barely be bought.
Seeing Chen Sun's surprised expression, the manager paused for a moment and then said, Of course, if you think it's expensive, we can negotiate.
After asking the system, Chen Sun confirmed that this price indeed could not be further inflated, and he sighed.
No need, let's settle on this price.
Hearing Chen Sun's words, the manager was momentarily stunned. The price his boss gave him was 2.5 million Ming coins. If it was considered high, it could be sold for 2 million. He had only casually quoted a high price, planning to lower it to 2.5 million when the other side negotiated.
Unexpectedly, it was settled just like that? He found it hard to believe. Chapter 29 Acquiring the Market, Spending Almost a Small Target. System, give me 3 million Ming coins.
Chen Sun said in his heart.
Jing detected that the amount extracted by the host is too large. Should the 100 denomination Ming coin be upgraded to a 10,000 yuan denomination?
The system's voice rang out, and Chen Sun was taken aback.
So there are 10,000 yuan denominations of Ming coins?
Chen Sun nodded, thinking.
Sure, directly extract 3 million Ming coins.
Then a stack of cold Ming coins appeared in Chen Sun's hands. These are Ming coins for purchasing the supermarket, bring out the land deed. Chen Sun said to the manager of Yinggu's supermarket.
The ghosts present were stunned to see Chen Sun so readily take out the Ming coins.
They thought that such a noble would definitely negotiate the price with them, then squeeze the price of the store down severely. Although nobles have money, they are extremely stingy, always looking for ways to exploit them. This was the first time they saw a noble who took out money so straightforwardly. However, when they saw the denomination of those Ming coins, they were immediately dumbfounded. They widened their eyes, staring at the 10,000 on the Ming coins, their breathing becoming rapid.
This is a super denomination of 10,000 yuan.
That at least requires assets over 1 billion to have the qualification to extract from the Ming realm.
1 billion Ming coins. That is a number they wouldn't even dare to think about. Thinking of this, their gazes towards Chen Sun began to fill with dread. A ghost with assets exceeding 1 billion is no simple character. Even casually taking one out could be a ghost king of a place. The young man in front of them appeared to be just a low-level ghost. Surely, behind him, there must be a terrifying background.
Or perhaps, he was hiding his true strength. The manager of Yinggu's supermarket stared blankly at those Ming coins. A trace of fear toward Chen Sun rose in his heart, then he spat out 2 pieces of sheepskin parchment from his belly. This is the land deed of our Ghost supermarket, and this is the contract our boss has already prepared. After you, sir, confirm the contract is correct, just drop a drop of your blood on it, and the supermarket transaction will be complete. The manager of the Ghost supermarket filled in the amount of 3 million ghost coins on the contract and then handed it over to Chen Sun. Although the Ghost supermarket was the largest shop in the market, it had been lukewarm for years, and recently, the management council had been causing trouble. Their boss had long wanted to sell this supermarket. Now that someone had come to take it over, it couldn't be more suitable. Chen Sun glanced over the contract and, after confirming there were no hidden tricks in it, handed over the money, then dropped a drop of his own blood onto the parchment. The next second, the land deed in the ghost manager's hand turned into a black light and entered into Chen Sun's body. At the same time, a connection to the Ghost supermarket rose in Chen Sun's heart.
So this is what it feels like to own real estate?
Chen Sun found that as long as he wished, he could see everything happening inside the Ghost supermarket.
He could even use his mind to contact the employees in the supermarket anytime.
It truly was amazing beyond words.
Just then, the system's voice sounded.
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission released by the system and successfully purchasing a set of fixed assets.
Mission completion reward, Ring of Devouring. The item has been placed inside the system space and can be extracted at any time. Chen Sun's thoughts immediately focused on that extra black ring inside the system space. There were all kinds of tiny runes on it, and the whole thing gave Chen Sun an ancient feeling. Ring of Devouring can instantly devour ghosts below level 9. After each use, it must absorb the ghost aura of heaven and earth for 15 days before it can be used again. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully spending 3 million ghost coins and gaining 30,000 ghost aura. At the same time, a warm current surged within Chen Sun's body. Level 3 Ghost Controller. The ghost aura on Chen Sun became denser, and he even found that his vision of the surroundings had changed. It felt like he could see farther than before.
It seemed his physical condition had improved a lot too. Next, a ghost with a kitchen knife embedded in its shoulder walked up.
Sir, my shop is right next door, this hardware store. Do you think 1 million is okay?
This ghost spoke politely. His hardware store had been open for several years already, and at most, it made around 1,000 ghost coins a month. If the shop weren't his own, with no rent to pay, the store probably would have gone bankrupt long ago. If he could sell this store and take the money to buy a smaller shop in a busier area,
maybe he could earn even more.
But now, he felt a bit unsure in his heart. After all, the price he offered was already a bit inflated. He had thought about selling the shop before, but the highest offer he had ever received was only 300,000.
Then, he saw Chen Sun frown. So it's still not acceptable?
The ghost with the knife in his shoulder sighed in his heart.
Alright, let's go with that price.
Chen Sun's voice came.
The ghost was stunned at once.
Sir, why you agree just like that?
What, you want to raise the price even more?
The ghost quickly waved his hands, thinking Chen Sun was angry, and said urgently.
No, I didn't mean that. Here's the land deed, let's sign the contract right now.
Chen Sun took out the ghost coins again, and the ghost stared at them, eyes wide and throat gulping. That was 1 million ghost coins, after all. He could never earn so much money in half a lifetime. But in the eyes of the noble in front of him, it seemed like he could take it out at will. This made him feel extremely envious inside. In just half an hour, Chen Sun successfully acquired most of the shops in this market. The amount of money spent had reached over 80 million hell coins. Only a tiny bit more to reach a small goal. He had also become a level 4 ghost tamer. This was already a decent strength among ghost tamers.
Jing detected that the host already has too many assets. Would you like to hire someone to manage them? The system has recommended talent in this area for the host.
Then, a system panel that only he could see appeared before Chen Sun, which he could control with his mind. After that, he scanned the panel.
Level 1 Market Administrator, 5,000 hell coins monthly salary. Level 2 Market Administrator, 10,000 hell coins monthly salary.
It turned out that hiring these people to manage also required spending money.
Well, that's easy. Chen Sun directly pulled the recommended page to the end, then looked at the one with the highest fee. Top Market Management Expert, 1 million monthly salary. He clicked to select. Finally, the system's voice sounded.
Successfully hired top market management expert, the expert will arrive at the market within 3 days.
The salary will be automatically deducted from the host's account every month.
Hearing this, Chen Sun immediately felt delighted. This way, he could spend an extra 1 million hell coins every month.
Although it didn't seem like much, what if Chen Sun bought even more such assets in the future?
As Chen Sun was thinking, the manager of the Ying Ghost supermarket walked over and said, "My lord, there's another troublesome matter that may need your attention."
Chen Sun was taken aback. What troublesome matter? Now that the shop acquisition was complete, what more trouble could there be?
Chapter 30, they are very reasonable, so they were directly turned to ashes. It's like this, my lord, in this market, there is an organization called the Management Association, which manages the entire order of the market. Meanwhile, they also forcibly charge shops 30% of their profits as a management fee every month. And the Management Association is responsible for the security here, ensuring the safety of us merchants. However, some time ago, this management association suddenly approached a noble, saying they wanted to purchase some of our shops, but they offered a very low price, so we didn't agree. Now that all these shops have been sold to you, the management association might come to trouble you. In the management association, all of them are level 5 ghosts. They originally didn't plan to tell Chen Sun this but wanted to just take the money and leave. However, after seeing how generously Chen Sun had handed them the money, they felt a bit guilty, so they spoke out. In their view, with Chen Sun having so much money, he was definitely a great noble.
The issue with the management association should be easy to handle.
Hearing what these ghosts said, Chen Sun frowned.
Isn't this just collecting protection fees? Boss, should I take action?
At this moment, Ying suddenly spoke. Ying had witnessed everything when Chen Sun bought those shops. If all that money was given to him, he might restore half of his previous strength. At this moment, Ying had only one thought.
That is to perform well and then make money. No need. If a problem can be solved with money, then don't use violence, Chen Sun said. Then, his gaze turned to the ghosts behind him, and he asked, "Where is the management association?" Upon hearing Chen Sun's question, these ghosts immediately frowned. They seemed a bit afraid of the management association. "I know, I'll take you there."
At that moment, a middle-aged woman in a red dress stepped out. "I am the principal of the kindergarten across the street, and the management committee has no say over us." Chen Sun was taken aback upon hearing this.
Wow, is this really the principal? Doesn't that mean the kindergarten acquisition can be completed today? Chen Sun thought, this is truly his lucky day. A small goal, just around the corner. However, for now, he should first deal with the management committee issue. Chen Sun's gaze lingered on the principal for a moment, sensing a strong ghostly aura from her. It seemed at least at level 5. Yet, the skirt she wore gave Chen Sun a strange feeling. The skirt looked like it was dyed crimson with blood. Stepping closer, he could even smell a hint of iron in the air. This way, my lord, please. Following the principal, they quickly arrived at a place marked Red Moon Market Management Committee. My lord, this is the management committee. They are many, should we call some people over in advance? Chen Sun shook his head. No need. In his eyes, these management committee members just wanted some money. Perhaps he could buy them all out, making them work for him. That way, he could spend some money as well. With that thought, Chen Sun stepped alone into the committee's office. As soon as he entered, a thick smoke filled the air, making him cough twice. Then he saw a ghost sitting at a rusty iron table, with its feet propped up, holding a cigarette in its mouth. This ghost had half its head chopped off, and the thick smoke was rising from its remaining half. Chen Sun glanced over, noticing that the brain seemed charred from the smoke. The ghost with half a head was holding a phone, as if chatting with someone. Don't worry, Boss Wang, in a while, these merchants won't hold on much longer. By then, I guarantee you can buy those stores you're interested in at the best prices. Seeing Chen Sun approach, the ghost with half a head was immediately stunned and said into the phone. Boss Wang, we have a visitor, let's talk later. Hanging up the phone, the ghost's cold gaze turned towards Chen Sun. I haven't seen you before. New merchant? New merchant, the management fee needs to be increased by half. Chen Sun smiled and said. You could say I'm a new merchant, but now the entire market is basically mine. Most of the shops have already been purchased by me. I'm here to discuss business with you. Upon hearing Chen Sun's words, the ghost with half a head widened its eyes, obviously surprised. Discuss business. How many stores did you buy? Chen Sun pondered for a moment, then took out a pile of property deeds. About 50 or so. The ghost with half a head scanned through the deeds, then inhaled sharply. This was the first time he had seen someone buy so many stores at once. However, among those deeds, he recognized several familiar shops, which were the ones he promised to Boss Wang on the phone to get at a lower price. His gaze suddenly sharpened. Do you know that many of the shops you bought are ones Boss Wang is interested in? The ghost with half a head was somewhat angry. He had already made a deal with a noble in the city to lower the prices on these shops so he could acquire them. That way, he would earn a considerable profit. In fact, he could also receive half of the profits from these shops in the future. He had even teamed up with this noble to create some troubles for these merchants, ensuring there hadn't been much customer traffic for months. Just when these merchants were about to collapse, this guy in front of him cut in? Boss Wang? I don't know. But brother, discussing business shouldn't be so heated. Chen Sun smiled. Then he placed a pile of ghost money on the table. The ghost with half a head was taken aback, then waved his hand to sweep the ghost money to the floor. Are you sending me off like a beggar? I suggest you spit out all these shops now, or leave your head here. Chen Sun was stunned. Was the money he offered not enough? Thinking of this, he placed 2 more stacks of money on the table. Can we have a good talk now? Seeing the money, the ghost with half a head was again taken aback. If it had been before, he would have been moved and treated Chen Sun politely. But now, he only had a surge of anger inside. That smoke-stained head couldn't turn around at all. Damn it, don't think that a bit of filthy money makes you so arrogant. Now you have 2 choices, sell your shops at the price I give you or leave your life here. After saying that, the ghost with half a head flicked the cigarette butt in his hand, hitting Chen Sun's clothes. Sparks flew and then fell to the ground. Boss Wang is a noble with assets of over 100 million. What is this guy in front of him? Chen Sun slightly frowned. It seems that the noble gave more than he did. Chen Sun directly took out tens of millions from the system and threw it on the table. Each bill was of the denomination of 10,000 yuan. Seeing the money, the ghost with half a head was instantly stunned, the fire in his eyes vanishing, instead showing eagerness. This is all for me? Sir, whatever you want, everything can be talked over. The ghost with half a head smiled at Chen Sun, speaking warmly. His mind finally cleared up. Able to casually take out tens of millions, and with 10,000 yuan bills, what did that represent? How could he not know? The young man in front of him turned out to also be a great noble. Moreover, he was even wealthier than the noble he had encountered before. After all, that noble only wanted a few shops. But Chen Sun directly purchased most of the market. That strength was simply not on the same level. If it was like this, it wasn't impossible to negotiate. Then Chen Sun pointed and directly put those money back into the system space. No, I just wanted to show you.
Chen Sun shook his head. Originally, Chen Sun could use money to buy the management association, but with this fellow messing it up, his good mood was gone.
You're playing with me?
Seeing this, the ghost with half a head's gaze turned cold, thick black smoke pouring from his body. He had been acting arrogantly in the Red Moon market for so many years, and no one dared to openly play him like this.
Brothers, come on! The ghost with half a head shouted into the room.
Instantly, the air in the room seemed to drop a few degrees.
Boss, I think sometimes we really need to use some violence. Jing said. Chen Sun nodded.
I suddenly find myself agreeing with you.
The ghost energy from Chen Sun's body also emerged.
On the other side, the entire management association was filled with thick black fog.
One by one, ghosts surrounded Chen Sun in the black mist.
The ghost with half a head showed a cold smile.
It seems like you're about to leave your life here.
10 minutes later, Chen Sun walked out of the management association.
The president waiting outside was somewhat surprised. Resolved? Chen Sun nodded.
Yeah, they are quite reasonable. So, Chen Sun directly let Jing beat them to ashes.
Hearing this, the president was overjoyed, then suddenly remembered something and said. So, sir, what do you think about the kindergarten across the street? Is the president planning to sell that kindergarten? Chen Sun asked.
He originally had this idea, but before he could finish speaking, the president spoke first.
If the price offered by the sir is appropriate, then it's not impossible. The principal nodded. This kindergarten has long been in disrepair.
For some time, she has been seeking investments outside, but no one is willing to put in money.
After all, this kindergarten has always been operating at a loss.
And not far from them, a new kindergarten has opened, rumored to have cost several million to build.
Those students were taken away by the newly opened kindergarten. The wealthy nobles are not fools. How could they possibly invest in this continually losing kindergarten? How much does the principal plan to sell for? Chen Sun asked.
Although he was not familiar with the kindergarten situation, he wasn't there to make money anyway. The principal was clearly a bit surprised by Chen Sun's answer.
Sir, would 1 million be acceptable?
However, I have one requirement. I hope you will continue to keep this kindergarten, and I also want to remain the principal of this kindergarten. This kindergarten was left to her by her ancestors, and she could not bear to sell it. But there was no choice, her savings had long been spent by this kindergarten's losses.
Now, only new funding could revitalize this kindergarten.
So, she intentionally set the price very low, hoping Chen Sun would be interested.
Of course. Chen Sun nodded.
He agreed without a second thought. As long as there was a place to spend money, he would spend it freely.
Chen Sun said.
Besides that, I also decided to invest more money to renovate and improve this kindergarten.
This is the money for purchasing the kindergarten.
Chen Sun took out a stack of paper money for the deceased and handed it to the principal.
The principal immediately pushed it back.
Sir, today I forgot to bring the land deed.
How about we meet again at the kindergarten tomorrow afternoon?
I will prepare the land deed and contract then.
What do you think? Chen Sun nodded and put the paper money away. All right.
After all, spending this money now or tomorrow made little difference. Then the principal rummaged through her bag and took out a golden flower badge to hand to Chen Sun.
Sir, this is our school's board member ID badge.
After wearing this badge, you can freely visit the kindergarten. Moreover, even those teachers or the vice principal must listen to your orders.
You can go to the kindergarten tomorrow for an inspection.
I need to go home to prepare the land deed and other things.
Chen Sun nodded.
Finally, the two left the highle market together. The principal took a taxi away, while Chen Sun walked towards the kindergarten.
Holding the board member ID badge, Chen Sun felt delighted.
He never expected that this trip would turn him from a temporary worker into a board member. Standing across the street, looking at the kindergarten from afar, Chen Sun felt a surge of joy. Tomorrow the kindergarten would be his. Then he would spend some money to renovate the kindergarten, and becoming a level 5 Ghostmaster would be within reach. Entering the school gate, the security uncle stared wide-eyed at Chen Sun, looking a bit surprised. At that moment, Chen Sun suddenly remembered something.
Oh no, I forgot to buy you the Horror Girl magazine. The security uncle smiled politely. It's no problem, no problem. In the future, you can come and go through this gate freely, no need for any fancy stuff. You take these back, I'm not that kind of person. The security uncle stacked 10 Horror Girl magazines together from the table and also handed Chen Sun 2 100-unit paper bills for the deceased.
Chen Sun shook his head and said,
No thanks, uncle. Once something is given away, it can't be taken back.
After saying that, Chen Sun walked toward the teaching building. It was almost time for the meeting.
The security uncle watched Chen Sun's back from afar.
Wow, this young man is truly deep and hidden. Even the terrifying principal is so polite to him.
I almost fell for it. Luckily, I glanced across the street just now.
In the kindergarten, the principal is everyone's nightmare.
It is even said that many teachers without ethics had their necks twisted by the principal.
Therefore, both students and teachers at the school treat the principal with great respect.
The principal never shows a smile.
Just now, it was his first time seeing the principal be polite.
Number of players surviving, 11.
Seeing 2 fewer players, Chen Sun was surprised.
The number of players dying today is lower than yesterday.
But, it makes sense, the players who have survived until now have some skills, and as they gradually understand the game rules, the probability of death naturally decreases a lot.
I wonder how many players are doing the main quest. Chen Sun has never thought much about the main quest.
After all, he doesn't rely on the meager rewards from quests to improve his strength.
At 6 o'clock.
All players gathered in front of the building. But like yesterday, the faces of these players still looked haggard. There were even 2 players whose arms were torn off, and blood kept dripping on the ground.
It seems their tasks today are much harder than yesterday.
Soon after, the vice principal wearing gold-rimmed glasses came in front of everyone.
2101,
your performance today is ordinary, this is your reward. Saying this, a 50 yuan ghost coin was handed over. Then the next second, the vice principal with gold-rimmed glasses came to Chen Sun's front.
2103, your task performance today is excellent, this is your reward.
A 100 yuan ghost coin was handed to Chen Sun.
Chen Sun received it.
Before long, it was time for the task ratings of others.
Fortunately, today everyone's task ratings could reach ordinary.
There were even 2 more players rated as excellent. It seems that after getting familiar with the game rules, these players are becoming increasingly at ease.
Otherwise, like yesterday, they would probably be eliminated soon.
Tomorrow morning at 6, gather here again, I will assign you new tasks. The vice principal pushed his glasses and then turned to leave. At that moment, the voice in Chen Sun's mind sounded. Congratulations, player, today's rating is excellent, complete the game side quest, after the instance ends, you will receive higher rewards, and a clue for the main quest will be provided.
Main quest clue, in the bathroom on the 3rd floor at midnight, there seems to be something unusual.
Please go to the 3rd floor bathroom at 010. Chen Sun had no comment on this main quest clue.
Moreover, there are terrifying things at midnight, he really doesn't want to go out. Playing the game means staying alive, then secretly spending money to amaze everyone.
He is now just waiting for other players to complete the main quest or for the game time to pass. There's no need to risk his life.
Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind.
Ding, congratulations, host, you triggered a new system task.
Task content, complete a main quest in an instance.
Task reward, Mountain Spirit Stone, you can ask any question to the Mountain Spirit Stone and receive a satisfactory answer, one-time use item. Chen Sun was stunned, meaning he can use this stone to ask the whereabouts of his parents. This stone came at a perfect time.
However, Chen Sun always feels this system is intentional. Its purpose is to make him complete the main quest? Chapter 32, want to enter the bathroom, please insert coin.
After dispersing in front of the teaching building, all players came again to the junction of the 3rd and 4th floor stairs. That dark and eerie ghost sat in front of a chair, just like yesterday.
Want a place to stay?
Pay up. The dark ghost coldly stared at the players coming over.
Although these players were unhappy with the dark ghost's attitude, they dared not say much.
In a horror game, provoking a ghost is not a wise choice. So they could only hold their grievances and handed over a 100 yuan ghost coin. The dark ghost pulled out a key and 2 coins from its belly. The player who handed over the ghost coin froze and then said,
"Why only a top-up of 20 ghost coins today?"
Hearing this, the dark ghost immediately swallowed the 2 coins back into its belly.
Hee, now I won't give you a single cent. What can you do about it? You filthy rat, dare to bargain? Without me, none of you can stay on the 4th floor.
Just wait to be eaten by those terrifying things outside at night. The player, hearing this, could only hold the key in hand and walk toward the 4th floor. The dark ghost glanced at the player and disdainfully said,
"Humph, coward. Hello, I need a room."
At this moment, Chen Sun walked over. The dark ghost looked up, its sticky body trembling.
A polite smile immediately appeared on its face. "It's an honor to have you, esteemed guest. Here is the room key."
After saying this, the dark ghost pulled out a key from its belly.
It didn't even dare to ask Chen Sun for money. Chen Sun took the key and looked at the number. 404.
He then handed the key back to the dark ghost.
"This number isn't very good. Give me another room."
The dark ghost didn't dare to say much and gave Chen Sun another room.
Room 401. This time it should be farther away from the strange person. After getting the key, he went up to the 4th floor. The dark ghost then looked at Chen Sun with a fierce expression. Damn it, why isn't this guy dead yet? Room 401 and room 404 were laid out similarly. A simple bed, plus a simple chair. A clock hung on the wall, the hands ticking non-stop. There was still a long time until 0:10. Chen Sun took out a mysterious tissue box and handed over a 100 yuan ghost coin. Since entering this instance, he hadn't planned to do the main quest. So he had never used this tissue box. Now, with a system task, Chen Sun naturally wanted to obtain more main quest clues. After the 100 yuan bill was swallowed, Chen Sun pulled out a tissue from the box. However, there were no clues on the tissue. Looks like the mysterious tissue box doesn't always yield clues. Chen Sun sighed. He put the mysterious tissue box into the system space. Chen Sun took out a phone from his pocket. There was no signal in the horror world, but setting an alarm was still possible. With 5 hours until midnight, it was just enough time to have a good rest. Unknowingly, Chen Sun fell asleep. Not long after, the phone alarm rang. 11:50. There were still 20 minutes left. Chen Sun got out of bed and opened the door. In the bloody kindergarten night, there were terrifying things lurking. The killer would also act at night. Therefore, venturing out at night was bound to accompany terrifying dangers. But there was no choice, the main quest clue was in the bathroom at midnight. Chen Sun had already made up his mind. After obtaining the clue from the bathroom, he would return immediately, definitely not lingering outside. Thinking of this, he also put on the school board badge given by the principal. Although it was night, they were still at school, and perhaps this identity would be useful. If all else failed, he still had the Devour ring. Stepping outside, the night air was much colder than during the day. Even on the campus, there was a thin layer of white mist floating. The red moon hung in the sky, and the moonlight shone down. It was able to illuminate the corridors of the school stairs. The campus was dead silent, as if the sound of footsteps could echo endlessly through the school. After going downstairs, the pitch-black ghost was already gone from the corner of the stairs. At the end of the 3rd floor corridor was the restroom on the 3rd floor. However, just as Chen Sun arrived at the restroom on the 3rd floor, he saw 2 dazzling lights. Ghost? Chen Sun was about to take out the bloody brick when the 2 spots of light suddenly made a sound. Brother, don't be nervous, we are players too. It was then that Chen Sun could see clearly that there were 2 figures behind the lights. They were also players. Were they also here to obtain main storyline clues? Chen Sun was on guard for a moment but still walked over. These were 2 young players who looked quite formidable. Chen Sun remembered them, they were both players who had reached excellent ratings today. It seemed they were 2 relatively strong players. Brother, did you also get the clues from the restroom? The 2 players asked. Chen Sun nodded. It seemed this clue was shared, other players could also obtain it. Since that's the case, do you want to join us? Let's complete this main storyline task together. Then we can quickly finish this instance and get the rewards. I don't want to stay here for even a moment, I have to spend ghost coins every day. One of the players sighed. In the horror game, acquiring ghost coins was already difficult. Usually, you could only obtain some when the instance ended. The nearly 100 ghost coins for accommodation each day were really a burden for them. Moreover, they had an impression of Chen Sun. He was the tough guy who had beaten up ghosts at the stairs. With Chen Sun's addition, it would undoubtedly speed up their task progress. Okay. Chen Sun nodded, cooperation wasn't a bad thing for him. As long as it could help him complete the main storyline task, that was enough. Hearing Chen Sun agree, the 2 players instantly rejoiced. My name is Li Hun. He is Wang Mu. The 2 introduced themselves. Chen Sun said. Since the last instance, he had been careful. In the game, you couldn't reveal your real name. Real name, the 2 players asked. No, it's my game nickname, Chen Sun didn't hide. At this moment, the 2 players breathed a sigh of relief. If this guy had revealed his real name, they might have reconsidered the reliability of collaborating with Chen Sun. By the way, are you also a player who got the restroom clue, said the player named Wang Mu. Chen Sun nodded. The 2 players' brows furrowed immediately. But it seems the door to this restroom is not easy to enter. It requires ghost coins. They shone their flashlights on the restroom's big door. At this moment, the door was tightly shut, and there was a mocking face on it. At the same time, below the face was a coin slot. It was written in big letters. To enter the restroom, please insert coins. Another ghost. This ghost was similar to the seat ghost on the train. It seemed both were ghosts transformed by the aura of ghostliness. Although the level wasn't strong, it could still disgust people. For example, when sitting with the seat ghost would scream.
And this door would prevent players who were eager to use the restroom from entering.
Isn't it just about inserting coins? Chen Sun said.
The two players looked bitter. We just inserted dozens of ghost coins in, but the door still won't open. Asking this ghost, it doesn't say a word.
Chapter 33, If you insert more money, I'm going to explode.
Seeing the ghost at the restroom door, Chen Sun frowned and then inserted two 10-unit coins.
Dong dong.
Then came the sound of coins falling into the wooden board. Useless, we already tried that a moment ago. Whether it's a coin or a bill, this door has no reaction at all. The two players shook their heads. Sure enough, after tossing the coin, Chen Sun wanted to open the door, but it remained firmly shut. Chen Sun glanced at the bathroom door ghost and asked,
"How much do you want for me to open this door?" The bathroom door ghost gave no reply. "Boss, do you want me to step in? I can guarantee he will open the door obediently."
"The price is negotiable," Jing suddenly said. Chen Sun shook his head inside.
"No need." Then, Chen Sun took out 10 coins of 10 yuan each from the system.
He tossed all those coins in. Ding the host spent 100 yuan in ghost money, gaining 1 point of ghost energy.
It worked indeed.
Unexpectedly, using money to open a door was considered legitimate consumption.
This bathroom door was simply a tool for gaining experience.
Seeing Chen Sun throw in so many ghost coins at once, the other two players were a little surprised.
"Are you sure this is useful?"
Chen Sun shook his head and said, "Not sure, but the door indicated that money will open it."
"As long as I keep paying until it opens, right?"
The two players gasped in surprise.
They didn't know if Chen Sun was genuinely bold or just foolish. However, they had no intention of staying here any longer.
Watching Chen Sun pull out another bunch of coins, they said,
"How about this? You follow this clue while we go to the performance room on the second floor where there's another main clue. When we discover something later, we can share it together."
Now we have half a photo and a notebook as main clues. It shouldn't be long before we complete this quest.
Chen Sun nodded. "Okay."
After saying that, Chen Sun continued to throw money into the door.
The two players exchanged glances and then walked towards the second floor. Soon, all 500 ghost coins were tossed in.
Yet the door still showed no signs of opening.
Am I throwing the coins too slowly?
Chen Sun pondered for a moment, then exchanged for over 100 coins of 100 yuan each from the system shop.
Bang bang bang.
The sound of coins falling continued. As those hundreds of coins were only halfway tossed in, the bathroom door ghost finally spoke. All right, big brother, stop throwing. If you toss any more, I'll be blown up by this ghost energy." Chen Sun then stopped, feeling somewhat disappointed.
This was too weak. How many coins was that? Creak.
The door opened, and Chen Sun walked into the bathroom. There was no disgusting smell as expected, but rather a normal smell of air. Chen Sun walked inside the bathroom and began to observe, finding nothing special. It should be in these bathroom stalls. As Chen Sun said this, he walked toward the first stall. He quietly pushed the stall door open.
Inside, there was no hanged woman in a red dress, suddenly staring at Chen Sun.
And there was no pale hand reaching from underneath the bathroom floor.
Only a bunch of messy hair.
His eyes scanned the stall. Aside from the hair, there was nothing else. Then Chen Sun moved to the second stall. This stall was even cleaner than the first. Finally, there was the third stall. Chen Sun pushed the door open and immediately widened his eyes. Because in this stall, it was covered with dense red writing. It even seemed that the red ink was so much that after finishing writing, excess ink was dripping down.
It looked extremely eerie.
Chen Sun walked into the stall. His eyes scanned over those densely packed words. "It's all her fault. Why did she have to give birth to me? They all called me a freak, they all deserve to die. I didn't kill him on purpose, he laughed at me. In the end, I chopped him up and flushed him down the toilet. I feel very guilty, but somehow, I'm a bit excited. The woman who gave birth to me died, all because of her.
If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be laughed at by them. Next, it's going to be that man.
This is already the 38th person I have killed, they shouldn't be laughing at me." In the bathroom, there were a lot of unrelated scribbles. But Chen Sun discovered something from these words. It seems that every time the killer strikes, he comes to this stall to record it.
So, before this, did no one notice these words?
Chen Sun stared closely at the scribbles. And then in the next second, his hair stood on end. There was a fist-sized hole between the third and fourth stalls. At that moment, there was a bloodshot eye looking at him from that hole.
The eyeball was still rolling. There was someone in the fourth stall. Just now, the person in the fourth stall had been staring at him? Chen Sun's mind went blank.
Just then, he heard the sound of the fourth stall door being pushed open, and his heart began to race. It felt like in the next second, the person in the fourth stall would push open the door of his stall and walk in. Chen Sun stared at his stall door, and after a long time, he heard the sound of footsteps running away. The footsteps gradually faded away. It seemed they had left the bathroom. Chen Sun breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he played this game in the middle of the night, and this scene was indeed a bit scary. Chen Sun pushed open the door of his stall. He didn't want to stay here any longer. After exiting the third stall, Chen Sun instinctively glanced at the fourth stall. Who was hiding in there just now? Was it the killer? Would there be any other important clues inside? Chen Sun took out his phone and saw that it was exactly 0:10. That was the time when the system indicated there was a main clue. If he just left like this, would he miss something important? Thinking about this, he put on the devouring ring again. With this item, he was not afraid as long as it wasn't a level 9 or above ghost. Moreover, there's still shadow. Chen Sun walked to the door of the fourth stall, then placed his hand on the door, picturing various terrifying scenarios in his mind after opening the door. However, after pushing the door open, it was empty inside. Even the walls were exceptionally white. Chen Sun walked in and looked at the partition connecting to the third stall. There was a big hole there. The guy who was hiding in the bathroom just now was looking at the third stall through this hole? Curiosity got the better of him, and Chen Sun's gaze followed through the hole to the third stall. In the next second, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the third stall, a bloodshot eye was also staring at him. Pupils dilating. The two eyes were locked in a direct stare. Chapter 34, Mr. School Board Member. The eye contact lasted only for a second before the eye in the third stall withdrew. Shadow. Chen Sun shouted. No matter if the other party was a killer or something else. Having been scared by the other twice, Chen Sun only had one thought in mind now. That is to take him down. A translucent figure suddenly appeared behind Chen Sun. Boss, I'm here. Shadow grinned proudly. Finally able to come out to make money. Then, he heard the sound of the third stall door being opened, followed by the sound of footsteps getting further away from the classroom. Chen Sun pushed open the door of the fourth stall and chased after him. However, when he reached the corridor's entrance, that guy had already vanished without a trace. Chen Sun grit his teeth and suddenly remembered something, coming to the bathroom door. Did you see that guy just now? Who was it? Chen Sun spoke to the ghost at the bathroom door. The ghost at the bathroom door remained silent and would not speak. Chen Sun did not have time to talk much with this ghost. It seems I was too polite to you just now. You should change your attitude. Chen Sun smiled, then looked at Shadow. Understood, boss. As he spoke, Shadow immediately took action. Then, a series of miserable screams echoed in the corridor. Big brother, spare me, big brother, spare me. I'll tell you, okay? On the door panel of the bathroom ghost, black bumps began to form. Shadow was rubbing his fists, seeming still not satisfied. Who is it? Chen Sun asked. At this moment, the bathroom ghost obediently said. It's a child, I don't know the exact name. He comes to this bathroom regularly. But strangely, he has been coming every night these days, not sure why. Hearing the bathroom ghost's words, Chen Sun's heart sank. Could this killer still be a child? But in this terrifying world, anything is possible. Do you know anything else? Chen Sun asked. Nothing more, said the bathroom ghost. At this moment, Shadow suddenly said. Boss, there's a ghost coming, but it's not the one from the bathroom just now. Hurry, don't get tangled up with this ghost. After finishing, Shadow's body drilled into Chen Sun's own body. At this moment, the air around turned cold suddenly. As if something was approaching the third floor bathroom. Chen Sun immediately took a step, ready to return to his dormitory. If even Shadow panicked, it must have exceeded Shadow's presence. However, just as he was about to reach the staircase to the fourth floor, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Sun. In this white figure's hands, it held two heads twisted together. They were the two players who had run to the second floor just now. Chen Sun's eyes widened, now wanting to leave seemed too late. He glanced at the white figure. It was a female ghost dressed in a white dress. This female ghost's face was pale to an unbelievable degree, but she was indeed quite good-looking. Director? Seeing this female ghost, Chen Sun instinctively froze for a moment. Then he denied this thought. Because the female ghost in front of him looked much younger than the director he had met this afternoon. They only looked very similar. However, the two must have some kind of connection. Was this female ghost the terrifying existence mentioned by the vice principal that appeared at night? Chen Sun looked at the two players' heads and instantly understood something. Then, the female ghost's mouth curved into a long arc. Which class are these little friends from? It's not good to stay up late at night, you know. Saying this, the female ghost suddenly pounced towards Chen Sun. Chen Sun's hand was already touching the devouring ring on his hand. He prepared to swallow this female ghost in the next second. However, at that moment, the female ghost suddenly widened her eyes and stopped all her actions. She looked at the badge on Chen Sun's left chest and instantly became polite. "You are the school director." After saying this, the female ghost immediately threw the two players' heads behind her and then bowed to Chen Sun.
"Good evening, school director. I was reckless just now."
The sudden change left Chen Sun in shock.
What was going on? Was this school director badge really that useful? Even this terrifying ghost was being respectful?
Then Chen Sun organized his thoughts and looked at the two players' heads, asking,
"Did you kill them?" The female ghost nodded and said, "There are rules at school, you cannot go out at night.
I only gave them a small punishment to help them remember this rule."
"So, this small punishment was to twist off their heads? Where are their bodies?" Chen Sun asked.
At this moment, it seems that the ghost cannot do anything to him.
"And there are still 2 clues on those 2 players." The female ghost said, "Mr. School Director, their bodies are on the 2nd floor. Do you want me to go with you?" Chen Sun nodded.
"Okay." With this female ghost around, even if there are other horrors in the dark, it should ensure his safety. Of course, Chen Sun also isn't worried that the other party would harm him. If she wanted to do something, with this female ghost's power, there was no need for such roundabout methods. When they reached the 2nd floor, Chen Sun asked,
"By the way, what's your name?" The female ghost replied, "Tang Feng."
Arriving at the 2nd floor, Chen Sun reached the door of the dance studio. At this moment, the bloody corpses of the 2 players lay on the ground. He didn't know if they were players who entered the game using the login device. Without thinking too much, Chen Sun searched the players and immediately found a photo and a leather notebook. According to what these 2 players said before, these were the 2 clues they had collected. After collecting the clues, Chen Sun looked towards the dance studio beside him. According to these 2 players, there was also a clue for the main storyline task in this dance studio. At that moment, the grand door of the dance studio was locked with a thick lock.
But this couldn't stump Chen Sun.
A brick appeared in Chen Sun's hand, and he slapped it down forcefully.
The lock fell to the ground instantly. Chen Sun and Tang Feng walked in. "Mr. School Director, is there something you want in here?" Tang Feng asked.
Chen Sun shook his head.
"I don't know."
He only knew there was a clue for the main storyline task in here. As for what the clue was, he wasn't clear. The only 2 people who knew were already dead. However, upon entering the dance studio, Chen Sun was surprised to find that there wasn't much in here. Only some puppets, and besides that, a black box in the center of the dance studio.
"It's a time-reversing machine,"
a voice from the shadow suddenly said.
"What is a time-reversing machine?" Chen Sun asked. "It's a device that can record past events into this time-reversing machine.
When activated again, the time-reversing machine can bring past events back to life through ghostly energy. But the ghostly energy on this time-reversing machine seems to have disappeared."
Chapter 35, Time Reversal, The Identity of the Murderous Maniac. The ghostly energy has disappeared? So, it means we can't see the past events through this time-reversing machine anymore? Chen Sun said.
The shadow's confirmation came.
Yes.
The time-reversing machine is driven by ghostly energy. Without it, it's no different from an iron box.
This made Chen Sun recall the birdcage from before. The system also indicated there was no ghostly energy.
But after pouring tens of thousands of the ghost coins into that birdcage, it restored its function. Thinking this, Chen Sun quickly took out a stack of ghost coins and placed them on the time-reversing machine.
In an instant, the ghost coins turned to ash.
Then a puff of black mist floated out and was absorbed by the time-reversing machine.
Ghostly energy emerged from the time-reversing machine. "I forgot you had money,"
the shadow said awkwardly. If there are no ghost coins, your own ghostly energy can also drive it. But using your own energy to reverse time consumes a lot, it may drain you completely. Now, just press the red button on that iron box to start reversing time. The shadow's voice echoed in Chen Sun's mind.
But Chen Sun didn't plan to use his own ghostly energy. If he could solve it with money, he'd rather use money.
Tang Feng saw Chen Sun use money, her throat rolled up and down, and her big eyes blinked.
This school director is so rich.
Ghost coins are incredibly rare in the horror world. Generally speaking, things that can be driven by their own ghostly energy will not use ghost money. But the other party chose to invest money directly.
The assets behind them must be quite terrifying. Then, Chen Sun followed the shadow's instructions and came to the time reversal machine, pressing the red button. In an instant, a wave of ghostly energy swept through.
Then the whole scene changed. They were no longer in the dance studio, but had arrived in a classroom.
The classroom was still dim. It was at this moment that a loud bang sounded. A spotlight suddenly shone on a corner of the classroom. There, a little boy sat quietly. On the little boy's desk, there was a painting. It seemed to be a family of 3. However, Chen Sun did not know why this little friend just sat there quietly. The whole time reversal felt a bit like a stage play. Is this what the murderer looked like as a child? Is it because other children didn't want to play with him, so he stayed in the corner? Chen Sun's heart began to guess. Loneliness and isolation in childhood often easily distort one's psyche. At that moment, Chen Sun also noticed Tang Feng's gaze beside him. Tang Feng's eyes held a strange expression. It seemed she recognized the little boy sitting in the corner. Ah, too, why are you here all alone? Why don't you go play with the others? At that moment, another spotlight lit up, and a little girl walked into the classroom. The little girl was holding 2 apples and offered one to the boy in the corner. Ah Tu finally looked up at the girl before quietly saying after a long silence. Thank you, Xiaohan. Thank you for still wanting to play with me. The little girl showed a pure smile and said. What are you talking about, Ah Tu? We are all friends, right? Good, friends, the little boy murmured softly. It seemed that this little boy was not entirely isolated. At least he still had a friend. Chen Sun thought to himself. If this is really the murderer, then what caused his personality to change, even to the point of murder? From the phrases in the restroom, it could be seen that this murderer seemed to harbor great hatred for this world. And also had a twisted mentality. Isn't this the bastard too? Wow, there's actually someone willing to play with a bastard like you. At this moment, another spotlight turned on. A few students, taller than the little boy, appeared in front of the boy's desk. They looked at the painting on the boy's desk, picked it up, and laughed coldly. A family of 3. How can a bastard with no daddy draw such a picture? Saying this, these students took the boy's painting and tore it into pieces, tossing them on the ground and trampling them underfoot. You should never have been born, you freakish bastard. And your mother is also a filthy whore. The little boy's eyes widened as he tried to grab back the paintings. But the paintings had already been trampled beyond recognition by these taller children. You guys are too much. You should apologize to Ah Tu. At that moment, Xiaohan stood up, her gaze fixed on those taller students. Apologize? You're playing with this bastard, so you're not a good person either. The taller students sneered and pushed Xiaohan. Bang! Xiaohan fell to the ground, hitting her forehead on the floor, and a trickle of blood oozed out. Seeing this, the taller boys' faces changed dramatically. They fled the classroom in a panic. Xiaohan! The little boy hurried over to help Xiaohan up. But at that moment, the light dimmed. The scene returned to the dance studio. Is it over? Chen Sun frowned. Boss, it's that time machine again, it has no ghost energy. The voice of Shadow came through. At this moment, Chen Sun took out a stack of ghost money. The ghost money turned into ghost energy and was absorbed by the time machine. The scene changed again. It was still that classroom. Ah Tu held an apple in his hand. It was the one Xiaohan had given him. But the surface of this apple had wrinkled and even rotted a little. It seemed that several days had passed. Freak, stop thinking. Xiaohan has transferred schools. From today on, no one will play with you. A few tall boys appeared in front of A Tuesday. Then they snatched the apple from A Tu's hand and threw it out the window. However, this time A Tu showed no reaction and just kept his head down. Humph, useless coward. Seeing A Tu like this, the tall boys also found it boring and left. Finally, the lights went out. No ghost energy again? Chen Sun was puzzled. This stack of ghost money played for less time than the previous one. Boss, it has already finished the time reversal. Shadow's voice came again. Chen Sun was silent for a moment, then had a summary in his heart. It seemed that after the little girl transferred schools, this little boy eventually blackened. In the end, he became a murderer. Is this the process of the murderer's interchange? But now Chen Sun had indeed gained an important clue. He knew what this murderer looked like. Finally, Chen Sun glanced at Tang Feng beside him and said, All right, I'm leaving. You don't need to follow. He didn't want to have such a ghost following him all the time. Although this ghost did look pretty good. Yes, Mr. School Board. Tang Feng said. Chen Sun walked out of the dance studio. The main clues he could obtain had already been gathered. What remained was to dig out this murderer. Chapter 36, The Cultured Pervert. He walked up to the 4th floor. Chen Sun arrived at the door of room 401. But at that moment, his gaze unconsciously turned towards room 405.
There, the door was open, and a pair of eyes looked out from within.
Bang! The next second, the door was shut. What a strange person. Chen Sun shook his head and then opened the door to enter room 401.
Sitting at the head of the bed, Chen Sun also found 2 items related to the main quest clues from the other 2 players.
Half a photo and a notebook. In that half photo, there were 2 people. One big and one small. But because the photo was only half, Chen Sun did not know what the 2 people looked like. However, Chen Sun could be certain that the murderer must be in this photo. He had already seen what a 2 looked like. So the significance of this photo was actually minimal. Chen Sun opened the remaining notebook. Inside, it was written in dense text.
She is beautiful, dances well, and even sings sweetly. But this kind of beauty brought her an unprecedented disaster in her life. That day, a young male teacher came to teach painting at the kindergarten, and soon she fell in love with this young male teacher. Unfortunately, she did not know that she was actually a mistress. The man abandoned her, but she found out that she was already pregnant.
It was the man's child. January 2008. Chen Sun continued to flip through.
It's ridiculous, she actually gave birth to that man's child.
September 2008. Is this telling A2's background? Chen Sun was silent. But it seemed A2 was also a victim. Then, the next entry. They poured gasoline on them. Hee, that flame was splendid and beautiful. Even sin disappeared along with the flames. May 2014. This notebook's clues ended here. Who was the flame burning? Was it that couple of scum men? Chen Sun didn't know, and didn't understand.
But now Chen Sun could be sure that ATU was the murderous maniac of the main storyline. Even if he wasn't, he was still closely related to this murderer. In the morning, the gray mist seemed to be dissolving in the sunlight.
Ding ding. The alarm clock rang. Chen Sun glanced at the time. 5:40. There were still 20 minutes until assembly time. However, Chen Sun didn't plan to go downstairs. Now he was already a school director.
According to the dean, even the vice dean had to listen to his orders.
So, whoever wants to do the temporary work can do it.
Maybe if he worked, he might touch the rules.
As long as he didn't work, the vice dean couldn't do anything to him, and he could live longer.
Thinking this, Chen Sun lay in bed for a while longer. He planned to check the archives at the kindergarten today, to see if there was any information about ATU from back then.
Opening his eyes again. 6:10. Okay, it seemed he couldn't fall asleep anymore.
Then Chen Sun took out the mysterious tissue box. He fed $100 ghost money in and pulled out a piece of toilet paper. His gaze swept over the toilet paper.
In the drawer of the bedside table in room 404, there seems to be a new discovery. Let's go take a look. Goodness, this time he drew a clue for the main storyline task. Room 404? Isn't that the room Chen Sun checked into on the first day?
At that time, he hadn't checked these drawers. It seemed he had missed some main storyline clues. Chen Sun got up, brushed his teeth, and finally came in front of the dark, strange creature. However, this dark creature seemed to be in a good mood.
It was still humming a terrible little tune.
Chen Sun threw his key onto the table in front of the dark creature.
Give me the key to 404.
The dark creature was surprised for a moment, then turned its head to look at Chen Sun.
Why are you still not dead? Chen Sun frowned. Do you really hope I die? Feeling the change in Chen Sun's expression, the dark creature was stunned. I wouldn't dare. Then he spat out the key to room 404 from his stomach and cautiously handed it to Chen Sun.
Sir, please. The dark creature said respectfully. After taking the key, Chen Sun glanced at the dark creature and walked towards room 404.
After Chen Sun left, the dark creature glared with resentment at the direction Chen Sun had gone. Damn it, it's 6 o'clock and he still hasn't come down.
I thought this guy was dead. But this time, as a temporary worker, not coming down at 6 is a serious dereliction of duty. I'm sure the vice dean will come back soon and tear this annoying guy into pieces.
While the dark creature was cursing, a terrifying aura suddenly filled the stairway.
He widened his eyes immediately. Then, he saw a ghost with gold-rimmed glasses, covered in black patterns, slowly walking up from the 3rd floor.
Spoken here. It's the vice dean.
The dark creature straightened up. In this kindergarten, besides the dean, the most terrifying was the vice dean. At this moment, the vice dean had a smirk at the corner of his mouth, and with the gold-rimmed glasses on his face, he had a strangely perverse elegance. Is there still a temporary worker on the 4th floor who hasn't come down? The vice dean stared at the dark creature and said.
The dark creature tensed up. Yes, vice dean, he is currently in room 404, the dark creature replied.
Then, without saying much more, the vice dean walked heavily toward the 4th floor.
As a temporary worker, daring to be absent from work. He felt he needed to leave a deep impression on that temporary worker. Moreover, the dean contacted him today, saying that there might be a mysterious noble returning to inspect the kindergarten. That mysterious noble was going to acquire this kindergarten and invest a large sum in its construction. If that noble lord finds out, there is actually a worker missing from the kindergarten, he will definitely doubt his own workability. Perhaps it will even ruin the good fortune of the principal. The principal took a long time to find a noble willing to invest in this kindergarten. Temporary workers, how can you be lazy in the kindergarten? The vice principal licked his lips, as if he was about to smear the blood of that temporary worker on them. A rolling, ghostly energy emanated from him, creating an inexplicable feeling of oppression at the stairs. Seeing the vice principal walk upstairs, the dark-skinned worker couldn't help but smirk coldly. That temporary worker is doomed this time. No one can survive under the vice principal's hands. Chapter 37, Little Vice, your perverted practices need to be held back. Room 404. In the dim room, there was a particularly oppressive feeling. At this moment, Chen Sun's gaze fixed on the drawer of the bedside table. According to the hint on the mysterious tissue box, there is a clue for the main quest in this drawer. Chen Sun walked over and opened the drawer. As expected, there was no unusual or strange thing. Inside the drawer was half a photo. This half photo seemed to be the same as the other half photo Chen Sun had obtained. Taking this half photo out of the drawer, he combined it with the other half. The next second, Chen Sun's eyes widened. No way, a voice from the shadows came. It seems there was a slight deviation from the direction I thought before. Chen Sun's expression grew serious. However, now I just need to gather some information to uncover the truth. Chen Sun thought to himself. But at that moment, a cold ghostly energy suddenly approached. Temporary worker, why didn't you come to pick up your work task today? Is it because you have a fever? Shall I take off your head to see if you're alright? Behind Chen Sun, dark ghostly energy seeped in. The vice principal adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. At this moment, his mouth split open, revealing a bloody gaping maw, and even his eyes turned bright red. He tilted his head and walked with a zombie-like gait. The previously refined face already showed a perverse smile. At the same time, the walls of room 404 turned pitch black. Thick, black liquid continuously flowed within the room. Several black hands even reached out from the walls, trying to pull Chen Sun into the room. At that moment, all the light in the room disappeared. Ghost domain. Unexpectedly, this vice principal was also a ghost who could use the ghost domain. In the darkness, a red light flashed. The vice principal's sharp hand, with long nails, reached towards Chen Sun. It seemed that in the next second, he would burst Chen Sun's head. Just as his hand was about to touch Chen Sun's head, a shadow suddenly appeared, directly blocking the vice principal. The vice principal's hand sank into this dark shadow, and his perverse face froze, even his expression stiffened. Little guy, your power is still too weak. With me, Shadow, around, you can never harm my great boss. Shadow cackled. The laughter echoed in the room. Then, in the next second, the ghost domain shattered into pieces. Although the vice principal could have a ghost domain, his power was still too weak compared to Shadow. Therefore, with just a slight move, this ghost domain crumbled. The vice principal was clearly a bit surprised. He wanted to pull his hand out from Shadow's body. But his hand felt as if it was stuck in an infinitely powerful black hole. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull his hand out from Shadow's body. Little ghost, I told you, you are too weak. Ying revealed a proud smile on his face. He believed such a performance would surely earn Chen Sun a generous reward. At the very least, it should be 5,000 ghost coins. Chen Sun turned around, his gaze landing on the vice principal's twisted face. Vice principal. You can put away the twisted expression. Chen Sun said. However, the vice principal let out a sneer. Temporary worker, who do you think you are to dare to? Mr. Board Member. The vice principal wanted to say something more, but he saw that Chen Sun had put on the identity badge given by the principal. Moreover, this badge faintly had a certain ghostly connection with this kindergarten. It was not a fake. In other words, the guy in front of him was the nobleman that the principal had mentioned, who might come to the kindergarten for an inspection. At this moment, the vice principal's head was in a daze. That was a noble whose value might exceed 10 billion ghost coins. Most importantly, he was also a board member of this school, and potentially the hidden boss behind this kindergarten. He would be the one to pay his salary in the future. Even the principal had to treat such a person with respect. How could someone like him mingle among those humble temporary workers? The vice principal was somewhat confused. He recalled his work status over the past few days and fortunately found no errors. Except for today. He actually dared to disrespect the board member. If he angered the board member, who knows what kind of consequences would follow. If the board member refused to invest in the kindergarten because of this, it would be a huge problem. So he quickly put away his twisted expression, instantly returning to a more cultured demeanor. Mr. Board Member, that was my fault just now. I hope you won't hold it against me in the kindergarten. The vice principal said. Now the best way to make up for the mistake was to obediently admit the error. Chen Sun raised an eyebrow and smiled. It's fine. Indeed, although this vice principal seemed a bit twisted, he was quite attentive to the work of the kindergarten. There was no reason for him to punish the other party. Moreover, this kindergarten had not yet officially come under his name. After speaking, Chen Sun glanced at Ying and said, "Ying, let him go." "Yes, boss." Ying looked at the vice principal and said, "Kid, consider yourself lucky." After saying that, Ying's body merged into Chen Sun's. Seeing this scene, the vice principal's eyes widened again. In his view, Ying's power was far greater than his. Moreover, the quality of that ghostly energy was much denser than any ghost he had ever seen. Although it seemed the level had dropped now, it must have once been an extremely powerful ghost. Such a ghost actually called this board member boss? He was actually the board member's slave. How terrifying must the board member's background be? If this person was willing to invest in the bloody kindergarten, then... Thinking of this, the vice principal's face immediately revealed a polite expression. "Mr. Board Member, you are here to inspect our kindergarten today, right? I know this kindergarten best and can serve as your guide for this inspection." After glancing at the vice principal, Chen Sun nodded. This time, he needed to find information about A2, and indeed needed someone responsible in the kindergarten to help him with some matters. "Alright, I want to go to the kindergarten's classroom and also look at your information room." Through the notebook, the bathroom, and the time-back machine, Chen Sun organized what he knew about A2's day. He had a certain understanding of the events that took place. But there were still many uncertainties. He needed to verify them within the kindergarten. The vice principal smiled slightly and walked ahead to lead the way for Chen Sun. "Mr. Board Member, please come this way. Be careful not to bump your head on the doorframe." Chapter 38, Daring to Disrespect the Board Member, a Small Punishment. Stepping out of room 404, he arrived at the corner of the stairs between the third and fourth floors. At this moment, the dark-skinned guy seemed to be in a particularly good mood. He was much happier than when Chen Sun had seen him earlier. He, that guy ran into the vice principal, he's doomed. What kind of person is the vice principal? With one hand, he can crush that kid's head. Without that kid, I'm still the boss in the dorm area. The dark-skinned guy mumbled, his unpleasant singing echoing in the stairwell. At this moment, he could almost see the vice principal holding Chen Sun's head in his hand. "Do you really want me dead?" At that moment, a terrifying voice came out. The thick liquid on his body trembled. Finally, he widened his eyes and looked at Chen Sun behind the vice principal, his face filled with disbelief. "What's going on? That guy actually didn't die?" Then he saw the vice principal politely speaking to Chen Sun. "Please don't blame Mr. Board Member, some of our staff truly have some strange quirks." Chen Sun nodded and said, "It's okay, I know him quite well. His work is also quite good." The dark-skinned guy not only didn't want his accommodation fee, but also handed him money. If he picked on him again, it would be impolite. Hearing Chen Sun's words, the vice principal finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the board member didn't mind. Then he shot a fierce glare at the dark-skinned guy and walked downstairs. At this moment, the dark-skinned guy's entire head felt as if it had turned into a pile of mush. How could this kid survive the vice principal's hands? And looking at the vice president's attitude, he was even being polite to him? Wait, how did he become a board member? The dark-skinned guy looked incredulous. Isn't this guy just a temporary worker? Upon reaching the first floor, Chen Sun took a tour around the kindergarten's middle and small classes. His eyes swept over all the students, not seeing what he had imagined. At this moment, in the middle and small classrooms, the players acting as teachers stared wide-eyed at Chen Sun. Isn't that the player who was fighting ghosts at the stairway? Why is the vice principal being so polite to him? They found it hard to believe. While they were here working anxiously, the other party was treated like a guest of honor by the vice principal. Comparing the two situations, they felt extraordinarily stifled. Chen Sun looked at the vice principal and asked, "Is there any record of the events that have happened in the kindergarten over the past decades?" The vice principal, with a friendly smile, replied, "Of course there is. In the past, our kindergarten was the largest in the entire city. Basically, more than half of the children would come here for preschool education. All the kindergarten's materials are stored in the document room." The vice principal seemed a bit proud, as it was the only thing they could boast about. That was their past glory. "Alright, take me to see." Chen Sun said.
The vice principal had no reservations. After all, making this board member happy was all that mattered.
Then, the vice principal led Chen Sun to the third floor.
This was the teacher's office area, which was also the place where documents were stored. At this moment, in the document room, a player was bent over, organizing the scattered materials. A4 papers were strewn all over the place.
You clumsy fool, when will you finish organizing these materials?
If you can't get it done, you won't get to leave this document room today. Beside the player was a ghost with tentacles on its face. The player's face was pale, and cold sweat was continuously emerging from his back. Yesterday, he was here on the third floor doing cleaning work, and he saw with his own eyes a player who was torn apart by the furious archive administrator because of an error in the data sorting. At this moment, he stayed in the archive room, feeling like every minute spent here was as long as an eternity.
It was at this moment that two people walked into the archive room. The oppressive air in the room seemed to ease considerably. His eyes slightly shifted towards the door. He saw the appearance of the two people clearly. One was the vice dean, and the other was a player. It was the one who had been fighting the dark, pitch-black ghosts in the corridor. But today, it seemed like this player wasn't in the assembly. He even thought the player had died. Died in the pitch-black night.
Even if not dead, failing to come downstairs on time would still break some rules.
The vice dean might leave something behind for him. But now, this player was completely unharmed.
This surprised him. He was thinking when the archive administrator beside him suddenly revealed a cold smile.
Heh, another temporary worker. Alright, you two, come and help organize these documents.
If you don't do it well, I happen to need 2 human sculptures for the archive. Saying this, the administrator's gaze turned cold as he stared at the player behind the vice dean, Chen Sun. However, at that moment, a chilling aura came.
He suddenly saw the vice dean's face reveal a terrifying aura.
Then, a terrifying ghostly energy spread and twisted off his arm.
Black blood splattered.
It even stained the A4 papers nearby with black bloodstains.
The vice dean coldly looked at the archive administrator. Dare to be disrespectful to the school board chairman? This time, it's your arm, next time it will be your head. Hearing the vice dean's words, the administrator's eyes widened in horror, his face showing an expression of disbelief.
He didn't even bother to pick up the arm that had fallen to the ground. Although he was just a small administrator, he knew what a school board chairman was. Such a person was a highly respected figure in the entire kindergarten. But because they hadn't gotten any investment before, the school had no so-called school board members. Only the dean, the vice dean, and the kindergarten teachers existed.
He never expected that the person in front of him, radiating a human aura, was actually the school board chairman? Does this mean that this person is the investor the dean found? An investor in a kindergarten must at least be some kind of noble, right?
Nobles are the ones you cannot offend in the entire horror world. Especially those of their status and position as lowly ghosts in the horror world. In the eyes of nobles, these ghosts were no different from humans. They were merely pigs that could be slaughtered at will. Even the player who was organizing the documents froze. This was clearly a player, but now how had he suddenly become the school board chairman of this instance? And even the vice dean was treating him with utmost respect. This was something he never dared to imagine. Compared to himself, meekly organizing documents here, the person in front of him was the real high-level player? Chapter 39, very simple, just buy this place. Mr. School Board Chairman, whatever information you want to know, they can find it for you, said the vice dean. At this moment, the ghost with tentacles on its head also smiled respectfully. Mr. School Board Chairman, I was just joking with you earlier. Whatever you need, just give the order. Chen Sun scanned the archive room, then looked at the vice dean and said. No need to be so troublesome. You all go and do your own things, just leave this guy to help me. Chen Sun pointed to the player who was sorting the materials. The vice principal was taken aback, and then said. Yes, Mr. School Trustee, as you wish. After saying that, the vice principal gave a cold look to the tentacled ghost. The tentacled ghost immediately understood and left the materials room with the vice principal. At this moment, the player who was sorting the materials finally let out a sigh of relief. The tense atmosphere in the materials room instantly dissipated. By sending away the tentacled ghost, Chen Sun undoubtedly lightened the psychological burden of this player. This was intentional on Chen Sun's part. After all, everyone was a player, and when he could help, he did help. In the end, this player looked at Chen Sun with envy and took out a 100 yuan ghost coin from his pocket, handing it to Chen Sun. Brother, how did you do this? I meant your identity. Seeing the 100 ghost coin handed over, Chen Sun's gaze paused. This player was indeed perceptive. Putting away the ghost coin, Chen Sun said. It's nothing, just need to spend a little money. The player looked puzzled. How do you spend it? He simply couldn't figure out how spending money could make one a school trustee, making the vice principal so respectful. If possible, he also wanted to give it a try.
This dungeon was truly terrifying, one misstep could lead to death.
Now, only 7 players were still alive. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they were all eliminated.
Chen Sun said. This is also very simple. You just need to buy this school. Boom. Hearing Chen Sun's words, the player widened his eyes. Buy it. No matter how he thought about it, he never expected this answer. The horror game had just come out for a short time, who could have so many ghost coins? Buying this place would require at least several million ghost coins, right?
He thought having several hundred ghost coins was already good enough.
He looked at Chen Sun in confusion and said, Brother, where did you get so many ghost coins? Chen Sun smiled and said, Blessings from my ancestors.
Chen Sun was not lying. These ghost coins were indeed inherited from his ancestors' assets. The player stood there, stunned.
Finally, getting back to the point, Chen Sun said, By the way, do you have any materials from 10 years ago? About a student named Odd Tuesday.
Also, the information on the recent victims of the murderer, etc.
Hearing Chen Sun's words, the player was taken aback, then remembered something, and said, There really is.
When I was sorting these materials earlier, I felt particularly strange.
Is this related to the main storyline? Chen Sun's eyes lit up, and he nodded.
The player was also very happy and took out all the materials he had sorted before to give to Chen Sun. If Chen Sun could really complete the main storyline, he could leave this terrifying dungeon as soon as possible.
Here, he didn't want to stay for even a moment longer.
Soon, a pile of materials was placed in front of Chen Sun by this player.
Chen Sun flipped through them for a whole morning.
In the end, he finally dispelled all the doubts he had in his heart. At the same time, the system's broadcast sounded. Ding, congratulations, player, you have collected 90% of the clues in the dungeon. The game mode has changed to survival mode. Because you have been investigating the murderer, the nighttime killer has already noticed you, and soon you will become the first victim to scream at night. The only way now is to find the murderer and bring him to justice. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a unique item in this dungeon, Sacred Fire *1. Sacred Fire is the only item that can eliminate the murderer and needs to be powered by your own ghost energy. This voice rang not only in Chen Sun's mind but in all players' ears.
After hearing the game announcement,
all the players still alive were filled with excitement. This meant that as long as this player eliminated the killer, they could end this dungeon early. At the same time, they were long surprised.
Keep in mind it was only the 3rd day.
In the past, they had never finished other dungeons this quickly.
Who is this godlike player? Are we going to be carried to victory? Just at that moment, dark clouds suddenly covered the kindergarten. The entire building became pitch black. It felt as if it had become night. The game announcement sounded, indicating that Chen Sun's thinking was correct. Moreover, in Chen Sun's system space, there truly was a matchstick-like item. However, there was only one match inside.
It seemed there was only one chance. Chen Sun thought in his heart, then walked towards the 4th floor.
Now, it was time to end all of this.
At the corner of the 4th floor, the pitch-black ghost was trembling.
Its eyes were staring intently at the direction of the 4th floor, muttering to itself. He's coming out, he will come out.
Chen Sun ignored it and went directly up to the 4th floor, arriving at the door of room 405. At this moment, the door seemed to be open, and Chen Sun walked straight in. A strong smell of blood rushed toward him. Chen Sun glanced inside, and the room was filled with small, skinny skeletons, shocking to behold. He didn't see that monster, but he did see a small child. It was the little two who had accompanied Chen Sun to buy art supplies earlier.
Teacher.
At this moment, little two looked at Chen Sun with a naive surprise. Chen Sun's gaze was cold, and a thick ghostly energy erupted from his body. The shadow also appeared, watching the little two in front of it with vigilance. At that moment, the innocence on little two's face slowly faded, replaced by a deep, shadowy expression.
So the teacher found out?
Little two's body began to swell, and even the skin showed red cracks. His face started to twist, and then with a bang, it exploded.
The entire skin ripped apart.
Finally, what was revealed was the monster that had been staring at Chen Sun all along.
I didn't expect you to be that Tuesday. Chen Sun smiled slightly.
Based on the clues written in the notebook, back then those people poured gasoline on them, and the flames were dazzling. Chen Sun initially thought it was the art teacher who was doused in gasoline. But it wasn't, it was actually Tu and his mother. After that great fire, Tu's mother died, but he survived.
So Tu became what he was now. However, what puzzled Chen Sun was that after being doused in gasoline, those people did not go on to light it. Instead, the one who ignited the gasoline was the Tu in front of Chen Sun. Chapter 40, The True Killer. I've never understood why you killed your mother. She clearly always cared for you. Chen Sun looked at the twisted two, whose entire body was burnt. This was the only point of confusion he had from all the clues he had gathered. Although Tu had always complained that his mother gave birth to him, she had always taken good care of him. Tu had no reason to kill her. From the information gathered from the kindergarten, Chen Sun discovered the truth about the gasoline incident. Back then, for some unknown reason, the art teacher suddenly found Tu and his mother and poured gasoline on them. However, according to the records, the art teacher never intended to set them on fire. But Tu picked up the match and ignited the gasoline on himself and his mother. In the end, he survived, but his mother died. Hearing Chen Sun's words, Tu's face suddenly revealed a fierce and excited expression. You don't understand, you really don't understand. That woman killed Xiao Han. It is because Xiao Han is the daughter of that man and that woman. She deserves to die, she really deserves to die. It seemed that Chen Sun's words triggered Tu's nerves, and he began to get a bit agitated. Hearing this answer, Chen Sun's pupils shrank. He never expected that this Xiao Han was actually the daughter of that painting teacher. The other party's heart is too big, right? He once had a fling with a female teacher in this school, yet he dared to send his daughter to study here? So, is it because of Xiao Han's death that it broke Tu's last line of defense? Finally turning this kid into a killing machine? Ying suddenly said. Chen Sun did not speak, and then focused his gaze on Tuesday. At this moment, a thick black gas emitted from Tu, and his already burned face was covered with black corpse spots. Xiao Han is very lonely down there, teacher, would you go down and keep her company? Tu's voice came. Ying grinned and stood in front of Chen Sun. Little ghost, don't be so arrogant. With me, Ying Yi, here, at your level, you can't hurt my boss. Although Tu in front of them was a ghost, his strength was only around level 5. As a ghost, are you sure you want to help humans? Tu's gaze sharpened as he looked at Ying. Ying did not speak. Then Tu directly stretched out his sharp claws and stabbed towards Chen Sun's chest. Little ghost, I just said, with me, Ying Yi, here, you cannot harm my boss. Ying blocked in front, and a cloud of black mist immediately imprisoned him. Tu's gaze was filled with intense killing intent. Then his entire body began to burn. Dark flames blazed. It actually broke free from Ying's imprisonment. Ying's ghostly presence suddenly glared. Burning soul power? What, do you need to try so hard? Chen Sun was also surprised. Because he found that the ghostly energy on Tu's body suddenly began to surge rapidly. Boss, this soul power is equivalent to your human life, it's what sustains a ghost's existence. Ghosts burning soul power will temporarily increase their strength, but once burned, they won't live long. Ying said, immediately using his body to form a ghostly barrier, wrapping Chen Sun inside. Don't worry, boss, even though he burned his soul power, it's still impossible for him to hurt you. Teacher, would you accompany Xiao Han? At this moment, Tu seemed to lose all sanity because Chen Sun mentioned the incident of his mother being burned to death. He punched and punched at Ying's body. Ying's body seemed to be scorched. Even his body seemed to have become much more transparent. But Ying still laughed and said, little ghost is useless. Even if you improve your ghostly power, you can't break through my ghostly body. Just then, black hands suddenly reached out from Ying's body and pulled the little Tu inside. Instantly, little Tu transformed into a burning black crow, entering the birdcage. Boss? Ying was a bit surprised. Chen Sun said. He is already doomed, there's no need to waste so much time. We should save some strength to deal with the real killing machine. Chen Sun used Quinn's birdcage, and the soul fire on little Tu burned on the birdcage, surprisingly causing no harm. In the end, the body of the black crow was burned to ashes, turning into a cloud of black smoke. Chen Sun felt complicated and didn't know what to say. However, Ying had a face full of confusion. Boss, this is not the real killing machine? Chen Sun nodded and said. At the beginning, little Tu only killed those who had mocked him and harmed Xiao Han, then he stopped. And the real murderer is his mother, Tang Feng. After saying that, Chen Sun's gaze turned to the door outside. A chilling and ominous aura spread in. Even the air in the room turned much colder. The photo Chen Sun had received earlier was actually a picture of Tang Feng with Xiao Tuesday. Xiao Tu's full name was actually Tang Tuesday. So Tang Feng was indeed Xiao Tu's mother. Why do I feel like my brain is a bit overloaded? Ying suddenly said. Then he noticed the entire room starting to turn pitch black. Even the doors and windows of the two rooms vanished without a trace. A beautiful woman appeared in the room. Another ghostly realm. Oh no, boss, run. Ying suddenly realized something. But by then, it was already too late. At that moment, Tang Feng had appeared right in front of Chen Sun. Mr. School Director, how did you know all of this? Tang Fong's cold gaze fixed on Chen Sun as she spoke.
I guessed, Chen Sun replied. Chen Sun discovered in the kindergarten's records that the murderer's targets were all male students who were good at drawing, as well as male teachers who taught art. Xiao Tu had no reason to kill male students with these traits.
So Chen Sun speculated that the real murderer was actually Tang Fong.
Although Tang Fong had died years ago, she had transformed into a terrifying ghost. Harboring a grudge and obsession against that art teacher, she ultimately killed him. Then she projected that resentment onto those male students and teachers with artistic talent. But all of this was just Chen Sun's speculation. Mr. School Director, your drawing skills are just like his back in the day.
In the end, you will abandon others too, won't you? Tang Fong said.
Chen Sun shook his head.
Everyone has their own moral baseline. Not everyone would be like him. There are many wonderful people in this world. Tang Fong seemed indifferent to what Chen Sun said.
You people think of yourselves as so deep and affectionate, yet you do such disgusting things.
Back then, I believed his lies, and that's how I was tricked into bed.
As she spoke, Tang Fong's body merged into the entire ghostly realm.
Mr. School Director will still die in fear, isn't that the best protection for other girls? Tang Fong's voice echoed. Ying, is there a way to break this ghostly realm? Chen Sun asked.
Ying shook his head. Boss, if it were during my peak, I could have easily dismantled this ghostly realm with a snap. But right now, it's indeed a bit troublesome. Chen Sun took out a matchbox from the system space. This was a game hint, the only item capable of killing the murderer. Chen Sun picked up a match and struck it. The blue flame ignited, and Chen Sun felt the ghostly energy on him being significantly withdrawn by the match. It's useless, Mr. School Director, this flame is too small. And you lack enough ghostly energy to sustain its continued burn, let alone enlarge its flame.
Chapter 41, Who would carry so much ghost money? It's useless. Tang Fong's voice came from who knows where. Now the entire space was engulfed in darkness.
In this space, Chen Sun felt a suffocating sensation. Only the faint light of the match in his hand provided a slight illumination. But the light was confined to a very small area. Chen Sun knew that if this light disappeared, he might soon be swallowed by the darkness. As for the devouring ring, Chen Sun couldn't even find out where Tang Fong was, so he couldn't use it at all.
Does this match need ghostly energy to function?
Chen Sun felt his ghostly energy continuously being drawn away by the match. It seemed this was also an item similar to a ghost tool.
Is it true that using ghost money can also replace the consumed ghost energy?
This is what Chen Sun discovered, the second function of ghost money. Immediately, Chen Sun exchanged a stack of ghost money from the system mall. Soon, the ghost money transformed into a ball of black mist, which was then absorbed by the matchstick.
Boom!
In an instant, the matchstick spat out a flame the size of a head. The firelight instantly illuminated Chen Sun's surroundings. Even the temperature rose significantly. Useless principle, this little fire of yours is just a speck of light in this entire ghost realm. Before long, the ghost energy from that ghost money will burn out, and at that time, you'll still die, principal. Don't worry, I'll turn your corpse into a piece of art and display it in some collection room at the school.
The young girls you haven't tormented will thank you. Tang Fong's voice came through. She knew Chen Sun had money.
But the ghost energy on the ghost money needed physical objects to work. Most of the noble ghost money existed in the ghost world.
So she was sure Chen Sun absolutely didn't have enough cash to provide ghost energy. Is that so? Hearing Tang Fong's words, a curve appeared at the corner of Chen Sun's mouth. So, as long as there is enough ghost money, this matchstick can kill you?
Chen Sun had just been hesitant.
Now he had almost gotten Tang Fong's affirmation. Then, stacks of ghost money appeared around Chen Sun. They transformed into ghost energy, which was absorbed by the matchstick.
The blue flame grew stronger and stronger. It nearly illuminated the whole room. In the dark corner, Tang Fong looked at this scene in shock. She really couldn't fathom who would carry so much ghost money. At this moment, she wanted to rush over and strangle Chen Sun, but it was already impossible. The firelight was very bright and large. It seemed as if her body was about to ignite. Chen Sun also saw Tang Fong, but he had no intention of continuing to walk over with the matchstick. Instead, he kept throwing money into the matchstick. Soon, the firelight enveloped them. Chen Sun suddenly discovered that this space had ignited.
Even little blue flames were popping out from Tang Fong's body. Damn it, why do you have so much ghost money?
Tang Fong gritted her teeth, then lunged toward Chen Sun. It seemed she wanted to take Chen Sun with her, even in death. But just as she touched the flames, she turned into a blue fire person.
Tang Fong was stunned, she knew she was doomed.
At this moment, she gave up struggling. A girl wearing a dress appeared in front of her, dancing in a studio. Her face was gentle, filled with longing and yearning for love.
Every move exuded grace.
That was her former self. In this moment, she didn't even know why she had become what she was now. The flames slowly burned her all over, and in the last moment, Chen Sun seemed to see a relieved smile on Tang Feng's face. The world regained brightness. Seeing Tang Feng turn to ashes, Chen Sun's feelings were still complicated. By the way, there's one more thing, Tang Feng is actually the principal's daughter.
The game announcement sounded. Ding, congratulations, player, for completing the main storyline quest. You can choose to exit the instance early. The corresponding rewards will be settled after the instance ends.
The voice echoed in all players' minds. The player who had been organizing the materials in the reference room looked up slightly. It seems that guy really is a high-end player. He cleared an instance in 3 days, that's really too strong. After saying this, he originally wanted to get to know Chen Sun. But after thinking it over, he shook his head. I'm afraid someone like this godlike player wouldn't even want to know a cannon fodder player like me. After finishing speaking, he jumped out of a game panel, and his body disappeared in the information room. He chose to exit the dungeon.
He didn't want to stay here for even a moment.
In the classroom, in the bathroom.
Those players, hearing the game's announcement, also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems there is a master in this dungeon. We might have won by lying down.
After speaking, they also pulled out the game panel and left the dungeon. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and successfully finishing a main storyline in the dungeon. Task reward, question stone, can ask one question, you will surely get a reply, single-use item.
Then, a pitch-black stone entered Chen Sun's system space.
Before Chen Sun could react, a voice suddenly came from the shadow.
Boss, hurry up and leave.
At that moment, Chen Sun realized the room was already on fire. The flames quickly spread throughout the room.
It looks like the fire was too big just now and ignited this place.
Chen Sun murmured, then quickly left the room. At the corner of the stairs, a dark figure with a grim expression ran downstairs.
Students in the classroom and office were the same.
Soon after, everyone in the teaching building ran outside the school.
Boom!
Dense black smoke rose, and the already dangerous teaching building collapsed.
Everything turned to dust.
Chen Sun felt a bit embarrassed, he hadn't even become the owner of this kindergarten yet, and he made their building collapse. At that moment, the principal walked over from outside the kindergarten. She was in a great mood but was stunned to see the teaching building collapse. Today she had planned to sell the teaching building to a rich noble.
But now. Not long after, her gaze landed on Chen Sun not far away.
Sir, this the principal said, her expression clearly awkward. At the same time, she noticed that Chen Sun's expression was equally awkward. Principal, don't worry, it's alright that this teaching building collapsed. I actually intended to rebuild this teaching building, so now I've saved a demolition fee.
Chen Sun took out the money and successfully signed the sales contract for the kindergarten with the principal.
Throughout the process, the principal had a dazed expression. Logically, the collapse of the teaching building should give her reason to negotiate a lower price.
But this noble didn't show any intention to haggle at all.
He generously paid the money.
How wealthy this man must be. Not even bothered to bargain?
In the end, the system's voice rang in Chen Sun's mind.
Detected asset damage owned by the host, will the entire area be transformed?
Chapter 42, Dungeon End, Construction Worker of the Horror World.
Transform?
Chen Sun was puzzled for a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up.
Transformation means spending money. He wouldn't miss this opportunity.
Please select the type of transformation, host.
1. Kindergarten, 2. Hospital, 3. Hotel.
Choose kindergarten, Chen Sun said in his heart. He had previously promised the principal to continue using this place as a kindergarten, so he wouldn't go back on his word. According to the land area owned by the host, the system has provided construction recommendations for the host. At that moment, a panel that only he could see popped up before Chen Sun. There were various styles of kindergartens displayed. The cheapest one was about 8 million ghost coins. However, this kindergarten looked rather ordinary, just some simple concrete houses.
Chen Sun couldn't care less about that.
He pulled the page straight to the end. Then his eyes landed on the most expensive design.
A price of 200 million. This is the one.
A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Sun's mouth as he clicked confirm. At the same time, 200 million ghost coins were deducted from his account.
Then, Chen Sun asked again. System, can the market across the street be renovated? The system's answer was yes. Then Chen Sun spent another 200 million on a small goal.
At the same time, he also took out 20 million from both sides for operation. In this way, this set of tasks cost a total of more than 5 small goals.
Chen Sun's ghost energy continued to rise. A level 5 ghost master. At the same time, the system's voice rang out.
Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching level 5 Ghost Master, unlocking the Ghost Domain function. The area of the Ghost Domain will be calculated at a ratio of 10,000 to 1 based on the host's fixed asset area.
The host's current fixed workplace area, 40,326 square meters. The total Ghost Domain that can be opened is 4 square meters.
As the system's voice echoed, Chen Sun was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect to be a Ghost Master with a Ghost Domain now.
Sir, how should we handle this kindergarten now? Seeing the collapsed classroom building, the principal wore a worried expression.
Although the classroom was old before, it could still be used. Now that it has collapsed, those students have no place to attend classes.
Perhaps parents would come to complain soon. Chen Sun said.
Don't worry, I've already arranged for someone to build this kindergarten.
Just now, the system had deducted 2 small goals worth of dark currency.
He just didn't know when someone would come to build, and how long it would take to complete.
As Chen Sun pondered, the entire kindergarten was suddenly enveloped in a thick black fog.
The kindergarten seemed to have a mysterious power that pushed Chen Sun and the others out onto the street. All the teachers, students, and the principal widened their eyes, completely stunned.
They also didn't know what had happened. What is this? The vice principal adjusted his glasses, confusion written all over his elegant face. In the blink of an eye, the black fog dispersed. The scene inside the campus reappeared before everyone's eyes.
At this moment, the classroom building burned down by fierce fire and the ruined playground had vanished.
In its place stood a building resembling a European-style castle. Although this castle still gave a creepy feeling, its luxury was far superior to the previous classroom building. It was simply like heaven and earth. Next to the classroom building, there were many enticing play facilities for children. Even at the entrance of the classroom building, there was a statue with an unclear face. A fountain constantly gushed in front of this statue. Even the security room and entrance had become exceptionally grand. It looked just like a noble school.
Seeing this scene, everyone was completely dumbfounded.
It has been built so quickly?
And those children, upon seeing the castle, became happy.
Their mouths formed an O shape. Wow! We have a new classroom.
These students ran happily into the kindergarten, seemingly filled with curiosity about everything. Chen Sun was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect there was such a fast way to build houses in this frightening world.
This is amazing. Sir, did you do this?
The principal's eyes widened, his mouth trembling. At this moment, he looked at Chen Sun with even more respect.
Even the vice principal's elegant face showed a hint of shock.
This kind of magical ghostly realm, he was seeing for the first time. Chen Sun did not speak, he didn't know how to reply. But this gave everyone a sense of mystique. The background of this adult was not to be trifled with.
All right, I will leave now, the rest is up to you.
Chen Sun looked at the principal and said. Like managing that market, he planned to be a hands-off manager.
Chen Sun was not worried that the kindergarten principal would create any troubles.
Because right after the contract was signed, Chen Sun had formed a strange connection with this kindergarten. It seemed that as long as he entered the kindergarten,
the entire kindergarten could become his ghost domain.
And even the teachers inside the kindergarten had a certain connection with him. It seemed he could command these teachers at will. The other party could not resist Chen Sun's orders.
The principal replied politely. Yes, sir, we will do our best.
Previously, due to the old teaching building and the nearby competitor, this kindergarten had always been in a state of loss. Now, with a new teaching building and such luxurious facilities, she was confident that she could bring this school's performance to an unprecedented level. The principal appeared calm on the surface, but her heart had already begun to excitedly race. Chen Sun said little, opened the system panel, and then exited the instance in advance, disappearing like a black light.
The principal was taken aback and said, I wish you a safe journey, sir.
In the real world, in Chen Sun's room.
Because the passage of time in the game is different from the real world.
So only 3 hours had passed in the real world. In Chen Sun's dim room, a sturdy man was rummaging for something. Finally, the man raised his head, revealing a sharp glint in his eyes. This man was the large guy who had snatched Chen Sun's ticket on the train. However, since he had entered using a login device, he chose to exit the instance after dying and did not continue in the game.
There's nothing unusual here.
Although I don't know why you have so many ghost coins, everything will soon belong to me. The man's lips curled into a cold smile. He had noticed that Chen Sun possessed many ghost coins while in the game. And through Su Weiwei's post, he found that Chen Sun's ghost coins were probably more than he had imagined. To be able to take out tens of thousands of ghost coins casually was not something a new player could own.
Moreover, ghost coins held great temptation for any game player.
To put it accurately, having enough ghost coins meant you could almost walk freely in the horror world. So after returning to the real world, he immediately contacted a top hacker, spending a fortune to break into the official system.
In the end, he successfully obtained Chen Sun's information.
Thus, he hurriedly arrived at Chen Sun's school and also found Chen Sun's residence. Thinking about obtaining a large amount of ghost coins, the man's face revealed a greedy smile.
That guy should just have entered the second instance. Even if your instance rating is high, you can only reach a level 2 Ghost Master at most. And I am already level 3, enough to completely crush you. Chapter 43, Chen Sun's Ghost Domain, Shocking All.
A strong sense of weightlessness came over Chen Sun returned to his familiar room.
However, as soon as he entered the room, his brows furrowed.
Because he sensed a subtle smell of smoke in his room. He didn't smoke, so there should be no such smell in the room.
In the next moment, he became alert. Boss, there's someone. It's that guy who was following you.
The shadow suddenly said.
Chen Sun frowned.
Then the lights in the room suddenly turned on.
It wasn't lit by Chen Sun.
It was the person who was following him.
Hee, I thought you would at least take a day or two to come out of the instance.
I didn't expect you to finish one so quickly.
It seems you have more secrets than I imagined.
The big man coldly stared at Chen Sun. Chen Sun was also surprised.
It's you?
This person was the same man from the train. At that time, he used the rules to kill this big man. At that moment, Chen Sun had not realized that this world had devices like logging in. I didn't expect the other party to chase me directly. The big man looked coldly at Chen Sun and said.
Are you surprised? Didn't expect that I am still alive and I would chase after you? Chen Sun lowered his head and said. What do you want?
The big man chuckled and said. Very simple, hand over the secrets on you, which are all the ghost coins you have.
Otherwise, in the real world, there is no protective mechanism of the login device.
The meaning of this big man's words was already very clear. If Chen Sun did not hand over those ghost coins, the big man would kill him.
Chen Sun frowned. You want to kill me? Aren't you afraid of the official pursuit? Official? The big man grinned.
Since the horror game appeared, the order of the world has already changed a lot.
Even if a person disappears into thin air, not many will pay attention.
After all, too many players have died in the horror game.
Hearing the big man's words, Chen Sun fell silent. Indeed.
Since the horror game came out, the order of the world has changed a lot. Ordinary people might not know, but for those ghost masters who have gone through several games, it is too well understood. Ghost masters can silently kill an ordinary person without leaving any traces.
Strength is everything. Seeing Chen Sun silent, the big man suddenly laughed. What's wrong, scared?
Chen Sun shook his head and said. No, I was just worried, if I kill you here, will it cause some trouble?
Now that I have your confirmation, I can rest assured.
Hearing Chen Sun's words, the big man's gaze sharpened.
Kill me? You sure have a big mouth. Since you are unwilling to hand over your secret, then I will come to take it directly.
As he said this, the big man's body began to be covered with black patterns, and a ghostly aura spread out. The temperature in the entire room suddenly dropped. Then, the big man stretched out his hand filled with black ghostly energy toward Chen Sun's chest.
Ghost Domain. Chen Sun's gaze turned cold.
At the moment the big man was about to get close to Chen Sun, he suddenly found himself in a terrifying space. Then, the distance between Chen Sun and him began to continuously expand.
No matter how hard he ran forward, he could not get closer to Chen Sun even a step. Ghost Domain. How is this possible?
Ghost Domain is a special ability that only level 5 Ghost Masters can possess.
How could you have it?
The big man's face showed shock, completely unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. For someone like him, a Ghost Master without Ghost Domain, entering another Ghost Master's Ghost Domain,
is basically a death sentence.
Because, in the Ghost Domain, the ghosts are almost invincible, just like the Ghost Masters.
Unless you also can possess a Ghost Domain. Is it possible that I am now a level 5 Ghost Master? Chen Sun's cold laughter came. The big man's face instantly turned pale. Impossible, you just entered 2 instances.
Even if you completed the tasks perfectly, you could not reach a level 5 Ghost Master.
Right, it must be the secret on you.
In the real world, a player wants to become a level 5 Ghost Master, at least they need to successfully complete more than 10 instances. This is still for successfully completed instances, adding the failed ones would mean even more instances to enter. A few days ago, Chen Sun was still a newcomer. Even if he keeps entering instances, he could not become a level 5 Ghost Master so quickly.
This is not something an ordinary player can do. Chen Sun smiled and did not answer the big man's questions.
In the Ghost Domain, pairs of black ghostly hands stretched out from the Ghost Domain and slashed toward the big man.
No, don't.
This little brother, spare my life.
As long as you let me go. I am willing to be your subordinate. Chen Sun sneered. No need. The black ghost hand struck the big man's body. The big man opened his eyes wide, then life slowly faded away. Chen Sun looked coldly at this scene. The opponent had tried to take his life several times, so Chen Sun naturally could not spare him. Therefore, once he learned that killing this big man would not bring any trouble, he acted without hesitation. The ghost realm disappeared. Chen Sun and the big man's figures appeared in the room. However, another new problem arose. How should we deal with this corpse? It's not possible to chop it up and flush it down the sewer, right? Ying suddenly said. Boss, don't worry, I can handle this. Earlier, Ying had been frustrated because he didn't have a chance to act. Now that there was finally an opportunity to show off, he immediately floated out from Chen Sun's body. Do you have a way? Chen Sun asked. Ying's half-transparent head nodded. Then, black tentacles suddenly extended from Ying's body. As these tentacles touched the big man, he instantly turned into a mist of blood, absorbed by Ying into his body. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. A bad taste. After swallowing the big man, Ying frowned. Finally, Chen Sun tossed a stack of money to Ying, and a smile appeared on Ying's face. Thank you, boss. After that, Ying slipped back into Chen Sun's body. Finally, Chen Sun checked the rewards from the bloody kindergarten quest. Besides the trivial amount of ghost energy and ghost coins, Chen Sun also obtained a ghost object. The chainsaw of a killing maniac. A level 3 ghost object, capable of dealing strong damage to ghosts. This was the second attacking ghost item Chen Sun had obtained, apart from the bloody brick. Next were the rewards for the system quest, the Qi Mountain Stone. Chen Sun took the Qi Mountain Stone out from the system space. He had many doubts he wanted to answer, such as the background of his ancestors, the whereabouts of his parents, the horror games, and the mysterious mists that spread across the world. Unfortunately, the Qi Mountain Stone could only answer one question. After hesitating for a while, Chen Sun looked at the Qi Mountain Stone and said, Qi Mountain Stone, may I ask where my parents are now? Once this question was asked, the Qi Mountain Stone instantly transformed into a black mist and burrowed into Chen Sun's mind. An ancient voice echoed in Chen Sun's mind. Horror World, Jing Do. Chapter 44, Don't you want to try the feeling of not struggling? Jing Do? Hearing this voice, Chen Sun became excited all over. More than a year had passed. This was the first time he had received news about his parents. This meant that his parents were still alive. Living in the horror world all this time? Or perhaps they had entered a horror world quest and had not come out yet. Otherwise, why couldn't he find any clues at all? Chen Sun kept repeating in his heart. Then he opened his phone and accessed the horror game forum. He searched for the words Jing Do. However, he found nothing. Could this be a quest that hasn't been discovered? But if his parents have been in the horror world for more than a year, if that's the case, then this quest's time is way too long. Ding dong. At that moment, Chen Sun's phone suddenly rang. It was Qin Shang. That is, Chen Sun's best buddy. He clicked to answer, and Qin Shang's panicked voice came through. Not good, Lao Chen, I have also been selected by the horror game to become a player. And it's a new quest at a horror level. It is said that the death probability for first-time entrance into such quests is up to 90%. Lao Chen, I'm going to die. On the other end of the line, Chen Sun could even hear the crying tone in Qin Shang's voice. Qin Shang can be said to be the only friend Chen Sun has in this world. When Chen Sun's parents went missing, it was just this best buddy who comforted him every day and treated him to delicious food. This helped Chen Sun to recover a bit. Otherwise, during that time, Chen Sun might have fallen into depression. Of course, Chen Sun could not remain indifferent when Qin Shang was in trouble. Don't worry, the horror game is not as difficult as you think. First, tell me which instance you chose. Chen Sun said. On the other end of the phone, Qin Shang's voice came through. Haunted Hotel. Old Chen, am I going to die? Chen Sun comforted him. Don't worry, it's not that easy to die. When the time comes, I will teach you how to navigate the horror game. Hearing Chen Sun's comfort, Qin Shang's crying tone seemed to lessen, and then he said, Old Chen, is it true? It is true. Chen Sun said firmly. After continuing to comfort Qin Shang for a while, Chen Sun hung up the phone. Then he opened the forum and found the horror game national office. He wanted to see if he could get a login device from them. If that didn't work, Chen Sun could only give Qin Shang some ghost coins. With those ghost coins, it should not be difficult to survive in that instance. At the same time, Chen Sun also wanted to ask if the people at the Horror Game National Office knew about the existence of the Horror City instance. After all, the information held by the official sources must be greater than what he or the forum had. Are you there? Opening the chat window of the Horror Game National Office, Chen Sun sent a message.
After chatting for a while, they arranged to meet the next day at noon.
Tomorrow happens to be the weekend. The next day. The noon sun was just right. In a coffee shop in the city center.
A tall, beautiful woman wearing black stockings sat there, quietly in a corner of the cafe sipping a cup of coffee.
This woman is Zhao Shan. That guy again. When Chen Sun saw Zhao Shan, an awkward expression instantly appeared on his face.
He remembered that a couple of days ago, Shadow had stolen her notebook using lipstick.
She probably didn't know it was him, right? Sister Shan. Chen Sun greeted her warmly.
However, a playful smile appeared on Zhao Shan's lips.
Little brat, it's you again? Did my notebook and lipstick come back? Chen Sun's enthusiasm instantly turned into embarrassment. It seems Shadow wasn't completely stealthy after all.
Shadow suddenly said. Boss, that guy must also have a ghost inside him, otherwise he wouldn't be able to discover my actions.
Chen Sun's face darkened. Then hurry up and take back her stuff?
That notebook was with Chen Sun, but the lipstick was still in Shadow's belly.
Boss. Hurry. Chen Sun stressed in his tone.
In the end, even though Shadow was somewhat unwilling, he still handed over the lipstick.
Sister Shan, don't blame me.
It's all my ghost's own decision.
Chen Sun said. He had nothing to hide about Shadow's existence.
Since the ghost on the other side already knew that Shadow had stolen Zhao Shan's notebook and lipstick, it naturally also knew that Chen Sun had contracted a ghost. After receiving the notebook and lipstick, Zhao Shan didn't care and said.
So, what brings you to contact us this time? Chen Sun said.
Mainly to tell you the rules I got from the last instance, and I also have 2 personal matters.
Zhao Shan raised her eyebrows and said. What personal matters? Do you want me to introduce someone to you? What do you think of me, sister? Chen Sun's face instantly darkened. Sister Shan, can't we stop joking around?
Zhao Shan's lips curved into an alluring arc as she said.
Little brother, sister is not joking with you. Although sister is older than you.
But as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is worth a treasure.
Don't you want to try the feeling of not having to strive?
Chen Sun did not plan to continue discussing this topic with Zhao Shan.
Sister Shan, do you know about Jing?
Hearing Chen Sun's words, Zhao Shan was taken aback, and her pupils slightly widened.
Her expression immediately became serious. Zhao Shan said. Why are you asking this? Chen Sun said.
It's a personal matter, related to Jingdu and the horror game, but I couldn't find any information from the forum.
Zhao Shan furrowed her brows and then said.
Actually, only the higher-ups in our country's office know about this.
But now, the matter of Jingdu is no longer a secret, so I can tell you. Hearing Zhao Shan's words, Chen Sun's expression began to grow serious.
It was indeed not simple, as only the higher-ups in the country's office had known before.
Zhao Shan continued.
No one knows where Jingdu is in the horror world. It is not a dungeon, but a city in the horror game world. That is the most terrifying existence in the horror world. Any random ghost inside could reach at least level 8. We even speculate that Jingdu holds the answers to why horror games appear in the real world, and that mysterious fog.
Perhaps, there's even the legendary Ghost Emperor in Jingdu. However, all of this is just speculation.
Among players in our country, only about 10 have been transported to the city of Jingdu and lived. Moreover, they all share a common feature before they were transported to Jingdu's dungeon. They are all level 9 ghost tamers. So we speculate that perhaps only level 9 ghost tamers qualify to enter the dungeons in the city of Jingdu.
Chen Sun began to ponder. If that's the case, then he must raise his strength to a level 9 ghost tamer to have the opportunity to enter Jingdu? Zhao Shan said. This is all the information we currently know. By the way, what is your second personal matter?
Zhao Shan's words pulled Chen Sun back into the horror world.
He lifted his head to look at Zhao Shan and said. Can you give me another device to log in? Chapter 45. But what he gave was ghostly currency.
Chen Sun told Zhao Shan about Qin Sheng's matter. This login device cannot be purchased online, it seems only the country's office for horror games has them.
Hearing Chen Sun's explanation, Zhao Shan shook her head. This, I'm afraid, is not possible.
The login devices are currently out of stock, and the production has been very low. Moreover, each region has a certain quota, mostly supplied only to those old players who provide dungeon clues.
Coincidentally, our last batch of login devices has already been distributed.
The login device was recently developed by the country's office for horror games.
So among players, it is a rare item. Chen Sun nodded and said. I understand. But you don't have to give it to me for free, I can buy it.
As he spoke, Chen Sun took out a stack of money from the system space and placed it on the table. It was not cash, but all ghostly currency.
100,000 ghostly currency. I wonder if I can get a login device from your country's office.
If it were before, if someone took out ghostly currency to trade, they would certainly be called a lunatic. But now it's different. Because of the horror game's emergence, this currency usable in the horror world is extremely precious to these players. Seeing the ghostly currency exuding a ghastly aura, Zhao Shan was stunned for a moment. After a long silence, she stood up and said, "I'm sorry, I need to go to the restroom." After speaking, she walked towards the restroom in the cafe. The fierce ghost within Zhao Shan immediately became excited. "Wow, did you see that? 100,000, that's 100,000 ghostly currency. My goodness." Zhao Shan ignored the fierce ghost and entered the restroom, then took out her phone to call the headquarters. "Hello, I'm Zhao Shan from Lin City. Boss, it's like this. We have a player here who wants to spend 100,000 to buy a login device. I'll consult with you about it." Suddenly, a voice full of impatience came through the phone. "How many times have I told you? The distribution of login devices follows strict standards. We absolutely forbid rich players trying to buy them with money. Login devices must be reasonably distributed to players who understand horror games and have contributed to us. This decision is indeed cruel, even making others feel that our national office is a bit cold-blooded. But there's no way around it. There are only a limited number of login devices, and they can only be given to those who are useful to us. Even if it's 10 million, these login devices are not for sale." Zhao Shan said. "Leader, I understand what you're saying. But this person is offering ghost coins." Silence. A brief silence came from the other side of the phone. "You mean, the ghost coins that can be used in the horror world?" Zhao Shan nodded. "Yes, leader. Those ghost coins are filled with strong ghostly energy, absolutely no mistake." Another brief silence. The voice from the phone said, "His ghost coins, 10 million ghost coins. My god, our entire national office doesn't even have 10 million ghost coins. Where did this guy get so many ghost coins?" Players find it extremely difficult to get ghost coins in the horror world. Not only players, even the ghosts in the horror world find it hard to get ghost coins. These ghost coins are mostly concentrated in the hands of big aristocrats. Only a small amount circulates outside. Therefore, whether for the ghosts or players in the horror world, they are extremely precious. He once heard that in Europe and America, a player accidentally obtained millions of ghost coins and then thrived in the horror world. They even used the ghost coins to contract several ghosts. In a short time, they became a level 7 ghost master, becoming a game tycoon in the European and American horror game organizations. The local officials also benefited from this. Even the number of advanced ghost masters there exceeded that of our country. But now, this guy casually pulls out 10 million ghost coins. This can only mean that this guy actually has even more ghost coins. At the very least, he must have over 1 million. Could he be the game tycoon in our country? Wait, wasn't there a mysterious expert mentioned in a post on the forum last time, who would randomly take out a bunch of ghost coins? Could it be him? Then, the leader on the phone continued. "Zhao Shan, I'm giving you 2 tasks now. First, agree to this player's request. I'll immediately have someone send the login device to you by private jet. Second, whether you use beauty tricks or whatever method, make sure to build a good relationship with this player. He is very likely the hope for the rise of our country's ghost masters." Although Zhao Shan couldn't see the leader's expression, hearing the trembling voice from the other end of the phone, she was certain that the leader was definitely extremely excited at that moment. But as for beauty tricks, she hadn't used them before. But the other person isn't into that. Damn, could it be that my charm isn't enough? Hanging up the phone, Zhao Shan returned to the cafe, her face flushed with embarrassment as she said, "Chen Sun, little brother. I just consulted with our leader. He agreed to this deal. We only need to wait a few more hours, and the login device will be sent over." Zhao Shan's gaze lingered on Chen Sun's ghost coins, her eyes burning with heat. Of course, even hotter was the fierce ghost inside her body. I really envy the ghost on the other side. To actually become a contracted ghost for such a rich person. Hearing Zhao Shan's words, Chen Sun couldn't help but get goosebumps. She looked like the spicy type. Suddenly calling him little brother felt somewhat strange. However, he didn't say much more. Not long after, Zhao Shan walked out of the cafe, and when she came back in, she was holding a tin box. So fast? Chen Sun was a bit surprised. In fact, even Zhao Shan was taken aback just now. Because this login device was sent over by a special plane from headquarters. It's easy to imagine how much they value Chen Sun. This login device is the latest model. Besides the functions you have on your device, it can also enable team gameplay. As long as you input the number of your device into this new device, and after you confirm it, you can play in the same dungeon together. As Zhao Shan spoke, she demonstrated it for Chen Sun. With this function, it's actually more suitable for teams to engage in cooperative gameplay. Of course, your previous login device can also be upgraded online to achieve this function. After chatting for a while longer and exchanging contact information, Chen Sun left with the login device. Inside the cafe, looking at the 100,000 ghost coins, Zhao Shan finally showed an excited expression.
100,000 ghost coins. If only these could all be mine.
The next day, after resting all day, Chen Sun came to Qin Shang's building and called Qin Shang's phone.
Hey Lao Qin, how much longer until you enter the game world? Qin Shang's anxious voice came through. Lao Chen, there's half an hour until we enter the game. This might be the last time we talk.
Chen Sun was a bit speechless and then said.
Come down now. Come down? Hurry up. Lao Chen, wait a minute, I need to say goodbye to my parents. 5 minutes later, Qin Shang came down and found Chen Sun.
He looked at Chen Sun with a sad face and said.
Lao Chen. Thank you for coming to see me in my last moments.
Chen Sun slapped Qin Shang on the chest and handed him a wad of cash.
Stop talking nonsense, this time you won't die. This ghost coin is for you, it's the currency in the horror world, if you run into trouble, you can use these ghost coins to solve it. And this is a login device, you can have 2 lives and even exit the game early. I will enter the dungeon with you, and once we're inside, just follow my command. Giving those ghost coins to Qin Shang and buying the login device, Chen Sun wouldn't gain any ghost energy. But saving his best friend's life was definitely worth it. Plus, Chen Sun originally planned to enter the horror world to level up, and it was perfect to bring Qin Shang along this time. Once Qin Shang confirmed some details, the countdown reached 0.
A sense of weightlessness came over them, and Chen Sun and Qin Shang disappeared from their spot at the same time. Then came the sound of the game announcement.
Welcome to the horror game world.
This time, the dungeon is the Ghost Hotel.
Chapter 46, Welcome to the Ghost Hotel. Welcome to the Ghost Hotel.
The Ghost Hotel is a membership-based hotel, dedicated to serving each traveler. In this game, players will act as hotel staff, completing tasks assigned by the hotel manager. Friendly reminder 1, customers in the hotel have strange tempers, please do not provoke them casually. Friendly reminder 2, the nights in the hotel are the scariest times, please do not roam around carelessly after dark. Friendly reminder 3, the hotel places great importance on the experience of high-level members, some customers may even make excessive requests, please try to meet their needs. Main task of the dungeon, survive 5 days in the game and perfectly complete the tasks assigned by the hotel manager.
Current number of players surviving, 16 people. The game's announcement voice sounded.
Then Chen Sun discovered he was already in a closed space. It seemed to be a conference room, but the walls were covered in spider webs. A spider the size of half a fist crawled on the web. Even the chairs were covered in a thick layer of dust. What the hell is this place?
Damn it! At that moment, a curse rang out.
In the corner of the conference room, a stylishly dressed guy was cursing. Dear, this is the world of the horror game. It seems like it's not as scary as what the internet says, just dirty and chaotic. Next to this guy, a girl dressed in couple's outfit said.
These two seem to be a couple. And they were both newbies.
Don't worry, babe, I'll protect you.
What's so scary about ghosts?
I can take them down with one punch.
The guy said dismissively. Instantly, the girl showed an expression of admiration. Chen Sun ignored these two, his gaze sweeping around the room. There were about 7 or 8 players with ghostly auras here.
At that moment, these experienced players were keeping a wary eye on each other. This meant that more than half of the people in this dungeon were new players. Finally, Chen Sun's gaze landed on a chubby, terrified player. According to the function of the login device, he could see a small blue dot above his head.
Lao Qin?
Chen Sun looked at this player and said.
The player was taken aback, looking at Chen Sun. You're Lao Chen? Why do you look like an old man now? Chen Sun said. This is the function of the login device. Remember to keep those ghost coins I gave you safe. Just do as I told you earlier. Qin Shang nodded upon hearing this.
This was his first time entering the game, and he knew that Chen Sun was an experienced player who had completed 2 dungeons. So he didn't hesitate, whatever Chen Sun said to do, he would do. However, at that moment, the sound system in the conference room suddenly crackled with electrical noise. Then a strange voice came through. The hotel manager will arrive in the conference hall in 5 minutes. Please have all service staff put on their uniforms and wait for the manager to assign tasks. Hearing this voice, the new players instantly looked confused. And the experienced players began to look around. Soon, they saw a pile of clothes stacked chaotically at the back of the conference room. However, those clothes looked like they hadn't been washed in a long time, all covered in various stains.
They even emitted an unpleasant odor. Go put on those uniforms, Chen Sun said to Qin Shang. This announcement was clearly a rule.
Qin Shang quickly, without hesitation, found a suitable sized uniform in that pile of clothes and put it on. But most of the new players were still in a daze. No wonder the death rate was so high for new players entering dungeons.
Chen Sun looked at these new players and reminded them.
Now you need to put on these uniforms, otherwise, you might touch the rules.
Hearing Chen Sun's words, many players suddenly realized and looked at Chen Sun with grateful expressions.
One by one, they rushed to that pile of clothes to find uniforms that fit them. Of course, there were players who looked disdainful upon hearing this.
Just like that couple from before.
At this moment, they looked at those clothes with disgust.
The girl said, "Dear, these clothes are so dirty and ugly, I don't want to wear them." The guy smiled. "Don't be afraid, baby, don't listen to this guy's nonsense, what ridiculous rules? I'll protect you. Even if ghosts really come,
I can make him die again." Saying this, the boy picked up an iron rod from the side.
He looked fierce and intimidating. "Darling, you're amazing," the girl said.
Seeing that these two had no intention of putting on work uniforms, Chen Sun said nothing more. After all, he had already warned them, and it wasn't his fault if they didn't listen.
This is a terrifying game world, they still thought they were in reality. Dating here? What a brainless choice. Minutes passed in a flash.
Tap tap tap. At that moment, a sound of leather shoes striking the floor suddenly echoed from outside the meeting room door.
All players held their breath.
Then, black mist seeped in from the crack at the bottom of the door, and the temperature in the meeting room dropped significantly.
Creak.
A sharp sound of the door opening came, and in walked a man in a suit. However, the suit was covered in dried red bloodstains. Looking at the man's face, he seemed like a dried corpse. At first glance, it looked as if purple skin wrapped around the bones.
He also exuded a rolling black ghostly aura.
In his withered hand, he held a bloody human head.
Red blood dripped onto the floor. Seeing this scene, many new players turned pale, including Qin Shang.
This was also the first time for the new players to see a ghost in the horror game, a normal reaction. The hotel manager's gaze swept across the meeting room, then fixed on the young couple.
"Waiter, where are your work uniforms?" The hotel manager's bulging eyes stared intensely at the couple.
At this moment, the couple lost all their previous arrogance. Their faces were pale, even showing a touch of fear. Their bodies trembled slightly, and then they said,
We will put them on right away."
Saying this, the two intended to go to the back of the meeting room to pick up work uniforms to wear. This ghost was just too terrifying. Just standing there gave them a tremendous sense of oppression. No matter how casual they were earlier, how unafraid they acted, it had turned into deep fear.
But at the moment they were about to turn, the hotel manager's voice suddenly rang out. "No need, our hotel doesn't need waiters like you."
Chapter 47, As long as you are powerful, ghosts can't harm you.
Our hotel doesn't need waiters like you.
After the hotel manager's words, a thick ghostly aura emerged from his body. Then, that withered hand reached directly toward the boy. The boy reacted quickly, rapidly grabbing the girl beside him and pushing her forward. He seemed to want to delay the manager's time with this move.
The next second, the dry hand pierced through the girl's chest. Blood splattered onto the boy's clothes.
Before dying, the girl wore a look of disbelief and pain, then turned to look at the boy.
"Darling, you." The boy grinned and said,
"Baby, I've protected you so many times, now it's your turn to protect me once."
The boy seemed not the slightest bit guilty, then ran toward the pile of work uniforms. But regrettably, the hotel manager's other hand pierced through his chest the next second. The two collapsed almost simultaneously into a pool of blood.
New players watching this scene all widened their eyes, their faces extremely pale. At this moment, they truly realized the horror in the terrifying world.
Here, they could die at any moment. "All right, now stand still, I will arrange work for you." Saying this, all players stiffened and dared not say much more.
Then they lined up in the meeting room. Then the hotel manager's gaze swept across all the players and said,
"You
go and ask the customers in rooms 201 and 202 on the second floor if they need any service, and try your best to meet their requests.
You take care of rooms 204 and 205. You are responsible for the restaurant. You will handle the front desk.
Remember, our haunted hotel takes customer experience very seriously.
If any of you receive complaints from customers during service,
then you will only become collectibles to be given to those customers to alleviate their dissatisfaction with the hotel.
Once you complete your tasks, you will gain free time.
Every morning at 6 o'clock, you must gather here.
Remember, don't forget to wear your work uniform." Soon, the hotel manager assigned all the tasks. Hearing the manager's words, many players instinctively looked at the two lovers lying in a pool of blood. They didn't want to end up like that.
Thinking of this, they looked at Chen Sun. Clearly, they felt that following an experienced player like Chen Sun might increase their chances of survival. Chen Sun ignored their gazes. He was assigned to inquire about the needs of customers in rooms 403 and 404 and had to fulfill their requests if necessary. According to the game's announcement, the residents in the hotel had peculiar tempers. Who knows what dangers they would encounter later?
He looked at Qin Shang beside him and said, "Old Qin, just follow my instructions later. Don't panic when you see anything terrifying, as long as you don't break the rules. Also, if you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, use the ghost coins I gave you." Qin Shang was assigned to the third floor, not on the same floor as Chen Sun. So, he couldn't provide help at all times. In the end, everyone dispersed. Chen Sun walked out of the meeting room and then came to the hotel lobby. In the lobby, there were still many ghosts. At this moment, they looked at Chen Sun and the others with disdain. Some ghosts even opened their bloody mouths, seemingly ready to swallow them whole at any moment. Many players shivered at this sight. "Mouse, I think your flesh and blood must be very delicious." As Chen Sun passed by a ghost waiter in the lobby, the ghost waiter instantly revealed sharp teeth and smirked. "Oh, is that so?
Perhaps later, in a deserted place, you can kill me.
However, it's also possible that you will be killed by me." Chen Sun smiled and didn't pay attention to the ghost waiter. "You better not let me seize the opportunity," said the ghost waiter. This ghost waiter was just a 2-level ghost. Chen Sun did not reveal any ghostly aura from himself. Otherwise, he would definitely scare the opponent to death. Chen Sun had already experienced 2 instances and no longer felt the same fear he had when first entering. He even found them somewhat endearing. However, seeing this scene, the new players beside him, even the experienced ones, were all stunned, staring at Chen Sun in shock. This guy is too bold. Daring to provoke a ghost as soon as he enters the instance? In fact, they didn't know that Chen Sun didn't see these ghosts as a threat at all. Even that hotel manager was just a 4-level ghost. Why should he be afraid and show fear? For him, this instance seemed just like a fishing pond. He just didn't know the strength of the customers in those rooms. "Old Chen, aren't you afraid that guy will retaliate against you?" "That's a ghost," Qin Shang whispered as he walked up to Chen Sun. "It's fine, as long as you're strong, even a ghost can't do anything to you. You will understand my words in the future." Saying this, Chen Sun walked with the other players into the elevator. The lights in the elevator flickered. No one knew when they would go out. Ding! The sound of the elevator rang, and the players arrived at the floors they had each agreed to serve. Chen Sun also got off the elevator, and 2 other players were serving the same floor as him. 1 man, 1 woman. But they were clearly veteran players, and at this moment, they eyed each other with a sense of vigilance. Finally, Chen Sun arrived in front of room 403. Knock knock knock. "Hello, room service." Not knowing what kind of ghost was inside, Chen Sun decided to knock first. "Come in." A lazy voice sounded from inside the door. Chen Sun opened the door and pushed it in. Immediately, his brows furrowed. Then, something suddenly fell from the door. Instinctively, Chen Sun took 2 steps back. Pan. The next second, the sound of glass shattering echoed. In fact, it was indeed a glass container that had shattered. And after the glass container broke, black liquid flowed out. This seemed to be a corrosive liquid. The moment this black liquid touched the floor, it immediately started bubbling like it had been triggered. A foul-smelling smoke rose up. In the end, the floor was actually corroded into a large pit. Chen Sun's brows furrowed deeply. If he had been just a little slower, his body would likely have been corroded instead. His gaze turned cold as he looked at the room. In the room, a very fat ghost was looking at Chen Sun with a surprised expression. Around the ghost, there were several glass containers filled with black liquid. "Huh, you actually dodged it," the ghost said, then narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at Chen Sun. "Waiter, you broke my treasure." Chapter 48, he smiled at the ghost, and the ghost was terrified. The ghost in room 403 stared at Chen Sun with both surprise and coldness. He had used this small trap to trick many hotel service staff. In fact, many of them had their bodies corroded and then knocked to death, later placed in glass jars. Now, seeing that Chen Sun had dodged it, the ghost froze for a moment. Then, after realizing Chen Sun was human, he immediately showed an ice-cold expression. "Waiter, you broke my treasure." Chen Sun was also confused. The ghost clearly set up a small trap to try to harm him. And now, it was actually blaming him. If it weren't for the game rules, Chen Sun would have probably rushed in and pinned the fat ghost to the ground, beating him. But now, the mysterious mist from the real world was constantly drifting toward them.
Also, Chen Sun needed to go to Jingdu and quickly become a level 9 ghost master. He had to quickly level up. Therefore, Chen Sun didn't want to end this quest so soon. He smiled slightly and said, "Sorry, honorable guest, it was my mistake."
Mistake?
The fat ghost's body suddenly emitted a dense ghostly aura upon hearing this.
Waiter, you broke my thing, and you think a simple mistake will solve it? Did your parents not teach you that you have to compensate? The thick ghostly aura enveloped the entire room.
The fat ghost's face showed a terrifying expression. It seemed like he wanted to see the fear appear on Chen Sun's face soon. He had used this trick to scare off many service staff.
There was even a good chance of scaring the person away.
At that time, if they hadn't provided the service, they would have violated the rules. For humans who violated the rules, he would stuff them into glass jars as trophies.
However, what he didn't expect was that Chen Sun didn't show the feared expression he had anticipated.
On the contrary, it seemed like the waiter was still smiling. And he was smiling coldly at the ghost.
The ghost even began to doubt his own eyes. Is this really the expression a human would have when facing a terrifying ghost?
Boss, this is a ghost that absorbs fear to improve itself.
Maybe in life, I was scared to death by others.
The voice of the shadow suddenly came.
Chen Sun smiled, then walked into room 403.
The fat ghost immediately showed an expression of surprise.
This human not only didn't run away but actually walked in. Is he not afraid that I will eat him?
Then, he saw Chen Sun walk beside the fat ghost and smile slightly.
Dear guest, being naughty isn't good.
As he spoke, Chen Sun picked up a glass container beside the fat ghost and smashed it heavily on the ground.
Bang!
The sound of shattering glass came. Then the floor was continuously corroded by the liquid from the glass container, emitting thick black smoke.
The fat ghost stared with wide eyes. Waiter, what are you doing?
Chen Sun did not explain, continuing to pick up those glass containers and smash them on the ground. Soon, the containers filled with black liquid were all shattered by Chen Sun. The fat ghost's face stiffened, looking at this scene in disbelief.
A human actually destroyed all of his precious things? Does he want to die?
At this moment, the fat ghost finally reacted.
He was a ghost after all. Then his expression turned dark. Waiter, you will pay for your actions. I want to complain about you.
Chen Sun looked at this ghost without responding, then took out a murderous chainsaw from the system space. The ghost in front of him was only at level 2.
Complain about me?
Chen Sun sneered and turned on the chainsaw. The chainsaw instantly roared to life, making a buzzing sound. Chen Sun's eyes were cold, ghostly energy rising from his body, picking up the chainsaw as if he had transformed into a terrifying killer. The fat ghost, seeing the chainsaw in an instant, swallowed hard, his face turning ugly. His body began to tremble slightly. He felt the strong ghost energy emanating from that chainsaw. He had no doubt that the other party could saw his body into pieces with that ghostly weapon. This was a ghostly weapon.
And it was not a simple one.
This waiter was not someone to mess with.
He immediately put on a fawning expression and said, No. Little brother, I was just joking with you.
After saying that, Chen Sun put away the murderous chainsaw, then looked at the fat ghost and took out a stack of money.
This damage to your treasures is indeed my responsibility. These ghost coins are my compensation for you.
Chen Sun threw a stack of ghost coins onto the fat ghost's bed.
The fat ghost's eyes widened instantly, staring fixedly at that stack of money.
That was a stack of ghost coins, almost 10,000. It was more than all his savings combined. However, remembering how terrifying Chen Sun was just now, he quickly smiled and picked up the ghost coins, handing them to Chen Sun.
Little brother, those are worthless things.
No need to compensate, no need to compensate.
Joking, a person with such a powerful ghost weapon and so many ghost coins couldn't possibly be a simple human. In this horrifying world, strength is everything. He highly suspected that Chen Sun was fishing for law enforcement.
As long as he took the money, the other side would have a reason to kill him.
Otherwise, why would he spend extra money to compensate him?
Just as he handed the money over, Chen Sun's cold gaze fell over. It seemed that after handing over the money, even scarier things might happen. The fat ghost froze for a moment, then carefully put away the ghost coins. This was probably the most anxious time he ever received ghost coins in his ghost life. Ding, congratulations, host spent 10,000 ghost coins and gained 100 points of ghost energy. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Chen Sun finally revealed a friendly smile.
Dear guest, is there anything else I can assist you with?
Looking at Chen Sun's smile, the fat ghost couldn't help but shiver. The other side was so fierce. How could he still dare to let the other party serve?
What if he makes a request, and his ghostly life ends up staying in this room? He looked at Chen Sun and said with a smile.
Nothing.
Chen Sun said. Then how about today's service evaluation?
The fat ghost immediately said.
Excellent, absolutely excellent. Moon Chen-sun nodded and then walked towards the door. Having strength really makes a difference. Saying this, he looked at the door of room 404. But he didn't know if the guest in this room was as easy to talk to. Thinking this, Chen-sun walked towards room 404. The fat ghost's face suddenly darkened at this scene. What a scary little ghost. But the guest in room 404 is a very terrifying existence. This little ghost is done for. Chen-sun arrived at the door of room 404. Strangely, the door of the room was actually open. Had the guest gone out? Chen-sun pondered and was about to knock on the door. Ah! Then a scream came out. Chen-sun instinctively looked towards the direction of the scream. It was room 401. Chapter 49, The Elder in room 404, Gambling on Chess. At that moment, in the direction of room 401, the female player was suddenly swept out by a wave of black energy. On her body, there were countless red paper figures. These paper figures were like sharp knives, leaving bloody marks on the female player. Even her clothes were somewhat disheveled. Dirty rat, this is just a small punishment. If you don't serve me well tomorrow, I will take your arm. The female player stood up, her eyes cold as she looked at the ghost in room 401. In the end, she said nothing more, glanced at the unscathed Chen-sun with a look of surprise in her eyes. However, she had no intention of speaking to Chen-sun and directly knocked on the door of room 402 and walked in. This sudden little episode made Chen-sun curious about what kind of ghost was in room 401. Shaking his head, Chen-sun didn't think too much and looked at the door in front of him. Although the door of room 404 was open, Chen-sun still knocked on the door. Hello, room service. Chen-sun said. Come in. A steady voice came from the room. Chen-sun gently pulled open the door and cautiously stepped back 2 steps, then turned his gaze towards the inside of the room. Strangely, in this room, there was nothing particularly eerie. Only an old man, wearing a pair of slippers, sitting quietly in the room. The room was exceptionally tidy. Even too clean to be true. Chen-sun knew that in a horror world, the more normal a place seemed, the more abnormal it would be. In front of this old man, there was a chessboard. The old man showed a thoughtful expression, as if he were playing Go by himself. A black stone dropped down. Cut. Hee, oldie, your chess skills are getting worse and worse. The old man said, a joyful expression of impending victory on his face. But in front of him, there was clearly no one. However, Chen-sun was not surprised. Boss, this guy gives me a very bad feeling. Shadow suddenly said. Stronger than you? Chen-sun asked in confusion. He did not sense strong ghostly energy from the old man. This meant that the other party might be hiding their ghostly energy. Not as strong as I was in my prime. Shadow said. Chen-sun understood. He looked at the old man and said. Hello, sir, I am the server responsible for here today. May I ask if there is anything I can help you with? Chen-sun said. Since the other party was very powerful, he naturally could not use the method he used to deal with the ghost in room 403 on this old man. The old man glanced at Chen-sun, then said. Come and play a game of chess with me. These old folks can't beat me. As the old man spoke, he began to pick up the chess pieces. Chen-sun looked around the chessboard. Where did the other people go? But Chen-sun did not show any surprise. But I can't play chess. Chen-sun could still play a few games of xiangqi with the old man, but he really didn't know how to play Go. The old man said. It's okay, just accompany me for a few games. If you win, you can choose one item you like from these things. As he spoke, the old man pulled out a pile of various odd items from somewhere. However, on top of these items, there was a faint aura of ghostly energy. It seemed they were also some kind of ghostly artifacts. But they were not of high quality. Chen-sun hesitated for a moment. These ghostly artifacts were very precious to players. But the old man looked too strange. If he lost, he didn't know what kind of things would happen. Moreover, if he refused, he would probably touch the rules. When entering the game, the announcement had already made it very clear. One must try to meet the guest's requests. Then the old man said. Don't worry, if you lose, I won't do anything to you. But playing chess always needs some stakes. How about this, if you lose, you'll give me 1,000 nether coins. Of course, if you don't have money, you can use a part of your body as collateral. I'm particularly fond of the heart. At that moment, the old man stared at Chen-sun's chest with a strange look. It seemed he was very interested in Chen-sun's heart. At this time, Chen-sun noticed that under the old man's chessboard, there were 3 glass bottles. Each bottle contained a heart. These were probably the hearts of those who had lost to the old man and couldn't afford the stakes. Hearing this, Chen-sun immediately nodded. Okay.
If it was just money, then he was quite willing to play chess with this old man. He still had some understanding of Go. But he was just a beginner level at best. Seeing that Chen Sun agreed, the old man looked a bit surprised and then showed a weird smile.
Young man, your courage is commendable.
As the old man said this, he cleared the pieces from the chessboard and looked at Chen Sun.
Young man, please sit.
Chen Sun didn't say much, came to the opposite side of the old man, and sat down. Suddenly, Chen Sun felt a chill around him. It seemed there were really ghosts nearby watching him play chess.
Young man, don't mind them, they just want to see me lose a game.
Don't worry, they won't disturb your game. The old man's voice came through.
If it were in the past, Chen Sun's heart would have been pounding right now.
Perhaps he had already adapted to this terrifying world, his mindset was particularly calm now.
Old man, you go first. Chen Sun said.
Then the old man started to play.
In just a few minutes, Chen Sun had already lost.
Your chess skills are really impressive, old man.
Chen Sun sighed.
However, at this moment, the old man's gaze turned cold. Young man, we just agreed that if you lose, you must give me 1,000 nether coins.
If you don't have nether coins, haha, then let's use your heart as compensation. You wouldn't try to weasel out of it, would you?
The old man suddenly fixed his gaze on Chen Sun's chest, ghostly energy swirling around him.
He understood humans to a certain extent. Those humans were all so poor that even a beggar was richer than them. Getting them to present 1,000 nether coins was like asking for their lives.
He had his eye on Chen Sun's heart from the start, but there were rules protecting him, and as long as Chen Sun hadn't broken the rules, he couldn't kill him. But if Chen Sun agreed and lost the game, and the opponent didn't have enough money to pay up, he could take the opponent's heart. Hearing the old man's words, Chen Sun immediately waved his hand and said,
"Hey. It's no big deal."
As he spoke, Chen Sun took a stack of money and threw it onto the chessboard. There was a full 10,000 ghost coins.
Old man, shall we play a few more rounds? Chapter 50, Old man, don't you gamble? Old man, shall we play a few more rounds?
Hearing Chen Sun's words, the old man was instantly stunned. Especially upon seeing that pile of money, he felt a bad sensation all over.
Where did this young man get so many ghost coins? Moreover, his chess skill was among the best in this city. Others avoided playing chess with him, yet this guy had just lost once, and now he wanted to challenge him again?
This made the old man a little surprised.
Old man?
Seeing the old man dazed, Chen Sun gently called out.
All right, let's continue.
But let's raise the stakes, how about 10,000 ghost coins a game, said the old man.
With this 10,000 ghost coins in front of him, this guy shouldn't have more, right?
And judging by the young man's chess skill just now, he should win for sure. As long as the opponent loses all the ghost coins, he could take out the opponent's heart and keep it.
Hearing the old man's words, Chen Sun immediately nodded.
Of course, that works.
To Chen Sun's surprise, spending money to play chess with the old man was actually considered a reasonable expense. However, he couldn't raise the stakes himself. He would love for the old man to bet even higher.
Soon, Chen Sun played several more rounds with the old man. Each time, Chen Sun was able to put more money on the table for the old man. The old man stared wide-eyed, watching as Chen Sun continuously took out money.
He thought to himself, how rich is this guy? Old man, let's play another round.
Chen Sun grew bolder the more he lost. The old man had never seen someone like this before. Then, with a sly smile on his face, the old man said, "Young man, we've played so many games, and you haven't won once. The old folks around me can't watch anymore. They say we should raise the stakes. This time, how about using your heart as the wager?" Chen Sun's face suddenly stiffened upon hearing this.
Old man, if you do that, I won't play with you anymore.
It's one thing to spend money on chess, but putting down a life is unacceptable. However, as soon as Chen Sun finished speaking, a strong ghostly aura emanated from the old man.
Young man, I only have this one request, are you unwilling to fulfill it? Is this the service attitude of your hotel?
Seeing this scene, Chen Sun was taken aback.
Wow, is this crossing the line? Chen Sun said.
It's not that I won't play, but your stakes are simply too low.
My heart is worth more than that. Upon hearing this, the old man was shocked and the ghostly aura dissipated greatly. Then tell me, what kind of thing would be enough as the wager? Chen Sun replied. You saw it just now, I lost about 100,000 ghost coins to you. So my life should be worth more than 100,000 ghost coins, right?
If you want to continue playing chess, you must offer something worth over 100,000 ghost coins. Chen Sun was also buying time with this. He was betting that the old man didn't have such a high-value ghostly object. So if Chen Sun didn't play with him, it couldn't be blamed on him. Hearing this, the old man frowned. After thinking for a long time, he finally frowned and took out a black finger from his clothes.
This finger emanated a strong ghostly aura. Young man, what about this thing?
This is the most precious treasure I possess, worth more than 10,000 ghost coins. The old man said with a smile, seemingly cherishing this item deeply. At that moment, Shadow suddenly spoke.
Boss, I want that thing. If you can get this item, I can agree to one additional condition. Chen Sun was also taken aback.
He knew that Shadow's strength had actually decreased.
Could this finger help him regain some of his power? Chen Sun nodded.
Alright, old man, I'll play one more game with you. The old man immediately broke into a smile. Although this item was very precious, given his chess skills, he was confident he wouldn't lose to Chen Sun. Chen Sun's heart, he was determined to secure it today. It was at this moment that Chen Sun used a skill card. Then he chose the skill of Go. At the end of the first dungeon, Chen Sun received 3 skill cards.
In the second dungeon, he used one for painting skills.
Now using another one, he would have just one left. Quickly, he looked at the old man.
Old man, you go first.
Chen Sun said, and the old man didn't hold back.
He placed a black stone on the board. A few minutes later. Old man, thank you, thank you. As expected, Chen Sun won this game. How is that possible?
The old man stared at the board, his face showing disbelief. Just a moment ago, Chen Sun was like a beginner, constantly losing to him. He had played with many beginners, and he was sure Chen Sun wasn't pretending.
How in just a moment's time could his skills improve so much?
Chen Sun looked at the confused old man and said.
Old man, a bet is a bet.
Chen Sun looked at the finger the old man brought out.
This item was greatly useful to Shadow.
Although the old man was reluctant, he still handed the finger to Chen Sun. Young man, your chess skills are impressive.
Shall we play another game? This time, I propose betting that finger with the ghost money you just lost to me? Chen Sun nodded. A few minutes later. Old man, you've lost again.
The old man lost again. At this moment, the old man's face seemed somewhat unconvinced. He looked at the air beside Chen Sun and said. You old guys, don't laugh. After saying this, he focused back on Chen Sun and said.
Young man, you're playing dumb to catch the tiger, huh? Do you dare to play another game with me?
After saying that, the old man took out a pile of ghost items as bets.
Again, it was that finger as the wager.
A few minutes later, the old man lost again. Then he lost several times in a row. The old man stared blankly at the board.
How is that possible? How could I have lost again? He looked at Chen Sun and said. Young man, one more game.
Chen Sun shook his head. Old man, you have nothing left to wager. At this moment, the old man had already lost all of his wealth to Chen Sun.
Only then did the old man realize.
He had gotten carried away just now.
He even lost his entire fortune for retirement? Doesn't that mean he lost even the money for tomorrow's housing fees? Would he be kicked out onto the street as a homeless ghost? Chen Sun smiled and said.
But old man, I don't need all your things.
I just want that one finger.
Old man, you should gamble less in the future. Finally, Chen Sun took that black finger and prepared to leave the room.
At that moment, the old man finally came to his senses.
Wait. The old man said, then handed Chen Sun a black card. It recorded an address.
If anything happens in the future, you can contact me at this place. I owe you a favor, young man. Chapter 51, Drowned Ghost. Who? Stepping out of room 404, Chen Sun took a deep breath.
Although the guest in room 404 did not seem so strange. But Chen Sun knew this guest was far more dangerous than the one in room 403.
If he hadn't had the skill cards, he might have already been finished there. As expected.
In the horror world, the more normal-looking places tended to be the most abnormal.
Boss.
At this moment, Shadow's body floated out from Chen Sun, looking at him with eager eyes. Only then did Chen Sun toss the finger he won from the old man to Shadow.
Thank you, boss.
Shadow said excitedly as he swallowed that finger into his belly.
Chen Sun curiously asked. What is this finger?
After the Shadow swallowed that finger, a thick black ghostly energy began to spread around the Shadow, finally gathering in the Shadow's hand. The Shadow's hand immediately became solid, a more powerful ghostly energy radiating. At this moment, the Shadow said. Boss, this thing is the finger of the Ghost King.
After swallowing it, it brings great benefits to ghosts.
I used to look down on such things, but now, after my strength has declined, it can still be used. Feeling the thicker ghostly energy on the Shadow, Chen Sun was also surprised for a moment. This Ghost King is easy to understand, it must be one of those very powerful ghosts. After a while, the Shadow dove back into Chen Sun's body.
Chen Sun's gaze turned toward room 402.
It seemed that the female player who entered this room had not come out again.
Did she die inside?
On the other side, a male player from Chen Sun's floor also walked out of his last service room. Although he looked fine on the outside, his face was pale. It seemed he also encountered a very tricky ghost.
He glanced suspiciously at Chen Sun and then walked downstairs.
After completing their tasks, players could gain free time to move around.
I wonder how Qin Sheng is doing.
Chen Sun thought to himself, planning to check on him. After all, it was Qin Sheng's first time entering a horror game, and Chen Sun was a bit worried. At this moment, on the third floor, Qin Sheng was carefully cleaning the floor in his service room. Beside him was a wet ghost.
This ghost had a pale face, and its body seemed swollen from being soaked. Water continually dripped from it, falling onto the floor.
It seemed to be a drowned ghost.
Mouse, you've been wiping the floor for so long, why is it still not clean? If there's still standing water on the floor before I rest, you won't be leaving.
The drowned ghost looked at Qin Sheng with a creepy smile. Qin Sheng's face was pale, and he looked a bit flustered, but he didn't show it too obviously. Chen Sun had told him not to panic when encountering ghosts, as long as he didn't break the rules, they couldn't hurt him. But even so, he was still a bit scared.
I'm talking to you, Mouse.
The drowned ghost said again when Qin Sheng didn't respond.
Guest, it'll be done soon, very soon.
Qin Sheng said, quickly wiping away the water droplets under the drowned ghost's feet. But soon, new droplets began to fall again. You just said it'll be done soon, but such a long time has passed.
I'll give you 5 more minutes, if it's not good by then, I'll be angry.
The drowned ghost said.
Okay, please wait a moment, guest.
Qin Sheng said, then hurriedly wrung the cloth over the side water bucket and continued to wipe. But no matter how hard he wiped, he couldn't get it clean.
5 minutes quickly passed, and the water droplets on the ghost seemed endless.
A thick ghostly energy wafted out. Mouse, your hands and feet are too slow.
I should just throw you in the bathtub to feed my little ones.
Hearing the drowned ghost's words, Qin Sheng's face suddenly changed. He had been to the bathroom earlier, and the bathtub was filled with black liquid, hair, and various rotting meat floating on the surface. It looked very disgusting. The most important thing was that it seemed there was always something moving at the bottom of the water.
Qin Sheng knew that once he was thrown into that bathtub, there would definitely be no good outcome.
This was the horror world. It was too terrifying. Qin Sheng wanted to cry, but he was now so scared that he couldn't even shed tears. In his heart, there seemed to be nothing but endless fear. At this moment, a black ghostly energy had completely wrapped around him. He even found it hard to breathe. It was like a drowning person. Qin Sheng's mind went blank, and he even seemed to see himself being devoured by that thing at the bottom of the water. But it was at this moment that he suddenly remembered something. Chen Sun had given him quite a few spirit coins before, saying they were the currency in the horror game. If there was a problem he couldn't solve, he could use these spirit coins to resolve it.
However, could this terrifying ghost really accept this?
This ghost in front of him looked so scary, it didn't seem like it could be appeased with money.
Still, Qin Sheng decided to give it a try.
After entering the game, every player has a game space to store items. At this moment, with a thought, a stack of spirit coins stored in the game space appeared in his hand. He felt the cold temperature of the spirit coins.
Guest, I can pay you.
Qin Sheng didn't know how to communicate with this ghost, so he just said he could pay and raised his hand. The spirit coins, emitting ghostly vibes, appeared in the drowned ghost's view. The drowned ghost was immediately stunned, and then the ghostly aura instantly retracted. He widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the spirit coins.
Are they all for me? The drowned ghost said. He seemed puzzled. How could a human possibly have so many spirit coins? These spirit coins must be worth over 10,000.
With smooth breathing and newfound physical freedom, Qin Sheng said.
Yes, these spirit coins are all for you.
At that moment, Qin Sheng still didn't know how much temptation these spirit coins held for the ghosts. Back in the blood-red train dungeon, when Chen Sun just took out a single $100 spirit coin, the ghosts in the carriage had shown fiery expressions in their eyes.
One can imagine how important these spirit coins were to ghosts.
And now, Qin Sheng casually took out a stack of spirit coins. The drowned ghost was completely stunned. These spirit coins were enough for him to stay here for a long time. He happily accepted the spirit coins, laughing and saying,
"Ha, little brother, I just spoke too loudly earlier. Please, don't mind it."
The drowned ghost said politely. This 10,000 spirit coins was neither too much nor too little. The key was that the young man in front of him could easily use this 10,000 spirit coins to buy some powerful ghosts to kill him. He believed many ghosts would be willing to do such a thing.
It wouldn't even take 10,000 spirit coins.
1,000, no, even just 500 spirit coins would entice numerous ghosts to act. After all, in this world, killing ghosts was done without any psychological burden, but spirit coins were incredibly rare. He believed that the seemingly ordinary waiter in front of him could still pull out 500 spirit coins. At this moment, it was better not to easily offend a human who had so many spirit coins.
Chapter 52, Land Auction.
At this moment, Qin Shang was even more shocked than the drowned ghost. He had heard Chen Sun say that spirit coins could solve problems in the horror world that seemed unsolvable.
But he hadn't considered that these spirit coins could make ghosts treat him politely. Moreover, this was just 10,000 spirit coins. In the real world, Qin Shang was a rich second-generation heir.
$10,000 was just a trivial pocket change to him. At this moment, Qin Shang even boldly developed a thought in his mind. He wanted to use money to insult this ghost. In the past, he had used money to make many materialistic people obey him. However, he was now too afraid to do so. After all, the creature opposite him was a ghost.
Perhaps in the next second, it would open its bloody maw and swallow him whole. He just wanted to get away from here quickly.
After a long time, he finally mustered the courage to look at the drowned ghost.
Can I leave now?
The drowned ghost smiled politely and said, Of course, of course.
From today, you are my good brother.
If anyone bullies you here, tell me, and I'll take care of them for you.
Having enough ghost coins, humans are like lords.
To prevent Qin Shang from using ghost coins to buy his life, this drowned ghost decided to build a good relationship with Qin Shang. After all, he was just a level 1 ghost. Moreover, since the other party had given him money, it was clear they didn't want to confront him, and he had no reason or need to kill Qin Shang. Hearing the words of this drowned ghost, Qin Shang finally breathed a sigh of relief and then picked up his tools and left the room.
He didn't dare stay here for even a moment.
Chen Sun gave him 100,000 yuan, and he had already spent 10,000 in the first room.
And judging by the ghost's reaction, these ghost coins must be extremely important.
He often browsed forums and knew the value of these ghost coins in the real world. This 10,000 ghost coins could be sold for 1 million yuan in the real world. And there was no market for it. His brother was really too good to him. He just gave him 100,000 ghost coins, which was worth 10 million outside. These coins must have been hard to come by for old Chen, yet he gave me so much. This brother is definitely worth having. It was at this moment that he suddenly saw someone walking toward him at the end of the corridor.
Old Chen?
At this moment, Qin Shang looked at Chen Sun with a moved expression.
What's wrong?
Chen Sun looked puzzled. He had no idea what Qin Shang had been thinking just now.
It's nothing, old Chen, I just missed you. Qin Shang said.
Get lost, stop being mushy with me here.
Chen Sun got goosebumps and then asked. So, how did the task go? Qin Shang nodded.
At first, it was quite difficult. I encountered a drowned ghost who kept dripping water and wanted me to clean the floor. But later, after using the ghost coins you gave me, everything went smoothly.
Chen Sun nodded upon hearing this and said.
That's good. He had previously worried that Qin Shang might trigger some rules due to panic. It seemed the other party was adapting quite well.
Qin Shang said. Old Chen, these coins must be hard-earned for you, right? Chen Sun smiled and said.
Don't worry, just use these ghost coins however you want. But remember to use them with caution, and don't let other players know you have so many ghost coins. Otherwise, it could easily bring trouble. Qin Shang understood Chen Sun's meaning and nodded. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Sun prepared to head down to the hotel lobby to get familiar with the environment. Then he would see where he could spend some money. Meanwhile, Qin Shang still had another room's guest to serve. Chen Sun chose not to help. If the mist really invaded Huagui in the future, then the strange things inside could only be killed by the ghost tamers. And ghost tamers could only level up through horror games. So understanding the game rules was very important for every player.
He couldn't always be by Qin Shang's side. Qin Shang needed to adapt on his own. Ding!
The elevator door opened, and Chen Sun stepped down to the first floor.
He wandered around the lobby and then stopped under an advertisement board. The advertisement board was written in very eye-catching red letters, stating, Countdown to the 4th Urban Monster Land Auction, 4 days.
At the same time, a voice from the system echoed in Chen Sun's mind. Congratulations to the host for triggering a new task.
Task content, successfully auction a piece of land at the auction. Task completion reward, the Duke's Safe of Godly Wealth.
Duke's Safe of Godly Wealth, once the favorite ghostly item of the Godly Wealth Duke, put ghost coins or ghost travel cards inside the safe and take them out again.
Suddenly, a double amount of ghost coins will appear.
You can use it once a day, and the amount cannot exceed 50 billion. Punishment for task failure, spending ghost coins reduces ghost energy by 50%.
After hearing the system's voice, Chen Sun was taken aback.
Although he had 100 trillion ghost coins, he still worried that there might be a day when they would run out.
But if he had this safe, wouldn't he have endless money from now on?
However, the reward for failing this task was a bit of a trap.
Fortunately, participating in the land auction just meant spending money. He didn't lack for that at all.
Chen Sun glanced around and noticed a ghost waiter in a suit and tie, but with purple skin all over.
Chen Sun walked over and asked, "Brother, how can I participate in that land auction?"
The ghost waiter looked at Chen Sun and, sensing the human aura on him, immediately showed a hint of disgust.
"Get lost, rat. To participate in the land auction, you need to at least be a gold card member, or some ghost noble. What do you even count as? Do you know how much this piece of land costs?"
A gold card member must recharge over 500,000 ghost coins at the haunted hotel. Even in the entire haunted city, there were not many people who could casually pull out 500,000 ghost coins.
Want to join the auction?
This annoying rat in front of him was simply dreaming.
Chen Sun didn't take it to heart and asked, "Then where can I apply for this gold card membership?"
Chen Sun felt a bit excited. This was yet another good place to spend money.
The ghost waiter said, "Second floor."
Little ghost, don't think about it. A gold card membership requires at least a recharge of 500,000 ghost coins.
You can't touch this. Hurry up and get back to work.
Hearing the ghost waiter's words, Chen Sun lowered his head, feeling a bit disappointed. However, from the ghost waiter's perspective, Chen Sun was merely reflecting on his earlier prideful words. After all, this was 500,000 ghost coins, not everyone could pull that out. Even if someone really had 500,000 ghost coins, they wouldn't charge all of it into this hotel.
Which of those who could be gold card members weren't small nobles with millions in assets? Moreover, who with over 10 million in assets would come here to be a lowly server? The ghost waiter saw Chen Sun's work uniform.
It was a level lower than his own.
As he pondered, Chen Sun walked toward the elevator.
The ghost waiter was a bit surprised.
This rat can't really think he's a noble, right? Chapter 53, Honored Black Gold Member. Ding!
The elevator doors opened. Chen Sun arrived at the second floor of the haunted hotel. Aside from a few guest rooms, this was basically the hotel's office area and restaurant. When he arrived on the second floor, Chen Sun walked for a while before finally seeing a doorplate with red letters. Haunted Hotel Membership Service Center. Knock, knock, knock. At the door, Chen Sun knocked.
"Come in."
A girl's voice came from inside the door. Chen Sun was surprised and pushed the door open to enter. This office looked very simple. Apart from a desk, there was a comfortable sofa and a tea table. On the tea table, there were several glass jars filled with various dried bugs of the same kind. Finally, Chen Sun's gaze fell on a female ghost sitting at the desk. This female ghost was oddly pale, with not a trace of color in her veins. But, then again, how could someone who had turned into a ghost still have color? This female ghost wore tattered stockings, and one could clearly see the skin beneath the torn material. On the ghost's desk, she was using some bones, whether human or animal, to build a small castle. However, this castle made from bones seemed a bit wobbly. Chen Sun had the feeling that if she placed one more bone on top,
the castle will collapse. Crash.
Chen Sun feels like his brain has indeed been illuminated. Just as the female ghost drops another bone, the castle really collapses.
It's all your fault.
At that moment, the female ghost finally raises her head to look at Chen Sun. But after sensing Chen Sun's human presence and seeing the work uniform on him, her expression suddenly darkens.
"Damn human, you have destroyed my castle. You will pay for it."
Chen Sun is a bit confused. He wonders why he is always being blamed today.
He really hasn't done anything.
Chen Sun looks at the female ghost, who seems quite young, perhaps not yet 20 years old.
Her pale face still radiates a youthful aura.
However, her outfit carries a mature and elegant charm. Chen Sun doesn't say much and directly takes out a stack of money, placing it on the desk. "I want to apply for a hotel membership." Seeing the money, the female ghost freezes for a moment, and her dark expression instantly disappears.
"What type of membership do you want?" the female ghost says.
The ghostly hotel is a place that values service greatly. Any member here is treated like a god. Seeing the ghost money, the female ghost naturally doesn't dare disrespect Chen Sun anymore.
Chen Sun asks, "What levels of membership do you have, and how much do they cost?"
Hearing the female ghost's words, it's clear that the hotel offers more than just a gold membership.
No matter what, he wants to apply for the most expensive one.
The female ghost replies, "We have silver, gold, platinum, and black gold memberships. Prices are 50,000 ghost coins, 500,000 ghost coins, 2 million ghost coins, and 5 million ghost coins respectively."
She doesn't say any extra words.
Clearly, ghostly beings in this horror world don't like to waste time on small talk.
Chen Sun curiously asks, "What are the differences between these memberships?"
The female ghost replies, "As a silver member, you will get discounts when staying at the hotel. As a gold member, besides discounts, you will also receive one special hotel service each day. Before the female ghost finishes her sentence, Chen-sun interrupts, saying, "Just tell me the privileges of the black gold membership." The female ghost is momentarily stunned and then says, "The black gold membership is the highest level at our ghostly hotel. Besides getting a 50% discount when staying, you will receive 2 special hotel services every day. A black gold member can make requests to any hotel staff, even some unreasonable ones, and the staff cannot refuse. Furthermore, black gold members will be personally received by the hotel manager."
Wow, there are so many privileges? Chen-sun's heart races with excitement. This means that once he gets the black gold membership, even the hotel manager has to treat him politely?
Thinking of this, Chen-sun retrieves a pile of ghost coins from his system. Suddenly, in this office, a small mountain of ghost coins appears.
"Give me a black gold membership," Chen-sun says.
At this moment, even the female ghost is stunned in place. The number of black gold memberships in their ghostly hotel is no more than 10.
And they are mostly held by the top aristocrats in the ghostly city. Each one is incredibly noble. Even stamping their feet can shake the entire ghostly city.
Yet here stands this guy wearing the lowest tier work uniform of the ghostly hotel. She really cannot imagine how this connects to those mysterious aristocrats. But this guy truly has ghost coins.
And it's 5 million ghost coins.
She has never seen so many ghost coins in her entire life. The female ghost looks at Chen-sun, different emotions emerge in her eyes as she says,
"Esteemed guest, could you please wait a moment? Someone as distinguished as you should be personally received by our manager."
Chen-sun frowns and says, "No need, just handle it for me."
The female ghost is momentarily stunned. I can only nod.
He held a box in his hand, and that box seemed to be a ghostly object. In a short time, those ghost money notes were swallowed by that box.
The female ghost appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was already wildly excited. Because there was a rule in the hotel that if she got a black gold membership for herself, she could earn a nice commission and even get promoted. Just that commission was enough for him to spend for several years. Finally, the female ghost opened the box and took out a black card filled with ghostly energy, handing it to Chen-sun. "Esteemed black gold card master, this is your membership card."
Chen-sun took the membership card and then looked at the female ghost. The female ghost bent down, seemingly on purpose, and Chen-sun even caught a glimpse of a rising scene from her loose clothes.
Was this female ghost showing off her figure?
It's a pity that although this female ghost looked good, Chen-sun had no intention of being Ning Kai-chen.
Chen-sun took the black gold card and said,
"Your clothes are loose, you can buy a smaller size next time." Hearing this, the female ghost immediately straightened her body, looking at Chen-sun with charming eyes, saying,
"Master, after obtaining the black gold card, you can make some unreasonable requests to any employee in the hotel. Of course, you can also make requests to me. I will fulfill the master's wishes. By the way, I'm called Lu Lingling."
Lu Lingling showed off her beautiful legs.
Chen-sun suddenly remembered something and said, "Okay." Then, Chen-sun began to take off his clothes. Lu Lingling immediately became excited. This was a wealthy master. If she could hold on to this big leg, then in the future.
While Lu Lingling was still imagining, Chen-sun's work clothes were thrown onto her. "These clothes are a bit dirty, please help me wash them." Upon receiving the dirty clothes, Lu Lingling stood frozen in place.
She widened her eyes as if she couldn't believe everything before her. "I was about to take off my pants, and you give me this? Is this man uninterested in women? How come you can't fulfill this request?" Chen-sun said. Lu Lingling showed an embarrassed expression on her face. "Of course not.
Please wait for me here a moment."
Saying this, Lu Lingling reluctantly took the clothes away.
Finally, she brought them to the laundry room and tossed them into a rusty washing machine.
Boom, boom, boom. The washing machine started to run and dry. Lu Lingling leaned angrily against the washing machine, not knowing what she was angry about.
"What a wooden person," Lu Lingling finally said indignantly, taking the clothes out of the washing machine and walking in front of her office. A gentle smile suddenly appeared on her face, filled with resentment.
"Master, your clothes are now clean and dry." Lu Lingling entered with the neatly folded work clothes.
Chen-sun nodded and then put on the work clothes.
Much more comfortable now.
Before, this work outfit was full of stains and had an unpleasant smell.
Now that it was cleaned, it was much better. "All right, then I'm leaving. If there's anything, I will come find you," Chen-sun said, then turned and left the room. "Farewell, master," Lu Lingling said with a bow.
However, just at the moment Chen-sun left, she suddenly felt a chill below her, and her eyes widened as she stared at her legs. On her smooth legs, a torn stocking had vanished without her noticing. Lu Lingling froze, then a strange smile immediately curled up at the corners of her mouth.
"So it turns out the master has such a preference?" About what happened to Lu Lingling later, Chen Sun did not know. He went down to the first floor of the hotel, preparing to ask again about the land auction. Ding! The sound of the elevator door opening echoed, and Chen Sun was just about to step out when that ghostly attendant from the advertisement blocked the elevator door. Behind this ghostly attendant, there was a huge pile of black bags. Stacked up, they were as high as a small mountain. No one knew what was inside those bags. When the ghostly attendant saw Chen Sun, his face immediately darkened. He revealed a strange smile and said, "You, the attendant, came just in time. Help me carry these goods to the top floor." Chen Sun instinctively glanced at the pile of black bags behind the ghostly attendant. If he had to carry those, he didn't know when he would finish. Moreover, it was clearly the ghostly attendant's job. Was he trying to bully Chen Sun, making him do his work? Chen Sun smiled and said, "Sorry, I've already completed my task today. These, I think, are your tasks, you should carry them yourself." Hearing Chen Sun's words, the ghostly attendant was clearly taken aback. In the mind of ghosts, humans were like pigs. They could bully them, and as long as they touched the rules, they could kill these humans at will. Those humans saw them and were filled with fear, not even daring to breathe heavily. It was like a mouse facing a cat. But the human in front of him not only showed no fear but even dared to retort him. This surprised him a bit. However, he was a ghost, and the other was just a human. His habitual thinking had long convinced him of his superiority. He coldly stared at Chen Sun and said, "Damn attendant, you better have a correct understanding of yourself. You are merely a level 1 attendant, while I am a level 2 attendant. You are now my subordinate. So, you better obediently listen to me and carry these goods to the 5th floor. Otherwise, I will complain to the manager that you are slacking off. You know the consequences, right?" In the ghost hotel, besides serving the guests well, employees also had a strong sense of hierarchy. Chen Sun was now an attendant, equivalent to a temporary worker. The attendant was a formal employee. As long as the attendant complained to the manager, even if Chen Sun wouldn't be in mortal danger, he would face a lot of trouble. Moreover, since the other was a human, the consequences would definitely be more severe. After finishing these words, the ghostly attendant continued to stare coldly at Chen Sun, a smile stretching across his mouth. He revealed a strange grin. It seemed he was expecting Chen Sun to compromise. Chen Sun smiled, then looked at the ghostly attendant and said, "Attendant, please rein in your behavior and watch your attitude. Otherwise, I will report you to your manager." Chen Sun's words clearly stunned the attendant. This human attendant was too arrogant. Even at this moment, he still dared to speak like this? He initially wanted to say something more, but then saw Chen Sun pull out a black card filled with ghostly energy. "Attendant, I now require you to carry these goods to the top floor by yourself. And now, roll out of the elevator entrance immediately, don't block my path." After Chen Sun finished speaking, the ghostly energy on the black card seemed to ripple slightly. The ghostly attendant's mind went blank as soon as he saw the card. Of course, he recognized this card. This was the black gold card of their ghost hotel. Guests holding the black gold card were the most esteemed individuals in the hotel. When a guest with a black gold card arrived at the hotel, even the manager would personally come out to welcome them. Moreover, guests with a black gold card were at least billionaires. How could it be that this was just the attendant in front of him? "Fake, this card of yours must be fake," the waiter said fiercely. "Counterfeiting a black gold membership card for the haunted hotel, are you seeking death?" However, Chen Sun simply looked at him calmly and said, "Whether it's real or fake, you just have to violate my request to find out, right?" Seeing Chen Sun's indifferent expression, the ghostly waiter became a bit flustered. He didn't dare to gamble. If this black gold card in Chen Sun's hand was real, then with his current attitude, he wouldn't just lose his job as a waiter. He might be torn to shreds by the hotel manager on the spot. In the end, he lowered his head to Chen Sun. "Sorry, esteemed guest, it was my negligence. Please don't complain to the hotel manager. You can command me for anything." After the ghostly waiter finished speaking, he stepped aside to make way. As for the matter of the black gold card, he would certainly verify it with the hotel manager. If he found out that Chen Sun's black gold card was fake, then the hotel manager would tear him apart without him needing to lift a finger. Chapter 55, Little Ghost, you better wipe the drool off your mouth. Chen Sun stepped out of the elevator and suddenly remembered something, then turned to the ghostly waiter and said, "By the way, how can I participate in the land auction? Do I need to sign up?" Almost forgetting the matter at hand after the little episode, Chen Sun recalled that he had obtained the hotel's black gold card, which was supposed to be more prestigious than a gold card. He already met the requirements to participate in the auction. However, there were still some details he didn't quite understand. The ghostly waiter was taken aback, then looked at Chen Sun warily, showing a polite smile.
Although he wasn't sure if the card Chen Sun had was real or not, he had to respond now. To participate in the land auction, esteemed guest, you must also obtain the permission document from the haunted urban real estate temple.
And this permission document is not something just anyone can get.
Except for some connected nobles, you need a strong noble to recommend you to get this document.
Otherwise, getting permission is basically impossible.
The ghostly waiter understood this quite well.
He quickly explained it to Chen Sun. Chen Sun nodded and said, "Okay, I understand now."
Chen Sun now had a certain understanding of this land auction. However, the fact that there was a real estate temple, which was like an official institution in this horror world, surprised Chen Sun. He thought this terrifying world was all about the power of ghosts. Once you had strength, you could attack cities and plunder land, with no rules at all. Now Chen Sun felt that his understanding of the horror world was still too limited.
But he also didn't know any ghost nobles. Where could he get a recommendation letter from?
Just as Chen Sun was feeling troubled, the system's voice rang out.
"Ding, may I ask if the host would like to purchase a recommendation letter from the system?"
As the system said this, a semi-transparent panel appeared in front of Chen Sun. It displayed various noble recommendation letters and their prices. Of course, the higher the power and reputation of the noble, the more expensive the price.
Chen Sun was stunned. Is this system so user-friendly? Does it provide whatever is lacking? However, Chen Sun didn't delve deeper.
He scrolled to the bottom of the panel, bought the most expensive recommendation letter without even looking, and then walked towards the hotel exit. Now, he just needed to go to the real estate temple to process the permission, and he could participate in the auction. His work for today was already complete, and the remaining time was all his free time. Stepping outside the hotel, he was greeted by the familiar dirty and chaotic street. Chen Sun stepped out of the hotel, originally wanting to spray some expired teenage girl's perfume to mask his human scent.
But after thinking it over,
he is now a level 5 ghost tamer, and he even has a shadow. He doesn't need to be so careful with those ghosts anymore. Even if a ghost comes to bother him, he just needs to teach them a lesson. The Chen Sun now is no longer the Chen Sun who entered the horror world for the first time. He knows that to live well in this world, he must make those ghosts fear him. In the end, Chen Sun walked down the street without any hesitation.
He did not know the exact location of the real estate temple.
But in the horror world, there are also taxis. Chen Sun walked to the side of the street, where the ghosts coming and going stared at him closely. Many of the ghosts even had drool trickling from the corners of their mouths.
Chen Sun saw some ghosts carrying vegetable baskets.
In those vegetable baskets, there were all kinds of maggots and worms.
There were even a pair of human feet.
This is the horror world. It seems that in the eyes of these ghosts, humans are just ingredients. At this moment, as Chen Sun walked down the street, it was like a wild boar had run into the street in the real world.
The onlookers wouldn't think about how to send the wild boar back to the forest. Instead, they'd be thinking about how to cook the wild boar deliciously.
At this moment, Chen Sun deeply felt this sensation.
Then, a trace of ghostly aura leaked from him.
The ghosts that had been drooling at him began to fear him, turning their greedy gazes away. On the streets of the horror world, cars came and went. But these cars looked as if they were made of paper.
It seemed that even a gust of wind could blow them away. Chen Sun's gaze fell on a black car approaching him, its roof flashing the words "empty car."
He waved his hand, and the car stopped.
"This must be a taxi in the horror world, right?" "Driver, to the real estate temple," Chen Sun said.
Then he opened the door and sat in the front seat. The ghost driver glanced at Chen Sun, his eyes showing a strange expression. Then the back door was opened, then closed.
"Driver, I'm going to the real estate temple too."
Through the rearview mirror of the taxi, Chen Sun saw the ghost in the back seat. It had rotten skin, and one of its eyeballs was even hanging outside. At this moment, the rotten ghost coldly stared at Chen Sun with one eye, a strange smile at its mouth.
"Little brother, we are all going to the same place. You don't mind sharing a ride with me, do you?"
Chen Sun ignored him. Then the car began to drive, and the ghost driver seemed to pay no attention to this matter. This was Chen Sun's first time seeing the thriving metropolis of the horror world. The sky was still foggy, and the city buildings looked very desolate. The ghosts on the road walked with their heads down, absorbed in their own thoughts. There were many ghosts on the street, but the noisy sounds were very few. The smell inside the car was not pleasant, but it was not unbearable either.
The seat was not very comfortable. It felt like he was sitting on a hard cardboard box.
In front of the car, there was a white sign displayed. It had big bold letters, "No smoking in the car."
3 exclamation marks were drawn behind it.
And Chen Sun also noticed that the rotten ghost in the back kept staring at him with its remaining eye.
It had not moved an inch the entire time. Wow!
A strange and piercing sound of brakes was heard.
"You two, we've arrived." The fare is 15 ghost coins. Chen Sun threw 2 coins to the ghost driver and got out of the car. The rotten ghost also got out of the car. The taxi drove away. Young man, it's fate that we met. My house is nearby, would you like to visit? My cat can even flip the roof, you know. Chen Sun glanced coldly at the rotten ghost and said, get lost. The rotten ghost smiled instead of getting angry. Young man, why so rude? That's not good, said the ghost. Suddenly, thick ghostly energy burst forth from the rotting ghost. This ghostly energy floated towards Chen Sun, as if wanting to wrap him up. However, at that moment, a semi-transparent figure emerged from Chen Sun's body. The ghostly energy from the rotting ghost seemed to be suppressed, all forced back into its body. The rotting ghost stared wide-eyed, seeing a semi-transparent figure that was twice his height before him. His body began to shake. He didn't even understand why his body was shaking. He tried hard to control his trembling body, but discovered that no matter what he did, it felt like he had lost control. It was as if he had encountered something terrifying, like a suppression of his very bloodline. At that moment, the semi-transparent figure before him was a cat, and he was the mouse. Then, the figure that was twice his height grinned and said, Little ghost, you better wipe the saliva off the corner of your mouth. Chapter 56, Another Ghost with Spirit. The rotting ghost was a bit confused, its single eye quivering slightly. He could clearly sense that the ghost before him, both in the quality of ghostly energy and its level, was much higher than him. He immediately realized something. This ghost was not to be trifled with. No. It was this human before him that was not to be trifled with. Then, a kind smile appeared on his rotting face. Little brother, I was just joking with you, there's no malice. He panicked. Chen Sun turned to look at the rotting ghost and said, It seems you didn't pay the fare just now, so this ride was paid with my money. Hearing this, the rotting ghost immediately understood. Ah, money is just a small problem. Saying this, the rotting ghost pulled out a 10 ghost coin bill from the ripped pocket of his tattered clothing and handed it to Chen Sun. Little brother, let's split this fare. You don't have to reimburse me for the extra amount. The rotting ghost displayed a smile even more unpleasant than crying. Seeing the figure before him, his body trembled involuntarily. He just wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. However, it seemed Chen Sun had no intention of letting him go that easily. He slightly furrowed his brow and said, I remember I gave that driver a fare of 1,000 ghost coins. Splitting it in half, rounding up, you owe me 1,000 ghost coins. Upon hearing Chen Sun's words, the rotting ghost was completely stunned. This was blatant extortion. Just a moment ago he had seen that this guy only paid 15 ghost coins. And isn't rounding up a bit excessive? Little brother, are you sure you remembered wrong? The fare was 15 ghost coins? It was 1,000, Chen Sun confidently replied. Great, this was clearly an act of extortion. At the same time, the ghostly energy of the shadow beside him grew denser. Are you saying my boss is not smart? Hurry up and hand over the fare. During this time, Chen Sun hadn't encountered any powerful ghosts, which made it hard for him to earn more money. Now that he had the chance to perform, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. The rotting ghost felt uneasy upon hearing this. It seemed he had kicked a hard iron plate today. He wanted to refute, wanted to resist. But the thick ghostly energy on the ghost opposite him told him that if he didn't come up with the money Chen Sun mentioned, the consequences would be very serious. Perhaps his ghostly life was about to come to an end. The rotting ghost was now like a mute eating bitter herbs, with no complaints to make. Then, his decayed hand began to search all over his body. In the end, he could only find 560 ghost coins. Little brother, this is all I have, can you be a little lenient? This amount of money was barely worth mentioning to Chen Sun. But Chen Sun still answered the call. He just couldn't stand the malice towards humanity from such ghosts. In the end, Chen Sun said nothing more, directly looking at the building in front of him labeled Real Estate Temple, and then walked inside. The rotten ghost behind him finally breathed a sigh of relief. It felt as if he had survived a disaster. Walking into the Real Estate Temple, it was not very different from the office halls of the real world. The only difference was that there were more stains on the walls and the seats were more decayed. Inside the hall, many ghosts sat on those seemingly very rotten wooden tables and chairs. When Chen Sun walked in, pairs of eyes immediately turned to him. Each face wore a ferocious and greedy expression. Mouse. Some ghosts licked their lips, and saliva even dripped from the corners of their mouths. Those who could stay in the Real Estate Temple were usually a bit higher in rank, even some noble servants. At this moment, Chen Sun's ghostly aura only slightly seeped out. Though it surprised them a bit, it was not enough to make them feel afraid. At the counter, two ghosts in uniforms from the real estate office also noticed Chen Sun coming in, showing expressions of astonishment. I didn't expect someone dared to enter this place. Isn't he afraid of dying?
They were a bit puzzled. This was a place for ghosts to do business.
How did this weak human have the courage to come in?
Soon, they showed a playful expression in their eyes. They had worked a boring day, and it seemed they finally encountered something interesting. Their gazes turned to the ghosts waiting outside for their business, filled with anticipation. They wondered how those ghosts would react upon seeing this human. Chen Sun also noticed the gaze of those ghosts in the hall, but he did not pay much attention.
He merely set his eyes on a metal ticket machine in the hall. Here, they even needed to take a number to queue.
Chen Sun walked to the ticket machine and tapped on the flashing screen, selecting the real estate auction business. However, the ticket machine showed no response. Then a disdainful voice echoed from the ticket machine.
Ha ha ha, little ghost.
Get lost, this is not a place for you. The screen of the ticket machine displayed a pair of eyes and a mouth with a teasing smile.
Chen Sun was stunned. Another machine ghost that has turned into a spirit?
After experiencing two side stories, Chen Sun roughly understood these spirit machines. These ghosts had low ranks and were very disgusting. They seemed not to dare bully the ghosts from the horror world, so they focused their attention on humans instead. They regarded humans as beings one level lower than themselves.
Whenever they encountered a human, they would make various difficulties. However, Chen Sun had rich experience in dealing with such ghosts.
He took out a bloody brick from the system space and weighed it in his hand. The ticket machine ghost froze upon seeing that.
Then it watched Chen Sun put the bloody brick back.
Finally, a chainsaw appeared in Chen Sun's hand.
Chen Sun showed an evil smile at the ticket machine ghost. Woo woo.
The chainsaw roared to life, making a harsh noise.
The ticket machine ghost immediately showed fear. Bro, don't be impulsive, I was just joking.
The ticket machine ghost hurriedly begged for mercy and spat out a slip of paper from the machine.
After receiving the slip, Chen Sun put away the chainsaw.
At this moment, the ticket machine ghost began to feel a bit of fear toward Chen Sun. Good heavens, this person was ruthless and said little, directly taking out a ghostly weapon to act.
Which ghost wouldn't be scared? At this moment,
the spirits in the hall, who were handling business, were also taken aback, then withdrew their greedy gazes from Chen Sun. The chainsaw in Chen Sun's hand just now gave them a very bad feeling. They only had one thought in their minds: this human is not to be trifled with.
Ha, what a bunch of cowards. The shadow noticed the spirits' reactions in the hall and said disdainfully. He had thought he would have another chance to show off. However, these spirits seemed to have started to become wary one by one.
However, the two spirits at the counter revealed an indifferent expression. The two spirits at the counter were a man and a woman. The male spirit looked at the female spirit and smiled.
This human is a bit interesting. But wait and see how I mess with him. Chapter 57. Boss, it seems we are in trouble.
Just a human ghostmaster, nothing to be afraid of, said a spirit at the counter wearing a gold watch. His body was covered in corpse stains, and the watch on his hand seemed to have stopped ticking.
In the real estate temple, they held a high position. Even some nobles had to be polite when they encountered them.
After all, they managed the entire ghost city's real estate, and those nobles had to pass their review and approval to acquire land.
Moreover, the one in front of them was a weak human. Easiest to bully. Number 34.
Not long after, the corpse-stained spirit shouted. Chen Sun glanced at the yellowed paper in his hand, which happened to say number 34. He walked up to the corpse-stained spirit's counter and sat down. Through the yellowed and dusty glass window, Chen Sun saw the corpse-stained spirit looking at him with a strange gaze. What business do you want to handle? The corpse-stained spirit said, revealing his teeth covered in grime, sketching a creepy smile. Those ghosts waiting in the hall also looked over, as if sensing that a good show was about to unfold. The hall was eerily quiet, and the atmosphere seemed to become a bit tense.
Chen Sun also sensed something unusual but didn't pay much attention to it.
He took out the recommendation letter from the system space and handed it to the corpse-stained spirit through the window.
I want to apply for a permit for the land auction, Chen Sun said.
The corpse-stained spirit coldly smiled, then shoved the recommendation letter aside, saying,
Then you'll have to wait. Let all the ghosts waiting here finish their business first.
The corpse-stained spirit pointed at the space behind Chen Sun.
There were quite a few spirits sitting in the rotten chairs in the rest area.
They had arrived shortly after Chen Sun, lining up behind him when taking numbers. Chen Sun frowned, realizing that this corpse-stained spirit was targeting him.
Could you give a little convenience? Chen Sun laid $500 ghost bills on the table.
If it could be resolved with money, there was no need for violence. The most important thing was that he could earn ghost energy. As for after the business was completed, Chen Sun's money wasn't so easy to take. The corpse-stained spirit was stunned for a moment upon seeing the ghost bills.
500 ghost bills, that was several days of his pay.
Moreover, he had never received such tips before while working. Most of those who came to them for business were stingy nobles or the noble slaves. He had never seen someone so generous before. He happily accepted the ghost bills. However, remembering that the other party was a human, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again.
Go to the back and wait. After these ghosts finish, you can come back.
At this moment, he suddenly realized that this was just a weak human. Why should he treat the other party with courtesy? Chen Sun's expression hardened as he asked.
Taking money but not doing the job?
The corpse-stained spirit burst into laughter.
Ha, mouse.
This corpse-stained spirit didn't say anything more, but the expression in his eyes was already filled with a sense of mockery toward Chen Sun.
Shadow.
Chen Sun shouted in his heart.
He originally thought that spending some money would make the other party easy to talk to.
However, for this kind of ghost, if he kept compromising, it would only encourage them to take more. As long as he took action to teach these ghosts a lesson, they would obediently listen.
Understood, boss.
Just as the shadow's voice echoed, a black shadow spread out from Chen Sun's body, transforming into a dark mist that slipped into the glass window. Then, a semi-transparent shadow appeared behind the rotting ghost, and a hand pressed down on the ghost's head.
The rotting ghost's head was forcefully slammed down onto the floor.
Little ghost, you took our boss's money and still acted like this, how ungrateful. The shadow grinned widely. Finally, there was a chance to shine. Feeling the aura of the shadow and the quality of the ghost energy, the rotting ghost suddenly froze. He sensed that the shadow's level was already infinitely close to level 8. His eyes widened, and the entire ghost felt dazed for a moment. Not just him, even the ghosts watching in the hall were stirred up like a storm. Level 8 ghosts are considered top tier in the horror world. They even had the opportunity to become top generals of ghost kings. They were capable of commanding thousands of ghost soldiers.
And now this ghost actually bowed to a human calling him boss? This ghost was a slave to this human?
Moreover, they also discovered that although the shadow was almost level 8, the quality of his ghost energy was not something an ordinary level 8 ghost could possess. His previous strength was even greater. And now, he actually obeyed the words of that seemingly weak human in the hall. The ghosts in the hall gasped in awe, their gazes toward Chen Sun filled with fear. Although they didn't know how this small-looking human accomplished it. But now, it seemed that no ghost dared to underestimate Chen Sun anymore. On the counter, the rotting ghost was thoroughly pressed down by the shadow, and the ghost energy from the shadow spread out. The ghost energy within the rotting ghost was like stuffing a rubber stopper into a flowing faucet.
Blocked tightly. Damn human, you will pay the price for your actions now.
The rotting ghost glared fiercely at Chen Sun, initially wanting to say something, but realized his mouth was also blocked. The shadow said,
allowing you to speak is my mistake.
After saying that, the shadow looked at Chen Sun and asked,
boss, how should we handle this? Just keep him pressed.
Chen Sun ignored the rotting ghost and walked toward the ghost's colleague.
That woman ghost.
After all, he still needed to process the auction land permit, and offending everyone wouldn't be good.
As long as the other party learned a lesson, that should be enough.
The woman ghost finally regained her composure and pressed a red button in front of her.
Woo woo.
A strange sound echoed, and Chen Sun slightly furrowed his brow. Then, a dense ghost energy began to spread. It seemed that this ghost energy was even thicker than that of the shadow. Then, Chen Sun looked towards the inside of the glass window. A completely black ghost unexpectedly passed through the wall and came to stand behind the shadow.
Who is causing trouble at the real estate temple?
This was a middle-aged man, and on his dry arms, there seemed to be countless eyes. The eyes blinked, looking very eerie. As soon as this man appeared, he saw the shadow and the rotting ghost pressed against the counter. He frowned and reached out toward the shadow. The shadow immediately took 2 steps back, avoiding the hand covered in eyes. At the same time, the shadow also had to release the rotting ghost.
You!
The shadow glared fiercely at the ghost with hands full of eyes.
On this ghost? He sensed the aura of an 8th level ghost.
It was a very terrifying ghost.
Chen Sun frowned slightly at this scene and then asked, Shadow, what's going on?
Shadow said,
Boss, it seems we have encountered some trouble. Chapter 58, Temple Master. Why so feeble? Can it be resolved? Chen Sun asked. He also felt the power of the ghost in front of him.
It was even stronger than Shadow.
Shadow said, Boss, I think I can match him evenly.
But to protect your escape, he definitely can't stop me. Hearing this, Chen Sun let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Of course, he still wanted to get that land auction permit. Otherwise, he would have to find another city to auction land to complete this system task. At the moment this ghost appeared, the other watching ghosts in the hall were also stunned.
Is this the temple master of the real estate temple? I didn't expect him to come out too. Even if that human possesses a ghost slave close to 8th level, he's probably doomed.
It is said that this fierce ghost is the temple master of the real estate temple, who once was a general under the fierce ghost king. His ghost power is extraordinary, and he contributed greatly to the fierce ghost king in conquering the fierce ghost city. Especially the eyes all over his body, which seem to have special abilities. It is rumored that when all those eyes turn red, even encountering a ghost king, he can still fight. Moreover, there are rumors that the temple master indeed once killed an injured ghost king.
The level of terror can be imagined. However, because he was slightly injured while helping the fierce ghost king seize the city, he left with a hidden ailment.
So he was assigned by the fierce ghost king to this Earthstore temple, becoming the temple master. Besides his own strength, the background of this temple master is also very powerful. After all, he was once an underling of the ghost king. In this fierce ghost city, those who dared to provoke the temple master have basically vanished. Even the ghosts causing trouble in the real estate temple are the same. Therefore, when the temple master came out, they felt that Chen Sun was doomed.
After all, no matter how strong that human was, could he surpass a ghost king?
At that moment, the temple master looked at the corpse-dotted ghost who had just been pressed on the counter by Shadow, and said,
"What is the situation?"
The corpse-dotted ghost looked at Chen Sun and Shadow, showing a smug cold smile. Then looking at the temple master, he said, "Temple master, this guy is just here to process a land auction permit, but he cut in line and caused trouble. I told him to go to the back of the line, but he directly released this ghost."
"Temple master, he is just disrespecting you."
The corpse-dotted ghost glanced at Shadow. Although he knew Shadow was very powerful, how could he compare to the temple master? Even if the temple master wasn't strong, he still had the fierce ghost king behind him. In front of the fierce ghost king, these two guys are also undoubtedly doomed.
"Little ghost, King lie. You don't want your mouth anymore?" Shadow glared fiercely at the corpse-dotted ghost and said, "If it were his prime time, let alone the temple master, what fear would he have even if the ghost king came?"
Now, even if he faced the temple master, he had confidence that he could safely take Chen Sun away. With that much underworld money, even if his absorption speed is limited, it won't take long to regain half of his peak. At worst, he could come back and kill again. At this moment, the temple master was already looking at Shadow with a gloomy gaze. He wouldn't care what the truth of the matter was. Here, he is the rule. Even if the corpse-dotted ghost did something excessive, he would lean towards the corpse-dotted ghost.
Moreover, the other side is still a human. Since when do ghosts need to be fair to humans? He coldly looked at Shadow and Chen Sun and said, "To obtain the land auction permit, you need a noble's recommendation letter. If there isn't one and you are still causing trouble, maybe I will hang your head at the entrance of the real estate temple. Awaken others. Otherwise, any ghost can come here to cause trouble. What's to be done?" The temple leader did not rush to act because those applying for the land auction permit basically had noble backgrounds. Although he was not afraid of Chen Sun, he still had to give some face to those nobles. Of course, if the noble behind Chen Sun was not powerful, perhaps he could teach the other party a lesson. "Temple leader, here is the letter of recommendation." Before Chen Sun spoke, the corpse spot ghost handed the letter of recommendation Chen Sun had previously presented to the temple leader. In this ghost-infested city, there were no nobles that the temple leader could not respect. That's why he dared to act so arrogantly. After all, even some major nobles had to give the temple leader a bit of respect. Moreover, ghosts inherently dislike humans. Someone like Chen Sun definitely did not have connections with those major nobles. At most, he was merely a minor noble. Even a minor noble could be easily killed by the temple leader. Let alone the fact that this person before him was not even a noble. Hearing this, the temple leader took the letter of recommendation without comment. On the letter of recommendation, the name of the recommender and the family behind them would be written. However, the temple leader froze after staring at the name of the recommender. He stared blankly at the name on the letter of recommendation and the special noble symbol above it. Chen, family. It actually is that family. After confirming the authenticity of the letter of recommendation, the temple leader's mind went blank. After a long time, he looked at Chen Sun and began to smile warmly. "Little brother, our earlier oversight, please do not take offense. You want to apply for the land auction permit? I will take care of it for you." In that moment, Chen Sun was taken aback. What was going on? Why did the temple leader make a complete 180-degree turn after seeing the letter of recommendation? Soon, Chen Sun began to understand. When he bought this letter of recommendation in the system, he bought the most expensive one. Thus, the recommender of this letter must be a very impressive noble. Impressive enough for this temple leader to feel apprehensive. So, this scene appeared? But the corpse spot ghost didn't know. He stared at the temple leader in confusion and said, "Temple leader, what is going on? This is just a human. Boom.
However, before he could finish his sentence, the temple leader suddenly punched the corpse spot ghost.
Chunks of rotting flesh fell from the corpse spot ghost, and he could not even speak.
He stared at the temple leader in disbelief, not understanding what had happened.
What capability did this human have to make the temple leader so polite? Even if the king of ghosts came, it would not be like this, right?
Even the ghosts in the hall who had been paying attention to the scene showed strange and surprised expressions.
What on earth is happening? Why is the temple leader so polite to this human, and even injured an employee working in the real estate temple?
At that moment, everyone's mouths were agape, completely puzzled.
Chapter 59, This noble comes from the terrifying city.
Little brother, the land auction permit has been taken care of, the temple leader said as he politely handed a piece of leather parchment to Chen Sun.
It still carried his exclusive ghostly aura.
With this piece of parchment, Chen Sun could go anywhere in the ghost city and participate in land auctions. Upon receiving the parchment, Chen Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief.
The auction procedure had basically been completed. He just had to wait for the auction to directly bid on the land.
Actually, if the temple leader had acted earlier, Chen Sun had planned to use the swallowing ring.
However, the process was a bit twisted, yet still smooth. After obtaining this leather parchment, Chen Sun, there was no intention to stay longer. Ying glanced at the temple master and said disdainfully,
"Little ghost, if you had met me at my peak, you would already be dead." After saying this, he floated out from the window of the counter and then entered Chen Sun's body. He also realized that this temple master was afraid of Chen Sun's recommender, which was why he dared to be so arrogant. At the same time, he found it strange that his boss, a human,
where did a ghost noble come from to recommend him? And it seemed to be a very powerful noble.
Plus, the large amount of ghost money he could casually take out, Ying suddenly felt that his boss's identity was somewhat mysterious. Indeed, when Chen Sun and the others successfully left, the temple master did not create further trouble. After Chen Sun left, the female ghost at the counter finally came back to her senses, looking at the temple master with a puzzled expression, and said,
"Master, why did we let them go? Moreover, in this city of fierce ghosts, no noble should dare to provoke you. Why did you still have to please that human?"
At this point, the female ghost felt that the following words were inappropriate, so she did not continue.
"Are you saying, why should I bow and cater to that human? After all, we are ghosts, and we are very powerful ghosts.
Even, we have the backing of the king of fierce ghosts, even the strongest noble in this fierce ghost city does not need to do so."
The temple master paused slightly at this point. The female ghost nodded gently.
This was her point of confusion. Then, the temple master continued.
"But Xiaoli, you don't know. The person who recommended that human is not a noble in the city of fierce ghosts at all. It is, Jing."
At this point, the temple master took a deep breath, his face showing a hint of fear. Moreover, the person who gave him the recommendation letter has a background that is beyond what you and I can imagine.
Let me put it this way.
As long as that recommender moves their lips, not to mention me, even 100 kings of fierce ghosts would be turned to ashes."
The female ghost's eyes widened in an instant upon hearing this.
The previous temple master always gave her a very aloof image. This was the first time she had seen the temple master show such an expression. Then she heard the temple master say, "You must understand, most of these nobles use recommendation letters to sell to those ghosts in need to make money. But, this noble does not.
Because they don't lack money at all.
So, that human must have a considerable relationship with that noble.
Otherwise, they absolutely would not have given that human a recommendation letter. But even if the other party only has a slight connection, they are not something we can provoke."
The temple master, after seeing that human and then seeing Ying, actually had a trace of doubt in his heart. In the ghost world of horror, when facing humans, there is inherently a strong sense of superiority.
Moreover, that was such a high-level ghost, how could they possibly sign a contract with a human?
Even if they signed a contract for some special reason, they would generally not be so obedient.
That ghost even called that human boss?
And it seemed they were very willing.
The temple master's brow furrowed. Everything seemed to make sense now. This human is not simple.
After leaving the real estate temple, Chen Sun scanned the ghostly street with his gaze. Strangely, the ghosts here seemed to dislike talking, and they were all wary of each other.
Soon, Chen Sun's eyes froze. Because in the center of this street, he saw a little girl in a pink dress.
This little girl was holding a teddy bear and hopping along the street. In her mouth, she had a lollipop.
These were not the most crucial things. The most crucial thing was that this little girl was actually a human.
Behind this little girl, several ghosts still floated around.
These ghosts were emanating a thick aura of ghostliness.
The other ghostly passers-by around them, seeing this sight, cautiously stepped aside. The originally crowded road was thus cleared, leaving an open path.
Is this the local indigenous people of the horror world? Chen Sun frowned. In his eyes, this little girl seemed to be quite familiar with this horror world. Otherwise, how could she dare to stroll so casually in this terrifying place? The moment Chen Sun saw the little girl, she also noticed him, her face showing a hint of surprise. So, there's another human with a special bloodline. The little girl murmured softly, then ignored him and turned into another alley. Chen Sun frowned at the ghosts behind the little girl. He wondered if he could also contract that many ghosts, then in this street, no. In this instance, could he walk around freely? Although Chen Sun was currently on the street, he still needed to enter the game through the instance. Moreover, there were many terrifying ghosts inside those instances. If he contracted 100 ghosts and released them all while out at night, wouldn't it create a scene of 100 ghosts roaming? But that was a matter for the future. Chen Sun knew that even as a ghost master, the number of ghosts he could contract was limited. Furthermore, where would so many ghosts come from for him to contract? Not thinking too much, Chen Sun hailed a taxi. This time, Chen Sun directly let Shadow come out of his body, sitting in the front seat of the taxi, while Chen Sun took the back seat. The ghost driver was much more obedient. Aside from his shaking hands while driving, there were no major issues. Moreover, no other ghosts wanted to hitch a ride. Soon after, the taxi stopped in front of the ghost hotel, and Chen Sun got out and walked in. However, what he didn't know was that at the moment he entered the ghost hotel, in the residential building across the hotel, a mass of black mist revealed blood-red eyes, opening from within that mist. Finally, that red gaze stared intently at the direction of the ghost hotel. It was unknown how long had passed before a mouth formed in that black mist, softly mumbling. Hee, the scent of humans. Chapter 60, Dormitory Area. Back at the ghost hotel. The staff in the lobby of the ghost hotel looked over, their faces showing a hint of surprise. When Chen Sun left the hotel back then, they had already noticed him. A human, recklessly running out onto the street, was basically dead for sure. After all, the street had no protective rules. They didn't expect Chen Sun to return alive. Chen Sun ignored the expressions of the ghosts in the lobby and focused his gaze on Qin Shang in the corner of the hall. This guy was sitting calmly in a corner, looking relaxed in the resting area. In front of him, a ghost waiter was coldly staring at him. It was the same one that had troubled Chen Sun earlier. Qin Shang was still a bit anxious, but when he saw Chen Sun, his heart felt a little joy. The suppressed feeling inside him dissipated a lot. Looking at the ghost in Qin Shang, Chen Sun thought to himself, has this guy gotten into trouble? Thinking of this, Chen Sun slowly walked over to Qin Shang. Old Qin, what are you doing here? Qin Shang looked fearfully at the ghost waiter in front of him. Just now, this ghost waiter had constantly intimidated him. However, he remembered Chen Sun's words, that as long as he didn't touch the rules, nothing would happen. So, he had not said a word to this ghost waiter. Yet, the ghost waiter didn't plan to leave, either. His heart had been tense like this until Chen Sun arrived, at which point he finally breathed a sigh of relief. There is indeed one thing he has always wanted to do, but has never had the courage. Just now, when he finished his task, he heard other players talking about the importance of ghost coins. They can even use ghost coins to hire some ghosts to kill other ghosts. At that moment, seeing Chen Sun arrive, he immediately touched the ghost coins in his pocket and took out 2 100 denomination ghost coins to look at the ghost. My friend is here, take this money and put away your ugly face. I have plenty of money, don't make me use it to buy your life. The ghost stared at the ghost coins and was momentarily stunned. Then, upon seeing Chen Sun, its eyes widened, and it quickly took the ghost coins and left. It knew that Chen Sun was not easy to mess with. At this moment, Qin Shang looked at Chen Sun and said, Old Chen, where did you go just now? After we finished our work, the hotel manager sent someone to take us to a dormitory. We have to stay in the dormitory for 5 days, and now other players are fighting over the beds. They say the bed positions are different, and the danger level is also different. So I came to find you, let's hurry over, or all the good beds will be taken. In this terrifying world, the night is the most frightening. No one knows what will happen. Especially in the places where players live, it seems that ghosts pay extra attention. On the first night Chen Sun stayed in the bloody kindergarten, there was a ghost trying to break in outside the door. However, fortunately, the door was of decent quality, otherwise, he didn't know what he would encounter. But now Chen Sun didn't care anymore. He looked at Qin Shang and said, You came to find me, what if you didn't get a good bed? Qin Shang waved his hand and said, Good buddy, let's not talk about this. Let's hurry over. Those damned guys are fighting over the beds like crazy. Saying this, Qin Shang pulled Chen Sun towards the elevator. In the elevator, Chen Sun took out his rule notebook from the system space. This was something he hadn't used before. And he thought that now he was already a black gold member of the Ghost Hotel. He probably wouldn't need this thing anymore. However, out of curiosity, he opened the notebook.
The moment the notebook was opened, lines of text immediately appeared. Rule 1, remember to knock on the door before entering a guest's room. Rule 2, there are terrible things in the bathroom at night, never go to the bathroom at night, and remember to close the bathroom door.
Rule 1, most players can realize.
After all, no player would dare to directly enter the guest rooms occupied by others.
Rule 2 was something Chen Sun hadn't considered. What could be in the bathroom at night? Is it Sadako climbing out of the toilet? Ding!
As Chen Sun was pondering, the elevator door opened. A chilling wind immediately swept in.
This is the hotel's basement floor. It is essentially the underground. The lighting here is dim and flickering. Stepping out of the basement, there is a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor are several rooms.
However, the doors of these rooms look very shabby, and when Chen Sun passed by one room, he even saw a large bloody handprint on the door.
It seems that these used to be guest rooms. But for some reason, it seems that guests are no longer allowed to stay here. Chen Sun did not understand, since no one lives here anymore, why leave the rooms? Why not renovate them for other projects instead of just letting them go to waste?
Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps echoed, and soon after, there was a returning echo.
The corridor is long, and one cannot see the end at a glance.
Soon, Chen Sun noticed that there were stairs going down in this corridor.
It seems there is another layer below.
However, the stairs are pitch black, and it seems like there is something in that darkness staring at him. Chen Sun withdrew his gaze and finally followed Qin Sheng to the door of a room.
Old Chen, this is it.
Outside the door, Chen Sun seemed to hear faint chatting inside.
He pushed the door open, and they walked in.
At this moment, the players in the room were watching the door with wary expressions. Seeing it was Chen Sun and the others, they finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Goodness, can't you knock before opening the door?
You scared us to death.
A new player said.
A humid smell came from the air, and Chen Sun's gaze swept over the room.
The players here, including them, were only 11 in total.
It seemed that while Chen Sun was at the real estate temple, 2 players were eliminated in the instance. The remaining players were mostly seasoned players or some new players who could quickly adapt to the game rules. Chen Sun looked at these players and sighed inwardly.
Qin Sheng directly twisted the doorknob and opened the door.
This indicated that the players did not even lock the room door.
What if a ghost had opened the door?
In horror games, ghosts at night are not bound by rules. So, the general rule for every instance is, do not go out at night. Seeing Chen Sun and the others arrive, a player pointed to the 2 beds closest to the door and said,
Well, since you're here, just settle down. The 2 beds at the very front are yours.
These 2 beds are the closest to the door. If a ghost breaks in at night, this is also the most dangerous place.
Chen Sun frowned and looked at the 2 empty beds at the back, asking, Why should we stay in these 2 beds? What about the beds at the back?
The player chuckled at this, saying,
It's arranged by Boss Wang Yi.
He is the strongest ghost master here, reaching level 3, and he has also contracted a level 4 ghost. To survive and complete this instance, you must follow his orders. These 2 beds are specially reserved for you. This player said, looking at another player on an upper bunk in the middle of the room. This player was emanating a faint ghostly aura, clipping his nails with a nail clipper as if he didn't hear Chen Sun and the others' conversation. This guy seems to have become the leader among the players in this instance. Chen Sun noticed that the nail clipper he was holding was also a level 1 ghost item.
Just don't know what it does.
After a long time, the player named Wang Yi finally turned his face to look at Chen Sun, then showed a surprised expression. You are also an old player, so you can take the middle bed, and let Xiaoli take the bed at the door. Wang Yi said, as if issuing an order. After this, a tall and thin man on the middle bed was instantly stunned, and then with a bitter face said, Boss, this guy obviously just arrived, how can he stay in the middle bed? Here, the difference of 1 bed could very likely be fatal. Wang Yi glanced at the tall and thin man and said,
You now have 2 choices. 1, give up the bed. 2, later you will be killed by this guy. Wang Yi said.
In horror games, there is basically no morality.
Here, the fist is everything.
He also realized that Chen Sun was actually a ghost master too. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to provoke a ghost waiter in the lobby today. Though that waiter was only a level 2 ghost, even he wouldn't dare to provoke easily.
Afraid to touch the rules.
It was at this moment that Chen Sun smiled and said,
Forget it, I won't stay here anymore.
Chen Sun shook his head and pulled Qin Sheng away from the room. Let's not talk about the environment of this dormitory, just look at the behavior of those players. If something really happened, these players might become a burden to Chen Sun. Some even might stab him in the back, who knows? After all, everyone is a stranger to each other, and it's wise to be cautious. The story of that big man had given Chen Sun a profound lesson. And judging by the attitude of those players, Chen Sun didn't even tell them about the 2 additional rules he had acquired.
As Chen Sun and Qin Shang walked out of the room, Wang Yi's gaze sharpened, and he said, "Humph, ignorant fool.
At night, the rules regarding ghosts will fail. If you're still outside then, it's like waiting for death." After leaving the room, Qin Shang looked at Chen Sun with a puzzled expression and said,
"Old Chen, if we don't stay in the dormitory, where will we go?
I heard that dangerous ghosts will appear outside at night.
We can't just silly stay out there, right?"
When Chen Sun pulled Qin Shang out just now, Qin Shang did not refuse. He trusted Chen Sun, but he also had his own worries.
If they didn't stay in the dormitory, would they encounter those frightening ghosts at night? Chen Sun smiled and said,
"Old Qin, we are different from those players."
Qin Shang questioned, "What's the difference? Are the ghosts here going to avoid them?"
As soon as Qin Shang finished speaking, he saw Chen Sun take out a wad of ghost money.
"Because we have money."
After saying this, Qin Shang's eyes widened. Although he also had some money that Chen Sun gave him, he was still afraid to face those ghosts. Even spending ghost money made him a little scared. To him, those ghosts were still too terrifying.
Eventually, Chen Sun led Qin Shang into the elevator, and the elevator ascended. It soon arrived at the first-floor lobby. Finally, Chen Sun walked up to the front desk.
The ghost at the front desk saw Chen Sun coming and narrowed his eyes, glaring at him fiercely.
"Waiter, don't loaf around in the lobby," the front desk ghost said. Then, Chen Sun took out a black card and placed it on the front desk. The ghost looked at the card, instantly stunned, then a warm smile appeared on his lips. Although, to Chen Sun, that smile looked exceptionally ugly. "Dear guest, how may I assist you?" Chen Sun said. "What is the most expensive room you have here?"
The front desk ghost replied. "Dear guest, it's the presidential suite. It costs 4,444 yuan per night. The suite has a total of 2 rooms. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun nodded. These 2 rooms were just enough for him and Qin Shang to stay.
"Alright, give me this presidential suite, let's book it for 5 nights. Also, send us the best human food you have to the room every night before 6 p.m.
Now, this card had a balance of millions of ghost coins, it would be a waste not to spend it. The front desk ghost's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't seen a guest spend so much money at once in a long time. Even the nobles in the city generally only stayed for a day or 2.
Moreover, those nobles usually had their own villas in the ghost city.
So they rarely stayed at hotels. Unless there was a special circumstance. Soon, he realized that this service was unusual. Then he opened a room for Chen Sun and handed over the room card and membership card to him.
"Sir, this is your room card, the room number is on the 4th floor, room 444. Upon receiving the room card, Chen Sun was also taken aback. Did the ghosts in this horror world think that 4 was their lucky number? But Chen Sun didn't dwell on it too much. He looked at the waiter and said,
"Remember to bring us 2 bedpans to the room later. Also, I don't want anything to disturb my rest in the evening." Hearing Chen Sun's words, the front desk ghost was momentarily stunned. Although this was a horror world, the technology wasn't too far behind.
Things like bathrooms had already become popular.
He didn't know what Chen Sun and the others needed the bedpans for. However, remembering the black gold card he had just seen, he immediately smiled and nodded, saying,
"Alright, sir."
Not only the front desk ghost, but even Qin Shang had a puzzled expression.
"Old Chen, what do we need these bedpans for? This presidential suite can't possibly not have a single bathroom, right? Besides, Old Chen, even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. This night costs 4,444 ghost coins."
He felt that Chen Sun was being too extravagant with ghost coins. It was entirely different from his usual frugality in the real world. When he used to go out with Chen Sun basically always relied on him for food and drinks. He even romanticized it, saying that brothers didn't mind these things, that his money was Chen Sun's money. However, in the real world, Qin Shang was indeed very wealthy. Especially after Chen Sun's parents had an accident, as long as Chen Sun was willing to go out to play, Qin Shang was more than happy to spend money. After all, that money also belonged to his father, so he didn't feel any pain spending it.
Now, in the horror world, the roles of the two seemed to be reversed. Chen Sun smiled and said, "Don't worry, money isn't an issue. As for the bedpans, they are for convenience at night. At night, you can't open the bathroom door."
Upon hearing Chen Sun's words, Qin Shang immediately understood. This was also a rule.
Chapter 62, Night in the Dormitory Area.
They took the elevator and arrived at room 444.
This room was on the same floor as rooms 403 and 404.
As Chen Sun walked past room 404, he noticed the door was open. His eyes instinctively looked inside. The elderly man was staring gloomily at the chessboard in front of him. It seemed he was replaying the game he played with Chen Sun earlier.
Chen Sun sighed and continued walking forward. He quickly arrived at room 444. Swiping the key card, he opened the door. The scene in the room immediately caught Chen Sun's attention.
It was decorated in a dark and gothic style, the lighting somewhat dim, with carvings of toothy ghosts on the walls. This was a suite, with a total of 2 bedrooms and a living room. Although the decor style was a bit dark and gothic, it was much better than the dormitory on the basement floor. The dormitory's door was almost rotting, and a damp smell permeated everywhere. Looking at the presidential suite again, it had luxurious decorations, a large sofa, and even a television. Even the bed was big and soft. Every room had a balcony and a large window. Pulling back the curtain, you could even see the scene outside the hotel. Night was falling, and a thin layer of black mist began to rise outside the hotel. Upon seeing this room, Qin Shang's eyes widened. Although he didn't particularly like the decor style, the furnishings were indeed very luxurious. He sat on the soft sofa and turned on the television. After seeing that the television was playing some ghost-themed dramas, he turned it off again. "Old Chen, this presidential suite is really nice. Being rich is good. It's the same no matter where you are," Qin Shang said. Today, he finally realized the importance of ghost coins. As long as you have ghost coins, even ghosts have to listen to you obediently. Chen Sun nodded, then talked to Qin Shang again about the knowledge of the horror world until 2 ghost waiters brought dinner. Although people in the game world wouldn't feel hunger or pain if they didn't eat, characters in the game world would die of hunger. After dinner, the 2 returned to their rooms to sleep. Before returning to their rooms, Chen Sun reminded. "Old Qin, remember, no matter who knocks on your door or calls your name tonight, do not respond. Make sure to lock the door and the bathroom door tightly. And if you really need to find me, remember to knock 3 times on my door." Even within this suite, it was unclear what might happen at night. Chen Sun had to be especially cautious. Qin Shang nodded, taking Chen Sun's words to heart. In the end, Chen Sun locked the suite's door again before returning to his own room. On the other side, the second floor. Lu Lingling was sitting at her desk, picking up the phone's receiver. "Yes, manager, that human spent a total of 5 million underworld coins to process our black gold card membership. Now staying in room 444 of the presidential suite. And staying for 5 days." A man's voice came through the phone. "Good, Lu Lingling, I am giving you this authority, be sure to serve this esteemed guest well. I will be back in a few days. During this time, if anyone provokes this guest, you know what to do, right?" Hearing the man's words, Lu Lingling's gaze became dark. "Don't worry, manager. If anyone dares to provoke him, I know how to handle it." After hanging up, Lu Lingling looked at her long legs. At this moment, she had already changed into a new pair of stockings. But she intentionally carved a few holes in the stockings with a knife. At night, the frightening world seemed to fall into a deep silence. On the negative first floor of the hotel, Wang Yi sat on his bed and said, "Lock the door, no matter who comes tonight, do not open the door. And be vigilant at night, don't move around unless necessary." Wang Yi's gaze scanned the faces of other players. Many players showed fear and unease on their faces. These were all new players, and this was their first night in the horror game. Filled with terror of the unknown. Lights out. They had to ensure abundant energy to better face tomorrow's challenge. However, in the dormitory, most people couldn't fall asleep. Not to mention the damp smell in the air, they were clearly insomnia, facing such a high-pressure environment in this horror game. Their minds were filled with those terrifying ghosts they encountered today. When they closed their eyes, those ghosts appeared in their minds. At this moment, it was unknown who stood up and walked towards the back of the dormitory. "Where are you going?" a player asked. The player who stood up said, "I think I ate something bad today, I'm going to the bathroom." After saying that, the player headed towards the bathroom at the back of the room. Time passed bit by bit, and someone realized that the player who went to the bathroom had not returned. "This guy is taking too long in the bathroom," a player murmured. He was also feeling the urge to go to the bathroom. It was then that they noticed the blood-red text in front of them had changed. Number of surviving players, 10. This meant that just now, a player had died during the night. Could it be the 2 players who didn't come to the dormitory? But weren't they 2 people? Why was only 1 eliminated now? They felt no sympathy for Chen Sun. In their eyes, leaving the dormitory so arrogantly was a very foolish thing to do. Even if dead, they wouldn't feel pity. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At that moment, a dripping sound suddenly came from the bathroom. Through the dark room, they could vaguely see a figure coming out of the bathroom. Because the light is off, they couldn't see the player's face. The player walked back, and another player immediately complained. "You went to the bathroom for so long, are you constipated?" The player who came back from the bathroom chuckled and said, "Sorry, I had a bit of diarrhea earlier, I squatted too long." Hearing this, the other player seemed to not be able to hold it anymore and immediately ran toward the bathroom. "Forget it, I'll take care of my urgent business first." Thinking this, he ran toward the bathroom. It was just at this moment that the player who returned from the bathroom walked forward and came in front of a female player, reaching out his hand directly to grab her thigh. The cold feeling came from the woman's thigh. "Ah!" The female player immediately shrank back and looked at the player who had just come back from the bathroom. "What are you doing?" The girl's scream seemed to wake up everyone who was sleeping. The player who came back from the bathroom did not speak. Wang Yi rubbed his eyes and saw the situation in front of him. "Go back to your own bed. Dare to cause trouble here, I'll be the first to kill you," Wang Yi said. "Oh, really?" It was at this moment that the player who came back from the bathroom finally spoke. His voice sounded strange. Everyone felt something was wrong. Click. The sound of the light switch being turned on rang out. The light instantly illuminated the entire room. At the same time, the appearance of the player who had just come back from the bathroom appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 63, The Corpse Demon, Midnight Knock on the Door. It was a blood-drenched ghost. The ghost had 3 faces, 5 arms, and 3 legs. These limbs seemed to be randomly attached to this ghost's body, with varying sizes and lengths. Some limbs looked like they belonged to women, while others seemed like they belonged to children. The ghost's body appeared to be made of thick, red liquid, and within the liquid, from time to time, a few eyeballs would pop up and continuously rotate. Drip, drip. 2 arms of this ghost were dripping red blood. It looked especially eerie. Once the lights were on, all the players who saw the scene turned pale. They seemed to be terribly frightened. They couldn't even scream out of fear. One of the ghost's faces turned toward Wang Yi and said, He, so many nice limbs. Looks like I can add some more to my collection today." Saying this, the ghost reached its hand toward the female player from earlier. In the next second, the female player's big, terrified eyes stared, and her entire head fell off her neck. Then the ghost peeled her face off and put it onto its own face. Now, it had 4 faces on its body. Then there were the thighs and arms. "Nice limbs, I really like them," the corpse demon said. Seeing this, all the players were terrified. It took a long time before Wang Yi snapped back to reality. "Damn it. All demon tamers, come with me, let's kill this thing. Otherwise, no one will escape." Upon hearing this, the other experienced players stood up from their beds, and the aura of ghosts started to emanate from their bodies. Although they were demon tamers, except for Wang Yi, no one had actually fought with ghosts before. They were a little scared too. At the same time, a red figure emerged from Wang Yi's body. The ghost's skin was withered, and it seemed like an old man. The old man's ghost aura was thick, and he was holding a cane. The moment he appeared, the surrounding wooden planks seemed to start decaying rapidly. "Rotting Elder, I'm counting on you," Wang Yi said. This ghost was Wang Yi's contracted ghost. The Rotting Elder looked at the corpse demon and said, "Young man, do me a favor and leave now, will you?" The body ghost saw the decayed old man come out, and a look of disgust appeared on his entire face. "Old ghost, don't meddle in others' affairs." Saying this, the body ghost slammed his palm towards the old man. The old man gently extended a hand. However, the old man's movement was extremely slow. Bang! The next second, the old man was directly sent flying away. Cough, cough, cough. The old man spat out a mouthful of black blood. Wang Yi's brow furrowed, and a strong sense of crisis arose within him. It should be known that this old man was a level 4 ghost. He had paid a heavy price to successfully contract him. But in front of this body ghost, he was actually being beaten mercilessly? Ghosts in the dark were actually so terrifying. Other ghost tamers also felt a grave threat upon seeing this ghost. Their strength was not as good as Wang Yi's, and they did not have contracted ghosts. Now, they could only work together to have a chance of repelling this body ghost. However, just after the body ghost slapped, he noticed that his hand aimed at the old man suddenly started to rot rapidly. Damn it! The body ghost immediately detached that arm, then threw it on the ground. Soon, that arm rotted quickly, leaving only a white bone in the end. Annoying guy. You actually ruined one of my prized possessions. The body ghost glared fiercely at the old man, then hesitated for a moment and directly turned to walk towards the bathroom. Although the old man was not his opponent, if he wanted to completely destroy him, he would inevitably lose many of his favorite treasures. Moreover, the limbs of those humans still in the room were not as appealing to him as these treasures. Watching this ghost leave, no one dared to stop him, even Wang Yi just sat dumbfounded on the bed. Now, it was good as long as the other party left. Otherwise, it was possible that everyone here would perish. He felt fortunate that the ghost he contracted could rot the body ghost's limbs. Otherwise, the other party would likely not let them off so easily. Ah! At this moment, a tragic scream suddenly echoed from the bathroom.
A strong smell of blood came wafting in. Everyone froze.
Only then did they remember that there was still a player in the bathroom.
Number of surviving players, 10.
Someone go and close the bathroom door. Also, from tonight onwards, sleep with the lights on. The scene that just occurred had indeed scared them badly. Even many newcomers felt a bit of shadow in their hearts. The nights in this horrifying world, even without going out, had already eliminated 2 players.
Tonight, it seemed that no one would be able to sleep. On the other side, room 444. Bang, 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 bang.
The sound of someone knocking on the door continued in Chen Sun's room. He had been sleeping soundly and was suddenly awakened by the knocking.
Who is it? Chen Sun mumbled. Old Chen, it's me.
A voice came from outside the door. It was Qin Shang.
Old Qin?
Chen Sun felt puzzled.
What's the matter in the middle of the night?
Then, he heard Qin Shang say from outside the door.
Old Chen, I forgot to tell you something very important today. Hurry up and open the door.
Hearing Qin Shang's words, Chen Sun was stunned.
What important thing could Qin Shang have forgotten to say?
Then he remembered that just now, Qin Shang had knocked 4 times. He had told Qin Shang before sleeping that if he needed him tonight, he should knock 3 times.
But this guy actually knocked 4 times.
Although Qin Shang was not great in studying, he definitely would not forget what he had been reminded to do.
The person outside is not Qin Shang. Chen Sun firmly thought. He walked to the door and said to the Qin Shang outside. It's really late, let's talk about it tomorrow.
However, Qin Shang didn't seem to give up, continuing to say. Old Chen, this matter is really urgent.
It can't wait until tomorrow. Chen Sun laughed. Was this guy's purpose so obvious? Chen Sun said. Alright, then you can talk outside the door.
After all, there's no way he's opening the door.
Who knows what kind of guy would come in after the door opens? Old Chen, let me tell you, it's a long story. Let me in, and we can sit and talk.
It was strange for Chen Sun to even consider opening the door. But Chen Sun also didn't plan to keep pretending with this thing, he said.
You're not Old Qin, who are you?
The Qin Shang outside the door froze for a moment, then said.
Old Chen, there are only the 2 of us in this room. Who else could it be but me? Chen Sun laughed. Alright, then tell me what my real name is?
After entering this horror game, they had always addressed each other as Old Chen and Old Qin. Under normal circumstances, if the person outside wasn't Qin Shang, the other party absolutely wouldn't know his name. Unless the other party had possessed Qin Shang or was possessed by a ghost, for example. Then, the Qin Shang outside suddenly fell silent. After a long while, there was no more movement from Qin Shang. Chapter 64, The King of Fierce Ghosts, Bonus Chapter, Happy April Fool's Day, In the middle of Ghost City, at the King of Fierce Ghosts' palace. Here could be said to be the most terrifying place in all of Ghost City. Even ordinary ghosts in the horror world dare not approach here. Because one careless move could lead to being killed by the terrifying ghosts inside. This is the palace of the King of Fierce Ghosts. Around the palace, a team of ghost soldiers patrols every 10 minutes. And each ghost soldier is at least level 5 or above. These are the personal guards of the King of Fierce Ghosts. Except for the King of Fierce Ghosts, only his relatives or subordinates are qualified to enter here. Otherwise, any other ghost found would be killed without question. Just then, inside the palace of the King of Fierce Ghosts. The King of Fierce Ghosts sat on a huge stone chair. His body was very tall, very large. Roughly looking, he seemed to be as high as a 2-story villa in the real world. He wore a cloak, and dim light shone down from above the cloak. The shadow just covered the face of the King of Fierce Ghosts. But it could be seen that he was actually looking at a person standing below the throne. At this moment, below the throne stood a person, with eyes all over his arms. It was the temple master from today at the real estate temple. King, today I received a letter of recommendation from a noble in the real estate temple. It was brought by a human. You might be interested. The King of Fierce Ghosts sat in the stone chair, somewhat non-committal. Oh? In the entire Ghost City, which noble could intrigue me? Old Huang, are you being too idle? Today he received the temple master's message that there was something very important. He originally thought it was a big deal. But it turned out to be just a letter of recommendation from a noble? He felt a bit angry. Then, the temple master said. King, this is not a noble within Ghost City. But from the City of Surprise. This noble's surname is Chen. Who just then, the temple master suddenly felt the aura of ghosts in the entire hall become much denser. Though he couldn't see the face of the King of Fierce Ghosts clearly, he could tell that the expression of the King of Fierce Ghosts must be very interesting at this moment. Since the King of Fierce Ghosts sat on this throne, it seemed that he hadn't had such a strong emotional fluctuation in a long time.
Even the ghostly aura was a bit uncontrollable and overflowing. You mean, the one bringing this letter of recommendation to you is a human?
But that family seems to never give recommendations to others.
What has this human done?
The temple master was delighted. The King of Fierce Ghosts really was interested in that human.
He said,
"King, that guy processed a permit for land auction." After hearing the temple master's words, the King of Fierce Ghosts fell silent for a while, then asked,
"Is there any place that is about to start auctioning land recently?"
The temple master said, "King, the piece of wasteland to the east of Ghost City will be auctioned in a few days. The auction will take place at the Ghost Hotel."
"The humans must be coming for this auction,"
the Ghost King said.
"Ghost Hotel?
This hotel bears my name, but has nothing to do with me.
However, I can attend it. Prepare for me." The temple master nodded and said, "Yes, King." After that, he exited the main hall.
In the past, the Ghost King would never bother with auctions like this.
He wouldn't even ask about them.
Now, because of a letter of introduction, the Ghost King was actually going to attend in person.
It seems that the influence of the Chen family is indeed terrifying. The next morning, sunlight penetrated the darkness.
Although the sky was still foggy, there was still a hint of light shining down.
Daylight arrived.
At 6 in the morning, they were to gather in the conference room, waiting for the hotel manager to assign them new tasks.
Chen Sun also got out of bed and took a look outside.
After confirming that it was daylight, he opened the door. He arrived in the living room of the suite and immediately directed his gaze toward the front door. At this moment, the door was closed.
But it was not locked. Chen Sun was stunned.
He had checked the door last night, and only after confirming it was locked did he go back to rest.
In other words, something came in from outside last night and knocked on the door? It shouldn't be that Qin Shang went out and let the ghost in from outside, right?
Chen Sun felt a bit troubled.
Otherwise, how could the door be open? Old Qin wouldn't have gotten into trouble, would he? Creak.
Just at this moment, Qin Shang's door suddenly opened. Qin Shang rubbed his eyes and walked out of the room.
"Old Chen, good morning." Chen Sun awkwardly smiled. "Old Qin, good morning. By the way, was there anything strange happening outside your room last night? Also, did you go out yesterday?"
Qin Shang looked puzzled and then said, "After I returned to my room last night, I slept until now."
"I slept deeply, didn't hear anything."
Hearing Qin Shang's words, Chen Sun suddenly felt a chill. In other words, that ghost last night might have knocked on Qin Shang's door too.
But because Qin Shang slept too soundly, he escaped a disaster?
After Chen Sun told Qin Shang about last night's events, his face turned pale with fear. It was the first time he felt grateful to sleep so soundly.
"From tonight on, no matter what happens, don't open the door," Chen Sun said seriously. The nights in the ghost hotel seemed even scarier than the bloody kindergarten.
After washing up, Chen Sun took his room card and went to have breakfast at the hotel.
Then he went down to the first floor.
At this time, the early shift service ghosts looked at them with disdainful eyes.
The ghosts this morning were not the same batch as those from yesterday afternoon.
At this moment, Qin Shang no longer felt the fear he had yesterday upon seeing these ghosts. It seemed he was gradually getting used to the world of this thrilling game. He even checked the ghost coins in the game space and felt a bit more confident. When they arrived at yesterday's conference room, there were already quite a few players standing there. Today, they were all wearing work uniforms, but most looked a bit sluggish. Some players even had dark circles under their eyes. 2 players are missing.
Chen Sun thought silently. It seems that last night, these players didn't have it easy either.
Seeing Chen Sun and Qin Shang walk in, looking full of energy, those players suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief.
How were they still alive? Weren't they without accommodation last night?
These 2 people looked so energetic, they must have slept well last night. In comparison, these players suddenly felt a bit off balance in their hearts. They had already followed the hotel manager's request and were staying in the dormitory.
Even at night, they hadn't gone outside. Yet, they still encountered terrifying things.
And these 2 guys not only didn't stay in the dormitory but also looked like they slept so well. They seemed completely unfazed. In a way, they all started to feel a little unbalanced inside.
Chapter 65: A room full of stockings.
Chen Sun noticed the players' gazes but had no intention of interacting with them. The other players seemed to intentionally maintain a distance from them.
Here, 2 factions had already formed.
Qin Shang and Chen Sun were in one faction, and the others were led by Wang Yi. Tap tap tap. The sound of leather shoes on the floor echoed.
Everyone's expressions, except for Chen Sun, became serious and tense.
They knew the hotel manager had arrived. Creak. The meeting room door opened, and the hotel manager walked in holding a thin booklet. His cold gaze swept over everyone, making many players' backs feel chilled. After last night's events, they were even more terrified of these ghosts. Especially the new players, their hearts began to race wildly. Now, I am here to announce your service performances from yesterday. The hotel manager walked in front of a female player with the booklet in hand and said after a glance. You had no complaints from customers yesterday, performance was average.
Today, continue to service rooms 201 and 202.
Upon hearing the hotel manager's words, the female player finally let out a sigh of relief. The customers in those two rooms were relatively normal overall. Unlike other players' rooms, whose customers had various strange habits. Then, the hotel manager moved to another player with the booklet. This player was an experienced one but still looked uneasy as he glanced at the hotel manager. The hotel manager looked at the booklet, and then his expression suddenly turned cold.
You were complained about by a customer yesterday. The complaint was that the customer felt you were too lewd and seemed to have peeping suspicions.
As he spoke, the hotel manager immediately reached out his hand.
Ryup.
Blood splattered. This veteran player had one of his arms torn off by the hotel manager.
Ah!
The veteran player let out a scream of agony. Even the other players almost couldn't stop themselves from screaming. This sudden tearing off of an arm was indeed shocking to behold. However, as long as the game ended, he would return to the real world, and his physical body there remained intact. The premise was that he could successfully survive in the game.
Red blood dripped from this player's hand. The surrounding players turned pale with fear.
Then they heard the hotel manager say,
Well, today you will continue to service the guests in rooms 203 and 204. If I receive complaints from customers again, then I will turn you into a doll and send you to the customers as an apology. This player's face went pale, feeling a bit gloomy. Yesterday, he served all female residents, and they looked very terrifying. He didn't even dare to look at them directly, yet he was unexpectedly complained about for peeping? Where could he justify that? But thankfully, he had a login device. Even if he lost this life, he could choose to exit the instance early. At most, he would just lose the rewards from the instance. Finally, after arranging a few more players' tasks,
the hotel manager came to Chen Sun's front. Your performance yesterday was good, both customers from your two rooms gave you high praise.
As a reward, you are in charge of servicing rooms 401, 402, 403, and 404 today.
Chen Sun was stunned upon hearing this.
This reward meant serving the guests of two more rooms?
He remembered that the guests in the other two rooms yesterday were a female player. But that female player seemed to have never come out after entering room 402. The guests in these two rooms were not the kind you could easily deal with.
At that moment, Chen Sun even thought about revealing his Black Gold membership identity and refusing this task. But just as this thought crossed his mind, the game's broadcast voice suddenly appeared in his head.
Warning, players must follow the game's rules to complete the main task after entering the instance, or they will be ejected from the instance.
Chen Sun was stunned.
This time the main task of the game was to survive for 5 days and then complete the assigned tasks as required by the hotel manager.
Was he only able to follow the game rules? This game setup was really too unfair.
However, Chen Sun had a Black Gold membership card, so even doing tasks would be much easier. As long as he wasn't killed by the ghosts in those rooms, he would be fine.
Even if the guests in the rooms complained, the hotel manager wouldn't do anything to him.
As for being killed by ghosts, that should be quite unlikely.
After all, there was Shadow.
Thinking of this, Chen Sun suddenly felt much more relaxed. He might be the first player to receive a game warning, urging him to continue the main task. Once the task arrangements were completed, besides two players who had their arms torn off by the hotel manager due to complaints, the other players all successfully completed the first day's task. However, only Chen Sun and Qin Shang received excellent ratings. Thus, Qin Shang also received special care from the hotel manager. He also had to take care of 2 more rooms. But at this moment, Qin Shang's expression was much calmer compared to the other players. After leaving the conference room, the other players looked at Chen Sun and the others, their faces filled with confusion. Their impression of Chen Sun was only from the previous encounter with a servant ghost in the lobby. And also from yesterday evening, when Chen Sun refused to stay in the dorm with them.
Initially, they thought Chen Sun was doomed. If he didn't stay in the dorm, where else could he go?
But when Chen Sun and Qin Shang appeared before them completely unharmed and in good spirits, they were stunned. At this moment, Chen Sun gave them a mysterious feeling of being a high-level player. Many people had already made up their minds that they would definitely curry favor with this player if they had the chance. According to hotel regulations, service personnel could only service guest rooms after 8 o'clock.
So 2 hours later. Ding! The fourth floor arrived, and the elevator door opened.
Chen Sun and the other surviving male player stepped out of the elevator.
Since today was a noon checkout, the guests in the rooms were mostly the same guests.
He didn't know if these guests might still be in bed or if they would have a bad temper upon waking up.
After all, it wasn't noon yet.
He wondered if there were lazy folks in this terrifying world.
The guests in rooms 403 and 404 were basically not a problem. So Chen Sun went directly to room 401. Knock knock knock. Hello, room service. Chen Sun knocked on the door.
Chen Sun remembered that the ghost inside yesterday had quite a bad temper. The female player was basically pushed out by this ghost using a paper figure. And that female player had also been injured. So even if she was still alive, she would likely still receive a complaint.
Come in.
Not long after, a silly voice came from inside the door.
Chen Sun opened the door and instinctively took 2 steps back.
Seeing that nothing was wrong, he finally walked into the room.
As soon as Chen Sun entered the room, he was stunned.
The first thing that caught his eye was a dark mass, all of it being stockings.
Chapter 66, More Abnormal Than Abnormal.
Chen Sun walked into room 401, and at that moment, the first thing he saw was that the ceiling of room 401 had several iron wires strung up. On these iron wires hung many stockings. Most were black, but there were also nude and pink ones. In the air, there was an indescribable scent. God knows where these stockings came from. Besides that, there was also a booklet on the hotel table.
It was titled Land Auction Personnel List. Were the ghosts in this room here waiting for the land auction to start?
If that's the case, this list should record some nobles participating in the land auction and their strengths. Chen Sun was completely stunned. Looking at the occupant in the room, he found it was also a fat ghost. The fat on his belly and thighs was jiggling. He was even much fatter than the one from room 403. At that moment, this fat ghost was staring at the stockings hanging from the ceiling with a look of bliss. He didn't even cast a glance at Chen Sun.
This guy is really perverted.
Compared to you, he's a strong contender, Chen Sun thought to himself.
Then, in his mind, he heard Ying's dissatisfied voice. Boss, I just have a small habit of stealing. How can this guy be more perverted? He.
Chen Sun remained non-committal. In fact, on the way to the real estate temple, Chen Sun had already noticed that Ying had stolen another stocking.
He didn't know when it happened.
Moreover, considering that he previously stole Zhao Shan's lipstick, it seemed Ying only stole girls' things.
You are the hotel staff, right? Put on these stockings for me to enjoy.
At this moment, the fat ghost suddenly spoke.
Chen Sun was dumbfounded.
Goodness, he now admitted that this fat ghost was even more perverted than Ying. The female player from yesterday must have refused to wear stockings for this fat ghost, which is why those paper figures kicked her out.
Or was it that the female player actually wore stockings, but they didn't meet this fat ghost's taste? Chen Sun made a speechless sound.
He did not have this kind of preference at all. Upon hearing the sound, the fat ghost turned around for the first time and looked at Chen Sun. At that moment, the fat ghost was taken aback and then showed an expression of disgust on his face.
Damn it, another mouse. And a male one.
The fat ghost seemed to have a strong aversion to Chen Sun being male. The ghostly energy around the fat ghost erupted, but after thinking for a moment, the ghostly energy was retracted.
A male might not be too bad.
Then, he looked coldly at Chen Sun, took down a black stocking, and said,
Staff, put on this stocking for me to see.
Chen Sun stood frozen in place. He was thinking about whether to knock the fat ghost out with a brick or to dismember him with a chainsaw. You should really go play chess with the old man in room 404, Chen Sun cursed. This fat ghost was truly too perverted.
He could hardly stand it anymore.
Having that old man take this guy's heart out would be the most fitting.
Hearing Chen Sun's curse, the fat ghost was immediately stunned, then said, You've been to room 404?
The last time I played chess with that old man, he cheated and won my favorite stocking from me.
Can you go to room 404 and help me win back my favorite stocking from that old man?
This way, I won't make you wear stockings for me to see.
Chen Sun's face darkened.
Why should I help you? The fat ghost said.
Aren't you the staff? This is my request. Chen Sun remained non-committal, pointing to the booklet on the table that had the auction list, and said, If I help you win it back, you give me this booklet.
Chen Sun is also going to participate in the auction, and with this booklet, he can better determine the strength of his competitors. He is not worried about ghost money. He is just afraid that among the nobles, there are some very powerful ghosts. At that time, it won't be good for him to overly expose his wealth. After all, in the thrilling world, the strength of ghosts is also very important. If the opponent is very strong and he exposes himself too much, he will inevitably be targeted by the ghosts. The fat ghost hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
Okay, I agree with you. Chen Sun left room 401 and looked towards room 402.
The only guest he was unclear about among the rooms he served today was in room 402. He didn't even know how that female player died. However, Chen Sun did not plan to enter room 402 right now. He skipped room 402 and arrived at the door of room 403. The guest in room 403 was easy to deal with, so Chen Sun prepared to do this task too.
Knock, knock, knock. Hello, room service. Chen Sun knocked on the door. A gloomy voice immediately came from inside the room. Come in. Chen Sun slowly opened the door and then took 2 steps back. Bang. The sound of shattering glass came. Still the familiar voice, the familiar smell. Damn it, servant, you broke my... Ah, it's you. The guest in room 403 initially had a gloomy expression, but upon seeing Chen Sun, that face suddenly became much more obedient. I am your room service today, is there anything I can do for you? Chen Sun said. The ghost in room 403 immediately showed a flattering expression. No, no.
I'll clean up the broken glass vase myself.
Chen Sun nodded and said. Alright, wish you a pleasant stay. Chen Sun closed the door. The ghost in room 403 suddenly looked bitter. He thought to himself, you don't look like someone who is short on money, plus your strength is so strong, why are you here as a servant? After leaving room 403, Chen Sun arrived at room 404. The door was still open. The old man was still staring at the chessboard in front of him. However, compared to his frowning from yesterday, he seemed much happier now. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, room service. Even though the door was open, Chen Sun still knocked. After all, there is a rule that says before entering a guest's room, one must knock. But it didn't specify whether to knock on an open door or not. Hearing the knock, the old man immediately looked over. Upon seeing Chen Sun, he immediately showed a happy expression. Young man, you came at just the right time. Come, play a couple of games with me. The old man seemed to have a mindset of winning for sure. Chen Sun said. This time, I don't plan to bet my heart. The old man laughed and said. Don't worry, this time if you lose, I won't take anything from you. As long as you are willing to play with me. Yesterday, Chen Sun had basically returned all his initial capital to him, how could he still have the face to gamble with Chen Sun's things? Chen Sun shook his head and said. Old man, there should still be some stake in chess. How about this, I'll play a game with you, and if I lose, I'll give you some ghost money. If I win, you'll give me the stockings from the guest in room 401 that you won from him, how about that? The old man frowned upon hearing this. He didn't even ask Chen Sun what he wanted those stockings for and quickly replied. All right. I have thoroughly studied your chess strategy, this time you will definitely lose. Chapter 67, The Mysterious Paper Man Storage Box. After Chen Sun left room 404 yesterday, the old man spent more than half a day researching Chen Sun's chess strategy. He even didn't sleep at night. He is confident that he will not lose to Chen Sun again. A few minutes later. Old man, I concede. The old man had a bitter face and said. Young man, can't you let this old man win once? Previously, when he played chess with this old man, the opponent wanted his heart. Chen Sun didn't dare to deliberately lose to him. Chen Sun smiled and said. Old man, you lose and must accept it. The old man sighed, then pulled out a white stockings from a nearby trash can. The stockings even had a faint sour smell. The guest from room 401 lost to me in chess and insisted on denying it. He even said it was his favorite item, but I couldn't see what was good about it, so I tossed it in the trash. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Chen Sun took the stockings and said. Thank you, old man. The old man sighed and said. Want to play a few more games? After a while, the old man still didn't win a single game. Old man, do you want to continue? Chen Sun asked. Finally, the old man said with a face full of despair. Sigh, forget it, I'm old, can't compete with you young folks, it's boring. In the end, the old man packed away the chessboard. Chen Sun left room 404 with a smile. If that old man wasn't a ghost, he wouldn't mind letting the other win a few games. Leaving room 404, he pushed open the door of room 401. The chubby ghost looked at Chen Sun with anticipation. So, did you win it back? Chen Sun took out the stockings and threw them to the chubby ghost in disgust. Is this thing really that good? It seems this time it's a task with a distinct smell. The chubby ghost received the stockings, a look of infatuation on his face. Treasure, you've finally come back to me. This time, I won't let you leave me again. It was like an ancient emperor addicted to beauty, hiding among a pile of beautiful concubines, then playing hide and seek with his eyes covered. Chen Sun said. I won these stockings for you, so can I have the book now?
According to the agreement, the chubby ghost needed to give Chen Sun the book. However, upon hearing Chen Sun's words, the chubby ghost's gaze instantly turned cold. He looked at Chen Sun and sneered. "Who do you think you are, daring to negotiate with me? Get out of my room now, or I'll make you stay here forever." As the chubby ghost spoke, numerous red paper figures appeared around him. These paper figures floated in the air, seemingly some decent ghost tools.
"Looks like you're planning to play dirty," Chen Sun said, smiling.
Earlier, when he mentioned the old man had cheated to win against him and when the old man said that the chubby ghost denied it, he suspected that the chubby ghost was an untrustworthy ghost. After all, the old man looked much more honest than this pervert.
Haha, so what if I deny it? What can you do about it? Smelly rat.
The chubby ghost laughed disdainfully. Just then, the ghostly energy from Chen Sun surged, and holding the chainsaw in his hand, he instantly transformed into a murderous maniac wielding a chainsaw. "Not much, just feel really annoyed by your stockings." The chainsaw buzzed to life. Then, the saw blade sliced through the stockings hanging from the ceiling. The stockings were soft and immediately got rolled up by the chainsaw, turning into shredded rags.
"Damn it, rat, what are you doing?" The chubby ghost's eyes widened, and he immediately controlled the countless paper figures to fly towards Chen Sun.
But just as the paper figures were about to touch Chen Sun, a semi-transparent black ghost appeared before him.
Those paper figures instantly embedded themselves into the semi-transparent ghost's body.
To be precise, those paper figures seemed to be swallowed by the shadow. Once they entered the shadow's body, they could no longer move an inch. Seeing the appearance of the shadow, the chubby ghost instantly showed a trace of terror.
"What a powerful ghost."
The shadow chuckled and said,
"Kid, you have good taste. But if you think you can harm our boss by going through me, you probably won't be able to do it."
Seeing Chen Sun shred another stocking, the chubby ghost felt pain in his heart, while also looking anxious.
"Little brother, no, please. I can give you the book, can't I?" Those stockings were the chubby ghost's prized possession.
Seeing these stockings crushed by Chen Sun was almost worse than being killed.
Chen Sun said, "I also really like these paper people ghosts of yours. Can you give them to me?"
These paper people look quite high-end. Right now, Chen Sun only has 2 attack-type ghost tools, one is a bloody brick, and the other is the chainsaw in his hand.
Holding them makes one a bit terrified.
This is the first time he has seen such a handsome paper person ghost tool. Just imagine if Chen Sun were walking down the street and suddenly someone ghost provoked him. With a thought, a circle of paper people would surround him, then like flying swords, he would kill that ghost.
Isn't that cooler than charging forward with a brick or chainsaw to kill a ghost?
Hearing this, the fat ghost's expression suddenly changed.
"Waiter, I want to complain about you." Chen Sun smiled. "You can certainly try."
Chen Sun is a black gold member of this hotel.
Would the hotel offend a black gold member for a ghost that can't even afford a presidential suite?
Now, it was the fat ghost who was panicking. The waiters who had served him in the past all listened to him, afraid of being complained about.
But this trick didn't work on the human in front of him. Without hesitation, a pair of stockings would be shredded by the chainsaw.
This paper person needs strong ghost energy to support it, something you can't control. If they run out of ghost energy to absorb, they will drain you dry.
The fat ghost said anxiously. Chen Sun smiled.
"You don't need to worry about that. After all, he has plenty of ghost coins." Hearing this, the fat ghost hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said,
I can only give you 1 wooden box. Hurry and stop."
As he said this, the fat ghost took out 2 red wooden boxes from his pocket. He handed one of them to Chen Sun.
Chen Sun then stopped.
He didn't expect that this kind of ghost object, the fat ghost actually had 2. One shouldn't be too greedy, one is enough.
Leave a little room in life for future encounters.
If he really took both ghost objects, who knows if the other party would really go berserk.
Okay.
Chen Sun nodded, then took the wooden box. The system's voice immediately sounded. Strange paper person storage box, sub-box, level 2 ghost object, can be upgraded, use ghost energy to nourish the box will give birth to paper people that can be controlled by the nourisher, up to 100 pieces.
Chapter 68 Hungry.
Looking at the introduction of this strange paper person storage box, Chen Sun felt happy inside.
This thing is indeed good.
And it only requires ghost energy to produce paper people, which suits him well.
After all, with so many ghost coins, he doesn't lack ghost energy at all.
After storing this strange paper person storage box, Chen Sun looked at the fat ghost and said,
"And that booklet."
Saying this, the fat ghost handed over the land auction booklet to Chen Sun.
This booklet was never a rare item for him. However, he was unhappy with Chen Sun, a human, for negotiating, wanting to deliberately make things difficult.
As a result, he inadvertently made it difficult for his own strange paper person storage box.
However, there was one thing he didn't tell Chen Sun. These two storage boxes are actually a mother and child storage box. Only the one holding the mother storage box can truly control the paper people nurtured inside the storage box. In the future, as long as he wished, the paper people nurtured in Chen Sun's storage box could listen to him. By giving the sub-box to Chen Sun, it was equivalent to letting Chen Sun nurture the paper people for him. Of course, the roles of the mother and child storage boxes can switch. This only happens when the child storage box is nurtured and greatly exceeds the mother storage box. However, he thought such a situation was unlikely to occur. After taking the booklet, Chen Sun nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the fat ghost and said, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" The fat ghost coldly stared at Chen Sun and said, "Nothing. Now, please hurry up and get out of my room." Chen Sun smiled and said, "Okay, remember to give me a good review today. Otherwise, he. Chen Sun glanced strangely at the stockings, and the fat ghost suddenly felt a chill down his back. After leaving room 401, Chen Sun weighed the strange paper doll storage box in his hand. The fat ghost thought he had schemed against Chen Sun, wanting him to nurture the paper doll for him. Actually, just now, the system had already informed Chen Sun of all the details about this storage box, including how to turn the sub-box into a main box. It just required spending a bit of ghost currency. And then there was the directory. Chen Sun opened the directory, which seemed to record the names of some nobles in the ghost city. Among them was the fat ghost's estimation, for example, the noble Lin family. Their assets had already exceeded 10 billion ghost coins, making them a medium to large noble. And the strongest ghost of this noble family was probably around level 7. In this booklet, even the richest noble only had assets of about 20 billion ghost coins. However, the fat ghost had not annotated the strength of this noble. It seemed that this booklet did not collect all the information. But Chen Sun estimated that the strength of these nobles was probably similar. The only thing Chen Sun worried about was those ghosts without annotated strength. He couldn't tell if there were particularly powerful existences among them. At the same time, Chen Sun also discovered in the directory that this batch of land for auction seemed very important to these nobles. It was likely to become the most prosperous area in Ghost City in the future. The nobles in Ghost City regarded this land as a must-have. Also, this booklet contains snippets of some recent newspapers from Ghost City. March 21st, Noble Li AI mysteriously disappeared from home. March 29th, the corpse of Noble Missouri Lu from the west side of the city was found in a stinky ditch. In the past half-month, many nobles have mysteriously disappeared in Ghost City. Please be cautious while traveling, nobles. It seemed that some major nobles had already started targeting small nobles who wanted to contest the land. In the past half-month, many small nobles had inexplicably disappeared or died, and their assets were swallowed by those major nobles. It appeared that this horrifying world was truly unsettled. Left to participate in the auction were surely nobles with skills. Pulling back his thoughts, Chen Sun had now arrived at the door of room 402. This was the last guest he would serve today, and also the most puzzling one for him. Because the female player who died yesterday was in this very room. Knock knock knock. Hello, room service. Chen Sun knocked on the door. He didn't know how long it took, but a very faint voice came from inside. Come in. Hearing this voice, the ghost inside seemed a bit shy, as if lacking any strength. Chen Sun opened the door and walked in. Boss, there is such a strong resentment, Ying suddenly said. Chen Sun stayed alert. Then, everything in the room came into Chen Sun's view. The chewed-up table looked as if a large rat had sharpened its teeth on it. A bloody smell filled the air, and red or dark red stains were scattered on the floor. Even the bed sheets had been stained red. The room was very messy, as if it had not been cleaned in ages. It seemed that all the service staff who entered here had not managed to successfully leave this room. At this moment, Chen Sun looked at the guest in the room. The guest was a little boy, curled up with his hands clutching his stomach. He seemed to be in great pain. Beside him, those blankets and pillows. It feels like being bitten by teeth. I didn't mean to eat you, I really didn't mean it. I'm sorry. But I'm really, really hungry. I'm hungry. The little boy murmured softly, looking very frustrated. Then he opened his wide mouth. It was indeed a very big mouth, and even Chen Sun felt that it could swallow his head whole. However, the child chose not to swallow Chen Sun but stuffed a pillow beside him into his mouth. The pillow couldn't be eaten, so soon the child spat it out. Hungry. I'm so hungry. Ying suddenly said. Boss, it seems like he is a starving ghost. These kinds of ghosts die from hunger, so their resentment is very deep. If you give them time, they can quickly grow stronger and become a very scary ghost. But they eat too much, and it's hard to satisfy them. So no one can afford to feed them. Chen Sun frowned and said. Can they grow to the peak of your power? Ying fell silent.
At this moment, the child turned to look at Chen Sun and said,
Are you the waiter here to serve me? Chen Sun nodded. How can I help you? The child stared at Chen Sun, saliva already dripping from the corners of his mouth.
But he was extremely restraining himself.
He said, Hungry. I'm so hungry. Can you bring me some food? I really don't want to eat you.
After saying this, the child immediately turned his face away, his body shaking continuously. It seemed he was still restraining himself, as if turning around would make him unable to resist pouncing on Chen Sun and swallowing him whole. This was Chen Sun's first time seeing a starving ghost. However, this child seemed quite polite.
Chen Sun smiled and said, Okay, what do you want to eat? I will go to the restaurant and bring it to you. The child said, Food, anything that's food will do. Hurry, I'm so hungry. Chapter 69, When have you ever seen me short on money? The restaurant in the ghost hotel is at the end of the corridor on the second floor of the hotel. When he reached the end of the corridor, a string of curses came through. Humans, be a little quicker with your hands and feet. If you serve the food too slowly, you can lie on the table and be our meal. Among the players, not everyone was assigned to hotel rooms as waiters. Some were assigned to work in the restaurant or at the front desk as waiters. As soon as Chen Sun entered the restaurant, he saw a few ghosts coldly staring at a female player not far away. The female player's face changed slightly, then she hurriedly ran into the kitchen. So white and tender. Looks so delicious. The corners of the mouths of those ghosts dripped with saliva. Oh, another waiter has come? As Chen Sun walked in, they turned their gaze toward him. Chen Sun ignored the two ghosts and went straight to the cash register. The ghost at the cash register also looked at Chen Sun with malicious intent. Waiter, why are you here instead of where you should be serving? Chen Sun replied. To order food. The ghost at the cash register laughed. Human, the food here is very expensive. Before the ghost at the cash register finished speaking, he saw Chen Sun take out a stack of paper money and place it on the counter. What do you want to order? The ghost at the cash register asked, handing Chen Sun a menu. Chen Sun didn't look at the menu, he directly said. Just order a meal worth 10,000 ghost coins, you can arrange it as you like. I only have one request, it needs to be a large portion. The cashier ghost was momentarily stunned. 10,000 coins was already a very large amount. Even in their restaurant, they might not sell that much food in a single lunch. This guy is alone, can he finish it? The cashier ghost said. Okay, then I will arrange that for you. Are you eating here? Chen Sun shook his head. No, send it to room 402. Room 402? The cashier ghost was momentarily stunned. As an employee of the hotel, he knew all too well what kind of existence lived in that room. That was a starving ghost. With an amazingly huge appetite. The server in front of him seemed to have been assigned to room 402. Thinking of this, the cashier's gaze towards Chen Sun suddenly became strange. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Chen Sun asked. No. The cashier ghost replied. But at this moment, when he looked at Chen Sun, it was as if he was looking at a dead person. The ghost in room 402 was originally brought back by the manager. Back then, the manager wanted to feed this ghost and make him a henchman for the hotel. Unfortunately, this ghost ate too much, and even the manager couldn't afford to keep him. In the end, they could only leave him in room 402. Moreover, every day the hotel would arrange an unlucky server to serve in room 402. However, there had never been a server who went in and came out again. They all knew that those servers were swallowed by the starving ghost. But even with one server every day, the starving ghost could never be full. Not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. The human in front of him, although he ordered a meal worth 10,000 ghost coins, still wouldn't fill the starving ghost's stomach. In the end, this server would surely be eaten by that starving ghost. In the cashier ghost's eyes, Chen Sun was already a dead person. An hour later, the restaurant finally prepared all the dishes. Looking at the ghosts serving dishes one by one, Chen Sun said, Help me take it to 402. Hearing Chen Sun's words, those ghosts turned pale. No way, you go yourself. I don't want to die. Chen Sun said helplessly. In the end, he had to let them pack all the food into a large bag and send it to the door of room 402. The pile of food surprisingly filled 2 large sacks. Knock knock knock. Chen Sun still knocked on the door. No matter when, rules should never be broken easily. Come in. A boy's voice came from inside the door. Hearing this, Chen Sun walked in with 2 large bags of food. Thinking to himself, this much food should be enough for the guy, right? Food, it smells so good, so good. It's been so long since I smelled such delicious food. The little boy said.
Then he excitedly rushed to the door, drooling all over the place. Since he moved into this room, he could almost only eat one ghost server every day. These things tasted terrible, they couldn't even be called food. But he couldn't not eat. If he didn't eat, he would starve to death. Now, he suddenly felt a bit of hatred towards the guy who brought him here. Every day not letting him go out, and not letting him eat enough. Now Chen Sun actually brought him real food. He hadn't had any in a long time. He looked at the bags in Chen Sun's hands and couldn't help but pounce on them. That one bag of food was completely gone in just 1 minute under his big mouth. So delicious. I haven't eaten such tasty food in a long time, the little boy said, and then stared at the other bag next to Chen Sun. Then, he pounced again. In just a few seconds, all the food in that bag was gone. Chen Sun was left dumbfounded on the side. Good heavens, this little bit of food wasn't enough to eat at all. No wonder he was a starving ghost. However, Chen Sun also noticed that after the starving ghost swallowed 2 large bags of food, his ghostly aura had become much denser. It seemed that as long as this starving ghost ate, he could enhance his strength. Hungry. Brother, I'm still hungry. The little boy's eyes were fixed on Chen Sun, drool continuously leaking from the corners of his mouth. Brother, do you have more food? Chen Sun said. Yes. But you have to tell me your name first. Seeing this little boy, Chen Sun. After the other party ate some food, it seemed he was no longer in a state of desperation to eat people. I am Shao Jia, the little boy said. Chen Sun nodded. Shao Jia. These foods of mine are not for you to eat casually. Become my contracted ghost, and I can let you eat your fill every day, how about that? As soon as Chen Sun finished speaking, Shao Jia hadn't said anything yet, when Ying suddenly said. Boss, you have enough with just me. Are you sure you want a contract with this little ghost in front of you? Boss, if you make a contract with the little ghost and you don't feed him enough, he will swallow you. What Ying said, Chen Sun had also considered. Now, the mysterious fog in the real world could spread to the country at any time. Also, entering the horror world made him feel the importance of being strong even more. As long as you're strong enough, even if you break the rules, nothing will happen. Because in the instance, you are the rule. Moreover, Chen Sun said. Ying, when have you seen me lacking money? Chapter 70, The Irritable Head Chef. When have you seen me lacking money? After Chen Sun spoke, Ying suddenly fell silent. Because he realized he couldn't refute his boss. The boss really didn't seem to be short on money. He didn't know where all this money came from. At this moment, Shao Jia looked at Chen Sun, his face full of excitement, and said. Can you really let me eat my fill? Last time someone also said they could let me eat my fill, but in the end, they left me in this room. Brother, liars will get swallowed, you know. Chen Sun hesitated for a moment and said. How much can you eat in a day? Shao Jia said. Like the amount of food just now, I need to eat 10 portions. Chen Sun sighed in relief. He thought hungry ghosts were bottomless pits. Then he nodded and said. All right. Shao Jia instantly became excited and then said. Then brother, let me eat my fill once, let me see your strength. Chen Sun certainly had no problem with that. Okay, let's go eat directly in the restaurant. He truly didn't want to carry these 20 sacks of food upstairs. Shao Jia licked his lips. Okay, brother. They walked out of room 402, took the elevator down to the 2nd floor. They entered the restaurant. Hello, ordering food. The ghost at the cashier suddenly froze when he saw Chen Sun. He didn't expect that Chen Sun was not dead. The hungry ghost wouldn't let Chen Sun go if he didn't get enough to eat. Then he looked down at Chen Sun. What do you want to eat? Order anything. The hungry ghost's eyes widened and became excited. Brother, can I really order anything? I want to eat meat. The cashier ghost's face changed drastically when he saw this scene. This human shouldn't be unable to feed him and then trick the hungry ghost into the restaurant, right? Damn it. He must have run out of money and directly brought the hungry ghost here. Because in the eyes of the hungry ghost, this place was full of food. He glared fiercely at Chen Sun and said. Waiter, do you realize the consequences of bringing him here? If he doesn't get enough to eat, many ghosts here will pay the price because of your stupid decision. Chen Sun frowned and said. You should have plenty of food here, right? The cashier ghost replied. Those require ghost money. Chen Sun's expression was flat. Well, that makes it easy. Saying this, Chen Sun took out 100,000 ghost coins and placed them on the counter. You help me prepare according to this money. My requirement is, there should be a lot of meat and enough portions. The cashier ghost was stunned upon seeing this amount of ghost money. Wow, so much ghost money. This seemed to be the first time he received such a large amount of ghost money since he became a cashier.
Why does this human have so much ghost money?
Seeing him hesitate, Chen Sun then said.
What, is there still a problem?
The cashier ghost smiled wickedly.
No, please sit here for a while. I will have someone take the menu to the kitchen, and it will be brought to your table later. Chen Sun nodded and then took Xiao Jie to a table to sit down.
Then the cashier ghost turned its cold gaze to the player working as a waiter in the restaurant, saying,
That waiter, hurry and take this menu to the kitchen.
If you're slow, don't expect to keep your legs.
That player hurriedly ran over and said, Yes, I'll take it right now.
As that player passed by Chen Sun's table while leaving, they instinctively saw Chen Sun, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on their face. Especially when they saw a ghost obediently sitting next to Chen Sun. He felt that his worldview about the horror world had been completely overturned. They would rather avoid these ghosts, yet this player actually came to the restaurant to eat with one.
Moreover, the ghost seemed to listen very well to Chen Sun. Can humans really be like this?
The player was stunned, even stopping in their tracks.
Waiter, what are you standing there for?
The cashier ghost's voice came through, and this player hurriedly ran towards the kitchen. At this moment, breakfast time had already passed, so only Chen Sun's table of people and ghosts remained in the restaurant.
Xiao Jie seemed a bit shy.
After sitting down, aside from the continuous rumbling of his stomach, he appeared to have no intention of speaking. Chen Sun was thinking about where to get a ghost contract later. But soon, the system's voice rang out.
Ghost contracts could be purchased directly from the system.
In the end, Chen Sun spent some money to purchase a very ample ghost contract from the system.
You are mine, I am yours, who? Just one more glance will make it explode. Getting a little closer will make it melt.
At that moment, a song suddenly rang out from outside the door.
A female ghost bounced in from outside the restaurant.
Chen Sun instinctively looked over and happened to see the female ghost with some torn stockings on her legs.
Chen Sun had seen this female ghost before.
It was Lu Lingling, who had helped him with the Black Gold membership. He used to like stockings, but after experiencing that ghost in room 401, he felt an inexplicable aversion upon seeing them. Upon seeing Chen Sun, Lu Lingling's singing stopped immediately, and she showed an excited expression as she walked toward him.
Sir, good morning.
Lu Lingling said, deliberately flaunting her long legs as she spoke. To be precise, it was the stockings on her legs. Upon seeing the stockings, Chen Sun immediately felt a bit nauseous.
Stay away from me, Chen Sun said. Lu Lingling was stunned at once, then suddenly seemed to remember something and walked towards the kitchen. This sir seems very shy on the surface, Lu Lingling muttered quietly to herself. As soon as Lu Lingling entered the kitchen, she heard the chef's furious shouts. Who ordered so many dishes? When am I supposed to finish this?
Now, I'll go take a knife and chop that guy up. The head chef was very stout, looking to be over 2 meters tall. He held a kitchen knife in his hand. The knife seemed like it hadn't been washed in ages, with plenty of black grease and dried blood on it. However, the chef only dared to walk a couple of steps before stopping. He glared fiercely at the player in front of him, then handed over the knife in his hand, saying, Waiter, hurry and chop that guy outside for me.
This way, I won't have to make so many dishes.
That player lowered their head, not daring to speak. She was also a waiter in the restaurant yesterday, and there was another player with her at that time. But that player was just chopped by the chef because he spoke a bit loudly to the chef. So now, she chooses to stay silent when possible. And asking her to chop that player outside is completely impossible. She was just a first-time player in the game, while the other side was a ghost master with a ghost by his side. She might not even get close before getting swallowed by that ghost. So now, staying silent is the best choice. However, the head chef became even more irritated when he saw the player's silence. Are you a mute or something? If you don't go chop that guy, I will use you as an ingredient later.
Chapter 71, Shadow, from now on, this place, I'm in charge. We haven't even entered the kitchen yet, and I can already hear you squawking. If you don't want to work, then don't.
At this moment of difficulty for the player, Lu Lingling happened to arrive in the back kitchen, her cold gaze fixed on the chef. When the chef saw Lu Lingling, his previously angry expression immediately softened.
Lu Lingling's employee level in the horror hotel was several levels higher than his.
Even the hotel's manager was not as high-ranking as her.
Because Lu Lingling specifically served the hotel's members. Getting a job in the horror world is extremely difficult. Besides, the benefits here were not bad either, he didn't want to lose this job. He looked at Lu Lingling and laughed. Sister Ling, what brings you here? Lu Lingling coldly replied. I'm hungry, came here to find something to eat. By the way, isn't the meal for the customer outside ready yet? Hurry up and finish it, send it to him.
As soon as Lu Lingling finished speaking, the chef suddenly looked extremely frustrated, saying, Sister Ling, that guy outside ordered dishes worth a total of 100,000 hell coins.
How long will this take? Moreover, there aren't that many ingredients left in the kitchen. Sister Ling, I've heard that guy is a human and has already paid. Why don't we just chop him? No one will know.
Hearing the chef's words, Lu Lingling's gaze turned cold, and thick ghostly energy emanated from her. She coldly stared at the chef, saying,
If there are no ingredients, then go buy some.
If you don't serve that customer well and make him unhappy, you won't just lose this job. I believe the manager would be very willing to make you a piece of art for the hotel. Yesterday, when Lu Lingling talked with the manager on the phone, she had already made it very clear. They must serve this Black Gold member well. If anyone dares to provoke, then Lu Lingling will twist their head off. The Black Gold members, there are no more than 10 in the entire horror hotel.
And each one is a very terrifying noble in the horror city.
They are not something this hotel can provoke.
Although that one outside is human, I believe he definitely has a much stronger background.
Otherwise, he wouldn't casually take out so much money.
Seeing Lu Lingling's expression, the chef turned pale with fright. In his impression, Lu Lingling had always been easy to talk to. Why did she react so strongly when it came to that insignificant human outside? He laughed. Sister Ling, I was joking with you. I'll go cook right now. Even the player in the kitchen froze.
He had a deep understanding of horror games. He knew that in the horror world, for ghosts, humans were like mice.
Weak and lowly, a being that could be killed at will. But why, when all this was applied to that player outside, did it seem ineffective? Even the chef and the powerful ghost before him had to carefully serve him?
After a few minutes, the player carried the next dish to Chen Sun's table.
Guest, here is your dish.
Chen Sun felt a shiver run through him at the sight of a dish that seemed entirely made of centipedes.
Wow, it smells so good.
However, Xiao Jia licked his lips and picked up the plate.
In the next second, his mouth opened wider than the plate itself.
Then he stuffed the entire plate into his mouth. A few seconds later, he spat the plate out. Chen Sun thought for a moment that Xiao Jia was going to swallow the plate.
I'm so hungry, still not enough to eat. Xiao Jia said. Don't worry, there's more. Chen Sun replied.
Soon after, another plate of food was brought up.
The plate hadn't even been placed down for 3 seconds before Xiao Jia swallowed the food. The plates came up and went down again.
It was like a conveyor belt. Before long, the entire restaurant was closed off. A white paper was posted outside the restaurant, with a few blood-red big words written on it.
Today the restaurant is not open to the public. Today, the whole restaurant was serving only Chen Sun.
But the chef was busily working without a break. While frying dishes, he was also cursing loudly.
This situation lasted until evening, slowly coming to an end.
The meal worth 100,000 ghost coins was finally completed. In the kitchen, the chef and serving staff collapsed on the floor, exhausted.
Burp.
Inside the restaurant, Xiao Jia let out a satisfied burp and looked excitedly at Chen Sun, saying, I'm full, I haven't eaten this full in a long time. No, I haven't been full since I died.
Brother, thank you.
By the way, brother, let's hurry and sign the ghost contract.
That way, I can protect you everywhere.
In Xiao Jia's life, it was his first time feeling full. And the one who made him feel full was Chen Sun in front of him.
He wondered if signing the contract meant he could eat until full every day from now on?
Before Chen Sun could speak, the voice of Shadow resounded in his mind.
Boss, are you sure you want to sign a contract with this ghost?
Though its potential is indeed a bit greater, this is a starving ghost. Chen Sun did not reply, but looked at Xiao Jia.
After Xiao Jia ate his fill, the ghostly energy on him indeed thickened a lot.
At first, he was only a level 3 ghost. Now, he surprisingly reached level 4.
If he could eat for a few more days, wouldn't he soon surpass Shadow?
This was a potential strong ally for Chen Sun.
Of course.
Chen Sun nodded, deciding after signing the contract, to stockpile a big pile of food that ghosts love to eat in his system space. As long as this guy is hungry, just give him the food to eat. Then, Chen Sun took out a ghost contract, wrote down the necessary contents, and dripped a drop of blood on the contract, looking at Xiao Jia and saying,
You don't need me to teach you what to do, right?
Xiao Jia didn't speak but bit his finger, dripping a drop of his own blood onto the ghost contract. Very quickly, a connection with Xiao Jia arose gently from within. This was the second ghost Chen Sun had contracted. Brother, I am now your contracted ghost.
From today on, I will protect you everywhere. By the way, brother, don't forget to give me food.
Saying this, Xiao Jia transformed into a mass of black mist and drilled into Chen Sun's body. Once a human and a ghost sign a contract, the ghost can reside in the body of the contracting party. As soon as Xiao Jia entered Chen Sun's body, Shadow emitted a voice that only Xiao Jia could hear.
Little ghost, from now on, I'm in charge here, understand? Now, move a little to the right, that little corner is where you should stay. Xiao Jia froze in the body of Chen Sun. He had never expected that there was an incredibly powerful ghost within Chen Sun. Xiao Jia trembled and said, "Okay, sister." Chapter 72, How many spirit coins did this guy spend? Chen Sun dared to use the starving ghost contract not only because he had enough spirit coins, but actually also for another reason. That is, he had Quinn's birdcage. As long as the starving ghost had not successfully reached level 8, the birdcage could trap him inside. Besides that, there was also Shadow and the devouring realm in his hands. Shadow was powerful, and if little Jia did not behave, Chen Sun also had ways to deal with him. Once little Jia entered Chen Sun's body, he had completed his entire task for the next day. What remained was his free activity time. As night fell, Chen Sun could no longer go outside the hotel. He picked up the strange paper doll storage box in the restaurant. This thing was obtained from the fat ghost. However, it was a child box. This meant that as long as the fat ghost was willing, the paper dolls nurtured in this box could be used by him. And he was just helping that fat ghost nurture paper dolls for free. Chen Sun was informed of this when he got the box from the system prompt. At that time, Chen Sun didn't expose it because he had a method to turn the child box into a mother box. That was using ghost energy for nourishment. If the nourishment exceeded that of the mother box, the relationship between the child box and the mother box could change. Thinking of this, Chen Sun took out that strange paper doll storage box. Then he pulled out bundles of spirit coins. The ghost energy emitted from the spirit coins could also be used to nourish the child box. Chen Sun placed the box on the table and then put the spirit coins inside the box. Soon, the ghost energy was absorbed by the box. Strange paper doll storage box, child box. The system panel displayed that this box was still a child box. It seems it's still not enough. Chen Sun thought to himself and then threw in more bundles of spirit coins. The box greedily absorbed this ghost energy. The red ghost energy inside the box became more and more intense. In fact, paper dolls began to appear inside the box. Chen Sun took these paper dolls aside and continued to put spirit coins in. Although he could also control these paper dolls, his authority was one level lower than that of the fat ghost with the mother box. As long as the fat ghost was willing, these paper dolls could break free from his control. This made Chen Sun feel somewhat uncomfortable. So he had to turn this child box into a mother box. After all, it was just spending spirit coins, and he wasn't lacking them. At this moment, the fat ghost had already left room 401 and was sitting on a blood-colored train. He was holding a pair of stockings, intoxicated by the smell. In the next second, he suddenly froze and took out a red box. The box trembled slightly, emitting red ghost energy. The fat ghost had a cold smile on his face. That human guy has started to nourish that child box. But he doesn't know that no matter how hard he tries to nourish it, the paper dolls that are born inside can still be controlled by me. In a couple of days, when I return to Ghost City, I will collect all those paper dolls. If he hasn't figured out the problem by then, The fat ghost began to fantasize. The ghost energy required to nurture a paper doll was incredibly large. Even he, after getting the box, had only nurtured about 40 to 50 pieces. Although this thing was indeed very useful, the consumption was also very high. His personal strength was mediocre, and he needed to use spirit coins to nourish this box. It was a pity that even after investing nearly 50,000 spirit coins, he had only nurtured this little bit of paper dolls. And now, looking at the mother box's reaction, it was clear that Chen Sun was indeed helping him nourish the paper dolls. He was extremely happy. His requirements were actually not high. As long as he can nourish 20 pieces, it's enough. At the same time he secretly rejoiced in his heart, the ghostly energy above the mother box dissipated. So soon it's over? It seems that only about 10,000 underworld coins were nourished, so the sub-box probably only nourished 10 paper people. However, this is already very good. By then, those paper people will all belong to me. A cold smile appeared on the fat ghost's face. But just a few seconds after the ghostly energy dissipated, the box suddenly emitted red ghostly energy again. The fat ghost was overjoyed. I didn't expect this human to have so much money, actually nourishing so much ghostly energy. Looks like another 10,000 underworld coins. Not bad, not bad. 20 paper people now. The fat ghost was in a good mood, not expecting Chen Sun was actually willing to spend so much money to nourish the paper people. But all of this was just sewing a wedding dress for him. Soon, the ghostly energy on the mother box disappeared again, and before long, it respread. The fat ghost widened his eyes. Is it coming again? But soon, a cold smile returned to his face. More is better, more is better. 30 paper people now. This human really has money. After a while, the ghostly energy disappeared and then reappeared. This time, the fat ghost felt a little panicked. No way, don't come, that's enough, enough. The fat ghost had only spent 50,000 underworld coins to nourish the mother box. If he nourished more, the mother box in his hand would turn into a sub-box. Impossible, he's just a human, no way he has that much money. Hee, I was overthinking, 40,000 underworld coins should be his limit. The fat ghost consoled himself, but the next second, his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly realized that the mother box had lost control over the sub-box. No, it was that the mother box had turned into a sub-box. His face turned pale, staring wide-eyed, full of disbelief. That guy just nourished over 20,000 underworld coins all at once? Impossible, he's a waiter, can't have that many underworld coins. The fat ghost was anxious, realizing that he seemed to have truly lost control over the strange paper person storage box. He hurriedly took out a stack of underworld coins and placed them in the box, wanting the sub-box in his hand to turn back into a mother box. 10,000 underworld coins, 20,000, 30,000. Until he put in 50,000 underworld coins, he found that there was no response from the box at all. Damn it, how many underworld coins did that guy put in? This 100,000 underworld coins can produce 100 paper people. The maximum number of paper people in that box is 100. The fat ghost's eyes widened. He completely lost control over the storage box. Even those paper people he had just nourished could all be taken away by Chinsun if he wanted. Looks like I still underestimated this human. Damn it, my paper people. The fat ghost clenched his teeth. He originally intended to trick Chinsun, but unexpectedly, he was the one who got tricked by Chinsun instead. Chapter 73, Ghost Domain reappears. In the hotel, after Chinsun nourished the sub-box into a mother box, he stuffed in 1 million underworld coins. Until the system prompted him that continuing to invest would be considered improper spending, he finally stopped. And this strange paper person storage box actually upgraded. From a level 2 ghost device, it upgraded to a level 4 ghost device. And the change occurred in those paper people. Originally, those paper people looked ordinary, as if they were cut from plain paper. But now, the paper people surprisingly had a metallic luster. Even on each paper person, faint ghostly energy was emanating. These paper people seemed to have grown stronger. The quantity of nourished paper people also increased by a full double. Even at this moment, Chinsun held the mother box in his hand, a strong connection with the child box rising in his heart. Now, he could truly claim to possess this ghostly object. Paper figures floated in the air, and with a swipe of his finger, those paper figures burrowed into the box. Chinsun closed the box and then leisurely left the restaurant. As dusk gradually fell, Chinsun returned to room 444 on the 4th floor. At this moment, the door to his room was slightly ajar. Chinsun's heart tightened. He remembered he had locked the door when he left. There was only one room card, so Qin Sheng couldn't have come in. Besides, he hadn't called for room service. So, it was impossible for anyone from the hotel to enter. How could the door open by itself? Could it be the ghost from last night? Chinsun slowly opened the door. There was no one in the hall, even the items were neatly arranged. It appeared there were no signs of being disturbed. The lighting was dim, even flickering slightly. Chinsun felt as if something in the suite was watching him. The 2 bedroom doors were closed but not locked. So Chinsun easily turned the handle of Qin Sheng's door. If Qin Sheng had really returned, then he should be in his own room. Creak. The door opened, but there was no one inside. Old Qin hasn't returned so late today? Chinsun wondered. On the game panel, no one had died today, so Qin Sheng should still be alive. He opened the closet and checked the bathroom. After confirming there was no one, Chinsun stepped out of Qin Sheng's room. There was nothing unusual here. With that, Chinsun turned his gaze to his own room. Creak. He turned the doorknob and opened the door, even casually switching on the light. The light seemed even dimmer than yesterday. Chinsun instinctively looked up at the ceiling. The ghost he expected was not on the wall. He opened his closet again, it was empty, and the bathroom didn't have anyone either. He even carefully checked behind the curtains and outside the window. Still nothing. Looks like I'm overthinking. Or maybe someone just came in but has already left. Chinsun sighed in relief. He felt that he had been in the game for too long, his mind overly tense. Chinsun slowly turned around. It seemed like it was time to rest a bit. In 3 days, he could leave this instance. However, he needed to auction off the land on the last day. That way he could spend the money in the system. Since entering this instance, he hadn't spent a large amount of money. So, his level still remained at level 5 Ghostmaster. He was several hundred million short of the spending limit to reach level 6. But as long as he auctioned off all the land, leveling up to level 6 should not be hard. Now, the most useless thing was that the auction was still 3 days away.
And in these 3 days, he had to continue staying in the hotel to complete tasks. Otherwise, he would be kicked out of the instance by the game. It's truly a pain that can't be expressed. Fortunately, these tasks were not difficult for him. The only thing to pay attention to was the hotel's nights. Through the bloody kindergarten instance, Chen Sun had roughly understood. The ghosts at night were much scarier than during the day. Chen Sun left the window, turned back, and prepared to lie down on the bed to rest. He tried to relax his mind. But just as his gaze fell on the bed in the room, he froze for a moment. Because beneath the bed, a pair of red eyes was staring straight at him. He, it seems I've been discovered. The strange sound came from under Chen Sun's bed. Then, this ghost actually crawled out from underneath the bed. And the way this ghost crawled was very strange. Its limbs stood on the ground, while its body seemed to make a complete 360-degree turn backward. Its head poked out from between its feet. This ghost, Chen Sun had seen before. It was the ghostly waiter that had quarreled with him when he first entered the instance. At that time, Chen Sun had told this ghost that if he had the chance, he would find a deserted place to kill it. At the same time, this ghost might also be able to kill him. He never expected this ghost would really come. Didn't expect it, did you? As a server here, I can easily enter all the hotel rooms. Even the presidential suite. I don't know where you got the money to stay here, but that doesn't matter anymore. Soon you will be swallowed by me. The ghostly waiter looked at Chen Sun with icy eyes, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Chen Sun said. Was it you who knocked on the door outside last night? If what this ghost said was true, then it was very reasonable that it could enter the room yesterday. But he didn't know how it knew which room he was in. Did it try both rooms when it knocked? Fortunately, he had been cautious and locked the bedroom door from the inside. This ghostly waiter should not be able to enter the bedroom at will. Quite smart. But it's too late to understand now. Now there are only the two of us here, you are dead for sure. After I swallow you, no one will know it was me. The ghostly waiter stood up and opened its mouth wide to bite at Chen Sun. Chen Sun laughed. A level 2 ghost dares to be so arrogant here? Ghost domain. Soon, the ghostly waiter discovered that the distance between it and Chen Sun was stretched infinitely long. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get close to Chen Sun at all. The ghostly waiter's eyes widened in disbelief. It couldn't believe that this seemingly weak human could actually use ghost domain. That was a skill that some level 5 or even level 6 adults could use. Because releasing ghost energy also consumes energy. That's why Chen Sun hadn't revealed his ghost energy earlier, creating the impression that he was a very weak human to this ghost. Chapter 74, Contract You? You are too weak. Seeing ghost domain, the ghostly waiter was stunned. It never expected that this human's level was even higher than its own. Damn it. I didn't expect you to hide your strength. So shameless. The ghostly waiter gritted its teeth and quickly ran backward. It knew it was not a match for Chen Sun. It only hoped to escape from this ghost domain. But if escaping from ghost domain was that easy, it wouldn't be called ghost domain. Big brother, let me help you eat him. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chen Sun's mind. Not needed for now. Chen Sun said, then took out a strange paper doll storage box from the system space. The shiny red paper dolls flew out, floating around Chen Sun. Go! Chen Sun pointed, and the dense swarm of paper dolls flew toward the ghostly waiter. The ghostly waiter's expression changed dramatically, and it immediately knelt on the ground. Spare me, my lord. If you spare me, I can be your contracted ghost, and I will listen to you from now on. The ghostly waiter sensed a thick sense of crisis from these paper dolls. It seemed that as long as it was hit by these paper dolls, it would undoubtedly die. Now there was only begging for mercy to survive. However, Chen Sun completely ignored the ghostly waiter's pleas. You are too weak. In the end, Chen Sun muttered softly. These paper figures passed through the ghost waiter, and finally, the ghostly aura on the ghost waiter dissipated. Little ghost, go clean up. Shadow suddenly said. Little Jia flew out from Chen Sun's body, watching the ghost waiter lick its lips, then looked at Chen Sun. Brother, can I have this ghost? Chen Sun was surprised for a moment, then nodded. Of course. Chen Sun wouldn't just leave this corpse in the room. He originally planned to let the ghosts of the hotel handle it, but it seemed Little Jia had some desire for these corpses as well. Hearing Chen Sun's words, Little Jia climbed to the side of the ghost waiter, then opened his mouth wide. One bite. Just one bite, and the ghost waiter was completely swallowed by Little Jia. Chen Sun was dumbfounded. This was the first time he saw Little Jia swallow a ghost. He didn't even need to chew. Look, boss, in the future, he will swallow you like this. Shadow's voice echoed in Chen Sun's mind. Chen Sun did not respond.
He glanced at little Jia and found that the ghostly aura around him had thickened a bit. Wow, swallowing a ghost can actually enhance him. If he swallows all the ghosts in the hotel, wouldn't he quickly become a powerful ghost? But with little Jia around, it would be much easier for Chen Sun to handle these corpses in the future. Creak. At that moment, the door of the room was opened again. Chen Sun's heart tightened, and he walked out. He just happened to see Qin Shang walking in with a dazed expression. Chen Sun noticed that a faint ghostly aura was actually emanating from Qin Shang. This was the sign of having become a ghost master. Chen Sun was a bit puzzled. Ghostly auras usually appear only after game instances are completed. Why would Qin Shang have one? At the moment Chen Sun stepped out, Qin Shang also looked over, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. Old Chen, I am not clean anymore. Chen Sun was stunned. What happened? Qin Shang recounted what had happened while serving a resident on the third floor today. Chen Sun's eyes widened, even doubting life itself. Today, while serving a guest in a room, Qin Shang handed a few hundred yuan of ghost money to a female ghost, hoping to make the task easier. As a result, the female ghost directly cast a flirtatious glance at Qin Shang. Finally, after a series of indescribable events, that female ghost actually gave Qin Shang a terrifying world supermarket and also helped him become a ghost master. So you mean, you were taken care of by a rich woman? Qin Shang said. That's a ghost. A ghost. Even if it's a wealthy ghost, it's still a ghost. Chen Sun teased. How great. You won't lack ghost coins in the future. At worst, be like Ning Kaichen. Qin Shang said angrily. That's easy for you to say, that sister really is beautiful. But, humans and ghosts are on different paths. Old Chen, I feel like my life already has a stain. Chen Sun patted Qin Shang's shoulder and said. Old Qin, you have to think more positively. Anyway, Chen Sun had remembered this incident, and he could tease this buddy about it later. In the end, Chen Sun and Qin Shang chatted for a while longer, and both went back to their own rooms. Not knowing if anything would happen tonight. But Chen Sun had already agreed with Qin Shang that no matter what happened, they wouldn't knock on each other's door. One night of peace. That night, nothing happened. In the morning, the alarm clock rang, and after Chen Sun washed up, he headed to the hotel's first-floor meeting room with Qin Shang. In the meeting room, the other players had already been there. Many players still had dark circles under their eyes. It seemed they also hadn't slept well last night. Tap tap tap. At that moment, the sound of leather shoes against the floor echoed again. The hotel manager had arrived. The door opened. The hotel manager still held a booklet, his gaze coldly sweeping across the surroundings. His eyes landed on the player who had been reported for peeping at guests yesterday and had his arm torn off. In the next second, one of the hotel manager's hands went straight through the player's body. The red heart was pulled out. The player died with wide eyes, a face full of terror. Finally, all life faded away. Yesterday, despite my warning, you dared to peek at the guests checking in. Later, let's turn your body into a collection piece to give to the residents, that way we can calm their negative feelings towards the hotel. Seeing this scene, many players were left pale with fear. They knew that this dead player had once again been reported by yesterday's resident. The hotel manager licked the blood on his hand, then scanned the remaining players. Yesterday, the restaurant staff were worn out. So today, all of you will be serving as waiters in the restaurant. Remember, today a distinguished gold member will dine at the hotel, and you must serve this member well. If any of you are reported by this distinguished member, or if this member is displeased, then, this will be your fate. The hotel manager pointed to the player lying in a pool of blood. In the haunted hotel, every member is a god to the hotel. Even a silver member can enjoy very strong privileges here. And gold members are even more precious, so each time a gold member is received, the hotel puts in great effort. Even sacrificing 1 or 2 staff members is not out of the question. Moreover, the membership ranking system within the hotel is very strict. The higher the membership level, the more privileges are granted, and the hotel service requirements are higher. For example, a platinum member gets extra special services compared to a gold member. And a black gold member can make unreasonable demands, no matter what the request is. Even the hotel manager must obey unconditionally. Chapter 75, The Fragrant Humans. Our hotel is a membership-based hotel, and today this member is very important to us. So, if due to your negligence, the distinguished member has a bad experience, hey. With that, the hotel manager turned and left. Many new players looked at the body beside them and shivered. They did not want to become that player. Then, a player was eliminated from the game panel again. This player was an old one, who logged out of the instance after death with a device. If he chose to continue playing, dying again in the instance would mean true death. On the other side, many players' eyes turned towards a female player. Xiaoying, you've been a waiter in the restaurant these past 2 days, is there any hidden rule? The female player named Xiaoying was the one Chen Sun had seen in the restaurant yesterday.
Hearing the player's questions, she smiled awkwardly, then looked at Chen Sun and said, "When I'm serving, as long as I don't provoke the chef or those customers, I won't be in trouble."
If you want to learn, why not ask this big shot here? Xiaoying pointed at Chen Sun.
She had seen with her own eyes that even the head chef, who was afraid of Ling Jie, treated Chen Sun politely. In this hotel, Chen Sun seemed to have it much easier than they did. In her eyes, Chen Sun looked like a real player. While they were merely a group of enslaved souls,
they could be killed by ghosts at any moment.
At this moment, Wang Yi stepped forward from the crowd, smiling at Chen Sun and said,
"Hello, my name is Wang Yi. It is from the Ningxing National Office. Little brother, I wonder if you have any interest in the National Office?
If you join us, every time you enter a copy, you will receive resource support from the National Office, like ghost coins or ghost tools."
Wang Yi clearly had the intention of recruiting Chen Sun.
Just a moment ago, he heard from the corrupt old man inside him that Chen Sun had actually contracted 2 ghosts. And one of these ghosts was exceptionally powerful, while the other, though ordinary, seemed to have great potential for growth.
Ghosts of such quality are extremely rare.
He remembered the first time he met Chen Sun, the corrupt old man had said that there was a ghost inside Chen Sun. Now, in just one day, the other party had contracted another ghost. Having had experience contracting ghosts, he knew exactly how difficult it was to contract even one. For an ordinary person, let alone contracting a ghost, just not being eaten by one would be considered good luck. He had to use 5 years of his life to gain the consent of the corrupt old man when he contracted him. Yet Chen Sun seemed to have paid no price at all.
"My name is Chen Yi," Chen Sun said.
He had encountered people from the National Office before. That was Zhao Shan. However, although the National Office was official, Chen Sun did not understand it well. So he did not plan to join.
Moreover, he had secrets. If he joined, he would inevitably be discovered. Hearing Chen Sun's words, Wang Yi had no intention of continuing his recruitment here.
After all, Chen Sun had already politely declined.
The group finally arrived at the restaurant on the 2nd floor. These players had understood how to complete the task in this restaurant.
First, do not provoke the chef. Second, do not provoke the guests here. As long as they get these 2 points right, they would basically be fine. However, there was a special situation today. They had to receive a golden member from the ghost hotel. They did not know what the temperaments of these members were like. In the 2 days they had been here, they had encountered too many strange ghosts in the hotel. If they were to be troubled by the ghost of this golden member, they would estimate they would be finished. Arriving at the entrance of the restaurant on the 2nd floor, a purple-skinned old woman with a hunched back stood at the door, coldly glancing over everyone. She smiled slightly, revealing a tongue resembling octopus tentacles. The old woman rasped, saying,
"Waiters, I am the supervisor of this restaurant, Granny Li. Today, all of you must listen to my orders. If you don't obey, he. After speaking, she pointed her finger at Wang Yi and Xiaoying, saying, "You two, go to the kitchen to chop vegetables." After finishing, she pointed at the remaining players and Qin Shang, saying, "You few, go wash the dishes. When it's mealtime, come out to serve the dishes." Finally, Granny Li looked at Chen Sun, saying, "You look good, so stay in the restaurant to receive the guests. Remember, the golden member coming later is a valuable guest with assets of 5 million, so treat them well." After speaking, Granny Li turned and left the restaurant. Upon hearing this, everyone almost breathed a sigh of relief. They were basically going to work in the kitchen.
According to Xiaoying, as long as they did not provoke the chef, there wouldn't be any issues. Thinking of this, they looked at Chen Sun with sympathetic eyes, sighing in their hearts.
Receiving the dining guests outside was the most dangerous job. The restaurant's guests came and went.
And you could hardly know what strange temperament those guests had.
One misstep could lead to being swallowed by those bizarre ghosts. Afterward, they each returned to their own posts. At the cash register, that cashier ghost looked at Chen Sun with a face full of fear. Others might not know, but yesterday he had seen Chen Sun take out 100,000 ghost coins and order a huge amount of food. Moreover, he even fed a ghost.
Even Lu Lingling seemed to care about this guest. I cannot provoke him. However, at the moment he looked at Chen Sun also looked back at him. Arriving at the cashier, Chen Sun handed over a stack of ghost money. Based on yesterday's amount, have the kitchen continue preparing for me. Once the food is ready, leave it aside, I'll eat after I'm done.
Chen Sun said. Xiao Jie still wants to eat later.
The cashier nodded with a hint of excitement, then hurriedly began to order dishes.
Xiao Jie suddenly said, "Brother, actually, we don't need to eat this food. As long as you prepare some incense, I can still be full."
Chen Sun paused for a moment, thinking this would be much easier.
After all, the incense is also more convenient to store. In the future, he should just stock up a bit more. Time passed, and it was slowly approaching noon. The hotel guests began to come down from their rooms to eat. Their first glance in the restaurant was fixed on Chen Sun, their mouths watering continuously. Such a fragrant human. This ingredient is not bad. They licked their lips but also knew there were rules in the hotel that protected these humans. So, to use these humans as ingredients, they could only make things difficult for them, thus leading them to touch the rules. Then they could kill them. In the restaurant, a horse-faced ghost sat at his table, staring intently at Chen Sun. "Waiter, come here, I want to order." The horse-faced ghost waved to Chen Sun, who walked over. Then he handed over the menu. The horse-faced ghost took the menu and stared hard at Chen Sun. "Waiter, do you have braised human feet?" Chen Sun shook his head and said, "No." The horse-faced ghost was taken aback, then asked again, "How about human flesh hot pot?" Chen Sun continued to shake his head. "No, either." The horse-faced ghost suddenly became a bit angry and said, "What a pity, I really want to eat. How about using your flesh as ingredients? Can you cook me a good dish?" The horse-faced ghost sneered. He wanted to see Chen Sun panic. As long as he panicked, he would make mistakes. Then, he could set some traps for this human. Maybe the other party would touch the rules. However, at that moment, Xiao Jie suddenly crawled out from Chen Sun's body. Xiao Jie was surrounded by a thick ghostly aura, much stronger than this horse-faced ghost. The horse-faced ghost shivered when he saw Xiao Jie. This was a terrifying hungry ghost, and much more powerful than him. Xiao Jie licked his lips, looked at the horse-faced ghost, and then said to Chen Sun, "Brother, can I swallow this guy?" Saying this, Xiao Jie opened his mouth wide, looking at the horse-faced ghost with ill intentions. The horse-faced ghost gulped, a wave of fear surged within him. Chen Sun rubbed Xiao Jie's head and said, "No, this uncle is a guest here. We can't eat him yet." Hearing Chen Sun's words, Xiao Jie looked a bit disappointed and then coldly glanced at the horse-faced ghost. "Then after he leaves here, I'll find a way to swallow him." After saying this, Xiao Jie crawled back into Chen Sun's body. The horse-faced ghost, upon hearing this, felt cold sweat forming on his back. Chen Sun looked at the horse-faced ghost and said, "By the way, guest, what did you just say?" The horse-faced ghost smiled. "I said, I want a serving of boiled red maggots." Chen Sun nodded, then noted down the dish. "Do you need anything else?" The horse-faced ghost trembled as he said, "And nothing more." Chen Sun replied, "Okay, that will be 44 ghost coins." As soon as Chen Sun finished speaking, the horse-faced ghost promptly handed him a 50 denomination ghost coin. After taking the ghost coin, Chen Sun frowned and then said, "Sir, there's also a tip." The horse-faced ghost was taken aback. When did this restaurant require a tip? But seeing Chen Sun's sinister gaze, and recalling the hungry ghost from earlier, the horse-faced ghost took out a 50 ghost dollar bill and handed it to Chen Sun. Chen Sun said, "Sir, the minimum tip is 100, you know." "You." Hearing Chen Sun's words, the horse-faced ghost looked incredibly aggrieved. This wasn't his first time eating here. He naturally knew that Chen Sun was trying to cheat him. But he had no way out. After all, that starving ghost just now was too terrifying. He really didn't want to be eaten by that starving ghost. So he took out another 50 ghost dollar bill and handed it to Chen Sun. This time, Chen Sun finally let the horse-faced ghost off the hook. These ghosts in the horror world really needed some discipline. "Dear honored guest, please come inside. We have been waiting for you here for a long time." At that moment, Granny Li's voice suddenly came from outside the restaurant. Chen Sun instinctively looked over. At this moment, a dense ghostly aura was swirling outside. Granny Li was walking at the front, and behind her were several ghosts dressed in tang suits. These ghosts walked over the black ghostly mist, looking exceptionally eerie. It seemed to be a family of 3, likely the golden members mentioned by the hotel manager. Leading them was a chubby man who looked like a landlord. However, his face was pale, like it had been dusted with flour. On either side of his cheeks, there were dark patches of corpse stains. Behind this fat man was a woman in a red qipao, very slender, walking with a rich lady's grace. But the woman's face was equally pale, combined with her blood-red lipstick, giving an eerily strange impression. In the woman's right hand was a ghostly child, who looked like a smaller version of the landlord. He bounced around playfully, curiously looking at his surroundings. He seemed quite lively. At that moment, the woman suddenly looked at the ghost child and said, "If you keep making noise, I'll saw your legs off." Upon hearing this, the child instantly settled down. "Okay, Mom." However, the ghost child clenched his fists, his face bearing a look of resentment.
Just after the ghost child's words fell, the fat man slapped the woman's face hard. I told you not to educate the child like this, not to educate the child like this.
Do you take my words as mere wind blowing past?
Next time he acts up, just tie his legs up.
What's the use of just talking?
The woman glared at the man viciously.
You only know how to talk, a group of us working tirelessly to raise the kids, where were you? Were you lying on those cheap women's beds? One day, I will cut off your little thing.
Seeing this scene, Chen Sun sighed in his heart. What a truly loving family this was.
The family of 3 sat down and looked at Chen Sun, saying, Waiter, come over and take our order.
Chen Sun walked over and handed the menu to the man. The man's eyes lingered on Chen Sun for a moment.
Human?
His gaze squinted slightly, revealing a hint of coldness.
However, he didn't show it too obviously.
Soon, the man ordered 4 or 5 dishes.
Just these dishes, have the kitchen hurry up and make them for us.
Chen Sun nodded, just about to send this order to the kitchen. But at that moment, the ghost child suddenly grabbed Chen Sun's work uniform. His pair of hollow eyes looked coldly at Chen Sun.
Big brother, stay and play with me, okay?
Chen Sun frowned, then stared at the child and quietly said,
Little ghost, go away. I don't want to slap you yet.
Hearing Chen Sun's words, the ghost child froze.
He had already considered Chen Sun as a toy.
He never expected Chen Sun would say such a thing.
In an instant, he didn't know what to say. He immediately showed a hint of a cry.
The woman, seeing this, also shifted her gaze to Chen Sun. Waiter, just play with my child for a bit. Anyway, the food hasn't been served yet.
When you're busy, you can go back to your own work. I believe your hotel can offer at least this little bit of service, right?
As she said the last sentence, the woman's gaze suddenly turned cold. At this moment, Grandma Li also looked at Chen Sun, giving him a subtle signal. Boss, let Xiajie play with him later.
I'm sure this little guy will be very happy.
The voice of Shadow echoed in Chen Sun's mind. Especially when saying the last few words, Shadow emphasized his tone.
It seemed that Xiajie could handle this little troublemaker.
Chen Sun nodded, looking at the ghostly child, a strange smile appearing on his face.
Okay. Let's come over here.
Later, let another brother play with you first.
Chapter 77, Kick the Head Like a Ball.
Hearing Chen Sun say someone was willing to play with him, the ghost child was excited, jumping up and clapping his hands.
Great. Then big brother, let's play together.
The woman beside him, seeing this, did not think much of it. Though she could sense the ghosts inside Chen Sun, as long as it kept her quiet for a while, she didn't mind letting those ghosts accompany the ghost child. She turned her head, gently savoring the tea placed on the table. Chen Sun looked at the ghost child and said,
Then come over here.
Saying this, Chen Sun led the ghost child to the hotel's children's play area. To Chen Sun's surprise, the toys in this play area were not excavators or plastic balls. Instead, they were some bloody screws, axes, and even hammers, etc.
What a humanized children's play area. Brother, what shall we play? These toys are too scary, how about you take off your hand for me to play with?
The ghost child stared at Chen Sun and said. At that moment, Xiajie crawled out from inside Chen Sun, coldly looking at the ghost child. Little brother, let me play with you. The ghost child was taken aback for a moment. Then his mouth curled into a grin.
All right. So, which part of you are you planning to use for me to play? Without saying a word, Xiaojie took his own head off his neck.
But even after his head was separated, his eyes were still blinking. Xiaojie handed over his head, the eyes still staring at the ghost child, saying,
Little brother, how about you play with my head?
The ghost child became a bit excited and then accepted Xiaojie's head.
Okay, then I will use your head as a ball to kick. You won't mind, right?
Xiaojie said.
You can kick it as much as you want.
Saying this, the ghost child placed the head on the ground, then kicked Xiaojie's head.
Xiaojie's head flew away. Thump thump thump. Xiaojie's head kept bouncing around in the children's play area.
Finally, the head bounced back to the ghost child's feet. Chen Sun watched the scene, stunned, his heart also filled with worry.
Kicking a head like a ball? Is Xiaojie okay?
The ghost child coldly stared at Xiaojie's head, as if wanting to see Xiaojie's painful expression. But at this moment, Xiaojie's hair was messy, yet a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Little brother, didn't you have breakfast? Try a bit harder, you're too weak.
Seeing this, Chen Sun finally felt relieved.
Things from this horrifying world indeed cannot be understood with common sense. Xiaojie's head bounced so many times here and didn't have any problem at all.
Seeing this, the ghost child was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and kicked Xiaojie's head again with more strength.
Thump thump thump. Xiaojie's head began to bounce up in the children's play area once more. Little brother, still too weak. Then, the ghost child continued to kick. But no matter how hard he tried, Xiao Jie was not the slightest bit flustered. Finally, the ghost child could not kick anymore. He kept gasping for breath. Only then did Xiao Jie lift his head and place it back on his body. He looked at the ghost child with a cold smile. Little brother, since you are tired from playing, it's your big brother's turn now. Little brother, take off your head too. The ghost child changed his expression immediately upon hearing this. Taking off his head would surely hurt, right? What's wrong, little brother, scared? Xiao Jie sneered. Upon hearing Xiao Jie, the ghost child's face showed a defiant expression. I'm not scared. I will take off my head right now for you. With that, the ghost child put his hand on his head but hesitated. Little brother doesn't dare? Little brother is a real coward. Xiao Jie said disdainfully. I'm not a coward. With Xiao Jie's provocation, the ghost child gathered his courage and took off his head. Ah! The ghost child let out a painful moan, and black blood dripped from the neck. Not far away, the pair of ghost parents seemed to have noticed and turned their gaze this way. Son, what's wrong? The woman said. The ghost child's head spoke. Mom, it's nothing, I am just playing a game with big brother. Upon hearing this, the woman frowned and didn't pay much attention, then said. Just don't play too wildly. When the food is ready, come over to eat. The ghost child replied. Got it, Mom. After that, the ghost child handed his head to Xiao Jie. Big brother, it's your turn. A strange smile appeared on Xiao Jie's face, and after taking the head, he instantly opened his mouth wide. He swallowed the ghost child's head in one bite. Shen Sun was also dumbfounded. Isn't this going to cause any problems? Xiao Jie said. Don't worry, big brother, I know what I'm doing. It was at this moment that a muffled scream seemed to come from inside Xiao Jie's belly. The head inside seemed to have seen something terrifying. Shen Sun's lips twitched slightly. This ghost world is just too confusing. Not long after, Xiao Jie opened his mouth and spat out the ghost child's head. The head seemed to have a lot of yellow-green slime on it. When the ghost child's head came out, those big eyes were still wide open. Even the expression was frozen in a state of fright. The ghost child truly thought Xiao Jie was going to eat him and digest him. Inside Xiao Jie's belly, he spent a long and terrifying few minutes. At this moment, he glared fiercely at Xiao Jie and said, Big brother, let's play something else. The ghost child wanted to regain some face. Xiao Jie looked around and his gaze landed on the bloody screws, smiling. All right. Then let's see who can nail more screws into each other's heads. The ghost child looked at the screws in the children's area, each as long as an adult's finger, and swallowed hard. These screws were not ghostly objects, so even if they were nailed to the head, they wouldn't cause fatal harm. But it would really hurt. Little brother doesn't dare? Xiao Jie used the same trick again. The ghost child was clearly not convinced. Fine, bring it on. However, the next second, he saw Xiao Jie quickly grab those screws. All the screws here were in Xiao Jie's hand. And with the other hand, he grabbed a hammer. The ghost child clearly did not expect Xiao Jie to do this. As a result, he could not get his hands on any screws at all. At this moment, looking at the screws in Xiao Jie's hands, the ghost child's heart was filled with fear to the extreme. Xiao Jie looked coldly at the ghost child.